Unexpectedly acquiring a high-tech system, Lin Ke embarks on a lavish spending spree to earn technology points while simultaneously driving technological advancement. 1. Hopeless. Under the night sky, Yang City shines like a dazzling pearl, radiating its unique charm. Jushanghe, a well-known hotspot in Yang City, attracts nearly half of the city's affluent and privileged crowd. Every evening, many flock here to indulge in a fleeting world of glamour and excess. Lin Xiao, the old man, is called 6 times without answer. Should we head back? In a large private room on the second floor, a young man with shifty eyes and a sly demeanor looked at the relaxed youth on the sofa, speaking cautiously. What's the rush? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of carefree rebellion, his gaze casually surveying the dance floor filled with bikini-clad dancers. Mouse, check how much we've spent tonight, Lin Ke said nonchalantly. The young man, known as Mouse, grinned widely, clearly accustomed to such tasks as Lin Ke's sidekick. Master, we spent a total of 173,271 tonight, Mouse reported, his tone obsequious. Lin Ke shrugged helplessly and then stood up. Make it 20,000 and give the rest as tips to them, he said, gesturing toward a few of the dancers in bikinis. Don't you girls want to thank Lin Xiao? Mouse shouted, and the dancers paused, responding in unison, Thank you, Lin Xiao. Their cheerful voices echoed in the private room, while Lin Ke merely shrugged, clearly unfazed by the scene. Let's go, Lin Ke said lightly, just as he lifted his foot to leave. The door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud thud, revealing an angry man in his 40s standing in front of them. Uncle Wang, Mouse stammered, instinctively shrinking behind Lin Ke, his smile now forced. Is this how you're investing the 2 billion I gave you? Wang Donglai glared at the scene before him, pointing at the bikini-clad dancers. You really have a flair for extravagance. 2 billion, and you plan to spend it all on women? Wang Donglai's expression was stern as he demanded. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Uncle Wang, no need to get so worked up. How about I have Mouse arrange for a few to help cool you off? A hint of a smirk appeared on Lin Ke's face, which immediately made Mouse's face turn sour. Outrageous. Wang Donglai's expression stiffened, and he reprimanded Lin Ke, but he found it difficult to maintain his anger. Don't say I didn't warn you. If your father finds out you frequent places like this, I can't guarantee you won't end up with a broken leg. Your tech company has been registered for a month now, and aside from a few freeloaders, do you have any decent products to show for it? Lin Ke's got diaklet. Although his father's lifelong comrade, Wang Donglai, was a bit harsh, Lin Ke understood that Uncle Wang was genuinely invested in his family's well-being. I'll head back right away, Lin Ke said, turning to walk out of the private room. Behind him, the mouse-like assistant shot a sheepish smile at Wang Donglai and quickly followed suit, his eyes darting nervously. Wang Donglai glared at their retreating figures, his face dark with disappointment. As Lin Yangsheng's closest friend, Wang Donglai had watched Lin Ke grow up. While Lin Ke didn't possess many outstanding qualities, he had always been relatively sensible. However, 2 months ago, Lin Ke suddenly demanded 200 million from his family to start a venture, insisting that no one from the Lin family interfere. Naturally, Lin Yongsheng and his wife, who had spoiled their son since childhood, agreed to his request. They extracted 200 million from their already struggling business and allowed him to proceed with his so-called supervision. But since registering a company called Super God Technology 2 months ago, Lin Ke had only hired a few front desk staff and plunged into a life of extravagant indulgence. Wang Donglai was furious at such reckless behavior, but he found it hard to control Lin Ke. If this wasteful lifestyle continued, not only would the 200 million be at risk, but even the Lin Group would likely be dragged down eventually. Isn't it better to focus on school? Why does he have to follow others into business? Wang Donglai sighed and turned to the manager beside him. This needs to be compensated at market value, just go ahead and handle it. Wang Donglai's words trailed off, clearly reluctant to continue. After confirming the price, he decided on compensation and promptly left Jushanghe, despite his usual composure, even in the heat of battle alongside Lin Ke's father. The past 2 months had seen this reckless youth manage to push him to his limits. By the time Wang Donglai exited Jushanghe, Lin Ke was already seated in his Maserati Quattroporte, speeding down the wide road. Sir, are we heading straight home? The mouse-like assistant, who also served as his driver, asked cautiously as he expertly maneuvered the steering wheel. Let's go home, Lin Ke replied nonchalantly, leaning back against the leather seat, exuding a sense of languor as he gazed out at the vibrant nightscape, his eyes narrowing slightly. 2 months ago, he had bound himself to a so-called super-rich black technology system, but after linking it Lin Ke realized that it was anything but a system for the wealthy. It was more like a system for squandering money. Squinting his eyes, Lin Ke took a deep breath and focused his mind, opening the system interface. Host, Lin Ke. Level 1. Wealth points, 1850. Lin Ke sighed, feeling frustrated with this ridiculous rich man black technology system. Every time he spent 10,000 yuan, he accumulated a small amount of rich man points, and to level up, he needed 10,000 points. To reach the second level, he would need a whopping 100,000 points. In just 2 months, he had already spent over 100 million yuan to reach the first level, unlocking the lottery wheel page. As for the system store, it required reaching the third level to unlock. Thinking about this, Lin Ke couldn't help but curl his lips. To reach the third level, he would need over 11 billion yuan. Having already spent over 100 million yuan, he had only unlocked random tasks and the lottery wheel. Lin Ke didn't pay much attention to the random tasks since they appeared at random times, and he had no idea when or what kind of tasks would show up. Therefore, the lottery wheel was currently the only thing Lin Ke could participate in. According to the system notes, spinning the lottery wheel required 100 rich man points, which was equivalent to 1 million yuan. For Lin Ke, this felt like a huge gamble. Looking at the vague reward mechanism above, he felt a pang of discomfort and involuntarily tugged at his lips. Young master, we've arrived. 2. Winning a fortune. In the spacious and opulent hall, the dazzling crystal lights emitted a bright white glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. A large projection screen was broadcasting the evening news, while Lin Yongsheng sipped his tea, his brow furrowed in concern. Recently, the Lin Group had been facing a downturn in the industry, forcing some previously popular projects to come to a halt. Every day, the company was losing a substantial amount of money, and this situation had persisted for over a month. Moreover, during this hectic time, Lin Yongsheng had kept an eye on his only son, Lin Ke. He knew that Lin Ke had registered a company, but it seemed that there was no further development beyond that. Additionally, in recent days, there had been several reports about this spendthrift's reckless behavior, which made Lin Yongsheng quite displeased. Remembering the contents of Wang Donglai's recent phone call, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Although 200 million yuan was not enough to help the Lin Group through its current crisis, it was intolerable for Lin Yongsheng to let this spendthrift waste money extravagantly. Lin Yongsheng set down the newspaper in his hands, just as he lifted his teacup. The door to the hall was pushed open, and Lin Ke walked in with a calm expression. How's the company running? Lin Yongsheng struggled to suppress his anger, forcing himself to sound calm, but his gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Lin Ke paused slightly, then subtly furrowed his brow. His father rarely inquired about his affairs, and now it seemed he must have found out something. Not bad, just running normally, Lin Ke said, licking his lips and casually responding. He didn't want anyone to know about the system that granted him wealth through black technology. Besides, even if he did share it, people would probably think he was crazy. Running normally? Lin Yongsheng's eyelids twitched violently. You're practically running a company that revolves around women, and you say it's normal? I'm giving you 2 billion to start a business, and all you do is invest it in women? Lin Yongsheng could no longer contain his anger, his expression dark as he glared at Lin Ke and asked sternly, "Can't you just let me do my thing without hovering over me?" Lin Ke muttered, which only fueled Lin Yongsheng's rage further. You're still a student. It's one thing to lack ambition, but can't you at least behave yourself a little? How did I end up with such a spendthrift son? Lin Yongsheng began to scold, while Lin Ke shrugged expressionlessly. Just then, their mother, Yang Mingzhu, slowly descended the stairs. Enough, don't put too much pressure on him. He's still young, what does he know? Yang Mingzhu said, shooting Lin Yongsheng a reproachful glance before turning her affectionate gaze to Lin Ke. The poor child has to go to school and run a company. How exhausting that must be, she continued, lovingly ruffling Lin Ke's hair. Go on up and rest. Feeling like he'd been granted a reprieve, Lin Ke headed upstairs, hearing Lin Yongsheng's discontented mutterings behind him. You're going to spoil him rotten. Lin Ke smiled faintly. He understood everything. As the only son of parents who had him later in life, he was naturally showered with affection. Taking a deep breath as he thought of his parents' indulgence over the years, he entered his room. Lying on his comfortable couch, Lin Ke opened the system interface. With his current wealth points, he could only participate in the system lottery. The thought of wagering 1 million for a chance made even his usually calm face show a flicker of excitement. With his current wealth points, he had 18 chances to try his luck, and Lin Ke couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation about what surprises this black technology system might offer him. Filled with expectation, Lin Ke focused his mind, wagered 100 wealth points, and then clicked the start button. The lottery wheel spun rapidly, the silvery pointer shining brightly. Lin Ke fixed his gaze on the spinning lottery page, hoping for a good start. Thank you for participating. Lin Ke was momentarily stunned, then wagered another 100 wealth points and started again, his eyes still locked on the rapidly spinning wheel. Thank you for participating. His expression became a bit strained, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued to spin. Thank you for participating. Lin Ke was starting to lose his cool. After 8 consecutive tries, spending 800 wealth points, he had received nothing but thank you for participating. The winning rate of this lottery will seemed almost outrageously low. Lin Ke tugged at the corner of his mouth, stubbornly placing his bets as he gazed at the rapidly spinning prize wheel, his teeth nearly grinding together in frustration. Thanks for participating, he muttered, almost jumping straight up in shock as he stared at the lottery page displayed before him, his face darkening in disappointment. It was one thing to get thanks for participating, as luck was part of the game, but to receive that after spending so much felt like a cruel joke from the system. Lin Ke felt that this frustrating, high-tech system was not here to help him reach the pinnacle of his life. It was clearly just a money trap. With 900 points of rich guy value, equivalent to 9 million yuan, he was left with nothing but a heap of sarcastic thanks for participating. His mood plummeted, and he fixated on the lottery page, his eyes red and wild like a gambler. Congratulations, host. You won a super cheat device. Super cheat device can connect to any computer terminal for one-time use only. Lin Ke paused, then looked with some surprise at the tiny electronic device that appeared in his inventory, about the size of his fingertip. After casually checking its usage instructions, he turned his gaze back to the lottery page. Congratulations, host. You won a pair of Gale boots. This item is for one-time use only and will significantly increase speed when activated. Winning twice in a row lifted Lin Ke's gloomy spirits a bit. Seeing the 750 points of rich guy value still remaining, he casually pressed the button again and again. However, after those 2 wins, he encountered 6 consecutive thanks for participating. Lin Ke couldn't quite gauge the odds of winning, but the probability was indeed low enough to make his scalp tingle. With only 150 points of rich guy value left, he felt a twitch in his eyelid and decided to go ahead and wager the remaining 100 points. For him, those last 100 points were just a drop in the bucket and held little significance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've won a Universe International Union Pay Black Card. This item is for one-time use only and can transfer up to 30 billion yuan. 104 all in. The game is still ongoing. Unknowingly, I've already lost 4 to 5 million, which excites Zhang Chang immensely. With the current trend, Super God technology will soon be in his grasp. His face beams with confidence. Lin Ke, if you keep losing like this, Super God will soon be renamed Zhang. Haha. Lin Ke pretended to be angry and said, the game isn't over yet. Who's to say who will lose or win? Li Ming, seeing Lin Ke's demeanor, grew suspicious and walked up to Zhang Chang, whispering a warning. Don't fall for his tricks. This guy is clever. Zhang Chang scoffed inwardly, looking down on Li Ming. He thought, do you really think everyone is as foolish as you? There's no way I could lose to Lin Ke. Just watch how I clean him out. Although Zhang Chang thought this, he was still on the same side as Li Ming and had to pretend to understand. Don't worry. The dealer dealt the cards again. This time, Lin Ke received an ace as his whole card, while Zhang Chang got a king. On the face-up cards, they were exactly the opposite. Lin Ke had a king and Zhang Chang had an ace. The player with the higher card speaks first. The dealer signaled for Zhang Chang to place his bet. 1 million. Zhang Chang expressionlessly tossed a million into the pot. I call. Lin Ke also threw in 1 million in chips. The crowd began to murmur, speculating about the 2 players' strong hands. This round was going to be interesting. It was a matter of who would be the hunter and who the prey. The dealer continued to deal the next cards. This time, Lin Ke's face-up cards were a king and a queen, while Zhang Chang had a pair of aces. Sorry, but it looks like I've won again. Zhang Chang felt a bit elated after a string of victories. Both his skills and luck seemed to be on his side. He thought Lin Ke would be intimidated by his pair of aces and fold, but Lin Ke stood up and declared, I refuse to believe I'll keep losing. This time, I'm definitely hitting a straight. Zhang Chang nearly laughed out loud upon hearing Lin Ke's words. A straight? He must be dreaming. For Lin Ke to complete a straight now, he needed the next 2 cards to be a 10 and a jack. If Zhang Chang remembered correctly, the 10s had already been dealt in the earlier rounds. This meant there were number 10s left in the deck. The chances of hitting a straight were 0. And if Lin Ke didn't make a pair with the next card, his chances for 3 of a kind would be gone too. So, Lin Ke could only rely on making 3 of a kind to win, not a straight. The 4th card was dealt. Lin Ke received a jack and was overjoyed, waving it in front of Zhang Chang. This time, I'm betting 5 million. Zhang Chang sneered inwardly. He thought, "You're thrilled about a jack? Your straight is long gone. It's a pity my hand is weaker. I can't speak first." Zhang Chang had completely dismissed Lin Ke as a novice. Knowing that card counting was a crucial skill for seasoned gamblers, and Lin Ke was completely oblivious. "I call." Zhang Chang threw down 5 million. As the stakes grew higher with each bet between the two players, the crowd became increasingly excited. Does Zhang Chang really dare to go against this? Someone wondered. What if Lin Ke has a straight? Although Zhang Chang currently held a pair of aces, Lin Ke's hand had a lot more potential. One onlooker chuckled. "It's obvious you're not a frequent gambler. The tens are long gone from the pot. The best he can have now is just a pair of aces." Zhang Chang might even have two pairs. Continuing to bet with that hand is just plain foolish. "Lin Ke, you're bound to lose this round. Why even bother?" Zhang Chang advised. "Even though I have a better chance of winning, I don't want to gamble on the last card. If Lin Ke gets an ace, we'll be comparing the highest cards, and he could still win. Since the straight was no longer an option, they might as well see the final card." After saying this, Lin Ke pushed 1,000,000 chips into the pot. Keep in mind that both players had chips worth 100 million. And if their chips dropped to 0, they would lose the game, with their bets going to the winner. At that moment, Lin Ke had less than 80 million left, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Did he really dare to bet like this? With such a strong hand, how could Zhang Chang possibly back down? He had already guessed that Lin Ke's hidden card was an ace, and even if Lin Ke got another ace, he wouldn't be afraid. He confidently matched the million. And then the main event arrived. The dealer revealed the final card, and it was indeed an ace. Lin Ke revealed his hidden cards, a pair of aces, along with a king, queen, and jack. At that moment, his hand was already stronger than Zhang Chang's. However, when Zhang Chang saw his final hidden card, he burst into raucous laughter. "Lin Ke, you really are naive. I have two pairs." Zhang Chang flipped over his cards, revealing a pair of aces and a pair of kings. With this hand, he won nearly 20 million in chips. The spectators erupted in applause, impressed by Zhang Chang's skill. Indeed, Lin Ke looks a bit foolish. He must have gained a lot of confidence after beating Li Ming last time. It seemed that this time, Super God technology would truly fall into Zhang Chang's hands. Zhang Chang now held a 20 million chip advantage, and everyone began to place bets on who would win between him and Lin Ke, with odds reaching 1 to 2. Was Lin Ke getting too carried away? Betting like this would inevitably lead to a loss. Wu Ge watched Lin Ke gamble recklessly, feeling anxious. Wu Xinran, standing nearby, was stamping her feet, hands clasped together, praying for good luck to come to Lin Ke. Lin Ke shrugged, picked up a piece of chocolate from the table, and began to chew on it slowly. He didn't pay any mind to the crowd's doubts. Watching Zhang Chang's barely concealed smugness, Lin Ke knew the big fish had taken the bait, and his warm-up was over. The crowd didn't notice a small black dot the size of a pinhole had appeared on Lin Ke's index finger. While pretending to stretch, he discreetly stuck the tiny dot to his earlobe. No one knows that this seemingly insignificant little black dot is Lin Ke's invisible earbud for listening in. The earbud has been activated and will last for 1 hour before disappearing automatically. Upon hearing the sound, a smile unconsciously crept onto Lin Ke's lips. Zhang Chang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Lin Ke's smile and reassured himself, "It's just a bluff. There's nothing to be afraid of." However, what he didn't realize was that the Lin Ke who had always let him take advantage of her had now transformed into a ravenous predator. In the upcoming round, Lin Ke would devour Zhang Chang, leaving no bones behind. The dealer continued to deal the cards, and as soon as the first card was laid down, Lin Ke eagerly exclaimed, "All in. 105 encountering pirates." Lin Ke threw all the chips on the table down in a dramatic fashion. Everyone was baffled by Lin Ke's actions. Zhang Chang felt the same. Who goes all in before the first card is even dealt? Eyeing his own whole cards with suspicion and recalling what Li Ming had said about Lin Ke possibly cheating, Zhang Chang chose to fold. From then on, no matter what cards the dealer dealt, Lin Ke went all in every time. Zhang Chang found it hard to gauge Lin Ke's strategy, choosing to fold again. He thought to himself, "Do you have any guts? You folded more than 20 times in a row. From now on, don't call yourself Zhang Chang. You should change your name to Zhang Coward." Lin Ke mocked, causing a round of laughter among the crowd. They never expected Lin Ke would win back the 20 million he had just lost in such a manner. In contrast, Zhang Chang really was a coward, folding every time he saw the cards. However, Zhang Chang had his own plan. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to defeat Lin Ke in one fell swoop. Soon, when his whole card was an ace and the up card was also an ace, Zhang Chang knew his chance had come. As expected, Lin Ke chose to go all in again. "Lin Ke, this time you're definitely going to lose." "I'm going all in too," Zhang Chang shouted frantically, pushing all his chips into the pot. His eyes red and crazed as he stared at Lin Ke. Lin Ke, on the other hand, merely smiled coldly and relaxed into his chair. The big fish he had been waiting for had finally taken the bait. The final bet. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the dealer as the cards were dealt. It was as if they were all ducks caught by an invisible hand around their necks, unable to breathe. "You're definitely going to lose with just a pair of aces." Zhang Chong revealed his whole cards, confident that other combinations were far too unlikely. "I'm definitely going to win," he said, excitement evident in his voice. However, Lin Ke couldn't help but laugh. "A pair of aces? And you dare to go all in? Who gave you the courage?" Liang Jingru, three of a kind. As Lin Ke revealed his whole cards, some people fainted right there. No one expected that in a situation where everyone went all in, Lin Ke would actually have three of a kind with twos. Zhang Chong stared at Lin Ke's hand, his face turning ashen as he slumped into his chair, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? You must have cheated." Zhang Chong couldn't believe he had lost, pointing at Lin Ke and shouting, "Can't take a loss." Lin Ke had long anticipated this reaction. Now, the invisible earpiece he had used was gone. However, he didn't want them to search him, so he stood up with the agreement Zhang Chong had signed earlier. "Stop. I suspect you cheated. I want to search you. This time no one will protect you." The security guards behind Li Ming surrounded Lin Ke. Wu Ge, sensing that the situation was escalating, immediately stepped in front of Lin Ke. "Today, let us see who dares to move," he roared, his voice booming like a tiger's roar on the mountain, causing everyone present to wince. "Come at me. With so many people, are we afraid of just two?" It is often said that taking someone's money helps them avoid disaster. Although a group of security guards felt a bit intimidated by Brother Wu, they rushed towards him after hearing Li Ming's orders. In an instant, Brother Wu moved swiftly, using both hands and feet, and effortlessly took down the group of guards, who fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Li Ming, who initially thought he had the upper hand over Lin Ke, never imagined that she had such a fierce ally by her side. "Who else is there?" Brother Wu raised an eyebrow at Li Ming, looking as if he was ready for more action. Fearing that this tough guy might turn on him, Li Ming quickly forced a smile at Lin Ke. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Everyone saw it. It was just a gamble, right? It's just a coincidence that Lin Ke always wins. Zhang Chong just had bad luck. You win some, you lose some, Zhang Chong. Come here and sign the transfer agreement for Lin Ke." Seeing Li Ming support Lin Ke, Zhang Chong, despite suspecting that Lin Ke was cheating, had no proof to back it up. With someone like Brother Wu by Lin Ke's side, he knew he could not force the issue. With a face full of despair, he signed his name on the agreement. "It's just an entertainment company, right? Look at you, so pathetic. If I lost, I wouldn't bat an eye." Li Ming and the others, hearing Lin Ke's taunts, could only seethe in silence. Thus, another joke was added to the young people's circle. Just then, the cabin began to shake violently. Everyone swayed unsteadily, their faces filled with fear, unsure of what was happening. "What is going on?" Li Ming grabbed the intercom and asked the control room. "Boss, someone has crashed into our ship." The captain replied over the radio. "Damn it. How serious is it? Get it fixed quickly." At that moment, the intercom was filled with static, making it hard to hear. Li Ming stood up and reassured everyone, "Everyone, please remain calm. Don't panic. It's just a minor accident, and it will be resolved quickly." After saying this, he hurried towards the control room. After all, he was the one who organized this cruise event, and if anything went wrong, the Li family would be in big trouble. Lin Ke also sensed that something was off and exchanged a glance with Brother Wu, who nodded gravely. For someone who had long struggled on the edge of life and death, their awareness of danger far exceeded that of ordinary people. "Ex-Sinrin, quickly find a place to hide and make sure you stay hidden," Lin Ke said with a serious expression. She didn't believe this was just a minor accident. Every ship has its own route, and such a collision was nearly impossible unless it was intentional. Before Wu Xinran could ask why, a series of gunshots rang out from outside the cabin, like a bolt from the blue, throwing the crowd into chaos. As if an ant nest had been doused with hot water, Lin Ke grabbed Wu Xinran's hand and led her to a fire hose cabinet, opening it and instructing her to hide inside. "Remember, don't come out until I call for you." Wu Xinran nodded in terror, tears streaming down her face as she urged Lin Ke to be careful. Then a broadcast came on, with a voice speaking in a hoarse English. After it finished, Li Ming, his voice trembling with emotion, said, "The captain has declared that this ship now belongs to him. All personnel are to assemble in the cabin and surrender, otherwise, you'll end up like the first mate." Just as Li Ming concluded his announcement, the first mate's desperate pleas echoed through the air. "Please, don't kill me. I have a wife and a son at home." But before he could finish, gunfire erupted, drowning out his voice. All that remained was the cruel laughter of a group of people and Li Ming's desperate cries. 106. The killing begins. The fear of death loomed like a persistent dark cloud over everyone's heads. Some were so terrified that they jumped off the cruise ship into the sea. But at a height of several dozen meters, the water's surface was as hard as iron. Jumping down was undoubtedly a one-way ticket to death. even if they miraculously survived. They would find themselves lost in the vast ocean with no islands in sight. Ultimately, they would meet the same fate as those swallowed by the fish. Surrendering to the pirates seemed like the better option. Every wealthy heir, who valued their lives above all else, trembled as they made their way to the deck, praying that these pirates were merely after money and not intent on indiscriminate slaughter. At that moment, Li Ming entered the hall, his clothes dripping with water, a strong smell of urine wafting around him. Everyone gathered on the deck one by one. It was clear that the pirates had sent him to maintain order. Lin Ke quietly approached him. "Where are the weapons on the cruise ship?" Li Ming looked at Lin Ke in shock, his expression blank, rendered speechless by the earlier encounter with the pirates. Lin Ke, already burning with anxiety, slapped him across the face. This finally snapped Li Ming out of his stupor, and he mumbled, "In the cargo hold." Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Ke and Wu Ge quietly slipped away from the crowd and headed towards the cargo hold. As they passed through the corridor, they spotted two burly men guarding the area with machetes, laughing and joking, yet their demeanor was menacing. "You take the left, I'll take the right. On my count, we strike together," Lin Ke said coldly. Wu Ge nodded slightly. They had to take down these two quickly and decisively if the other armed pirates heard them. Their chances of survival would be slim. After Lin Ke finished speaking, he and Wu Ge swiftly emerged in the corridor. The two armed men noticed Lin Ke and Wu Ge trying to escape and approached them, brandishing their knives and chattering loudly. However, the aggressive way they advanced suggested that Lin Ke was bound to take a hit. Just as the two burly men were 3 steps away from Lin Ke, he suddenly sprang into action. "Attack!" he shouted. He and Wu Ge moved simultaneously, dodging the men's knives, and in a flash, their hands gripped the men's throats. With a sharp crack, the two men collapsed like marionettes with their strings cut, their eyes vacant, devoid of life. Wu Ge was taken aback by Lin Ke's skill. He had thought Lin Ke was merely physically fit, but in a life-or-death situation, Lin Ke's martial prowess and ruthlessness surpassed his own. The two then picked up the machetes and continued towards the cargo hold, their nerves taut as a bowstring, daring not to relax for a moment. If they hesitated for even a second, another person on the ship could be shot. Finally, they reached the cargo hold. Lin Ke kicked the door open. After searching for a while, they found 2 Type 54 pistols and a 3-edged military dagger. At that moment, the voice of the pirate captain crackled through the broadcast again. Although the words were unintelligible, his tone was clearly furious. "Li Ming," with a quiver in his voice. Translated for the pirate captain, the captain says there are some people in the cabin who are being uncooperative, hiding in the lounge and refusing to come out. This has made him very angry. Once he catches them, he will definitely chop them up to feed the sharks. It turned out that some people, out of fear, dared not gather on the deck and had instead hidden in the lounge. When the pirate captain asked how many people were on board, Li Ming, being the fool he was, gave him an accurate count. During the head count, it was discovered that quite a few were missing, which sent the pirate captain into a rage. Those hiding in the lounge, upon hearing that the pirates intended to chop them up and feed them to sharks, quickly barricaded the door with tables and chairs. Inside, they trembled in fear, praying for divine intervention. Wu Ge and Lin Ke heard the broadcast and realized the situation was extremely urgent. If the pirates broke through the door of the lounge, it would surely be a massacre. They hurried toward the lounge, but along the way, they encountered Li Ming, who was being threatened at gunpoint by several pirates, who demanded he lead them. Li Ming spotted Lin Ke hiding in a corner and immediately shouted, "You guys, grab him. He has got way more money than I do." One of the pirates, hearing that Lin Ke was a big catch, swung his gun and struck Li Ming on the head, knocking him unconscious. Lin Ke realized that his and Wu Ji's positions had been exposed and cursed Li Ming for being such a traitor. They had planned to take down the pirates one by one, but now they had no choice but to step out. Lin Ke quickly ducked under the counter, just as an AK-47 unleashed a barrage of bullets. Under the intense firepower, the tables and chairs were turned to splinters, with chips flying everywhere and smoke billowing up. The pirates were looking to capture someone alive, and this random gunfire was merely meant to intimidate Lin Ke. Taking advantage of the pirates reloading their magazines, Lin Ke and Wu Ge exchanged a glance and stood up together. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets, trailing a flash of red light, sliced through the air, speeding toward the pirates. Each shot found its mark, and the pirates dropped one by one. The bullets, like shooting stars, took away the last warmth of their lives. Each bullet struck precisely at the pirates' heads, blood blooming like eerie roses above them. If life were a play, these blooming roses would be their final act. The pirates, having committed countless crimes and never believing in any deities, found their atheism shattered in that moment. The terror in their eyes told the world they were staring into the face of the death they had never believed in. If death had to have a form, it would surely resemble Lin Ke in their minds. Unfortunately, they would never have the chance to tell their living companions. The heat wafted up from the muzzle of Lin Ke's pistol as he blew it away, his heart calm and unperturbed. In the struggle between life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Wu Ge glanced at Lin Ke and asked, "Have you had any special training before?" "No, this is my first time." Lin Ke shook his head. This was indeed his first time using a gun, and also his first time killing someone. Wu Ge was baffled by what Lin Ke meant by first time. Whether it was the first time using a gun with such precision or the first time killing someone with such calmness, it left Wu Ge deeply shocked. He remembered that when he killed someone for the first time, he had vomited on the spot and took a whole month to recover. He was also relieved that Lin Ke was a businessman. If he were a hitman, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier assassin, a nightmare for the world. Lin Ke picked up a cup of water from the table and poured it over Li Ming's head, slapping him awake. "Tell me, how many pirates are on the ship?" 107 Fury. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." In a panic, Li Ming kept bowing his head. When he saw Lin Ke's appearance, he was overjoyed. But the sight of the blood-soaked floor filled him with a tinge of fear towards Lin Ke. "Quick. Tell me how many pirates are on the ship and where they are now?" Lin Ke, recalling how Li Ming had ruthlessly betrayed her moments earlier, suppressed the urge to shoot him and asked fiercely, "There are a total of 15 people. Right now, 8 are in the hall, preparing to blow open the doors with explosives. 5 have already been taken care of by you, and I don't know about the other 2. Li Ming spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. 15 people managed to take over your cruise ship? Is your security just for show? I'll deal with you later. Wu Ge, let us go?" Lin Ke shot a fierce glare at Li Ming as she and Wu Ge picked up the weapons from the dead pirates and rushed towards the hall. Just as they reached the hall, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. The hall was filled with smoke and dust, leaving the guests inside in despair. Fear rendered their legs weak, making it incredibly difficult to move even an inch. They huddled in corners, trembling like frightened rabbits. Whoa, whoa. The pirates let out bizarre cries, charging in with swords raised. These inhuman creatures viewed the guests as mere livestock to be slaughtered at will. Swish. With a single slash, blood splattered across the pirate's face. He cruelly licked his lips, seemingly savoring the iron-like taste of blood. With a crazed smile that twisted his features, he lunged at another prey. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the air. The pirate looked down in disbelief at the hole in his chest, blood gushing out like a spring. Thud. He collapsed to the ground. "Alawala, Kazabada," the pirate leader shrieked, raising his AK-47 and firing wildly into the hall. "Everyone, find a place to hide." Lin Ke shouted as she and Wu Ge sought cover, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the pirates across the way. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunfire rang out like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Some terrified guests who dared to stand up were turned into Swiss cheese by the pirates' bullets. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. A cruel smile appeared on the pirate leader's face as he devised a plan to force Lin Ke out. He ordered his men to bring 2 hostages from the deck, kicking them to the ground and making them kneel at the hall's entrance. What is he up to? A bad feeling crept into Lin Ke's mind. "Wala Turawaka," the pirate leader screeched, pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of gunshots rang out, and the 2 hostages fell into a pool of blood. "Damn it. He wants to use these hostages to force us out." Faced with the pirates' despicable actions, Wu Ge spat and cursed loudly. "Wada? Kinexawa." The pirates, seeing that Lin Ke and the others refused to come out, ordered their subordinates to bring in 2 more hostages. The meaning of this was clear. If Lin Ke didn't show himself, he would kill the hostages one by one. At this rate, everyone on the ship would be dead. Lin Ke found himself in a dilemma. If he revealed himself now, he was likely to be shot. But if he didn't go out, the merciless pirate before him would surely slaughter the hostages. The guests who had originally thought the pirates would spare them after gathering on the deck were now at a loss for words. One of the hostages brought up by the pirates pleaded desperately, "Lin Ke, please come out. I don't want to die." "You bastard, who told you to resist? Get out here." Lin Ke. Lin Ke was eager to save them, but instead became the target of their curses, all their anger directed at him. Faced with death, they had lost all rationality. "Lin Ke, don't fall into their trap. If you go out, it's all over," Wu Ge urged as he noticed Lin Ke hesitating. Lin Ke was well aware of the pirate's intentions. He wasn't some kind of savior here to rescue the world. Did he really think that if he went out, the pirates would spare the hostages? That was incredibly naive. Go ahead and kill them. If you have the guts, wipe them all out. I don't have any ties with these people anyway. It would be better to kill them all, then you won't get a single penny in ransom. Lin Ke shouted angrily. Hearing this, the pirates were enraged and immediately shot the 2 hostages dead. They had no intention of bringing out any more hostages, as each one represented a significant ransom. Losing one was like throwing money into the sea. The guests on the deck, hearing Lin Ke's words, began cursing him as well. The pirates noticed their fury, as if they held a grudge against Lin Ke, and realized that these people indeed had a poor relationship with him. If they continued to kill hostages, not only would they fail to draw Lin Ke out, but they might also end up with nothing in the end. They had no choice but to force their subordinates to rush in and eliminate Lin Ke completely. Once Lin Ke saw that the pirates had stopped killing hostages, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the fallen bodies, he had felt an impulse to step out just moments ago. The gunfire had erupted fiercely, with 4 out of 8 pirates already down. Now, including their leader, only 4 remained. Both sides had run out of bullets at this point. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Ke tore off a piece of tablecloth to bind his hand to the knife's handle and stood up alongside Wu Ge. The 4 pirates approached them, weapons drawn and ready for a fight. The frightened guests, now too scared to help Lin Ke and Wu Ge, could only watch from the sidelines. This is often how it is. Sometimes people are just like animals. When a wolf slips into a sheepfold, even if the number of sheep is 100 times greater than that of the wolf, they dare not resist. Clang! The blades glinted as sparks flew. Lin Ke and Wu Ge stood back to back, facing the assault of 4 pirates. These pirates were skilled fighters, and any misstep could lead to a fatal outcome for Lin Ke and Wu Ge. Kill! Lin Ke shouted, his voice filled with murderous intent as he charged forward. He brought his blade down hard on the pirate leader, severing the round head that rolled to the ground with a thud. Lin Ke was drenched in blood, like a vengeful demon emerging from hell. Killers. They will always be killed. Witnessing the brutal slaughter committed by these pirates, Lin Ke showed no mercy. He intended to make them taste the terror they had inflicted on others. Handle Li Ming. The remaining 3 pirates, seeing their leader dead and looking at Lin Ke's fierce demeanor, were already terrified. They dropped their long knives and fled. Lin Ke and Wu Ge wouldn't let them escape easily. They quickly advanced and, with flashing blades, took down the 3 pirates. The pirate threat was finally eradicated. The crowd cheered, and those who had narrowly escaped embraced each other, crying tears of relief. Though the people on the deck still felt uneasy about Lin Ke's earlier words, they were conflicted about whether to be grateful for his rescue or to blame him. Their emotions were a tangled mess. Lin Ke hurriedly pulled out the hiding Wu Xinran. Due to the cramped space and Wu Xinran's intense crying, she was severely oxygen-deprived and had fainted. Xinran, Xinran. Lin Ke gently patted her face, calling out. When Wu Xinran opened her eyes and saw Lin Ke covered in blood, she immediately burst into tears, tightly hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably. It's okay, it's all right. Lin Ke softly patted her back, trying to comfort her. Just then, he noticed that the pirate he had shot was slightly moving his fingers behind Wu Xinran. Watch out! Lin Ke shouted as he pulled Wu Xinran close. Gunfire rang out, and a bullet struck Lin Ke's shoulder. No one expected that the fallen pirate was still alive and had fired at Wu Xinran. Thankfully, Lin Ke's keen observation had saved her. But he had taken a bullet in the shoulder. Damn it! Bastard! Wu Ge shouted angrily, throwing his long knife straight into the pirate's head, ensuring the pirate was dead for good this time. Quick, get the medical kit! Wu Ge shouted urgently, and the guests quickly brought it over. The bullet was embedded in Lin Ke's flesh, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, his lips turning purple. However, the medical conditions were insufficient. Any rash treatment could lead to infection, and then even a miracle wouldn't save him. Wu Ge could only use gauze to tie off several arteries and stop the bleeding. Seeing Lin Ke injured while saving her, Wu Xinran was already crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. Lin Ke, you have to hold on. We'll be on land soon. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Lin Ke gently stroked Wu Xinran's smooth hair and said softly, What do you mean it's your fault? In that situation, how could I not save you? It's nothing, just a small injury. Although Lin Ke said this, the beads of sweat the size of peas dripped down his forehead, clearly showing how much pain he was in. At that moment, Li Ming saw that all the pirates were dead and hurried over to smooth things over. In incidents like this, my cruise ship security personnel are fully capable of handling them. However, some people acted on their own, causing unnecessary chaos. We'll get to the bottom of this. Li Ming shot Lin Ke a glare, completely shifting the blame onto him. Without reflecting on the fact that the pirates were able to board the ship due to his inadequate security measures, Lin Ke endured the sharp pain in his shoulder and stood up slowly, walking towards Li Ming. Li Ming took a step back, trembling at the sight of Lin Ke covered in blood, and nervously said, Lin Ke, what are you going to do? Am I wrong? If it weren't for you, would so many people have died? Before Li Ming could finish speaking, Lin Ke kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward to the ground, where he vomited bile. When the pirates came, it was me and Wu Ge who fought to the death, while you were busy being their lapdog. When you were captured, I saved you, and now you dare to say it's my fault for acting on my own? If your security had been up to par, could those pirates have boarded the ship? This kick is for the bullet that took my life. Lin Ke's face turned purple with rage. She had fought to save them. Yet Li Ming was trying to place the blame on her. She then stomped down hard on Li Ming's elbow, a sharp crack echoing through the air. Li Ming let out a pained howl, his arm completely broken from Lin Ke's stomp. This kick is for all those who died. With that, Lin Ke stepped back, clutching her arm. Lin Ke, you bastard. You are the one who caused these deaths. Once we get ashore, I will expose you to everyone. Li Ming screamed like a wounded animal, determined to pin the blame on Lin Ke. Wu Ge, unable to watch any longer, thrust his sword down in front of Li Ming. Startled, Li Ming stared at Wu Ge, speechless. Do you see that guy over there? If you dare to slander Lin Ke even a little, you'll end up just like him. Wu Ge threatened coldly, his chilling voice leaving no doubt in Li Ming's mind that if he truly accused Lin Ke, he would lose his head. Sweating profusely from fear, Li Ming nodded repeatedly. At this moment, the crowd around them had also recovered from their shock, and everyone was thanking Lin Ke. If it weren't for her, they might have already been killed by those ruthless pirates. The cruise ship turned around at full speed and quickly returned to Yang City. The police and ambulances had completely surrounded the dock, while reporters clamored to get information, making the area congested. They wanted to know what had happened on the ship and where the pirates had gone. As soon as the ship docked, everyone rushed over in a flood. Wu Xinran supported Lin Ke, while Wu Ge pushed through the crowd. Mr. Lin, where did all this blood come from? What happened on the ship? Where are the pirates? The reporters were relentless, completely ignoring Lin Ke's condition, blocking her path. This was a huge story, and they wanted to get the scoop first. But Wu Ge was having none of it. He thought, she's injured, and you're blocking her for an interview? Get out of the way. Can't you see she's hurt? If you want news, go home and ask your mother. Some reporters, intimidated by Wu Ge's fierce demeanor, reluctantly backed off, while others stubbornly remained. Wu Ge waved his hands, knocking them all to the ground. How dare you push people? Do you believe I'll expose you in the media? One of the fallen reporters threatened angrily. Go ahead and expose me. If you keep blocking my way, I want to just push you. I'll knock you out. Wu Ge had a tough demeanor, and the reporters knew better than to provoke him, quickly making way for Lin Ke. One by one, the people from the ship disembarked, each letting out a sigh of relief upon reaching solid ground. After having brushed so close to death, none of them wanted to go through such an experience again in their lifetime. However, for those who had lost their lives, they were undoubtedly the fortunate ones. When the police boarded the cruise ship to gather evidence, the sight of the bodies strewn across the floor and the bullet holes resembling a honeycomb was shocking. It was hard to imagine the brutal battle that had taken place there. 109 enchanting atmosphere when the police learned from other passengers on the cruise that it was Wu Ge and Lin Ke who had taken care of everything. They were left in awe. Faced with such a ruthless group of pirates, these two managed to eliminate them all. It was a scene straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster. Yet it was happening in reality. Once Lin Ke was loaded into the ambulance, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors immediately rushed him into the operating room. Wu Xinran and Wu Ge anxiously waited outside. After a lengthy 2-hour surgery, the bullet lodged in Lin Ke's shoulder was finally removed. Fortunately, you brought him in on time. If it had been just a few minutes later, he might have lost the use of his arm. Now that the bullet is out, he just needs to rest, the doctor explained. Hearing that Lin Ke was out of danger, Wu Xinran and Wu Ge finally relaxed. When Lin Ke was wheeled out of the operating room, his face was pale. But he smiled at the worried duo and said, "It's fine. I'm okay. Xinran, tell the doctor I won't be staying in the hospital." Wu Xinran immediately grew anxious upon hearing Lin Ke's insistence on not being hospitalized. "You can't refuse to stay in the hospital looking like this," Lin Ke firmly replied. "I want to be discharged right away and taken back to the villa." Lin Ke had his reasons. He couldn't bear the thought of his mother, Yang Mingzhu, seeing him in such a state. When he was a child, even a small scrape would make her worry for a long time. Now, with such a serious gunshot wound to his shoulder, he was determined to keep it from her sight and had to find a way to hide. Wu Xinran and Wu Ge realized they couldn't change Lin Ke's mind and reluctantly agreed. The moment Lin Yongxing saw the news, he immediately called Lin Ke. "Son, are you hurt?" "That damn Li Ming." His voice was filled with anxiety. Which parent wouldn't worry in such a situation? "Dad, I'm fine, not injured. I'm just resting at a friend's place," Lin Ke reassured him, suppressing the pain in his shoulder. Hearing his son say he was okay, Lin Yongxing finally relaxed. "Why don't you come home? This is a huge deal. You must be terrified." Even though he usually treated Lin Ke with strictness during critical times, he cared for him more than anyone else. "I'm fine. I have to be out for a while to discuss a project. Tell Mom I'm okay, so she doesn't worry." Lin Ke fabricated an excuse. He definitely couldn't go home right now. Realizing that Lin Ke was not ready to return, Lin Yongxing, relieved that his son was safe, reminded him a few more times before ending the call. After hanging up, Lin Ke helplessly smiled at Wu Xinran and Wu Ge. Wu Ge also managed a wry smile, knowing that his wife would need someone to take care of her, and he was worried about her seeing the news and getting anxious. He then bid farewell to Lin Ke and hurried off to find his wife. Wu Xinran, however, shot Lin Ke a disapproving look. Injured and still refusing to stay in the hospital. Just trying to be tough. Let us go. I'll take you back. I'll take care of you during this time. Wu Xinran supported Lin Ke as they walked out of the hospital, then followed Lin Ke's directions to her villa. The moment Wu Xinran laid eyes on the villa, she was utterly astonished. This wasn't just a villa. It looked like a palace. The various strange and fascinating things left Wu Xinran in awe. When she found Lin Ke's kitchen and was about to cook for her, Lin Ke asked, "What are you doing? What do you think?" "I'm making you something to eat." Wu Xinran proudly shook her apron and replied. Lin Ke chuckled silently. "Rice, make me something nutritious." Suddenly, several mechanical arms extended from the kitchen walls and started bustling around with a clatter. The unexpected appearance of these arms startled Wu Xinran. She grabbed a spatula and began to spar with the mechanical arms. "Lin Ke, run. There are ghosts in your house." Wu Xinran's adorable reaction made Lin Ke burst into laughter. "Haha, what ghosts? This is artificial intelligence. Just let it handle things." The hearty laughter seemed to pull at Lin Ke's wounds, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Wu Xinran quickly moved to support Lin Ke, giving him a playful glare. "Look at you still laughing. Did you hurt your wound? Go sit on the sofa." The two sat side by side on the sofa as delicious dishes were brought out one after another and placed on the coffee table. The meals were colorful and aromatic, steaming enticingly and making one's mouth water. Wu Xinran took a bite and exclaimed, it's delicious. This tastes just as good as the food from those five-star hotels." After a few bites, Wu Xinran shyly said, "You said you'd take care of me, but it turns out your rice can do everything. I've become a freeloader." Originally wanting to show off her culinary skills, Wu Xinran felt disappointed to discover that Lin Ke's rice could do it all. Not everything. There are some things the rice can't do, Lin Ke pondered before replying. Wu Xinran frowned and looked around. The rice was sweeping, cooking, doing laundry, and even adjusting the indoor temperature perfectly. She couldn't think of anything the rice couldn't do. Curiously, she asked Lin Ke, "What else can't the rice do?" "I'll do it. I promise I'll do it really well." "Are you really willing? And do you think you can do it well?" Lin Ke asked, suppressing a laugh. "Of course. As long as you tell me, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Just tell me what it is." Wu Xinran declared confidently. "The rice can't do love," Lin Ke said with a mischievous smile. Wu Xinran was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Love?" Then she realized what Lin Ke meant and shot him a playful glare. "All right. Lin Ke, how dare you tease me?" Angry, she punched Lin Ke lightly, only to accidentally hit his injury. Lin Ke inhaled sharply in pain. It was then that Wu Xinran remembered Lin Ke was hurt and felt guilty, quickly apologizing to him. "I'm sorry, I just forgot that you're hurt." At this moment, the two were only a finger's breadth apart, feeling the warmth of each other's breath on their faces. Their hearts raced rapidly. Dami also cleverly altered the indoor environment with a holographic image, projecting a destroyed galaxy in the sky, while fireflies occasionally flickered around them. It was romantic and alluring. Wu Xinran slightly closed her eyes, filled with anticipation. If it weren't for her injury, Lin Ke thought to herself, she would have loved to take this little enchantress right then and there, struggling to suppress the fire of desire within her. "Your company is now mine." Ahem. Lin Ke cleared his throat shyly, and only then did Wu Xinran open her eyes, her face as red as a ripe apple. In the following days, thanks to Lin Ke's exceptional physical condition, his wounds healed quickly, leaving only a gunshot scar. However, Lin Ke continued to pretend to be a patient, enjoying Wu Xinran's meticulous care. Eventually, one day, Wu Xinran realized that Lin Ke was faking it. Embarrassed and angry, she left the villa. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Ke removed the bandages, picked up the contract he had signed with Zhang Chang, and drove to the entertainment company Zhang had mentioned. "Stop. Who are you? You can't just walk in here." As soon as Lin Ke stepped into the company, two security guards blocked his path. Lin Ke held his forehead in frustration, lamenting the presence of such oblivious security personnel. "I'm the owner of this company. Why can't I come in?" Lin Ke replied politely, showing them the contract he had signed with Zhang Chang. The two guards laughed derisively, as if they had heard a hilarious joke. "Owner? Our boss is Zhang Chang. Get lost, or we won't be polite." The guards tried to shoo Lin Ke away like a fly. Furious, Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, Zhang Chang really is just like his father, Zhang Hong, thinking he could brush me off with a couple of security guards. "Oh, how exactly will you be not polite? I'm curious to see." Lin Ke stood his ground, watching the two guards with interest. Seeing Lin Ke's fearless demeanor, the guards exchanged glances, nodded, and slowly approached him with their rubber batons. "So you want to play rough, huh?" One guard raised his baton and swung it hard at Lin Ke's head. Lin Ke, who had been lazily relaxed, suddenly became sharp-eyed. His feet shifted slightly, and his body tilted to evade the guard's strike, while one leg shot up in a swift kick to the guard's abdomen, sending him flying like a rag doll. The guard's face twisted in pain, eyes bulging, mouth agape. unable to utter a word. You come over too. Don't hold back. Having taken a life during his time on the cruise ship, Lin Ke exuded an intimidating aura that put immense pressure on others. He beckoned to the other guard, who immediately dropped his baton and scrambled away, not daring to look back. The commotion drew the attention of onlookers, but no one dared to stop Lin Ke. With a cold snort, he strode straight to the boss's office and kicked the door open. Sure enough, Zhang Chang was sitting in his chair, looking bewildered alongside Shun Yunxi at the sudden entrance of Lin Ke. Lin Ke cast a cold glance at Shun Yunxi's disheveled appearance, easily guessing what they had been up to just moments before. Zhang Chang, you and your father really are cut from the same cloth, always playing tricks. Get lost. Lin Ke threw the contract he had signed with Zhang Chang onto the table, speaking with irritation. Zhang Chang knew that he couldn't hold onto the company any longer, so he forced a smile and said, I was just managing things in your absence. Despite the smile on his face, he was cursing Lin Ke internally, feeling frustrated that she had survived the incident. Just a few days had passed, and she seemed completely unfazed. He had planned to sabotage things so that when Lin Ke came to take over, there would be nothing left but an empty shell. Who would have thought she would show up so soon? When Shun Yunxi heard that the company had reverted to Lin Ke, she was taken aback. She immediately pleaded with Lin Ke, you can't take this company away. Zhang Chang established it just to support me. You're so wealthy. You surely don't need such a small entertainment company. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, don't take it away. This is my dream. Seeing the tears welling in Shun Yunxi's eyes, Lin Ke didn't feel pity. In fact, she found it somewhat amusing. Zhang Chang is pulling your strings, isn't? Stop acting. Your performance is really cringeworthy. Friendship? The biggest shame of my life was ever being blind enough to fall for you. Just get out of here. Don't make me throw you out. It won't look good for anyone involved. With that, Lin Ke walked out and called a moving company. Hello, moving company? Come and dismantle an office for me. After hanging up, Lin Ke glanced around the office with disdain, saying, this place really makes me sick. Zhang Chang saw that Shun Yunxi's pity act was ineffective, and now the contract he had signed was in Lin Ke's hands. There was no way to wriggle out of it. He slammed his hand on the desk and stood up from his chair. Lin Ke, we'll see about that. With a parting shot, he stormed out. Shun Yunxi's initially pitiful expression changed in an instant. She shot a venomous glare at Lin Ke and followed Zhang Chang out. Lin Ke scoffed, thinking, someone like Zhang Chang is nothing but a fool. Even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for me. Next, Lin Ke called Yun Xiao and Chu Yin, instructing them to come to the entertainment company immediately. Once they arrived, Lin Ke promptly gathered all the employees for a meeting. The room was filled with murmurs as everyone was unsure about what was happening. Lin Ke cleared her throat and addressed them. I've called you all here to announce that from now on, I, Lin Ke, am the official owner of the company. As soon as she finished speaking, someone stood up to object. President Lin, you can hold shares, but the owner must be Zhang Chang. Otherwise, I will resign. Another voice chimed in. I don't agree either. Changing the owner will have a huge impact on us artists. Yes, President Lin, you don't have any experience running an entertainment company. You are just going to create chaos. Lin Ke cast a cold glance at the dissenters, realizing they were all loyal followers of Zhang Chang, trying to use this to blackmail her. But Lin Ke was not one to be easily intimidated. Since everyone opposes the change in ownership, I respect your opinions. The objectors felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Lin Ke's words. Without us, how can this company continue? In the end, she'll have to concede. Their moment of triumph hadn't even lasted a second when Lin Ke said, since everyone wants to resign, you can go to the finance department to settle your salaries now. Those who opposed her felt a jolt in their hearts. They never expected this boss would actually let them leave. It's worth noting that more than half of the employees had already resigned, and if they all left, the company would be unable to operate. Chu Yin watched the surprised expressions on their faces, barely holding back her laughter. She had seen Lin Ke kick out an entire group of top employees before. It was incredibly naive to think that half of them could use resignation as leverage against her. 111 trouble at the door, if they want to leave. Let them go. Without us, let's see how this company can keep running. It won't be long before it goes under. Zhang Chang's followers rushed to the finance department to settle their salaries. Once the company couldn't operate anymore, they would naturally be begging us to come back. At this moment, Zhang Chang's lackeys were still fanning the flames, thinking it wouldn't be long before Lin Ke would be begging them to return. After all, this group of people who left included everyone from top executives to popular artists, down to sales staff, covering various roles within the company. Lin Ke observed that the people who needed to leave had mostly done so. And then she gave a reminder to the HR department. All departing employees would be permanently blacklisted and never rehired. She then turned to those still in the company and said, thank you all for your trust in me. Starting today, everyone's salary will be doubled as a welcome gift. After years without a raise, The employees were instantly thrilled to hear that the new boss was doubling their salaries right away. Those who had been worried about Lin Ke now felt that this generous new boss was far better than Zhang Chang. They were relieved that they hadn't followed the trend of opposing her. "I'm not leaving." Some of the employees who had already resigned were regretting their decision upon hearing about the salary increase, feeling a deep sense of regret. However, having already been blacklisted by HR, they knew they would never be rehired. They glared at Zhang Chang's followers who had instigated the unrest, feeling envious of their colleagues who had chosen to stay. With no way back, they could only leave the company one by one. "Which one of you is from the scriptwriting team?" Lin Ke asked. A middle-aged man raised his hand, wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. "Ms. Lin, I'm the head of the scriptwriting team." Lin Ke nodded, indicating for him to sit down. How long would it take to write a futuristic MV script? The writer thought for a moment and replied, "If the whole team works together, we could do it in a day. But for a futuristic script, per special effects would hurt the viewing experience, and high-quality effects could cost a lot of money. It might be more cost-effective to shoot some everyday MVs." The writer analyzed the pros and cons from a professional perspective. Lin Ke pondered for a moment and then asked the finance department, "How much money does the company have left?" The finance officer opened his laptop and frowned slightly. The company's remaining funds had already been mostly squandered by Zhang Chang. And with the recent salary settlements for departing employees, there was now less than 3 million left in the company's accounts. Just moments ago, everyone had been reveling in the joy of salary increases. But now, upon hearing that the company's remaining funds were less than 3 million, their faces fell. "At this rate, we won't be able to pay salaries next month." Lin Ke knew that Zhang Chang had likely pulled some tricks before handing over the company, and she was prepared for the fact that the company's funds were running low. "Don't worry about the company's finances. I won't let anyone go without a salary. Lin Ke, would never do something like that. Send me the company account details, and I will inject 300 million into the company tomorrow." Originally worried about not being able to pay salaries, everyone was thrilled when they heard Lin Ke's generous announcement of a 300 million investment. The room erupted in cheers. "Now we can finally kick off many stalled projects," said the head of the marketing department excitedly. "Yes, our new boss is indeed generous. The finance department won't be so strained anymore," chimed in someone from finance. However, Chu Yin expressed her concerns to Lin Ke. "President Lin, if Fang Qi finds out you're suddenly injecting 300 million, he will definitely come after you. You know Fang Qi manages Chaoxing's finances meticulously. Every penny is allocated with precision to ensure the company runs smoothly. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be secured. For the company, money is its lifeblood." Suddenly pulling 300 million from Chaoxing to invest in an entertainment company would feel like tearing a piece of flesh from Fang Qi's heart. Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Fang Qi's stinginess. Even when taking money from his own company, he preferred to do it formally, which was a bit of a headache for Lin Ke. Yet it was precisely Fang Qi's selflessness that earned Lin Ke's admiration and gave him the confidence to entrust Chaoxing's finances to him. "Don't worry, I'll cover this myself. It won't come from Chaoxing, so there is no need to worry about the company's financial reports looking bad. After all, I still have most of the 3 billion I initially invested," Lin Ke reassured them. It made him reflect that spending money can sometimes be quite an art. "Now that the funding issue is resolved, I need the script team to get the screenplay written as soon as possible," Lin Ke instructed. With a significant influx of funds, the entire company was now filled with renewed enthusiasm. "Rest assured, President Lin, we'll make sure it's beautifully written," the head of the script team replied confidently. Yun Xiao, who initially thought Lin Ke's offer to shoot an MV for her was just talk, was now witnessing Lin Ke genuinely working hard for her project. She realized she had misunderstood him, thinking he wanted to support her in a different way. Feeling grateful, she sincerely thanked him. "Thank me for what? Isn't being a star your dream? You're working hard for it, so keep it up," Lin Ke said nonchalantly, as if it were all just a piece of cake for him. In fact, Lin Ke had privately looked into Yun Xiao's background and discovered how diligently she pursued her dreams. She practiced the piano so much that her fingers would bleed. Yet she persevered through the pain. Many had offered to support her during her live streams, but she turned them all down. Focused solely on her dream and never forgetting her original intention. This was the true essence of chasing dreams, and compared to Yun Xiao, Yunxi, who merely talked big about dreams, didn't he even come close. This was why Lin Ke held her in such disdain. He firmly believed that only those who work hard deserve help. Yun Xiao nodded vigorously, with Lin Ke providing her such a fantastic platform. She was determined not to let him down. Just as Lin Ke was getting familiar with the entertainment company, he suddenly received a call from Lin Yongxing. "Son, come back quickly." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Ke didn't ask why he needed to return, as he could tell from Lin Yongxing's tone that something must have happened at home. As soon as he arrived at the front door, he saw a group of people blocking the entrance. Leading the group were Li Qifeng and Li Ming. When the crowd noticed Lin Ke returning, they parted to make way for him. Good to have you back. Lin Yongsheng, you've raised a fine son, but he broke my son's hand. You better give me an explanation today. Li Qifeng shouted. 112, it's you I'm talking about. Lin Ke ignored Li Qifeng and walked straight towards Lin Yongsheng. Dad, are you okay? Lin Ke asked with concern. If there was even a scratch on Lin Yongsheng, no one present today would leave unscathed. I'm fine, and I doubt they dare to do anything. It's just that your mother got scared and is resting at home, Lin Yongsheng replied, standing in front of his house, his chest rising and falling with anger as he faced the crowd blocking his door. Lin Ke felt relieved knowing her parents were safe. She took slow steps until she stood in front of Li Ming, casually clearing her ears. What was it you said earlier that you wanted from my family? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Li Qifeng felt a bit intimidated by Lin Ke, but gathered his courage, knowing he had brought many people with him. I want your family to give me an explanation. Look at what you did to Li Ming. Li Ming, tell him how he hurt you. Li Ming, seeing Lin Ke, felt a bit nervous and took a step back. He broke my hand on the cruise, and his bodyguard joined in too. As he recalled his broken hand, his face turned purple with rage, feeling humiliated that a bodyguard would dare to threaten him. Did you hear that, Lin Ke? I'm not unreasonable. Just hand over the bodyguard, and we can consider this settled, Li Qifeng said, realizing that Lin Yongsheng and Lin Ke were not easy to mess with. He was merely trying to regain some face, hinting for Lin Ke to give him a way out so everyone could move on. Not a chance. It was me who broke his hand, not the bodyguard. You want an explanation? I'll give you one, Lin Ke replied, knowing full well that she would never hand over Wu Ge. No matter the circumstances, she would always stand by him. With a warm smile, Lin Ke suddenly slapped Li Ming across the face. His cheek instantly swelled up, contorted from the impact, and a bloody tooth flew from his mouth. Lin Ke, how dare you hit me? You bastard! Li Ming shouted as he fell to the ground. Pointing at her in fury, Lin Ke rushed over and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to vomit the food he had just eaten. You little punk. How dare you? Seeing his son being attacked right in front of him, Li Qifeng's face turned pale with rage as he pointed at Lin Ke, shouting angrily. The people behind him were also getting restless, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. However, Lin Ke showed no fear as she grabbed Li Ming by the collar, lifting him up like a rag doll. I really regret not shooting you on the cruise. Li Qifeng, let me tell you what your precious son did on that ship. He ignored security protocols, allowed pirates on board, and caused the deaths of many. Later, when he saw me hiding in the shadows, he revealed my location and almost got me killed by the pirates. After I and my bodyguard dealt with all the pirates and saved his dog-ass life, he still wanted to pin all the blame on me. Is it too lenient to break one of his hands as a lesson for such an ungrateful person? The helpers that Li Qifeng had originally invited, upon hearing about Li Ming's actions, genuinely felt that Lin Ke should break his hand. That would just be a minor lesson. For someone so heartless. After others saved your life, you still want to harm them? Not killing you is already a mercy. You should be grateful and not seek trouble with others. Li Qifeng's face flushed with anger, feeling both furious and helpless at Lin Ke's words. Lin Ke continued. And who do you think your Li family is to teach my bodyguard a lesson? What are you? Well said, Lin Yongsheng. Hearing Lin Ke speak about the events on the ship, was extremely angry and supported Lin Ke. My son came back unharmed. But if there had been even the slightest mistake on that ship, I would have taken down both you and your son. Even if it meant risking the entire Lin family. And now you dare to come knocking? Do you really think the Lin family is afraid of you? Lin Yongsheng shouted angrily. At this moment, Li Qifeng felt like he was in a bind. Li Ming had only told him that Lin Ke had broken his hand. But the reasons behind the incident were vague. Li Qifeng harbored deep resentment against Lin Ke, which led him to seek revenge. Little did he know that the one in the wrong was actually Li Ming, putting him in a difficult position. That good-for-nothing son. Li Qifeng wished he could strangle Li Ming. Why are you still standing there? What do you think you can do against me? Lin Ke threw Li Ming to the ground, raised an eyebrow at Li Qifeng, and provoked him. Those who had come to support Li Qifeng stepped back in fear. They had thought Lin Ke was just a rich kid, but they didn't realize he was someone who had fought for his life against pirates. With blood on his hands, Li Qifeng understood Lin Ke's strength and knew he was in the wrong, so he could only swallow his anger. What are you lying around for? You useless thing. Li Qifeng scolded Li Ming, then said with a sneer, Brother Yongsheng, you've raised a good son. We have plenty of time in the future. Let us go. After saying that, he led his group away. Li Ming shot Lin Ke a fearful glance and hurriedly followed. Lin Ke, why didn't you tell me how dangerous it was on the cruise ship? Once everyone had left, Lin Yongsheng reproached Lin Ke. Fighting against pirates is no small matter. A slight misstep could cost someone their life. As a father, how could he not worry? It turned out fine, didn't it? Dad, you have to promise me not to tell Mom about this. If she finds out, she'll definitely faint from worry, Lin Ke said with a helpless smile. He knew young Mingzhu's personality all too well. Keeping it from her was the best choice. Lin Yoxing also understood that this was not something young Mingzhu could know. And he nodded. You better be more careful in the future and stop doing such reckless things. If anything were to happen to you, what would your mother and I do? Thinking about Lin Ke's experience on the cruise, Lin Yoxing felt a wave of fear. I understand, Dad. I promise I won't take such risks again in the future. Let's go inside first. You have to keep this a secret for me, Lin Ke said with a smile, comforting her father as they walked into the house together. When young Mingzhu saw Lin Ke come home, her previously pale face suddenly regained color. She quickly asked about Lin Ke's well-being and, upon confirming that she was fine, went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her. Threatening me? Seeing young Mingzhu's slightly haggard face, Lin Ke felt a twinge of guilt, realizing the heartache that parents experience for their children. She silently vowed to make her parents proud and to live the best life possible. After spending a day at home, young Mingzhu's condition finally improved. Once she had settled everything at home, Lin Ke returned to Chaos Inn. Just as she sat down in her office, the receptionist walked in. Mr. Lin, there is someone outside looking for you. They say their name is Guiyang. Upon hearing Guiyang's name, Lin Ke recognized him as the president of the leading automotive company in Yangqing. He must be here to discuss the smart car system. Please let him in. So far, many companies in the automotive industry have been eyeing the lucrative smart car system, but Lin Ke had yet to make any commitments. She had been holding onto the smart car system, leaving many eager business owners, including Guiyang, feeling anxious like ants on a hot pan. Hello, Mr. Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. You truly are a remarkable young talent, Guiyang exclaimed with a smile as he entered the room. You're too kind. Mr. Gua, please, have a seat. What brings you here today? Lin Ke asked with a smile. Guiyang did not hold back and got straight to the point. I'm very interested in your company's smart car system. I've reached out several times, but you were never in the office, so I came here personally. Lin Ke realized that this was indeed about the smart car system. Initially, she had considered collaborating with other automotive companies, but after much thought, she felt it would be too much of a loss. Hence, she had not released the smart car system. The main reason was her reluctance to let go. Even now, that feeling remained. I'm sorry, Mr. Gua, but our company is not looking to sell the smart car system at the moment. I hope this doesn't disappoint you. Lin Ke politely declined. Guiyang frowned slightly and pressed on, Mr. Lin. I've heard that your company has been struggling to find partners to produce supporting vehicles. I know you're just trying to keep everyone interested. Rest assured, as long as you collaborate with us, the price won't be an issue. Guiyang believed that Lin Ke was playing hard to get, simply trying to drive up the price of the smart car system. However, Lin Ke saw the extraordinary potential of the system and wasn't going to sell herself short. The reason she had yet to release the smart car system was that she wanted to extract the blueprints for the supporting vehicles from it to produce them herself. Once cars equipped with the smart car system hit the market, the profits wouldn't just come from selling the system. The entire automotive industry would be disrupted by Lin Ke, causing a significant upheaval. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, but no matter how much you offer, I won't sell, Lin Ke firmly stated. She truly didn't need the money and wasn't interested in the monetary aspect. Facing Lin Ke's repeated refusals, Guiyang felt a surge of frustration. He thought to himself, is she just playing games? She releases information but doesn't seek partners to produce, nor does she have the capability to produce it herself. It's infuriating, like having a gold mine at home but refusing to dig it up and not allowing anyone else to do so either. Lin, don't think you're the only one who has it. Be careful, we might develop our own system, and then your system will be worthless, Gua threatened. Upon hearing this, Lin couldn't help but smirk. With this kind of cutting-edge technology, even if you had 20 years, you wouldn't be able to develop it. It would be easier to create an atomic bomb than to develop an intelligent vehicle system. Thank you for the reminder, Gua, but this isn't meant to discourage you. As it stands, you simply can't do it. My patents aren't just for show. Lin's face radiated confidence, which, in Gua's eyes, seemed more like mockery. Humph. Gua snorted and left the office, ending the negotiation with Lin on a sour note. However, Gua's words completely awakened Lin. Just because they can't create an intelligent vehicle system doesn't mean I can't build compatible vehicles, right? The technical requirements for building compatible vehicles are clearly much lower than for an intelligent vehicle system. Since I can't get compatible vehicles from the system, I might as well build them myself. Without hesitation, Lin left the office and returned to his villa. He locked himself inside, instructing me not to let anyone in. Surrounded by a pile of books and materials, along with holographic blueprints of various cars, Lin immersed himself in studying the knowledge of car parts and structures. This truly exemplified the saying closed-door car manufacturing. However, in this age of advanced information, Lin believed he could still manage to build a car behind closed doors. He was determined to show the world what made in China truly meant. If others were to find out about this, they might think Lin had lost his mind. Or perhaps he was really going crazy. After all, there had been news about a businessman named Jia who had incurred massive debts trying to build a car. And whether he succeeded was still uncertain. At that time, Made in China had become a laughingstock. But Lin didn't care. He had extraordinary confidence and firmly believed that as long as he set his mind to it, nothing was impossible. The only impossibility was having no ideas at all. Blueprints and complex terminology continuously fermented in Lin's mind. Thankfully, his intellect had been significantly enhanced by the system. Otherwise, the overwhelming amount of knowledge flooding his brain would have surely caused him to faint. Finally, after a week of seclusion, the completed design of the car emerged. The engine, transmission, and drivetrain were all redesigned by Lin. He looked at the fruits of his labor from the past week with satisfaction. Dummy. Create the car structure using holographic imaging and perform physical calculations to test its feasibility. Soon, a sleek, streamlined car appeared before Lin, its body elegant and pitch black. The holographic image displayed a road. Start the car. It roared to life and sped down the road. The engine is fine. The cooling system is fine. The transmission is fine. Data streamed in like a report from Lin Ke. Finally, the conclusion was reached. This car is ready for production. Yay. Lin Ke excitedly waved her hand and dialed Chu Yan's number. Chu Yan, we need to hold a press conference immediately. Super God is about to announce the production of cars equipped with an intelligent automotive system. Chu Yan, who had been puzzled about why she hadn't been able to reach Lin Ke lately, was taken by surprise to hear that the company was going to produce cars. This news thrilled her, and she quickly reached out to various media outlets. With Super God already having a solid reputation, the media rushed over upon hearing such a big announcement. At the press conference for Home to Daji, Lin Ke sat on the stage, possibly showing signs of fatigue from not having rested well in recent times, as dark circles were faintly visible under his eyes. Mr. Lin, I hear you're planning to produce smart cars yourself. Is this true? A reporter asked, microphone in hand. Lin Ke nodded gently. Yes, it's true. Our new factory is fully equipped. I will open 2 areas, one for producing smart home products and robots, and the other for manufacturing smart cars. If the tests go well, I will propose to the municipal government to pass a bill for autonomous driving in Yangqing. Lin Ke's statement caused an uproar among the reporters. It was astonishing that Caoxing had ventured into the realm of autonomous driving. As of now, no company, whether international or domestic, had entered this blue ocean. If Caoxing truly achieved autonomous driving, it would undoubtedly be a significant leap for China's automotive industry. The reporters also asked Lin Ke about the cruise ship incident, to which his response was a curt no comment. After that, he left the press conference. As the news spread, the entire Yangqing was abuzz with excitement. Citizens couldn't believe that their city was leading on the international stage, and they took pride in having Caoxing. Many had already saved up money, ready to purchase a car as soon as it hit the market, chanting slogans in support of domestic products, and enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. In Guiyang's office, his secretary reported the latest news with his head bowed. I understand. You may leave, Guiyang said slowly, his face dark as a winter frost. Lin Ke, you bastard. As soon as the secretary left, Guiyang, furious, smashed the teacup and computer on his desk to the ground. As the long-standing leader in the automotive industry, Guiyang now felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Once Caoxing cars started selling, it would be an unparalleled blow to his company. Meanwhile, at Saming Technology, known for its focus on technology, all the executives were gathered in the conference room, staring at the projection of Lin Ke's image, too intimidated to speak. Li Qifeng leaned back in his chair, his face twisted in anger. When the video ended, the room was silent. Li Qifeng scanned the crowd with a cold glare and said, now that we've finished watching the news, does anyone have anything to say? Everyone kept their heads down, too scared to respond. Furious, Li Qifeng slammed his hand on the table, pointing at everyone as he shouted, you useless bunch. What is the point of spending so much money on you? Your yearly results can't even compare to what Caoxing achieves in a week. Get out. One by one. The people filed out of the conference room. Li Qifeng, feeling despondent, slumped back in his chair. He had been secretly competing with Lin Yongsheng and the Lin family, engaged in a battle of wits, but he had overlooked the rise of the super god in Lin Ke's hands. The super god was no longer something he could suppress with his Saming technology. He regretted not having nipped the super god in the bud back then. A deep sense of remorse welled up in Li Qifeng's heart. Even though he wished to turn the tide, it was already too late. At the same time, Guiyang shared the same thoughts as Li Qifeng. Even their expressions, as they sat slumped in their chairs, were eerily similar. I can't just sit here and wait for my demise, Guiyang exclaimed as he stood up from his chair. He immediately called his secretary to arrange for reporters to interview him. After hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, I want to let you proceed smoothly. His plan was simple. Since the collaboration with the super god had become a delusion, he would find ways to undermine its reputation. Due to Gui Yang's position as the leading figure in the Yangqing automobile industry, many media outlets that had previously sought interviews were politely declined. However, upon hearing that Gui Yang was now inviting reporters for an interview, they quickly responded to the news. Mr. Gui, is this interview a sign that your company feels threatened by the super god? One reporter asked sharply, directly addressing the conflict between the super god and Gui Yang Automotive. Gui Yang's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal, and he smiled as he replied, the super god is just a technology company. While Gui Yang Automotive has been a well-established car manufacturer in Yangqing for 30 years, do you really think the super god poses a threat to us? The reporters nodded in agreement, quickly jotting down his words. Another reporter asked, Mr. Gui, could you share your views on self-driving cars? Gui Yang chuckled derisively, his disdain evident. To be honest, I've always seen self-driving cars as just a means for capitalists to rake in money. They promote a grand concept to bamboozle the public, create hype, and attract more investment. Not only is the technology for self-driving cars lacking, but the current laws and regulations in Yangqing also don't permit it. Imagine this. If you see a car driving down the road with no one in the driver's seat, wouldn't you be scared? The safety risks are enormous. He paused, satisfied with the reporter's reactions, secretly pleased with himself. He continued, moreover, if criminals were to use such cars to transport illegal goods, like drugs or weapons, it would undoubtedly complicate law enforcement's ability to capture them. Thus, I believe smart cars are just a gimmick. The so-called threat is easily debunked. What Gui Yang needed to do now was to shift public opinion and make the authorities reconsider the self-driving car legislation, or even reject it. That way, even if the super god had the technology, it would be rendered useless. By then, the super god would still be just a technology company, while Gui Yang Automotive would continue to hold its position as the leader in the automobile industry. After the interview, the public opinion indeed began to shift away from a one-sided narrative. There has been much debate among people. Some say Lin Ke is a genius, while others claim he is the biggest fraud of the 21st century. The online community has split into two factions, passionately arguing back and forth. This continued until the official WeChat account of the Yangqing Municipal Committee released a statement. Yangqing has always maintained a tolerant attitude towards innovation, and after discussions, it has been decided that Yangqing will be the first city to pilot driverless vehicles. Starting today, new regulations for autonomous driving will be drafted. Once this news broke, the internet exploded. Everyone rushed to share it. Gui Yang did not expect the response to be so swift. The higher-ups actually approved the proposal. After seeing this message, Gui Yang felt even more disheartened. What frustrated him even more was that Lin Ke, who had not responded to his interview requests, left a comment under the official WeChat account of the municipal committee. Thanks to Leader D for the support, Super God will definitely stick to innovation. Soon, the likes on this comment exceeded 200,000. It was at this moment that all of Super God's enemies truly realized that Super God was slowly transforming into an unshakable giant. Seeing the current momentum of public opinion, Lin Ke was ready to stoke the flames further. Chu Yan, how's the MV for Yun Xiao coming along? Lin Ke called Chu Yan over. Chu Yan had been in charge of the MV production. She opened her computer and played the MV for Lin Ke. In the video, Yun Xiao's looks and figure were on par with top female stars, and the storyline, though brief, was excellent. This is just a rough cut. We're only missing the post-production now, Chu Yan said. All right, copy the original video and send it to my email. I'll handle the post-production, Lin Ke said casually. Chu Yan's mouth dropped open, and her eyes widened as if she were seeing an alien. President Lin, how can you do everything? What is your brain made of? You're not human. Lin Ke shot her an annoyed glance and replied, are you complimenting me or insulting me? Faced with such praise from Chu Yan, Lin Ke felt both amused and helpless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Realizing she had misspoken, Chu Yan playfully stuck out her tongue. After spending so much time with Lin Ke, she found that sometimes her boss seemed more like a big boy from the neighborhood, joking with her without getting upset. Of course, it's a compliment. Stop being silly and send me the video, Lin Ke said with a smile. After receiving the video, Lin Ke returned to the villa, retrieved the post-production software from the system, and installed it on his computer. The software's usage instructions were simple. Imagine what you want and create the most beautiful visuals. Having never done post-production before, Lin Ke was unsure how to start as he looked at the video. Since it was Super God's promotional clip, why not incorporate some cutting-edge technology? Lin Ke had an idea and immediately visualized the scenes in his mind. Suddenly, the video filled with many futuristic elements, all of which were unheard of and unseen black technology. These images were precisely what Lin Ke had in his mind, now appearing accurately in the video. As soon as he thought of something, it would automatically show up in the video and be processed. The entire scene was incredibly lifelike, with no signs of post-production, as if it were happening right in front of him. Before long, the video, brimming with a sense of modern technology, was completed. Lin Ke watched it again and found it to be perfect, with no changes needed. He then sent the video back to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the video is now in your email. It's essential to align with public sentiment to make this promotion successful. Next, Lin Ke played around with the post-production software. When Chu Yan received the video and opened it, she was stunned by the realistic special effects. They were hundreds of times better than the effects created with millions in a Hollywood blockbuster. After the initial shock, she immediately uploaded the video to the official website of Chaoxing and also shared it on various major platforms. Which movie is this? The special effects are so lifelike. It's not a movie. It's just a promotional video for Chaoxing. Oh my gosh. Even Hollywood blockbusters can't compete with these effects. Everyone who watched the MV was deeply impressed, and netizens began to share and comment extensively. In less than an hour, the view count surpassed 1 million and continued to rise sharply. The official website's traffic skyrocketed, and the server was almost overwhelmed. The person in charge of Chaoxing's official site, Mouse, noticed the impending crash and immediately called Lin Ke. Lin Ke had anticipated that the video would go viral but never expected it to be this insane. Demi assisted Mouse in maintaining the website's normal operation. Faced with the overwhelming demand, Lin Ke had no choice but to request Demi's help to secretly support Mouse. With Demi's assistance, Chaoxing's official website barely managed to hold on until the view count exceeded 1 billion, at which point the enthusiasm of netizens slightly tapered off. Incredible. Lin Ke casually produced a video that surpassed 1 billion views. Yes, the special effects are truly breathtaking. I lost count of how many times I watched it. Now, Chaoxing's reputation has spread far and wide. All the employees in the company were exceptionally excited when they saw how popular the video had become. They were all grateful they hadn't listened to their families or friends and opted for big companies like Sanming or Lin's. Looking back, their choice was undoubtedly the right one. Many curious netizens were discussing who created such amazing effects, whether it was wild guesses or insider information from Chaoxing employees. Everyone was astounded to learn that the special effects were solely the work of Lin Ke, prompting countless fans to petition her to make a movie. The promotional video and Lin Ke became a sensation. As the protagonist, Yun Xiao also became a national sensation overnight, rising in value and approaching the level of top-tier actresses. When Yun Xiao learned that the video was a hit, she was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Her dream had finally come true. Numerous entertainment companies bombarded Yun Xiao's phone, offering high prices to lure her away. However, true to Lin Ke's initial assessment, Yun Xiao was a sincere and grateful girl. Her consistent response to them was that she would never switch companies, regardless of the money or resources offered. Those entertainment companies that failed to poach her had no choice but to settle for a partnership with Lin Ke's entertainment company. Originally, morale was somewhat low due to a staffing shortage, but upon seeing the mountain of contracts, the employees couldn't help but grin widely. For a moment, Yun Xiao's fans gathered spontaneously outside the entertainment company's building, asking her for autographs. Yun Xiao, showing no signs of arrogance, took the time to take photos and sign for each fan. Her friendly demeanor helped her gain quite a bit of popularity. Lin Ke didn't expect that such a video would cause such a stir. After playing around at home for a while, she found it somewhat boring. This kind of work, resembling that of a programmer, didn't quite suit her. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Ke. Since she didn't need the software herself, why not put it online? 116 Recognition Conference. Lin Ke has always been someone who acts on impulse. Although this post-production software is quite valuable, he has so much of this kind of cutting-edge technology that he doesn't mind sharing it. He immediately uploaded the software to the Super God website, noting that it could be downloaded for free within 7 days. Once the news broke, the internet, which had just regained its composure from the stunning special effects in the video, erupted once again, with the momentum from earlier. The post-production software had been on the site for just an hour, and downloads exceeded 1 billion. When it became clear that even children could operate the software, Super God technology was elevated to a new level of acclaim. Lin Ke's actions sparked a trend where everyone wanted to create their own special effects. American filmmakers were shocked to see the flood of new videos emerging, and many lamented that Hollywood was on the brink of decline. Meanwhile, at Sanming Technology, Li Qingfeng was fuming as he watched the promotional video released by Lin Ke. The video his company had spent 6 months producing now seemed like a heap of trash in comparison. It looked as if it had been filmed on an old Nokia, and the special effects were as if they had been made for just a few cents. The quality of the video was worlds apart from Super God's promotional video. Useless. Damn useless. Li Qingfeng, who initially thought he could use his video to undermine Lin Ke, was now nearly exploding with rage. Faced with Lin Ke's relentless pressure, Saming had not found itself in such a powerless position in a long time. Since Lin Ke had emerged, Li Qifeng had been unable to sleep and had lost his appetite. Boss, they used the latest post-production software, and we just found out about it. One of Li Qingfeng's subordinates explained quietly, thinking to himself, what can I do? Their software can create effects just by thinking about it, while ours has to be painstakingly constructed piece by piece. I've already downloaded the software. I can have the promotional video ready by tomorrow, the subordinate said softly, afraid of provoking Li Qingfeng's wrath. No way. Whoever downloads that software will be fired. At that moment, Li Ming suddenly stepped in to stop him. Although he was jealous of Lin Ke, it felt like a slap in the face to him when his own employees downloaded the software. Li Qingfeng slapped Li Ming in anger, glaring at him. If they don't download that software, are you going to help me make the promotional video? Li Ming was left speechless by Li Qifeng's question, covering his stinging face, stammering, but that super god stuff. Tears welled up in Li Ming's eyes, feeling wronged and on the verge of crying. He didn't understand why Li Qifeng had been so irritable lately, often turning to physical aggression against him. Put aside the fact that you're not much worse than Lin Ke when it comes to those cutting-edge products. Have you ever thought about why, ever since you lost that bet to Lin Ke on the Dongfang Mingzhu, you've been getting suppressed by him at every turn? Li Qifeng spoke earnestly, as he noticed the significant change in his son since that incident. After hearing Li Qingfeng's words, a string in Li Ming's heart was slightly touched. He put away his grievances and began to carefully reflect on past events. Yes. Why? Why had his behavior been so abnormal and even somewhat foolish since returning from the Oriental Pearl? This was completely different from the person he was when he was abroad. Although rich kids can be spoiled, the environment they grow up in and the education they receive give them a broader perspective and understanding compared to ordinary people. After some introspection, Li Ming suddenly had a realization. Filled with guilt, he said to Li Qingfeng, I'm sorry, Dad. I let you down. Li Ming had always been Li Qingfeng's only heir, and the effort Li Qingfeng had invested in him was no less than that he had put into Saming technology. Seeing that Li Ming recognized his mistakes, Li Qingfeng nodded with a sense of relief. It's good that you know you've made a mistake. Your father has navigated the business world for so many years and has faced losses before. Is losing scary? Not at all. What is scary is being afraid to get back up after a loss. Although Saming technology is currently being suppressed by Super God, remember that any powerful enemy will reveal weaknesses. What you need to do is to be patient. Never let jealousy and anger cloud your judgment. Li Qingfeng's words were meant for Li Ming, but they also served as a reminder to himself. In the face of the rise of new talents, this seasoned business magnate had almost let his anger cloud his judgment as well. After listening to Li Qingfeng's advice, Li Ming felt as if he had been enlightened, and he became much clearer-headed. His jealousy towards Lin Ke diminished significantly. Get the Super God software downloaded immediately and produce the promotional video as soon as possible. Li Ming instructed his subordinates. Then he turned to the head of the research department and said, from today on, make sure to get your hands on every new product from Super God as soon as it comes out for thorough research. Understood, Mr. Li. After giving these orders, Li Ming gazed deeply out at the skyscrapers outside. Lin Ke, let us see what happens. Li Qingfeng, seeing his son finally maturing a bit, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his youth, he had fought against Lin Yongxing all his life, and just when he was about to take Lin Yongxing down, a formidable talent named Lin Ke emerged. Now, his son would have to contend with Lin Ke as well. It felt like a twist of fate, a predetermined arrangement. However, Li Ming was still too inexperienced and had no chance against Lin Ke. And Li Qifeng knew he had to hold on until Li Ming could truly bear the banner of Sanming. But Lin Ke's extraordinary intellect and the endless stream of innovative technologies filled Li Qifeng with deep concern. He worried that before he could see Li Ming stand up, Sanming might already be crushed by Super God. Xiaoming, you must mature quickly, Li Qifeng murmured, watching Li Ming's silhouette, a hint of weariness etched on his face. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others sorrow. Lin Ke's continuous release of new products had garnered significant attention in Yang City. Just as I was about to organize the Technology Awards ceremony, an invitation was sent to Lin Ke. Mr. Lin, the Municipal Committee will be holding a Technology Awards conference tomorrow, and we sincerely invite you to attend. Dammy read the contents of the letter to Lin Ke through a holographic projection. Dammy, please reply that I will definitely be there tomorrow. Such a conference is filled with research talents, and Lin Ke certainly wouldn't want to miss it. The next day, the Technology Awards ceremony took place as scheduled, bringing together elites from various fields. Among them were not only seasoned academic experts and inventors, but also a large number of business people. Although this was merely a Technology Awards event, the opportunities for business were abundant, even if there were no immediate prospects. Attracting a talent or two could be beneficial for a company. This phenomenon led to an influx of business people eager to attend what was supposed to be just a Technology Awards ceremony. Li Qingfeng and his son were among them. The father and son, both of the same ilk, surrounded a group of experts and scholars, trying their utmost to ingratiate themselves with flattery. Dr. Zhang, with your newly invented nano-purification water machine, I'm sure today's gold award will go to you, Li Ming praised, standing next to Dr. Zhang. However, Dr. Zhang didn't even spare Li Ming a glance. He merely replied politely with a thank you, before turning to discuss academic matters with others. This left Li Ming infuriated. Yet he didn't dare to lose his temper and walked away with a cold huff. Dad, why are these people all like this? They act as if they're above everyone else. Li Ming complained to Li Qingfeng, feeling that as the vice president of Saming Technology, it was a significant gesture to actively show goodwill toward these individuals. Yet, they completely disregarded him, which was understandably frustrating. Did you forget what I told you before we came here? Keep your cool. These are academic experts who genuinely look down on profit-driven businessmen like us. We don't think much of their pretentiousness either, do we? But as a tech company, we need these big shots in many areas. Just think of them as our cash cows, Li Qingfeng advised, though he still wore a forced smile. After this little pep talk from Li Qingfeng, Li Ming's expression softened somewhat, and his anger subsided a bit. However, he still couldn't help but mutter inwardly, damn these bookworms. Just then, Lin Ke walked in. With a smile on her face and an impressive demeanor, she quickly drew everyone's attention. Upon realizing it was Lin Ke, many experts and scholars rushed over. Lin Ke suddenly became the center of attention. Ms. Lin, could you explain the principle behind your smart household robot? I've been studying it for 6 months and still can't figure it out. Ms. Lin, what is your next project? I have deep expertise in the electromechanical industry. Can I participate? Ms. Lin, please take a look at my new patent and see if there is anything that can be improved. People crowded around Lin Ke, each vying for her attention. Surprised by her popularity, Lin Ke found herself momentarily at a loss amidst the enthusiasm of these academic types. Fortunately, she had enough knowledge to engage in discussions about academic issues with them. Watching Lin Ke chat effortlessly, Li Ming felt a wave of jealousy rising within him once again. Despite having initially suppressed it, Li Qingfeng was equally displeased. The people he had been trying to impress were now flocking to Lin Ke instead. Inside the venue, Lin Yongxing shook his head helplessly. No matter how hard he tried to connect with these big shots, he had no success. On the other hand, Lin Ke walked in and immediately caught the attention of these influential figures. It was truly frustrating to see how different their fortunes were. However, seeing his son grow to this point, seemingly on the verge of surpassing him, brought Lin Yongxing a sense of comfort and pride. A knowing smile spread across his face. Such a technology awards ceremony was brimming with opportunities, and the finance sector would certainly not miss out on such a great chance. If a patent project could be finalized, the next step would naturally be investment and production, turning knowledge into products. One by one, people from the finance industry started to enter. Among them was Wu Xinran. Wu Xinran was scanning the crowd, and when Li Ming spotted her, he hurried over to strike up a conversation. Xinran, you're here too? Come on. Let us sit over there, Li Ming enthusiastically invited. He had always been fixated on Wu Xinran, and whenever he saw her, he found it hard to move. However, Wu Xinran remained indifferent, acting as if Li Ming didn't exist, as she continued to search the crowd. I knew you would come. When she finally spotted Lin Ke, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, like the melting of ancient ice or the blooming of flowers across distant mountains. Li Ming's face turned green with envy. Such a smile had never been directed at him. She rarely even looked at him, yet now she smiled so brightly at Lin Ke. Following Wu Xinran's gaze, Li Ming glared at Lin Ke, wishing he could peel off his skin. Wu Xinran jogged over to Lin Ke, calling out, Lin Ke. Seeing Wu Xinran, Lin Ke felt relieved, knowing he could finally escape the clutches of the old scholars. He apologetically told them, I'm sorry, let us discuss this another day. My friend has arrived. The others, realizing it would be rude to insist on keeping Lin Ke there with Wu Xinran's arrival, reluctantly returned to their seats. Wu Xinran playfully punched Lin Ke lightly with her small fist. Look at you, having common topics with these experts. Lin Ke pretended to wince in pain, clutching his shoulder. Wu Xinran then noticed his shoulder and immediately felt concerned, rushing over to ask, Isn't it better now? Why does it still hurt? Seeing the worried expression on Wu Xinran's face, Lin Ke, who had been gritting his teeth in pain, suddenly broke into a smile. Just kidding. It's all good now. Were you actually worried about me? He teased. Wu Xinran realized he was just playing with her and gave him a mock glare. With a delicate finger, she pinched his thigh. Oh really? Lin Ke, you dare to tease me? Feeling a mix of tingling and slight pain in his thigh, Lin Ke quickly conceded. I'm sorry. I won't tease you again. Only then did Wu Xinran's lips curl into a triumphant smile, her expression resembling that of a victorious general as she released her grip. Lin Yongxing watched with delight in his heart. thinking that his daughter-in-law seemed to be well taken care of. Meanwhile, Li Ming observed the flirtatious banter between Wu Xinran and Lin Ke, his fist clenched tight, jealousy burning fiercely in his eyes. At that moment, most of the guests had arrived at the venue. The host took the stage and said, "Welcome everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this technology award ceremony. As we all know, technology is the primary productive force. And I sincerely appreciate the contributions each of you has made, regardless of their size. For those who have made outstanding contributions, we believe they deserve recognition. This ceremony has established 2 special gold awards to encourage those who have excelled in their fields. With such grandeur, let's invite Mr. Lin Ke, a director of the Super God Group, to come up and say a few words. Please give him a warm round of applause." The host on stage gestured for Lin Ke to come up, while the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, clearly indicating Lin Ke's popularity. "Me?" Lin Ke said in disbelief, pointing to himself. He hadn't been informed in advance that he would be speaking and had made no preparations. After all, at a technology awards ceremony like this, with so many big names in the tech industry in the audience, it seemed unlikely that he would be called up to speak. However, the host insisted on having Lin Ke come up. "Come on, are you really going to make me come down there to get you?" the host said with a smile, treating Lin Ke more like a respected junior than a director. Realizing he couldn't refuse, Lin Ke shrugged and stepped onto the stage. He took the microphone from the host, cleared his throat, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Host, and everyone here, for giving me the opportunity to speak at such an important event. To be honest, I feel like a little yellow duck right now." The audience was momentarily puzzled by Lin Ke's self-description. Was this a new joke among young people? Or was there some kind of reference they were missing? Perhaps he had eaten too much roast duck yesterday, hence calling himself a little yellow duck. Everyone began to speculate and imagine the meaning behind Lin Ke's words. Seeing the whispers in the crowd, Lin Ke couldn't help but suppress a smile as he continued. "Because I'm being hurried along like a duck being pushed up a ramp." The audience paused for a moment before realizing what Lin Ke meant by calling himself a little yellow duck, which sparked a wave of laughter. However, Li Ming, who had always held a grudge against Lin Ke, saw this as a perfect opportunity to strike back out of jealousy. He stood up and shouted, "In such a serious setting, how dare you make such a joke? You are disrespecting everyone here. Get off the stage." But as soon as Li Ming finished speaking, he sensed something was off. All eyes in the room turned to him, and everyone was glaring at him in unison. It was then that Li Ming realized he had misspoken and sheepishly said, "Did I say something wrong?" The vice mayor, worried that Lin Ke might be put in an awkward position by Li Ming's outburst, rushed to smooth things over. "I only asked Mr. Lin to come up to share a few words to encourage him. I don't think he said anything wrong. At least he livened up the atmosphere, right?" "Exactly. What's wrong with making a joke? I prefer this lively atmosphere over the dullness we had before." The audience chimed in. The vice mayor glared at Li Ming. The implication of his gaze was unmistakable. Li Qifeng, realizing that his son was about to offend everyone present, including the big names on stage, quickly pulled Li Ming down into his seat. He leaned in and whispered harshly in Li Ming's ear, "Are you a fool or what? Right now, Lin Ke is someone you can't afford to offend. If you want to stick your neck out, then get out of here immediately." Although Li Ming was unwilling, he could only endure in silence, his chest heaving with anger. Didn't he realize that Lin Ke was now riding the wave of a trend, and that going against it would inevitably lead to failure? Clearly, Li Qingfeng understood this better than he did, which is why he always remained restrained. While Li Ming seized every opportunity to undermine Lin Ke, he naively believed that this would embarrass Lin Ke, but ultimately, he was just too young to see the bigger picture. After this small episode, Lin Ke continued, "It's a great honor for me to stand here today and say a few words. After much thought, I couldn't find anything specific I wanted to share. So let me talk about my past." Lin Ke paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. "As many of you know, I'm also the son of Chairman Lin Yongxing sitting in the audience. In the past, I didn't like studying. In fact, I despised it. At that time, my only thought was to be a second-generation rich kid, enjoying life without a care. If I had a dream, it was to spend all my father's money." His words drew laughter from the audience. "This kid from the Lin family is quite amusing," they chuckled. However, this lightheartedness was something my own son, who was about the same age, couldn't manage. "My son is so shy that he hardly speaks in class." Everyone was praising Lin Ke, and Wu Xinran was especially captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Then, Lin Ke's demeanor shifted as he composed himself. "Later, when I heard that Lin Enterprises was on the brink of bankruptcy, I realized my dreams had shattered. My father aged significantly overnight. At that moment, I understood that I could no longer wallow in despair. I had to rise up. So, I dedicated myself to studying, immersing myself in the sea of knowledge. After that, the beauty of technology unfolded before my eyes. Seeing how inventions and creations could bring happiness to people, I genuinely felt the power of technology. I fell in love with it and resolved to dedicate my life to benefiting the public. Thank you all. After finishing, Lin Ke bowed deeply, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. What does it mean to be the hope for the future of the nation? This is what it means. To dedicate one's life to benefiting the public is an immense ambition, especially when compared to children who only know how to indulge in pleasure. It's like comparing a sparrow to a swan in terms of aspirations. Lin Yongxin couldn't help but wipe away the tears that had slipped from his eyes, feeling proud of the man his son had become. As a father, he was naturally gratified and joyful. All talk and no action, just wanting to make more money. Li Ming thought, feeling even more envious as he watched the respected Lin Ke on stage, secretly grumbling. In fact, many in the audience who didn't voice their opinions outwardly also felt that Lin Ke was merely spouting grandiose ideas. At this moment, Lin Ke continued, to encourage everyone to keep innovating and inventing. I have decided to establish a fund of 30 million to specifically reward the experts or groups who receive gold awards at the annual Science and Technology Recognition Conference. I hope this will serve as an incentive, motivating everyone to contribute more to our country's technological advancement. As Lin Ke put down the microphone, those who had previously doubted his sincerity felt ashamed and lowered their heads. His selfless approach, aimed at benefiting the greater good, made those who had questioned him feel small and inadequate. At that moment, Lin Ke's image grew even larger in their minds. In a society where everyone chases after personal gain, it is a relief to have someone like Lin Ke. Lin Ke's willingness to invest 30 million to support Yangqing's scientific research left Vice Secretary S stunned, clapping so hard that his hands began to tingle. With an excited expression, he approached Lin Ke, patting him on the shoulder and expressing immense gratitude. Your generous support for the technological development in Yangqing is remarkable. In the future, whenever you need something, the policies will definitely lean in favor of Super God. We might even consider having your taxes. He made a promise on the spot, which was a way to reciprocate Lin Ke's contributions. The crowd erupted in astonishment. After all, in today's world, such favorable policies are nearly impossible to obtain, no matter how much money one spends. Many tech company owners looked at Lin Ke with envy, thinking that if they could secure such a promise, spending 50 million would be worth it. However, Lin Ke's next words left everyone utterly shocked, as if they had just dropped to the ground and shattered into pieces. Thank you, but Super God doesn't need such policies. Paying even 1 more yuan in taxes would allow us to contribute more bricks to the construction of Yangqing. Only under fair circumstances will everyone's enthusiasm for building Yangqing remain high. So, thank you for your kindness, Vice Secretary. Though Lin Ke said this, he was inwardly pleading. Please don't cut my taxes anymore. I still don't know how to spend the extra money from the last tax reduction. Vice Secretary S was taken aback by Lin Ke's response. It was rare for a businessman to not seek profit. Companies vying for preferential policies nearly broke down his office door. Yet here he was, offering such opportunities to Lin Ke, only to be met with a polite refusal. How interesting. Truly interesting. He chuckled silently, appreciating the young man beside him even more. This is the kind of talent they should be supporting vigorously. And it further solidified his decision to position Super God as the leading tech company in Yangqing. Well said. Yangqing is fortunate to have a businessman like you. As his words echoed, the applause grew thunderous, shaking the ground beneath them. The leaders seated behind them were also quite pleased with Lin Ke, nodding slowly in approval. Seeing their reaction, everyone understood that Super God was likely on the path to soaring success. Amid this scene, Lin Yongxin couldn't contain his joy, grinning widely as many praised him for raising such a remarkable son. However, not everyone was celebrating. The faces of Li Qingfeng and his son were particularly grim, along with Guiyang, who sat in the corner. Little fox, just trying to fish for big gains, Li Qingfeng and Guiyang muttered in unison, cursing under their breath. Meanwhile, Li Ming felt as if his lungs were about to explode with anger. If he weren't the same age as Lin Ke, perhaps his jealousy wouldn't be so intense. But having grown up together as young rascals, he once outshone Lin Ke in everything. Now, however, Lin Ke surpassed him in every aspect, with all eyes focused on him. As if the whole world revolved around Lin Ke. How could this not ignite his jealousy? It's like having a childhood friend who used to play in the mud with you, but then the next day, he shows up in a BMW with a beautiful girl, saying, I'm off to a hotel, you can keep playing in the mud. Anyone would be furious in that situation. I have to make you uncomfortable, thought Li Ming, blinded by jealousy once again, completely disregarding what Li Qifeng had advised him earlier. As the awards ceremony began, this time there were not just 1, but 2 gold awards, an unprecedented occurrence. All the scholars were eagerly anticipating, hoping that one of the gold awards would go to them. Everyone must have known that this tech recognition conference had specifically set up 2 awards. Without further ado, the first gold award goes to Dr. Zhang. Please come to the stage. The deputy secretary handed the trophy to Dr. Zhang and continued. As for the second award, I wonder if anyone has guessed it. The recipient of the second gold award is Lin Ke. Please come to the stage to receive your award. Just as Lin Ke returned to his seat, he was surprised to be called back to the stage so quickly. And to receive an award no less. This was quite unexpected. Ugh, walking back and forth is such a hassle, he thought. But he still put on a big smile as he walked up to the stage. Now that the trophies are in your hands, please share your acceptance speeches. The deputy secretary said with a smile. Just as Lin Ke was about to speak, Li Ming started to stir the pot again. Li Ming suddenly stood up and said, "How can Lin Ke, a student who has even graduated from university, be on par with the senior experts here, let alone win a gold award? I speak for everyone when I say this is unfair." After saying this, Li Ming sat down, thinking to himself, "Let us see how you handle this, Lin Ke." But before Lin Ke could respond, Dr. Zhang spoke up. "To be honest, I feel a bit undeserving of this gold award. Although Lin Ke is just a student, every single one of his inventions, whether it's the smart housekeeping robot, the self-driving car, smart home technology, or post-processing software, each one of them deserves this gold award. I feel honored to share this gold award with Lin Ke. Lin Ke, you should accept this award." After saying this, Dr. Zhang extended his trophy toward Lin Ke. Lin Ke knew he couldn't accept the trophy. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face to all the scholars in the audience. He quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Dr. Zhang, I can't accept this trophy. While I may have more inventions, that's because you all have focused on theoretical research, while I've merely built upon your theories. My inventions may be momentarily sensational, but your theories and discoveries are groundbreaking for generations. So, Dr. Zhang, you should keep this trophy, otherwise, I won't take it either." Lin Ke pretended to step down from the stage, prompting Dr. Zhang to agree to keep the award. Hearing Lin Ke praise them so highly, the experts and scholars in the audience couldn't help but increase their admiration for him. As for Li Ming, who had been causing trouble all along, there was no sympathy for him. Li Qifeng saw that his son had messed up again, and staying there any longer seemed pointless. He hurriedly pulled the fuming Li Ming away. On the other hand, Wu Xinran was overjoyed to see Lin Ke win the award. She was as happy as a sparrow on a branch, jumping for joy. After the event made some concluding remarks, it was officially announced that the meeting had come to an end. After the awards ceremony, Wu Xinran invited Lin Ke to celebrate with dinner. "Dad, do you want to join us for a meal?" Lin Ke asked before leaving, intentionally checking with Lin Yongxing. Lin Yongxing shot Lin Ke a disapproving glance, thinking to himself, "Why is this kid so clueless? They're inviting you out for dinner, and what does an old man like me have to do with it? I'm not going." With that, Lin Yongxing huffed and walked away, though inside he was actually quite pleased. This left Lin Ke standing there awkwardly, trying to ease the tension with a forced smile. "Xinran, let us go. We can eat together," he said. The two headed to a Western restaurant, where a live band played a melodious violin piece. In the dim light, Wu Xinran looked exceptionally beautiful. She was the type of beauty that grows on you. At first glance, she might not be striking, but as you spend time with her, you realize her exquisite appearance is complemented by an inner grace that many women lack. It was this very charm that made Li Ming pursue Wu Xinran relentlessly, yet she had never truly acknowledged him. This modern, independent woman knew what she wanted, not money, but love. Sitting across from Wu Xinran, Lin Ke felt that every gesture she made exuded a unique allure and sensuality. This kind of allure was intimidating yet ignited a fire within him, like a little wildcat gently scratching at his heart, leaving him momentarily mesmerized. "If you keep staring at me and don't order, you'll just have to watch me eat later," Wu Xinran said, trying to maintain her composure while glancing at the menu. Under Lin Ke's bold gaze, her heart raced as well. "Okay," Lin Ke replied, realizing he had been a bit rude and quickly looked away. He ordered a filet mignon and a bottle of red wine. Soon, elegantly plated dishes appeared on the table, and the waiter poured the already aerated wine into their glasses before leaving. Wu Xinran lifted her glass, taking a moment to savor the aroma of the wine, which had a sweet yet slightly bitter scent. "Here's to Lin, the inventor, for winning an award today," Lin Ke said with a smile, raising his glass. The glasses clinked lightly, producing a clear sound. They then engaged in conversation about various topics, savoring the exquisite food and wine. After disembarking from the cruise, Lin Ke and Wu Xinran's relationship grew closer, perhaps due to the moment Lin Ke had bravely shielded her from danger. Yet, after returning home, Wu Xinran felt conflicted. She wasn't sure whether her feelings for Lin Ke were love, gratitude, or mere admiration. This strange sentiment had left the usually decisive woman in her work completely at a loss. After a while, Wu Xinran hesitated and said to Lin Ke, "Lin Ke, I have a favor to ask you." Lin Ke smiled and replied, "Just tell me what it is. If I can do it, I'll definitely help you." However, Wu Xinran still found it a bit difficult to speak up. Hesitantly, she said, "My parents have been pressuring me to get married. Can you help me handle it?" As she spoke, a shy expression appeared on her face, and she felt quite embarrassed. In reality, she didn't really want to ask Lin Ke for help, but her parents had been urging her to get married, and she had managed to fend them off a few times. Recently, however, the pressure had intensified, almost as if they would disown her as their daughter if she didn't marry soon. It's no surprise. What parents don't wish for their children to settle down and lead a stable, peaceful life? But Wu Xinran, on one hand, had not found anyone she liked. And on the other hand, she felt that getting married too early was rather rash. With this big issue of marriage unresolved, she reluctantly turned to Lin Ke for assistance. When Lin Ke heard that Wu Xinran wanted her help with this, she burst into laughter. After a moment, she composed herself and said seriously, "Xinran, you're not thinking of turning this into a real thing, are you? If you end up with me as your husband, don't regret it." Wu Xinran knew Lin Ke was teasing her, and just saying such a thing was already embarrassing enough without Lin Ke making jokes. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, and she said angrily, "Humph, if you're not going to help me, then forget it." Lin Ke, fearing that Wu Xinran might really be upset, quickly put on a smile. "I never said I wouldn't help. Others would jump at the chance to be a fake son-in-law, but they don't even have the opportunity. Just remember to call me when your parents come over." At this, Wu Xinran's expression softened a bit, and she playfully shot Lin Ke a glare. "That's more like it. At least you know how to be considerate." The two chatted and laughed for quite a while, even discussing the pillow that had gone missing from Wu Xinran's house. Lin Ke quickly found an excuse to gloss over it, and seeing Lin Ke's awkward expression, Wu Xinran secretly felt pleased that she had managed to gain the upper hand. As night fell, they reluctantly said their goodbyes. When Lin Ke returned home, he placed the trophy on the shelf in his living room. Who would have thought that this once mediocre student would evolve into a top achiever and even win an award? It was something he would never have dared to dream of before. With a sigh of admiration, Lin Ke went to bed. The next day, when Lin Ke returned to school, many people had seen the news about his award. As soon as he stepped onto campus, he was surrounded by classmates congratulating him, making it difficult for him to move. Some who had followed the news began to inquire about what had happened. Upon learning that Lin Ke had won a gold medal at such a prestigious academic conference, their admiration for him grew even more. Among them were several of Lin Ke's female admirers, who came forward asking for autographs. During this commotion, Lin Ke spotted Shen Yunqi, but she was alone, and he pretended not to see her. When Shen Yunqi noticed Lin Ke's disregard, it felt like a mix of emotions had erupted within her, leaving her feeling quite complicated. There was a time when Lin Ke had been attentive and caring towards her. She could have shared in the glory and honor of his achievement. But after hearing about the impending collapse of the Lin family business, she had decisively broken up with him and turned to Zhang Chong instead. Now, all the glory and brilliance that Lin Ke possesses has nothing to do with Shen Yunqi anymore. In contrast, Zhang Chong spends his days indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, making him seem worlds apart from Lin Ke. Shen Yunqi often thinks how much better it would have been if she hadn't gotten together with Zhang Chong in the first place. She wishes she had a time machine that could take her back to the past and give her another chance. If she had that opportunity, she would never be foolish enough to break up with Lin Ke. Instead, she would choose to encourage him and be by his side, just like Zhang Xiaoan. But now, all of this has become nothing but a distant fantasy. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoan rushed to Lin Ke's side. It had been a long time since she last saw Lin Ke, and her longing was evident and unmasked in her eyes. "Lin Ke, congratulations," Zhang Xiaoan said shyly. Recently, she had been studying hard, not for any other reason, but for Lin Ke. She didn't want the gap between them to grow wider until one day she could no longer see Lin Ke. Therefore, she had to work diligently, often staying up late to read. This made her look quite haggard, with a faint sadness between her cheeks and her delicate brows slightly furrowed, evoking a sense of pity. There was also a hint of a sickly beauty, reminiscent of Daiyu mourning the flowers. "Xiaoan, you're here? Everyone, make way." Lin Ke's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhang Xiaoan, and she joyfully parted the crowd to reach her. With concern, she asked, "How have you been lately? You don't look well. Are you sick?" Hearing Lin Ke's concern made Zhang Xiaoan feel as if she had swallowed honey. Her whole body, including her heart, felt sweet. She blinked back tears and shook her head happily. Meanwhile, Shen Yunqi, who had been watching with mixed feelings, noticed Lin Ke's completely different attitude towards Zhang Xiaoan. Jealousy flared up inside her like a sudden flame. She cursed under her breath, "Shameless little hussy." Forcing a smile, she slinked over to Lin Ke, wrapping her arm around Lin Ke's and deliberately rubbing Lin Ke's arm against her own. "Congratulations, Lin Ke, on winning the grand prize. I'm so happy for you," Shen Yunqi said, her flirtatious gaze fixed on Lin Ke, her body twisting like a snake. "What do you mean, Shen Yunqi?" Lin Ke pushed Shen Yunqi away, her face cold. Instead of feeling flattered by Shen Yunqi's unexpected embrace and the softness it brought, Lin Ke felt a wave of nausea. The shamelessness of this woman made even a glance at her stomach churn, let alone physical contact. On the ground, Shin Yunqi looked up at Lin Ke with a face full of grievance. Are you really this heartless? I was once someone you loved. How could you treat me like this? With tears streaming down her cheeks, she put on a victimess expression. Lin Ke smirked. Love? You, Shin Yunqi, dare to talk to me about love? When you broke up with me to be with Zhang Chong, you couldn't wait to stomp on me, could you? Have you forgotten all that? Just thinking about the humiliation she had faced at the hands of Shin Yunqi and Zhang Chong made Lin Ke's blood boil. She had never intentionally sought revenge on them. She had already let them off easy. Now, Shin Yunqi had the audacity to bring up their past and talk about love? It was nothing short of a joke. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Can we start over? I promise I'll be obedient. I'll do whatever you say, Shin Yunqi pleaded desperately. However, deep down, what she truly valued was not Lin Ke as a person, but rather the power and wealth he wielded. How could Lin Ke show any compassion? He had long seen through this woman's true nature. Furthermore, given Lin Ke's personality, accepting Zhang Chang's worn-out shoes would be as painful as a death sentence for him. This meant that he and Shin Yunqi would definitely not have any further connections in their lives. Lin Ke pulled Zhang Xiaoan along and walked into the classroom. Meanwhile, Shin Yunqi, still unwilling to give up, followed closely behind Lin Ke, pleading with him. Bystanders, confused by the scene, mistakenly thought Lin Ke was bullying Shin Yunqi. However, Shin Yunqi secretly harbored malicious thoughts, thinking to herself, Lin Ke, if you don't agree to me, I will follow you around and ruin your reputation. Having a sobbing woman trailing behind certainly sparked a lot of speculation among others. Listening to the gossip around her, Lin Ke remained indifferent. But that didn't mean Zhang Xiaohan felt the same way. In a fit of anger, Lin Ke turned around and coldly said to Shin Yunqi, let me tell you, Shin Yunqi, don't think I don't know your little schemes. If you dare to provoke me again, you will regret it. Even Zhang Hong won't be able to save you. Zhang Chong may not be a good person, but at least he has been sincere to you. If I tell him about today's incident, you will be the one in an awkward position. Each of Lin Ke's words sent a chill down Shin Yunqi's spine. Perhaps because Lin Ke had been so focused on his career for a long time, Shin Yunqi had somewhat forgotten his previous methods. Additionally, if Zhang Chong really found out about today's incident, although she could cover it up, it would inevitably create a rift between them. After considering all these factors, Shin Yunqi finally managed to wipe the sorrowful expression off her face, replacing it with a look of resentment directed at Lin Ke and Zhang Xiaoan. With a cold huff, she left. Once inside the classroom, the students erupted in cheers. Get together! Get together! Get together! Just moments ago, Lin Ke, still in a state of anger, realized that he was still holding Zhang Xiaohan's hand. At that moment, seeing the two of them walking into the classroom hand in hand, the classmates became even more convinced of their relationship. Zhang Xiaohan, who was already shy, immediately blushed to the roots of her neck. After breaking free from Lin Ke, she bent down over her desk, too embarrassed to lift her head. Lin Ke could only scratch his head awkwardly and chuckle as he returned to his seat. The atmosphere was unusually intimate. A mischievous classmate raised their arm and shouted, "Sister-in-law, don't be shy. Let us settle this marriage soon." This was met with a chorus of laughter from the other students. Lin Ke, annoyed, replied to them, "Go away. Stop stirring things up." While comforting Zhang Xiaohan, he added, "Xiaohan, don't be upset. They're just talking nonsense." However, Zhang Xiaohan ignored Lin Ke, feeling a little disappointed at his words. I actually wish what they said was true. But with her feelings hidden deep like a needle in the ocean, Lin Ke remained unaware of Zhang Xiaohan's true thoughts, mistakenly believing she was just too shy. Before long, the teacher walked in. Upon seeing Lin Ke, his serious demeanor instantly brightened. "Lin Ke, long time no see. I heard you won an award. Congratulations. You could teach the class at your level," the teacher joked. But he genuinely felt proud to have such a student. Whenever he went out to socialize, the first person he would brag about was Lin Ke. "So how about it? Why don't you give the lesson today?" Everyone expected Lin Ke to humbly decline, but to their surprise, she thought for a moment and actually stepped up to the stage. As the saying goes, in a group of three, there is always a teacher among them. I hope the teacher understands that I'm not trying to overstep my bounds. I just want to share what I know with my classmates. Title: The Fake Boyfriend. After Lin Ke finished speaking, he began to focus intently on delivering his lecture at the podium. He spoke with remarkable professionalism, and the depth of his insights left the teachers in the audience feeling inferior. His humorous explanations even captured the attention of some students who were not particularly fond of studying, making them perk up and listen with great interest. The learning atmosphere in the classroom was exceptionally vibrant. Even after nearly 30 years of teaching, the teacher had never seen such engagement among students as he did today. Every student was wholly absorbed in the lesson, and Lin Ke's presentation undoubtedly opened their eyes, paving a new path for his future teaching career. Students, This is the true meaning of the formula we've discussed today, Lin Ke concluded as he placed his chalk down, signaling the end of the class. Just then, the crisp sound of the bell signaled the end of the lesson. Lin Ke had not wasted a single moment during the 40 minutes. In fact, every second was utilized effectively, and each student felt that the knowledge imparted by Lin Ke was deeply etched in their minds, resonating like an echo that left them wanting more. After a while, the students, immersed in a sea of knowledge, slowly came to their senses, and a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The sound of clapping reverberated through the desks and even the floor, creating a lively atmosphere. Even the teacher joined in with enthusiastic applause. Seeing the audience's enthusiastic reaction, Lin Ke joked, "I didn't realize you all enjoyed my class so much. If I ever find myself with free time, teaching could be a nice option." His offhand remark was taken seriously by the teacher. "Lin Ke, are you serious? I can write you a recommendation letter right away." In the eyes of the teacher, if Lin Ke truly entered the education field, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure and a pillar of the nation, with countless talents emerging from him. Realizing that the teacher had taken his joke to heart, Lin Ke quickly clarified, "Teacher, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously." Upon hearing this, the teacher's initially excited expression dimmed, and he sighed. "What a pity. But if you ever really want to become a teacher, just let me know, and I guarantee the school will hire you without hesitation." The teacher, still hopeful, continued. Someone as talented as Lin Ke would be sought after wherever he went, and naturally, the teacher hoped he would consider a career in education. After the class, the students, still wanting more, gathered around Lin Ke, asking numerous questions. Lin Ke, not one to keep things to himself, answered each inquiry about their studies. Zhang Xiaohan watched this unfold. Feeling a surge of determination, she resolved to work hard to catch up with Lin Ke. Somewhere along the way, she had come to regard Lin Ke as someone she was closest to, aside from her parents. She had once considered expressing her feelings to him, but seeing how far ahead he was only made her insecurity grow, leaving her too afraid to say anything. She was afraid that if she voiced her feelings, the result would be Lin Ke's rejection, plunging her world into an endless darkness. Moreover, she didn't dare to hope for Lin Ke's agreement, as the gap between them was widening. It was better to remain as she was now, quietly guarding Lin Ke's side, and in the future, after she achieved greatness, continue to protect him. This was Zhang Xiaohan's love for Lin Ke, subtle yet bittersweet. After school, Lin Ke walked Zhang Xiaohan home. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, he asked several times what was wrong, but Zhang Xiaohan could only force a smile and shake her head. Lin Ke realized that pressing further would yield no answers, so he decided to wait a while before checking in on her again. Shortly after parting ways with Zhang Xiaohan, Wu Xinran called Lin Ke. "Lin Ke, where are you?" Her voice was urgent, like an ant on a hot pan. "I just left school. What's up? Did your parents arrive?" Hearing Wu Xinran's anxious tone, Lin Ke immediately guessed it was about her parents pressuring her to get married. "No, but they called yesterday and insisted that I bring you back to our hometown today, or they won't recognize me as their daughter anymore." Wu Xinran sounded both anxious and wronged. Only she could have such a dramatic situation where parents would threaten to disown their daughter over marriage pressure. "All right, I'll come pick you up right away, and we'll go home to meet your parents." After Wu Xinran told Lin Ke where she was, she hung up. It dawned on Lin Ke that he was taking advantage of the situation. "What do you mean, go home to meet your parents? How shameless." Wu Xinran huffed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Before long, Lin Ke arrived at the designated spot and drove Wu Xinran towards her hometown's county. "Make sure you don't say anything out of line. If you slip up, just follow my lead," Wu Xinran cautioned nervously in the car, fearing her parents would see through the act, leading to an awkward situation. "Don't worry, I'm a professional at pretending to be a son-in-law," Lin Ke replied with a serious expression. Wu Xinran shot him a glance, teasing, "From the sound of it, this isn't your first time, is it?" "Hee hee." Lin Ke scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. The two discussed their plan for a while until they reached Wu Xinran's hometown. As they got out of the car, Wu Xinran was still tense, standing at the door and gently patting her rising and falling chest, hesitant to go inside. Lin Ke stepped forward and pulled Wu Xinran into his embrace, surprised at being held so intimately by a man for the first time. Wu Xinran looked at Lin Ke with wide, captivating eyes. When she playfully tried to break free, Lin Ke said, "You have to commit to the act, right? Don't you agree, darling?" Suppressing a laugh, he wore a mask of feigned affection. Wu Xinran didn't know why, but if any other man dared to act so frivolously, she would have slapped him. Yet with Lin Ke, she felt no desire to resist. Instead, she felt weak all over, her heart sweet as if a jar of honey had been spilled. Wu Xinran murmured softly, a shy expression blooming on her face like a young bride. Meanwhile, her other hand discreetly pinched Lin Ke's waist. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," Wu Xinran called out while knocking on the door. Hearing their beloved daughter's voice, Her parents hurriedly dashed over, almost tripping over themselves to open the door. When they opened it, they were greeted by the sight of Lin Ke and their daughter being affectionate with each other. The couple couldn't help but smile widely, quickly inviting Lin Ke and Wu Xinran inside. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Lin Ke greeted Wu Xinran's parents with a smile. The full performance is necessary when putting on a show. As soon as Lin Ke stepped through the door, Wu Xinran's parents scrutinized the young man next to their daughter from head to toe. It was just like the saying goes. The mother-in-law is increasingly pleased with her son-in-law the more she looks at him. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Ke felt a bit shy under the intense gaze of Wu Xinran's parents. "Mom, Dad, aren't you going to let him sit down?" Wu Xinran reminded them, and only then did her parents realize, quickly urging Lin Ke to take a seat. "Why don't you chat with Xiaolin for a bit? And I'll go into the kitchen to whip up something nice for him. Let us treat Xiaolin well tonight," Wu Xinran's mother said with a smile as she headed to the kitchen. Wu Xinran noticed how happy her mother looked, which made her feel inexplicably bittersweet. She silently prayed that Lin Ke wouldn't let anything slip, or else her parents would surely be furious. "Xiaolin, are you an employee at the bank where Xinran works?" Wu Xinran's father asked. Before Lin Ke could respond, Wu Xinran jumped in. "Yes. Lin Ke worked at our bank for a while and was even my subordinate. But now he is doing a bit of business on the side." Wu Xinran's father clearly disapproved of her interrupting, giving her a disapproving look before turning back to Lin Ke with a smile. "Small business is good. It shows you can be self-sufficient and have your own opinions." "Thank you, uncle," Lin Ke replied humbly. "We specifically had Xinran bring you here today because we wanted to see you. You've been in contact for a while, but we didn't know much about it until recently when we pried it out of this girl. She's getting older, and we're both a bit anxious. Xinran mentioned that you two have a good relationship. We're not the kind of parents who are materialistic. We can help with a house and a car if needed. So, when do you think you two will get married?" Lin Ke and Wu Xinran were taken aback by Wu Xinran's father bringing up marriage so soon after they had barely spoken. Lin Ke suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Wu Xinran had mentioned this to him beforehand, and he felt completely unprepared for such a bold move. "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not ready to get married," Wu Xinran exclaimed, her face turning crimson. "Do you have a say in this?" "I'm asking Xiaolin." Her father snapped back, clearly irritated by her interruption. Wu Xinran pouted and retreated into the kitchen, casting a glance at Lin Ke. "Uncle, please don't be upset. Honestly, getting married to Xinran is just a matter of time. We just want to enjoy our time together as a couple for now. Don't worry, when we do get married, it'll be the time for you both to hold your grandchild." Wu Xinran's father, who had been stern a moment ago, instantly broke into a smile upon hearing Lin Ke's words. "You young people, all right, since you two are in a good relationship, we elders want to say much more. Honey, is dinner ready? Let us celebrate and have a few drinks with Xiaolin tonight," Wu Xinran's father called out to the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Wu Xinran was busy preparing food while secretly cursing Lin Ke in her heart. "Who wants to have kids with you? Who wants to enjoy a couple's world with you? How despicable and shameless." "Xinran, what are you mumbling about?" asked Wu Mama. Xinran quickly explained, "It's nothing, Mom. I just took the dishes out." Afraid of giving herself away, Xinran hurriedly left the kitchen. As she placed the dishes in front of Lin Ke, she shot her a playful glare, while Lin Ke responded with a mischievous raised eyebrow. Wu father watched this exchange, feeling amused at heart. He took a bite of food and downed his drink in one go, then poured some wine into Lin Ke's glass. "Come on, let's drink a few glasses to celebrate today. This girl has a fiery temper, so you'll have to be patient with her in the future." Lin Ke quickly steadied her glass. "Uncle, even if you didn't say anything, I'd be accommodating to her." Lin Ke's graceful demeanor eased Wu father's earlier worries about Xinran being mistreated, and he laughed heartily. "Good, let us toast." The glasses clinked crisply in the air. Soon, the family gathered together, chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks, Wu father started to feel a bit tipsy and pulled Lin Ke into conversation about Xinran's childhood. As they reminisced, tears welled up in his eyes. He had always urged his daughter to settle down, but now that she had found a home, he felt a sense of reluctance. As the night deepened, Wu Mama finally reminded them, "All right, it's getting late now, and Lin is probably tired." Wu father glanced at the time and smacked his forehead, repeatedly saying he had drunk too much. "All right, you all wash up and get some sleep. Xinran, you and Lin can sleep in your old room." Xinran was shocked when she heard her father say that she would be sharing a room with Lin Ke, and she stood frozen in place, unsure of what to say. "What are you standing there for?" Wu father said impatiently. Lin Ke quickly took Xinran's hand and led her toward the room, smiling at Wu father, saying, "Uncle, you should get some rest." After closing the door, Xinran glared at Lin Ke in embarrassment and annoyance, complaining, "Why didn't you say you'd sleep in another room? That would have avoided suspicion. All right, I'm a bit tired too. My dear wife, help me out of my clothes." Lin Ke said with a cheeky grin as he tossed his jacket aside and jumped onto the bed. Shinran's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Seeing Lin Ke's shamelessness made her both embarrassed and furious. She yanked Lin Ke off the bed and grabbed a blanket from the wardrobe, throwing it on the floor. "You sleep on the floor, and I'll take the bed. If you dare come up here, be careful, Shinran said, making a scissor gesture with her hand and threatening with a smirk. Just then, Lin Ke heard a noise outside the door and quickly covered Shinran's mouth. Pointing toward the door, Shinran nodded in understanding. "Shinran, you look so beautiful. Let me give you a kiss, mwah 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 mwah." Lin Ke deliberately made loud sounds for Shinran's parents outside to hear. Shinran had never done anything so embarrassing, and she trembled with anger, not knowing what to do. Lin Ke leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Just say you don't want it, hubby." Wu Shinran glared at Lin Ke in embarrassment and anger, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, refusing to comply. Lin Ke pointed toward the door, and Wu Shinran shot her a helpless glance. Finally, she managed to squeeze out the words, "Hubby, I don't want it." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke nearly burst out laughing, struggling to contain herself. Meanwhile, outside the door, Wu Shinran's parents nodded in satisfaction before heading back to their bedroom. Once they were sure their parents had left, Wu Shinran and Lin Ke both let out a sigh of relief. 124 provocation. Lin Ke had made the bed on the floor and waved at Wu Shinran, who was lying on it, trying to suppress a smile as he said, "Good night, little wife." In response, Wu Shinran, already exasperated, threw a pillow at him. The two then turned off the lights and went to sleep. The long night dragged on, and the room was pitch dark. Lin Ke was suddenly awakened by the urge to urinate. After taking care of business in the bathroom, he stumbled back to the bedroom in the dark. At this moment, the effects of the alcohol mixed with his overwhelming fatigue left his mind hazy and disoriented. He couldn't tell which way was up. He completely forgot he was at Wu Shinran's house and thought he was in his own. He flopped onto the bed, pulled the covers over himself, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Wu Shinran, already asleep, hadn't he noticed Lin Ke had climbed into bed. In his dreams, Lin Ke felt as if he was surrounded by blooming peach blossoms and a gentle spring breeze, and then he found himself floating on pink clouds. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Lin Ke and Wu Shinran suddenly jolted awake. How did I end up in bed? How did he get here? The two seemed to share a telepathic connection, both questioning the situation in their minds. This is so awkward. I'll pretend to be asleep. He'll probably get up if he is awake. I'll just pretend to sleep. They both had the same idea, so two wide-awake individuals decided to feign sleep, neither wanting to be the first to get up. As a result, they remained in this standoff for nearly an hour. Finally, Lin Ke couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, "Are you awake?" Wu Shinran pretended not to hear and didn't respond. Gathering his courage, Lin Ke turned over and quickly put on his clothes. Meanwhile, Wu Shinran, hiding under the covers, felt her face burning with embarrassment. Once Lin Ke left the room, she let out a sigh of relief. After lying in bed for more than 10 minutes, she finally got up. At that moment, Wu Shinran's mother had already prepared breakfast and was looking at the two with a tilted head, her smile as sweet as honey. Just as they were still feeling awkward about the previous intimate atmosphere, Wu Shinran received a phone call. It was one of her classmates inviting her to a reunion, which happened to be happening that day. Realizing she had just returned, she guessed her classmates had heard the news and felt it would be rude to decline. So she agreed to attend the reunion later. "Lin Ke, I have a class reunion tonight. Will you come with me?" "Sure, no problem." Wu Shinran suggested that Lin Ke join her mainly because a few old classmates had been bothering her. Bringing Lin Ke along would help deter those people. Since Lin Ke hadn't brought any formal attire when he came to Wu Shinran's house, he was dressed in simple casual clothes, looking just like the boy next door. The two arrived at the hotel and entered the private room they had reserved. As they pushed open the door, they found about 20 people already seated at the dining table, both men and women. However, the most conspicuous among them was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. As everyone was showering him with compliments, and the crowd was revolving around him. This young man is Kong Chen, an old classmate of Wu Shinran. Though he appears refined on the outside, those who know him are aware that Kong Chen is arrogant and dismissive. When he saw Wu Shinran walk in, his eyes lit up, and he approached her with a smile. Glancing at Lin Ke, he said to Wu Shinran, "Shinran, you're here. I heard you were coming, so I've been waiting for you." "Who is this?" he asked, noticing Wu Shinran linking arms with Lin Ke. There was hostility in his eyes towards Lin Ke, but his smile concealed a sharp edge. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Ke, and this is my classmate, Kong Chen," Wu Shinran introduced. Despite his inner animosity towards Lin Ke, Kong Chen maintained a polite demeanor and shook Lin Ke's hand with a gentlemanly air. "I'm curious, what does Mr. Lin do for a living?" he inquired. "I work in electronics, just a small business," Lin Ke replied. When Kongchen first laid eyes on Lin Ke, he felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place him. Hearing Lin Ke refer to his business as small, Kongchen sneered slightly. Well, I suppose we're in the same field. My family runs a parts factory, and a significant portion of the components for the popular Super God factory comes from us. Have you heard of it? Kongchen spoke of the Super God factory with pride, then specifically asked Lin Ke. I've heard a little about it, Lin Ke said, suppressing a smile. Kongchen patted Lin Ke on the shoulder, adopting a big brotherly tone. That makes sense, at your level. You probably wouldn't come into contact with that. But since you're Shinran's boyfriend, if you run into any business troubles, feel free to reach out to me. Just make sure to catch me when I'm free. I'm quite busy usually. Wu Xinran and Lin Ke exchanged glances, stifling their laughter as they took their seats. Their classmates immediately began to flatter Kongchen. Kong is so generous. What a righteous guy. Such trivial matters wouldn't trouble Kong. If it were me, I'd feel embarrassed. Back in the day, Xinran was the goddess of our class. It's a pity Kong didn't end up with her. That's my biggest regret from school. While everyone fawned over Kongchen, they also subtly belittled Lin Ke. Although they found Lin Ke somewhat familiar, no one could quite recall him and merely regarded him as a minor character, just a pretty boy riding on Wu Xinran's coattails. Speaking of their school days, it was well known that Kongchen had been infatuated with Wu Xinran, ignoring the many girls who pursued him, fixated only on her. I propose that since we're all gathered here today, how about Kong and Xinran share a toast? Let us fulfill a wish from our school days. The crowd, eager to flatter Kongchen, eagerly chimed in. Yes, let us drink. Let us drink. As the commotion grew, Kongchen raised his glass and approached Wu Xinran, feigning shyness. Since everyone is saying so, why don't we have a drink together? Wu Xinran shot him a cold glance. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Flirting in front of someone else's boyfriend is really over the top, but seeing Wu Xinran not giving face made Kongchen's expression a bit unpleasant. It's just sharing a drink. After all, it's not like anything serious is happening, right? Kongchen forced a smile to ease the awkwardness on his face. Yeah, it's just a drink. I'm sure your boyfriend is very generous. He added, a boyfriend might not have many skills, but he shouldn't be too petty, right? The crowd started to cheer again, all feeling that it was perfectly reasonable. If it weren't for the fact that these people were all Wu Xinran's classmates, and fearing it would embarrass her later, Lin Ke really wanted to give each of them a good slap. 125 provocation. What the hell does it mean that a boyfriend can't be too stingy? Should your wife be drugged and still smile and forgive the person who did it? Screw that ridiculous logic. I'm leaving, happily. Lin Ke stood up with a cold smile and took Wu Xinran's hand. He said to Wu Xinran, don't come to gatherings like this anymore. There's really no need to talk about friendship with a bunch of idiots. Lin Ke pulled Wu Xinran and walked out. How can this person talk like that? Yes, really lacking in manners. It's obvious he doesn't have much education. After Lin Ke gave them a good scolding, they all looked down on him. Stop! Kongchen shouted angrily, stopping Lin Ke. This gathering was organized because he learned that Wu Xinran was back, and he wanted to bring the classmates together. Moreover, in front of so many people, if Lin Ke really took Wu Xinran away, it would be a slap in his face. What was your attitude just now? Do you know who I am? Kongchen walked over and pointed at Lin Ke. Lin Ke impatiently replied, then why don't you tell me who you are? Kongchen felt that Lin Ke still had realized the seriousness of offending him. All right, I'll tell you who I am. Remember this, kid, I'm Kongchen. My family's factory can hold its own even among the big shots in Yang City. The boss of Chaoxing and I are good friends. We've known each other since childhood. With just one word from me, I can crush your little electronics business. Am I someone you can afford to offend? When Lin Ke heard Kongchen's words, he was completely amused by this guy. Not knowing oneself is one thing, but claiming to have grown up with him? This guy must be brain dead. Lin Ke replied with a laugh. So do you know who I am? Kongchen waved his hand and shouted. I don't care who you are. If you dare to take Xinran out of this door today, I guarantee you won't be able to survive in Yang City. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in. Xiaochun, what is going on? It's so noisy, I could hear you from next door. When Kongchen saw the person, he quickly called out, Dad, what are you doing here? I was next door drinking with a client from Chaoxing. When I heard the noise, I came to take a look. Everyone greeted Kongchen's father when they saw him. Hearing that his father was drinking with a client from Chaoxing made Kongchen feel a bit taller. He looked at everyone with pride, especially at Lin Ke, as if to say, see, this is what power looks like. To satisfy his vanity, Kongchen said to his dad, Dad, why don't you bring the client over? Let us all toast him. Kongchen's father thought for a moment. It would be good for his son to get familiar with these people. He nodded in agreement. All right. I'll go invite him over, but you better not say anything wrong. After giving his son a warning, Kongchen's father went back next door. See that? This is what power looks like. Stay honest and keep your head down. If your mood improves, I might throw you a small job that could last you 10 years. Kong Chun now held his head high, almost wishing his eyes were on his chin so he could look down at others. All right, let us see who this legendary figure is, Shinran said eagerly. Lin Ke suppressed her inner anger while Wu Shinran followed behind, stifling laughter and waiting for the show to unfold. Before long, Kong Chun's father indeed brought the client over. This is the extraordinary director Luo, and this is my son. These are all his classmates who have long admired your esteemed name, so I specially invited you here. Let's give him a warm welcome. The classmates quickly made room for Director Luo, and Kong Chun felt a surge of pride. He turned to Lin Ke, who was sitting still. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to give up your seat for Director Luo? Lin Ke coldly replied. If I give him my seat, do you think he would dare to sit? Director Luo's expression soured as he prepared to retort, but when he caught a glimpse of Lin Ke's face, he nearly collapsed in shock. Ms. Lin, what are you doing here? I had no idea. How could I ask you to give me your seat? That's just too funny. Director Luo wiped the sweat pouring down his forehead with a napkin, relieved that he hadn't said anything wrong earlier, or he would have surely lost his job. The crowd noticed the unusual respect Director Luo showed Lin Ke and felt something was off. Why was the director so deferential, even a bit fearful, toward her? Kong Chun and his father exchanged puzzled glances. They hadn't recognized Lin Ke earlier, or they wouldn't have dared to offer her their seat. As Director Luo spoke, he felt anxious, completely unaware of what had just transpired. I'm a good friend of Kong Chun. You should ask him why he didn't recognize me. Lin Ke smiled, pulling Wu Shinran's hand as she stood up, addressing Kong Chun. Just remember to give me a small job later. It could last me 10 years. Hearing Lin Ke's words, Director Luo realized something was amiss. He quickly stood up to see Lin Ke off, bowing repeatedly as she walked away, his demeanor exceptionally respectful. Meanwhile, Kong Chun's face turned ashen upon realizing who Lin Ke really was. He had foolishly assumed Lin Ke was just a name coincidence with the legendary boss. Who is this classmate of yours? What did you do to offend her? Kong's father asked, feeling vaguely familiar with Lin Ke but unable to place her. Clearly, Kong Chun had crossed her in some way. She is not just a classmate. She is Lin Ke. Kong Chun managed to squeeze out, his face contorting in disbelief. Lin Ke? The Lin Ke of extraordinary? Kong's father exploded in rage upon hearing her name, lamenting how he had been working tirelessly for extraordinary, treating their people like family. Looking at Lin Ke's words and expression when he left, it's clear that he was completely offended by his own son. In a fit of rage, he kicked Kong Chun to the ground and grabbed a nearby bench, ready to smash it down on him. The other students, fearing for their lives, rushed over to intervene. Get away, you useless dogs. You all share some blame for what happened to Lin Ke. Anyone who tries to stop me will get hit. Kong's father pushed aside Kong Chun's classmates, pointing at them and cursing loudly. Meanwhile, sitting in Lin Ke's car, Wu Shinran was already laughing uncontrollably. Mimicking Kong Chun's tone, she teased Lin Ke. Now that you're in a good mood, let me give you a little job, enough to keep you busy for 10 years. 126 Kneel down. I really can't believe I've encountered someone like this. Faced with Wu Shinran's teasing, Lin Ke could only shake his head helplessly. However, Wu Shinran suddenly became serious and said, Thank you for coming with me today. If I had come alone, it would have been so awkward. That thank you seems a bit insincere, don't you think? At least show some real action, like. Lin Ke hesitated. Wu Shinran shot him a sideways glance, knowing he probably had nothing nice to say, but still asked, like what? Like offering yourself. Lin Ke burst out laughing after he finished. I knew you wouldn't say anything good. Dream on. Wu Shinran playfully pinched a bit of flesh at Lin Ke's waist. Ouch. You're trying to murder your husband. Lin Ke feigned pain and continued teasing Wu Shinran. The two joked in the car, just like a couple in love. As they passed a rice noodle shop, Wu Shinran suddenly called out to Lin Ke. Stop, stop, stop. What's wrong? Lin Ke pulled over. And Wu Shinran quickly opened the door and jumped out. Lin Ke, come on. After getting out of the car, Wu Shinran waved at him, urging him to hurry. Right now, she was like a little girl. The decisiveness and competence she usually exhibited at work had completely faded away. Lin Ke got out of the car with a wry smile. What's got you so excited all of a sudden? Wu Andy, 2 bowls of rice noodles, mildly spicy. Wu Shinran shouted to the shop owner, then turned to Lin Ke and said, Let me tell you, this rice noodle shop is amazing. I loved eating here when I was in school. Plus, Wu Andy is super nice. She watched me grow up. Before long, Wu Andy brought over 2 bowls of rice noodles and glanced at Lin Ke. Xin, you're getting prettier and prettier. Is this your boyfriend? He is really handsome. Just as Wu Shinran was about to explain, Lin Ke smiled at Wu Auntie and said, Thank you, Auntie, for always taking care of Shinran. Hearing Lin Ke's sweet words, Wu Auntie's face lit up with joy. You're such a smooth talker. Here, let me add some extra meat for you. With that, she scooped a generous spoonful of meat into Lin Ke's and Wu Shinran's bowls. Seeing Wu Auntie's enthusiasm, Lin Ke quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, That's enough. Meanwhile, Wu Xinran shyly lowered her head, slurping the delicious rice noodles. After trying a bite, Lin Ke gave Wu Annie a thumbs up. The noodles were indeed delicious, made with locally sourced rapeseed oil that imparted a unique fragrance, combined with various toppings. The smooth texture of the noodles paired with the crispness of the vegetables created a delightful layering of flavors. The broth was also incredibly fresh, leaving a lingering taste in the mouth long after finishing. After finishing his meal, Lin Ke patted his belly in satisfaction and even jokingly asked Wu Andy if she wanted to open a branch, with him investing in it. Wu Andy laughed and replied, "No need. I've been here in this town for decades. I can't run around anymore." Lin Ke, still feeling satisfied with her full belly, walked home with Wu Xinran. As they reached the door, they heard a commotion inside. Pushing the door open, they found Kong Chen in the living room, his face swollen and distorted, resembling a pig's head. Kong Chen's father was frantically apologizing to Wu Xinran's parents, insisting that they wait for Lin Ke to return before discussing anything further. "What is going on here?" Lin Ke asked coldly. Upon seeing her, Kong Chen's father quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Lin, I brought this brat here to personally apologize to you. I hope you can overlook today's incident." Wu Xinran's parents were puzzled by Kong Chen's father's attitude. Since Wu Xinran and Kong Chen were classmates, they knew about Kong Chen's family background. Why was he treating Lin Ke with such respect, even fear? After all, wasn't he Lin Ke just a small business owner? At that moment, Kong's father kicked Kong Chen in the rear and shouted, "You little bastard. Get down on your knees and apologize to Lin." Kong Chen, wanting to maintain his image and dignity in front of Wu Xinran, refused to kneel and shot a resentful glare at Lin Ke. "Kneel." Kong's father was now furious and kicked Kong Chen behind the knee, forcing him to collapse in front of Lin Ke. "If Lin doesn't forgive us, I'll make this ungrateful son of mine stay here on his knees," Kong's father pleaded. His factory was on the verge of bankruptcy, drowning in debt. Just when he was at his wit's end, the Super God factory appeared out of nowhere. By aligning himself with Super God, he had managed to turn his parts factory around, just as his life was improving. His son had caused a major disaster by openly offending Lin Ke. The deputy factory manager had told him directly that if they didn't get Lin Ke's forgiveness, he wouldn't dare to continue their partnership. If the collaboration with Super God fell through, his factory would regress to square one. How could he not be anxious about that? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow at Kong's father's desperate display of loyalty. To someone like them, she honestly didn't care much. It was like an elephant being bitten by an ant, utterly insignificant. She had expected Kong's father to react so dramatically and come to her so quickly. "Let us talk outside, so we don't disturb your parents," Lin Ke said, frowning and speaking coldly, worried about Wu Xinran's parents getting upset. Upon hearing that Lin Ke was willing to talk, Kong's father was overjoyed. "All right, Lin." He then kicked Kong Chen, still kneeling, and shouted, "What are you still doing down there? Get up." Nothing was more embarrassing than losing face in front of someone you liked, especially for someone as arrogant as Kong Chen. His arrogance stemmed from his desire to satisfy his vanity, but now, under his father's foot, all of that was utterly shattered. In front of Wu Xinran, Kong Chen realized he had lost all his dignity. In her heart, she naturally held an immense grudge against Lin Ke, and even found herself harboring resentment towards Wu Xinran and her parents as well. She secretly vowed to take revenge on them in the future. After the three of them left, Wu Xinran's parents finally pulled her aside and asked, "What is going on? Why is Kong Chen's dad so afraid of Lin Ke? Isn't Lin Ke just a small business owner?" Wu Xinran knew that with the situation escalating like this, the truth couldn't stay hidden. She sighed helplessly and decided to honestly confess everything to her parents. She revealed Lin Ke's true identity, how she had colluded with Lin Ke, and the whole scheme to deceive them. 127 blossoming feelings when Wu Xinran's parents heard that Lin Ke was the owner of the Super God factory in Yangqing. They nearly fainted from shock. Such a big shot could shake the entire city with just a stomp of his foot. The couple truly considered him as a potential son-in-law, even suggesting that they would cover the costs of a car and a house themselves. If this were to get out, people would probably laugh their heads off. "Dad, Mom, go ahead and scold me. I know I was wrong to deceive you, and I shouldn't have done that. Please don't be angry," Wu Xinran said, lowering her head and closing her eyes, adopting a posture of complete submission, ready to accept any reprimand. Wu Dad was so furious that he raised his hand, intending to slap Wu Xinran, but seeing her pitiful state, his heart softened. His hand lingered in the air, hesitating before dropping back down. He sighed, finally saying, "Actually, we're also to blame for pushing you too hard. If we hadn't, you wouldn't have felt the need to do this." His anger had subsided considerably. Wu Mom gently stroked Wu Xinran's head, saying, "All right, we won't hold this against you. We promise not to rush you anymore." Hearing her parents show understanding, even the steely Wu Xinran couldn't help but burst into tears in her mother's embrace. Meanwhile, outside the door, Mr. Kong was bending over backward to appease Lin Ke, almost to the point of kneeling. Lin Ke had never regarded them highly, but seeing Mr. Kong's sincere attitude of admitting fault, he decided not to pursue the earlier recklessness of Kong Chen. Most importantly, Lin Ke caught a glimpse of the resentment in Kong Chen's eyes. As a second-generation heir himself, Lin Ke understood what such a look represented. His father had admitted his mistake. But that didn't mean Kong Chen genuinely believed he had done anything wrong. Lin Ke wasn't afraid. With just a word, he could bring down the Kong family's factory. However, he couldn't always be by Wu Xinran and her parents' side, and he didn't want those pesky flies buzzing around them. It was better to let them off the hook and remove any worries. All right, as long as you don't disturb Wu Xinran and her parents again. I want to pursue this any further. If your parts are reliable, we can continue to cooperate. I want to throw any obstacles in your way because of this incident. But remember, if I find out you dare to play tricks, my methods will come into play, and those who provoke will face dire consequences. Got it? Lin Ke's final words were a warning, clearly aimed at Kong Chen. Both Kong Chen and his father nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, the quality of the parts will be impeccable. We will follow everything you said. I'll keep a close eye on this bastard from now on. If he dares to bother Wu Xinran, I'll make sure to break his legs. Mr. Kong was overjoyed to hear that Lin Ke would pursue the matter and decided to discipline his son more strictly in the future. All right, you can go now. Lin Ke waved his hand, dismissing the two like annoying flies. The Kong father and son nodded and hurriedly left. Lin Ke was confident that since he had made his stance clear, Kong Chen and his father wouldn't dare to pull any tricks in the future. After such a confrontation, it actually made them grateful for the high-quality parts produced by the Super God factory. After seeing off the Kong family, Lin Ke returned to Wu Xinran's home. As soon as he walked in, Mr. Wu came over and quickly apologized to Lin Ke, saying, "I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you earlier. We were quite presumptuous, even pushing you to marry my daughter. Please don't take it to heart." Lin Ke quickly took Mr. Wu's hand and smiled wryly, saying, "Uncle, what are you talking about? I should be the one apologizing for keeping this from you and Xinran. But it's not all a lie. Xinran and I are very good friends. Who knows? We might really end up together someday." Lin Ke's words completely eased the tension in Mr. and Mrs. Wu's hearts. "Well, if you really do get together, the car and house will be on me." Mr. Wu laughed heartily, genuinely hoping Lin Ke would become his son-in-law. "Lin Ke, you're talking nonsense again." Wu Xinran playfully scolded him, gently pinching his waist again. "Ouch, that hurts." Lin Ke pretended to wince in pain. Although the dream of becoming a son-in-law was dashed, Mr. and Mrs. Wu still really liked Lin Ke and continued to treat him warmly. That night, Lin Ke and Wu Xinran naturally couldn't sleep together again. Wu Xinran recalled the time they shared the same bed and felt her cheeks flush again. As Lin Ke was leaving, Wu Xinran's parents bought them a lot of local specialties, filling the entire car to the brim. The thought of parting made Wu Xinran unable to hold back her tears. Her parents were aging day by day, with more white hairs appearing, and she felt particularly heartbroken that she couldn't be by their side due to work. "Why are you crying, child? It's not like you're never coming back. Just remember to take good care of yourself over there," Mr. Wu comforted her. But the tears welling up in his eyes betrayed his reluctance. "It's not like you're never coming back. If it comes to it, we can always visit you in Yangqing. Lin Ke is waiting for you," Mrs. Wu said with a smile. Lin Ke quickly added, "It's all right, Auntie." After Wu Xinran got into the car, she reluctantly said goodbye to her parents, turning back to look until their figures disappeared on the horizon. "Are you feeling reluctant?" Lin Ke asked. Wu Xinran wiped her tears and nodded slightly. "Why not bring Uncle and Auntie to Yangqing?" she replied. "They're not used to life in Yangqing. They feel constrained in a big city, unlike this small county town, which is full of warmth and friendliness." Lin Ke noticed Wu Xinran was in a bad mood and didn't press further. Instead, he joked, "When will I get to be your son-in-law again?" That was quite a rewarding experience. Wu Xinran laughed through her tears, recalling the amusing antics they had shared recently, and said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "You wish. You want to do it again?" But halfway through her sentence, she suddenly found a deeper meaning in Lin Ke's words. "Do it again? Does he really want to be with me?" Wu Xinran thought to herself, secretly forgetting Lin Ke's determined yet smiling face. Her heart fluttered, as if something deep within her had been stirred. The ride was silent. After arriving in Yang City, Lin Ke dropped Wu Xinran off at her home, just in time to receive a call from the director of the Super God factory. "The self-driving cars are ready for production. Where are you? So soon? All right. I'll head back to the factory right away." Hearing this good news, Lin Ke turned the car around and returned to the Super God factory. The era of Lin Ke. As soon as Lin Ke stepped into the factory, the manager rushed over with an excited expression. "Where's the car? Has it been tested yet?" Lin Ke asked while walking. "It's over here. We haven't tested it yet. I called you as soon as it was produced," the manager replied, leading Lin Ke through the facility. They passed through the secure area, and there it was, a sleek, all-black sedan sitting on the open ground, radiating a glossy sheen reminiscent of obsidian. Its streamlined body resembled a leopard poised to pounce. "Hello, General Lin." Several core team members responsible for the project greeted Lin Ke as they arrived on site. "Has it been tested yet?" Lin Ke asked eagerly, clearly impressed with the car's design, which matched her original concept perfectly. "This is the first vehicle, and we are preparing for testing now. The test drivers can get in," one of the staff members replied. Just as he was about to let the test drivers approach, Lin Ke stopped him. "No need. I'll do it myself," Lin Ke insisted, stepping forward to get a first-hand experience. The staff member nearly dropped his notebook in shock at her request. A few others quickly grabbed her arm. "General Lin, you can't test it yourself. There are too many uncertainties. What if something goes wrong? We can't take that risk." "It's nothing, just a minor issue," Lin Ke said with a smile, determined to take the wheel herself. "No way. General Lin, please let the test drivers handle it," several staff members pleaded, desperate to dissuade her. Nearly in tears from the pressure she was putting on them. "What is the reasoning behind this? I built the car, and I can't even drive it?" Lin Ke asked helplessly. "Was it produced exactly according to my design?" The staff members nodded vigorously. "Every step of the process was based on your design, General Lin. We wouldn't dare make any changes." Who would dare claim it wasn't made according to Lin Ke's specifications? Only someone who didn't care about their job would say that. Besides, with Lin Ke's groundbreaking, futuristic technology, even if they wanted to make changes, they wouldn't have the capability. Then what's the issue? If every step was followed according to my design, why can't I drive my own car? If anyone tries to stop me again, I'll be angry. Lin Ke pretended to glare at everyone, realizing they couldn't stop her. The staff reluctantly parted to let her through. "Now we're getting somewhere." Lin Ke opened the car door and got inside. Each component of the vehicle had been designed by her, so she was intimately familiar with it. "Let us see how it feels to drive manually." Instead of switching to autonomous mode right away, Lin Ke decided to try manual driving first. Vroom, vroom. The car roared to life with a deep growl, the engine's power resonating. Having driven many luxury cars, Lin Ke could tell just from the sound that this was a remarkable vehicle. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The entire venue echoed with the shrill sound of tires screeching against the track. Whether navigating turns or accelerating down the straightaway, Lin Ke was every bit as skilled as a professional race car driver. Was the boss a racer in the past? "That drifting was just too smooth," exclaimed the driver who was originally conducting the test, astonished by Lin Ke's cornering skills. Such high-difficulty maneuvers could easily lead to disaster with the slightest miscalculation, and he doubted he could ever achieve that level. However, only such challenging turns could truly test the car's performance metrics. After completing a lap of manual driving, Lin Ke's performance data was quickly recorded by the staff. After downing a bottle of water, he settled back into the car. Since manual driving posed no issues, the next step was autonomous driving, which was the most crucial part. Autonomous driving initiated. Lin Ke pressed the start button for the self-driving mode. A metallic voice filled the car. "Autonomous driving has started. Based on current road conditions, a recommended speed of 100 miles per hour for steady driving is suggested. Would you like to change this?" The car's AI could adjust its speed based on current road conditions and traffic regulations, calculating the optimal driving plan while ensuring safety. "No need. Just repeat the way I drove earlier," Lin Ke replied. "Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt." After the AI reminded Lin Ke, the car began to operate itself. Without Lin Ke controlling the steering wheel, it changed lanes, accelerated, decelerated, and navigated turns. As the car took a turn, Lin Ke even lifted both hands and waved out the window. "Please do not extend your head or hands outside the window," the AI warned, causing the speed to drop sharply. Lin Ke understood this was for his safety. Once he pulled his hands back in, the car resumed its normal driving. The staff nearby were left in awe, unsure of what idiom could best describe the scene. If they had to choose one, it would be spectacular drift. It was truly astounding. Upon reaching their destination, everyone embraced each other, cheering excitedly to celebrate the successful test. After stepping out of the car, Lin Ke addressed the staff. "Have them produce 50 more cars for testing. Let you all have your way with them. We aim to record the most accurate data and submit it to the municipal committee for review, and we welcome them to send someone to supervise personally. Money is not an issue. If the budget falls short, just apply to the company for funding, and I'll allocate it." "Understood, Mr. Lin." After witnessing Lin Ke personally conduct the tests, the team felt a surge of confidence in the project. And hearing that Lin Ke was willing to provide funding further boosted their morale. Each member silently vowed to ensure the project's success. "Mr. Lin, may I upload the video we recorded earlier online?" They belonged to a confidential unit, and there were strict controls over phones, videos, and USB drives. Without Lin Ke's permission, No one dared to release any related videos. Sure, it's not really a secret anymore. Lin Ke readily agreed. As soon as the video was uploaded by the staff, its views skyrocketed, leading to widespread sharing. The public reaction was overwhelming, effectively putting those who doubted Lin Ke's credibility in their place. Praise for Lin Ke poured in from all directions, with major media outlets offering their takes. Lin Ke truly deserves her reputation as a leader at the forefront of the AI industry. Supergod Company is the most promising tech company I've ever seen, but unfortunately, Lin Ke isn't going public. I'm grateful to be living in an era with Lin Ke. 129 strong action. Since the stitches from the last gunshot wound hadn't been removed yet, Lin Ke drove to the hospital after finishing up at the Supergod Company. The hospital was packed with patients and their families, the air thick with the pungent smell of antiseptic. Which one is Lin Ke? A female nurse called out from outside. That's me. I'm Lin Ke, he replied. Stitch removal, right? Come with me. The nurse walked straight into the patient room, and Lin Ke followed closely behind. Once inside, the nurse closed the door, and it was then that Lin Ke truly noticed her. She was dressed in a pristine white nurse's uniform that hugged her curvy figure, and her bright eyes, framed by delicate brows, sparkled like a full moon on a spring night, poetic and captivating, leaving one enchanted with just a glance. Her features were exquisite. At first glance, she didn't strike one as stunning, but over time, it was like savoring a long-lasting sip of fine tea, bringing a refreshing sense of comfort. She is quite beautiful, Lin Ke thought to himself, stealing another glance at the name tag hanging from her chest. It read, Nurse Fong Qiong. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes. Fong Qiong noticed Lin Ke staring at her without moving and frowned slightly, urging him on. Okay. Lin Ke snapped back to reality and quickly stripped off his clothes, tossing them aside. Ever since he acquired his physical skills, he had been working out regularly. Now, his body was no longer frail but was instead filled with muscle, sculpted like a work of art. Each muscle was perfectly defined. Not bulging like a bodybuilder but more akin to Bruce Lee in the movies. Fong Qiong couldn't help but blush slightly at the sight of Lin Ke's perfect physique. A hint of crimson rising to her cheeks. Don't move. I'll remove the stitches quickly, she said, trying to mask her nervousness as she had only recently become a full-fledged nurse. No worries. Having such a beautiful nurse like you take out my stitches makes me happy. Even if you poke me a few times, I wouldn't mind, Lin Ke said with a playful grin, noticing her slightly tense expression. Fong Qiong shot him an annoyed glance, took a deep breath, and began to remove the stitches. Before Lin Ke even realized it, the stitches had already been taken out. Is that it? You're done already? He asked in surprise, hoping to chat a bit more with the beautiful nurse, but the process had gone so quickly. It's just removing stitches. It's not a major surgery, Fong Qiong said, pouting slightly. All right then. Thank you, Lin Ke replied. His tone tinged with a hint of regret as he reluctantly walked out. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly dashed past Lin Ke and into the room. Before Lin Ke could react, the man brandished a shiny knife and held it to Fong Qiong's neck. Call your director and the attending physician, Lu. Otherwise, I'll stab her. The man shouted hysterically. Let us talk this through. Just put down the knife first, Lin Ke urged. Seeing Fong Qiong being taken hostage and quickly trying to calm the man's emotions. The middle-aged man was extremely agitated, with a sharp knife pressed against Fong Qiong's neck, already leaving a bloody mark on her skin. At that moment, Fong Qiong was terrified, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Get the director and the attending physician over here. My dad is dead. I want them to pay with their lives. The man tightened his grip, causing Fong Qiong's face to turn red as she coughed. I'll call them right away. Just stay calm, Lin Ke said. Seeing Fong Qiong's distress, Lin Ke knew that if this continued, she might be choked to death before the doctors arrived. Are you even a man? Taking a woman hostage, why don't you take me instead? In a moment of desperation, Lin Ke tried to switch places with Fong Qiong. Who are you calling not a man? You're asking for death, aren't you? The man waved the knife threateningly at Lin Ke. If you're a real man, let her go and take me instead. Lin Ke noticed that his words had shaken the man, and he felt a glimmer of hope. Don't try any tricks, or I swear I'll kill her. The knife pressed closer to Fong Qiong's neck. What are you afraid of? I'm injured too. You wouldn't dare be scared of me, would you? Lin Ke revealed his own wound. Hearing that Lin Ke was also injured, the man's guard lowered a bit. Plus, being insulted as less than a man didn't sit well with him. He replied, Fine, you walk over slowly. If I see you make any sudden moves, I'll stab her. Lin Ke raised his hands and walked slowly towards him. After checking that Lin Ke was carrying anything, the man finally relaxed. He pushed Fong Qiong aside and grabbed Lin Ke instead. Now their positions had switched. Fong Qiong hadn't expected Lin Ke to suggest switching hostages. Facing an agitated family member of a patient was extremely dangerous. One wrong word could cost Lin Ke his life. With tear-filled eyes, Fong Qiong looked at Lin Ke with a mix of gratitude and worry, her tears falling to the ground as she feared for his safety. Outside the door, a crowd had gathered, each person straining to see what was happening inside. The attending physician and the director were taking too long, and the man grew increasingly agitated. Kicking over a stand, tweezers and medicine bottles scattered across the floor, clattering loudly. I'll wait 10 more minutes. If I don't see the attending physician and the director in that time, I'll stab him right here. He shouted towards the outside. Lin Ke could feel the tremor in the man's hands, realizing he might actually go through with it. Feng Qiong, are you okay? Lin Ke asked, giving her a subtle signal to back away. Feng Qiong covered her mouth with her hands, nodded, and took 2 steps back. Once he confirmed that she was safe, Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand gripped the middle-aged man's wrist, holding the knife tightly like a giant claw, preventing him from breaking free. The man was startled and attempted to stab Lin Ke in the neck with the knife in his hand. However, faced with Lin Ke's incredible strength, the sharp blade hovered in midair, unable to advance an inch further. Huh! Lin Ke shouted angrily, leaning forward forcefully. With a swift shoulder throw, he sent the middle-aged man crashing to the ground. As the man hit the ground, Lin Ke twisted his wrist sharply, causing the knife to drop into Lin Ke's hand. Quickly, Lin Ke locked the man's arms behind his back, finally subduing him completely. 130 hero saves the beauty at this moment. The security guards outside rushed in and pinned the middle-aged man to the ground, taking him away to the police station. The onlookers outside applauded at the scene, clearly expressing their disgust at such disruptive behavior that threatened social order. Seeing the middle-aged man being taken away, Feng Qiong hurried over to Lin Ke. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Feng Qiong asked anxiously as she checked Lin Ke's body and found that he only had a small cut on his palm from when he grabbed the knife. She let out a sigh of relief and quickly took out some antiseptic to clean the wound, gently wiping it. I'm fine, it's just a small cut. It'll be healed by tomorrow. Lin Ke replied, insisting that it was unnecessary. It's just a tiny cut, like an ant bite. There's no need to worry about it. Are you sure you don't need it treated? Feng Qiong pouted, giving Lin Ke a reproachful glance as she continued to tend to his wound. Unable to resist the stubborn nurse, Lin Ke could only smile wryly and let her take care of it. As Feng Qiong was cleaning the wound, tears began to fall from her eyes, landing on Lin Ke's cut. Why are you crying? Lin Ke asked, thinking Feng Qiong was just scared from the earlier incident. You silly, do you have any idea how dangerous it was just now? Feng Qiong turned around, her eyes filled with tears, looking at Lin Ke reproachfully. It was dangerous. Which is why he took me as a hostage. But it's okay now. Nothing happened, right? Lin Ke explained with a smile. At that moment, his smile appeared so bright and pure in Feng Qiong's eyes, completely changing her previous impression of him as a reckless playboy. She found herself a bit mesmerized. Snapping back to reality, she realized she had lost her composure. You fool, she muttered, blushing as she lowered her head and continued to treat Lin Ke's hand. Meanwhile, among the crowd of onlookers, many recorded the thrilling scene on their phones and posted it online, quickly drawing attention from netizens and making headlines on Weibo. Isn't that the incredible CEO Lin Ke? One post exclaimed. Lin Ke is totally my idol. That shoulder throw was so cool. Lin Ke really has a strong sense of justice. The online praise for Lin Ke flooded in, and he gained a significant number of fans overnight. His official Weibo account saw his follower count jump from 200,000 to 500,000 almost instantly. Many fans even spontaneously formed fan clubs. Those who had previously envied Lin Ke began to turn against their jealousy and decided to support him from now on. After returning to the villa, Lin Ke laughed as he scrolled through the comments from his new fans. Sitting on the sofa, he reflected on the day's events. If he hadn't been at the hospital today, that emotionally charged middle-aged man might have really done something foolish. Innocent people like Feng Qiong could have been seriously harmed. And who knows how many more innocent lives could have been affected. Everyone yearns for a stable social environment, but living in such a collective setting inevitably leads to friction. When these tensions are not properly addressed, conflicts arise, often resulting in various tragedies. With this in mind, Lin Ke suddenly had a thought. Could he do something to prevent such tragedies from occurring? That's right, an intelligent housekeeping robot. Since the robot can autonomously manage household chores, why not modify its programming to enable it to autonomously alert authorities and provide security as well? With this idea in mind, Lin Ke immediately accessed the source code of the intelligent housekeeping robot. His familiarity with the robot's principles was so extensive that it could be described as second nature. Coupled with his previous accumulation of knowledge, he quickly found a starting point. His fingers flew over the keyboard, and a series of complex codes appeared on the screen. After all, this was a modification, not a creation, which made it significantly easier. Lin Ke reflected that if he didn't have the source code of the robot, he wouldn't be able to create something from scratch with his current level of knowledge. Creation and improvement are entirely different concepts, each with its own level of difficulty. After 3 hours of intense focus, the code was finally completed. Thanks to the assistance of DAMI, the advanced artificial intelligence, Lin Ke was able to write the defense system's code in such a short time. Once finished, he collapsed onto the sofa with a sigh of relief. No wonder programmers often lose their hair. This was incredibly mentally taxing. Lin Ke looked at the completed program with satisfaction, confident that once people learned about the added alert and defense functions of the housekeeping robot, sales would definitely soar. Meanwhile, Lin Ke's mother, young Mingzhu, had been frowning ever since she saw the video of Lin Ke bravely confronting a criminal. She called Lin Ke and, unusually, expressed her anger. Lin Ke, do you think you're a hero? Do you have any idea how dangerous that situation was? What would your father and I do if something happened to you? Lin Ke understood that young Mingzhu's anger stemmed from her concern for him. Mom, I'm fine. I promise I won't do anything like that again, he quickly assured her, hoping to calm her anger. At that moment, Lin Yongsheng, Lin Ke's father, chimed in to support him. All right, the kid knows he was wrong. So don't be too hard on him. Let me talk to him for a moment. It was usually young Mingzhu who would persuade Lin Yongsheng. But now the roles had reversed. Young Mingzhu, still fuming, handed the phone to Lin Yongsheng and sat with her arms crossed. Lin Ke, even though you're okay this time, this kind of behavior is absolutely not allowed to happen again. Tell me, do you remember what I told you about the saying a wealthy son shouldn't lounge around? And a rich child shouldn't ride a horse? Listening to Lin Yongsheng's advice, Lin Ke lowered his head and replied, very wealthy people don't sit under beams to avoid being crushed, and generally, the rich don't ride horses to avoid falling. It reminds us that the more we carry on our shoulders, the greater our responsibilities, and we must cherish ourselves and stay away from danger. I already know all of this, Dad. 131 stepping forward since you haven't forgotten. I hope there won't be a next time. Both your mother and I are worried. After Lin Yongsheng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Ke understood that her parents were concerned about her, but after being lectured, she felt a bit displeased. Sitting at home was boring, so she decided to drive back to the company to see how things were going with the Super God project. As Lin Ke arrived at the company entrance, she noticed a group of about 10 unruly individuals outside, looking fierce and aggressive. What are they doing here? Lin Ke wondered as she quickly approached. She saw Fang Qi being grabbed by the collar and pushed around, looking utterly helpless. One of the men raised his fist, preparing to strike, shouting, "You owe money and won't pay up. Just watch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. I already paid off my salary this month. I don't have any money left." Fang Qi shouted, crouching down in fear and covering his head. Lin Ke sprang forward and grabbed the man's fist. "What are you doing?" Lin Ke glared at the burly man, making him feel a bit uneasy. However, seeing that he had so many people on his side, he regained his courage. "Get lost. Mind your own business." The man shot Lin Ke a furious look and tried to make a move against her. But he was no match for Lin Ke, who kicked him to the ground with ease. Seeing their companion get beaten, the others surged forward. "I want to see who dares to move today," Lin Ke shouted, her voice booming like thunder, sending chills through those who had taken lives before. The murderous aura that emanated from Lin Ke completely intimidated them. "Fang Qi, what is going on?" Lin Ke pulled Fang Qi up from the ground. "I'm sorry, CEO Lin. It's all my fault. My father owes money to loan sharks, and these people came to collect. I already paid them my salary last month, but they insisted on coming here and wouldn't listen to reason." Fang Qi kept apologizing, feeling utterly powerless against these thugs. "All right, I understand." Lin Ke then turned to the group of debt collectors and asked, "Where's the IOU?" One of the leaders handed it over to Lin Ke. "This amounts to 700,000, principal and interest." Lin Ke glanced at the document. "Fang Qi, is this your father's signature?" "Yes," Fang Qi nodded nervously. Lin Ke ripped the IOU to shreds in one swift motion. "What are you doing? Don't think that tearing it up means you can avoid paying." The leader of the thugs exclaimed in panic. "Fang Qi, transfer 700,000 to them, and we'll consider this settled," Lin Ke said coldly, giving the thug a stern look. Fang Qi, filled with gratitude and tears in his eyes, transferred the money to the debt collectors. After receiving the payment, the thugs let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "Stop," Lin Ke called out to them. "Boss, is there something else?" The thug turned back, smiling. "The debt is settled, and this matter is considered over, but the incident of you getting beaten is far from finished." Lin Ke pointed at the red handprint on Fang Qi's face and said, "When his employees are bullied, as the boss, how can he not stand up for them? Let us just forget about it, boss. It was our fault," one of the thugs said, realizing they had crossed a line. They had intended to brush this off with a smile. However, Lin Ke remained unfazed and coldly addressed Fang Qi. "Who hit you? Go confront him." Lin Ke shouted angrily. It truly irked him that Fang Qi had been assaulted right at the entrance of his company. Fang Qi scanned the crowd and spotted the person who had just hit him. He strode over, ready to retaliate. The group of debt collectors stared at Fang Chi with wide eyes, as if warning him that any move he made would lead to dire consequences. Fang Chi swallowed hard. About to tell Lin Ke to let it go when suddenly, slap. A loud slap echoed as the thug covered his face and glared at Lin Ke. What are you looking at? If any of you dare to harass Fang Chi again, I can have the gang take care of you. Or I'll hire a lawyer to send you to prison. Got it? Lin Ke threatened the thugs. The lead thug nodded repeatedly. It won't happen again, boss. Let us go, guys. Those in the underworld often have a sense of who to mess with and who not to. Otherwise, they could end up dead in the streets or rot in prison. Lin Ke was clearly someone they couldn't afford to cross. After dealing with the thugs, Fang Chi kept apologizing to Lin Ke. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I caused trouble for the company. We'll discuss your issues later. Lin Ke waved his hand dismissively and strode into the office, his chest rising and falling, revealing just how furious he was. Whereas the head of security, Lin Ke shouted as he entered. Mr. Lin, is there something you need? The head of security approached with a smile. Lin Ke shot him a glance. You and all your security personnel are fired. Get out immediately, Lin Ke said, turning towards the conference room, leaving the head of security in shock. Unsure of how he had been abruptly dismissed, everyone dropped what they were doing and headed to the conference room. Lin Ke's voice came through the intercom. As they entered and saw Lin Ke's furious expression, no one dared to speak. Once everyone was present, Lin Ke finally said, everyone's bonus for the month is deducted. The company had always offered great benefits without any penalties, but today marked the unprecedented first fine. Mr. Lin, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with everyone else. If anyone should be penalized, it should be me. Fang Chi stood up, ready to take the blame, knowing he was the cause of today's chaos. It's not about you. Do you understand why I'm angry? I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at everyone, Lin Ke replied. Right at the entrance of our company, everyone stood by and watched you get beaten without doing anything. There were only a little over 10 of them, and we have nearly 100 employees now. Why didn't anyone dare to step in? Just standing by and watching a colleague being bullied like that? Lin Ke said angrily. At that moment, everyone present realized their mistake and lowered their heads in shame. If you don't help me today, I want to help you tomorrow. Is this how cold-blooded we are? Are we still part of this company? I hope all of you can recognize the mistake made today. Withholding a month's bonus will serve as a small lesson for you all. 132 Reunion of old friends. After hearing Lin Ke's lesson, all the employees engaged in some deep reflection. Indeed, if you don't help me today, I won't help you tomorrow. When you're in need, everyone will just be a cold spectator. Boss, we realize our mistakes. The manager of the business department stepped forward to admit the error. I didn't actually expect you to physically fight with others, but I hope you can provide some tangible help when a colleague is in trouble. That was my original intention. I don't want our company, SuperGod, to be a cold, unfeeling place devoid of humanity. Instead, I want SuperGod to be a warm family where everyone lends a helping hand in times of need. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, all the employees lowered their heads in shame. Following this incident, the cohesion amongst SuperGod employees significantly strengthened. Seeing that everyone had reflected on their actions, Lin Ke then announced the dismissal of all security personnel. This shocked everyone. All 10 security staff were fired. If they had stepped up this time, even though I invented a new security program for the robots, I wouldn't have had the heart to dismiss them. However, their inaction truly enraged Lin Ke. One by one, the security personnel left SuperGod with their heads hung low. After resolving this matter, Lin Ke finally declared the meeting adjourned. Fang Chi felt immensely grateful to Lin Ke, secretly vowing that as long as SuperGod exists, he would work without pay if necessary. He would follow Lin Ke's footsteps for life. Upon returning to the office, Lin Ke was soon joined by Chu Yan, who saw him programming the robots. Curiously, she asked, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Ah, Chu Yan, you're just in time. In a few days, go to the SuperGod factory and bring back a few sets of household smart robots. I've reprogrammed them to function as security personnel. When the time comes, call Wu Ge and have him come over as our security head. He is an expert in this. When Chu Yan heard that Lin Ke wanted to use robots for security, it sounded like a fairy tale to her, and she found it hard to believe. Pointing at the metal contraption, she asked, Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to use robots as security? Is that feasible? Of course it is, Lin Ke replied, a bit exasperated, as he finally completed the programming for the household smart robots. He then called up Mouse. Mouse, I'll send you a new program shortly. Please update each household smart robot that has been sold or is for sale via the cloud. Announce the latest update online, stating that the smart household robots now have added security features. Upon receiving Lin Ke's instructions, Mouse promptly executed the update in the cloud. Many people, seeing the update details, exclaimed that their purchase of the household smart robot was well worth it. Not only did they save on hiring a nanny, but they also added a security feature to their home, Many who hadn't purchased before were now captivated by the smart home robots and flocked back to the sales floor. The once dormant robot craze was reignited, and the sales of smart home robots surged to new heights, far surpassing other tech products. This development caught the attention of the team at Saming Technology, who watched in anxious disbelief as they felt powerless against the juggernaut that was Chaoxing. To them, Chaoxing had become a godlike enterprise. No matter how hard they tried to imitate, they could never catch up. As the sales figures soared and funds poured in, Lin Ke found himself in a much better mood. Chaoxing, once like a fragile infant in his hands, had surprisingly grown into a behemoth. Friends who had previously lost touch with Lin Ke reached out to congratulate him and invited him out for drinks. Lin Ke, long time no see. When do you have time to grab a drink? One of his old friends, a wealthy second-generation returnee from abroad, called him. Upon hearing about the impressive growth and reputation of Lin Ke's company, he immediately dialed Lin Ke's number. You're back, huh? And you still remember to contact me? Where are you? Just say the word, he said excitedly. Lin Ke didn't mind this old friend. They had been quite close during his wilder days, even getting into a fair share of mischief together. However, after going abroad, they had rarely stayed in touch. So when he received the call today, Lin Ke happily agreed. Same place, Shangri-La, his friend said with a laugh. After hanging up, Lin Ke drove to Shangri-La and followed the waiter to the reserved private room. True to its reputation as a gathering place for the wealthy, the decor was lavish. Upon seeing Lin Ke enter, his friend stood up to greet him, clapping him on the shoulder. Long time no see. You're doing well, he said, urging Lin Ke to sit down. Lin Ke chuckled as he took a seat. His friend tilted his head and asked, so, same old tastes? This question wasn't about Lin Ke's food preferences, but rather a playful jab at his past choices in drinking companions. No need. Not interested. Lin Ke waved his hand with a laugh, having long outgrown that phase. The sight of those companions no longer sparked any interest in him. Wow. After all this time, you've lost your taste? His friend shook his head in mock disappointment. He then introduced Lin Ke to the others around the table. When they learned that Lin Ke was the director of Chaoxing, their eagerness to impress him grew. They showered him with compliments and kept raising toasts. Lin Ke, you've changed so much. Back in the day, you were the wildest among us. Who in our circle didn't know about your reputation? Now look at you. All settled down. After finishing the toast, they raised a glass in Lin Ke's honor. People change, after all. We all have to grow up and mature, Lin Ke replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin after finishing his drink. Lin Ke's friend nodded, agreeing that Lin Ke was right. After all, as a friend, seeing you in your current state genuinely makes me happy. However, our distance seems to be growing further apart. I was even worried you wouldn't come when I called you today, the friend teased. I used to be a top-tier rich kid too, you know? Is there really any difference now? Lin Ke joked back. All right, with your past reckless behavior, how many times have I had to clean up your mess? That scar on my head, isn't it from the last time I blocked a bottle for you? Lin Ke's friend lifted his hair to reveal a small scar. And what about this one? This is from when I helped you back after you got drunk and fell into a stinky ditch, Lin Ke said, lifting his shirt to show his own small scar. The others watched as the two exchanged stories of their past antics, laughing uncontrollably at their memories. Lin Ke had a few drinks and was starting to feel the effects of the alcohol, taking the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom. He decided to take a moment to collect himself. Wow, these people really know how to drink. In the bathroom, Lin Ke splashed some cold water on his face, which helped him feel a bit more awake. After drying his face with a paper towel and straightening his clothes, he made his way back out. As he passed by a private room, he heard loud voices coming from inside. What the hell? Do they really think they can get away with this? Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the room, followed by a girl's desperate pleas. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police. Lin Ke sneered at the commotion. In a place like this, such incidents were all too common. He wasn't a saint, after all, and he didn't feel the need to intervene in every situation. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he realized the voice sounded oddly familiar. Where had he heard that voice before? Lin Ke furrowed his brows, trying to recall. Perhaps it was the alcohol, making his head feel a bit foggy. It wasn't until the girl's cries rang out again that it struck him. It was Yun Xiao. What was she doing here? Without thinking, he kicked open the door to the private room. The loud bang startled everyone inside, and they stared at Lin Ke in shock. Lin Ke. Among them was also Li Ming, a familiar face to Lin Ke. When Yun Xiao saw Lin Ke enter, she seized the opportunity to break free from the grip of the wealthy second-generation man, rushing into Lin Ke's arms, crying like a distressed child. What is going on? Lin Ke asked coldly, his expression as frigid as ice. Lin Ke, this isn't your business. You're not going to interfere in something like this, are you? Li Ming stepped forward, frowning as he glared at Lin Ke. He thought to himself that as a rich second-generation heir, it was foolish to stand up for a woman. After all, they all moved within the same circle and would inevitably cross paths again. Women were not in short supply around them. Lin Ke's sudden and aggressive appearance made Li Ming feel embarrassed. Get lost, Lin Ke shouted, kicking Li Ming to the ground. He and Li Ming had never gotten along, and now Li Ming dared to provoke him? Was he looking for trouble? With the alcohol fueling his aggression, Lin Ke didn't hold back. Li Ming knelt on the floor, clutching his stomach, feeling nauseous. Lin Ke, He was about to unleash a barrage of insults, but when he looked up and met Lin Ke's sharp, icy gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to swallow his words. The other wealthy second-generation heirs in the room, witnessing Lin Ke's blatant disregard for Li Ming and his physical assault, began to reach for their bottles, preparing to retaliate. Although Lin Ke was a bit drunk, he understood the principle of capture the ringleader first. He quickly grabbed the collar of the most aggressive rich heir and delivered a powerful punch to his face. The heir's 2 front teeth flew out like peanuts. Blood splattered everywhere, and he screamed in pain. The onlookers were stunned by Lin Ke's ruthless action and exchanged glances, hesitating to step forward. Lin Ke, don't go too far, the group of rich heirs said in unison. After all, they were all from wealthy backgrounds, and no matter how rowdy things got, they usually left each other a way out. This blatant offense by Lin Ke was something they had never encountered before. Seeing that the crowd was intimidated, Lin Ke ignored them and turned to the panicked Yun Xiao beside him. What is going on? Lin Ke noticed the red handprint on Yun Xiao's cheek and had an inkling of what had happened, but he still wanted to get the full story. From his impression, Yun Xiao was the type to ingratiate herself with the powerful. My agent arranged for me to audition today, and after I passed, they brought me here for a celebration. But I didn't expect that guy to get handsy with me. Yun Xiao pointed at the rich heir who had harassed her. Her body trembled as she cried, and after catching her breath, she continued. So I splashed wine on him, and then he hit me, saying he would. All right. I understand. Lin Ke hugged Yun Xiao and gently patted her back, comforting her softly. If he hadn't come today, this Navi girl would surely have fallen victim to those beasts. Lin Ke was well aware of the methods these people used. Which hand did you use to hit her? Lin Ke asked the rich heir with a smile that concealed his intent. The heir, seeing Lin Ke's audacity, felt a bit indignant. This hand hit her. What are you going to do about it? We're all in the same circle. I'm somewhat of a big shot myself. Why don't you try coming at me for this little star? The heir waved his right hand in front of Lin Ke, tilting his head with a smug expression. His overconfident demeanor made Lin Ke both angry and amused. You really think you're something, huh? Do you think I won't dare to touch you? Lin Ke grabbed the heir's collar and yanked it down forcefully. The heir had reacted before he was sent sprawling to the ground, struggling to get up. But Lin Ke stepped on his back, pinning him down like a turtle. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. And no matter how hard he struggled, Lin Ke remained unmoved. Let me up. Damn it. Let me up. The rich heir shouted in frustration, pounding the floor with his hands and cursing at Lin Ke. However, Lin Ke wasn't angry at all. He smiled and said, keep cursing. Keep cursing. Lin Ke, let him go. We're all in the same circle. There's no need for this, someone from the crowd interjected. Yeah, just take this woman away. We didn't know she knew you. Let us leave some room for each other. The wealthy second-generation heirs stepped forward to persuade Lin Ke. Get lost. Who do you think you are? I'll do whatever I want. I'll settle the score with you later. At that moment, Lin Ke, fueled by alcohol, unleashed the violent temperament typical of a rich kid. He grabbed a wine glass filled with liquor from the table and poured it over the head of the wealthy heir at his feet. Aren't you so arrogant? What are you even worth? You think you have status? Today, I'm going to slap your face. Lin Ke smashed the glass against the wall. Then, with a heavy stomp, he crushed the right hand of the wealthy heir beneath his foot. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the heir let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. 134 Hero saves beauty. Which hand touched her? Lin Ke had no intention of letting this wealthy second generation go easily and continued to ask coldly. Everyone present saw the deformed hand on the ground, and their throats tightened slightly as they swallowed hard. This is too brutal. They just crushed a person's hand. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me up. The wealthy second generation under Lin Ke's foot cried out in desperation. The sharp pain in his right hand made him fear Lin Ke immensely. He regretted provoking her just now. Now you realize you were wrong? Weren't you just acting so arrogant? Left hand, right? Lin Ke said with a smile. The wealthy second generation felt as if a demon was stepping on his back at the sound of Lin Ke's laughter, filling him with immense fear. Let me go. Let me go? The second generation understood the meaning behind Lin Ke's words and struggled desperately on the ground, his head banging against the floor, and his legs flailing like a frog in the air. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the ears of everyone present. And Lin Ke crushed the second generation's left hand as well. As she stepped on it, she didn't forget to grind it a few more times. Everyone watched as the second generation wailed on the ground, as if Lin Ke's foot was crushing their own hands. Each person gasped in shock, gritting their teeth as they looked at the second generation on the ground. Lin Ke, don't go too far. Do you really think we can't deal with you? At this moment, Li Ming, who had just regained his composure, scolded Lin Ke. This wealthy second generation was a guest he had invited. And now that both of his hands had been crushed by Lin Ke, he found it hard to explain. Get lost. Who do you think you are to speak? Lin Ke kicked Li Ming in the abdomen again. Li Ming flew back like a sandbag, crashing into the wall. He knelt on the ground, his face flushed, struggling to catch his breath. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Is there anyone else who wants to save face? Lin Ke raised her voice suddenly and shouted angrily, causing everyone present to shudder. With the ones who spoke of being beaten like this, who would dare to say anything? Didn't they see that Lin Ke took down these 3 people in just 2 moves? Lin Ke, will make it clear today. If anyone dares to touch a hair on her, be prepared to have your hands broken. Whatever game you want to play, Lin Ke, will accompany you to the end. After Lin Ke finished speaking, she scanned the crowd. The wealthy second generation dared not speak, all turning their heads away to avoid her fierce gaze. Since you all have nothing to say, then be aware of yourselves and each give yourselves a slap. Lin Ke pulled up a chair and sat down. When everyone heard that Lin Ke wanted them to slap themselves, they were completely enraged. Lin Ke, we haven't done anything. Why should we slap ourselves? Lin Ke, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Yeah, did we offend you? Why do you have to be so excessive? The crowd expressed their anger, but they couldn't stand up to Lin Ke, so they could only voice their complaints. Bang! Lin Ke picked up a bottle and slammed it forcefully on the table, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Since you're unwilling, I'll take matters into my own hands. Lin Ke stood up, brandishing the broken bottle. The wealthy second-generation group recoiled in fear at the sight of Lin Ke preparing to use the bottle against them. After what had just happened, everyone felt a sense of dread towards Lin Ke. This person was capable of anything. If someone got hit in the face with that bottle, their life would be ruined. Bang! One of the rich kids, terrified, slapped himself across the face. All right, I've done it, he said, wanting to leave the private room and distance himself from Lin Ke, the harbinger of misfortune. Stop. Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you. Lin Ke shouted sternly. The wealthy kid gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. Bang! Knowing Lin Ke wouldn't let them leave easily, he slapped himself hard again. This time, his face swelled up with a bright red mark, blood seeping from the cut. Only then was Lin Ke satisfied and waved his hand. All right, just do it like that. Don't make me lift a finger. Lin Ke addressed the others present. Soon, the sound of slapping echoed throughout the private room. Afterward, everyone left in humiliation and resentment. And Lin Ke finally took Yun Xiao and left. Let us go. To my private room. I'll send you home later. Lin Ke wiped away the tears at the corner of Yun Xiao's eyes and pulled her toward his room. Hey, where have you been, young Master Lin? I thought you were off with a beautiful woman. But really, Lin Ke, you're not being very gentlemanly by hitting people. Lin Ke's friend teased upon seeing the slap mark on Yun Xiao's face, mistakenly thinking it was Lin Ke who had done it. No. It was Lin Ke. Yun Xiao quickly waved her hands to clarify, fearing Lin Ke's friends might misunderstand. Lin Ke then explained what had just happened to his friends. Damn it, that bastard Li Ming. I've never liked him. I'm going to deal with him. One of Lin Ke's friends, hot-tempered, grabbed a bottle and headed out, ready to confront Li Ming. This group of rich kids, full of youthful arrogance, often clashed with one another. Lin Ke stopped him with a laugh. All right, they've already left. Lin Ke's friend sighed in disappointment, feeling he hadn't been able to back Lin Ke up, which made him feel somewhat disloyal. At the same time, he was a bit angry with Lin Ke. Why didn't you call us when this happened? Do you look down on us? Lin Ke's friend grumbled, taking a swig of his drink. After some persuasion, Lin Ke managed to calm him down. A few bottles later, everyone had forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Lin Ke, no wonder you didn't look for a drinking companion before. Your taste has certainly improved a lot. Lin Ke's friend, feeling a bit tipsy, glanced at Yun Xiao and teased Lin Ke. Come on, stop joking around. She's an employee at my company. Lin Ke clinked glasses with his friend and explained. Oh, no wonder you look so familiar. You're Yun Xiao, right? I saw you in that MV before. You were really great. How about I fund a movie for you? Lin Ke knew exactly what his friend was getting at. Annoyed, he replied, all right. I'm not in that desperate of a situation for money. Keep your little schemes to yourself and just drink. Lin Ke's friend rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Well, I guess that's that. Time to drink. 1:35. Settling scores after autumn. A group of people had a great time playing until late into the night. Lin Ke was already as drunk as a skunk, but thankfully, Yun Xiao hadn't had any alcohol. She helped Lin Ke into the car. Sister-in-law, I'm counting on you to take her home. Lin Ke's friend slurred as they left. Yun Xiao nodded, secretly delighted yet a bit shy. Just as she helped Lin Ke to the car, she realized that Lin Ke didn't have her keys. Lin, where are your car keys? Yun Xiao asked softly. Open the door, Lin Ke mumbled. The car door automatically opened, which surprised Yun Xiao. She couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Lin Ke was as the CEO of a tech company. Even the car was so high-tech. Once inside, Yun Xiao asked Lin Ke for her home address, but the intoxicated Lin Ke had already dozed off in the passenger seat. With a sigh of resignation, Yun Xiao thought it might be better to take Lin Ke to her new apartment to rest. After driving back to her apartment, while helping Lin Ke out of her outerwear, Yun Xiao felt her cheeks flush. Oh, how embarrassing, she thought, scolding herself. Her heart raced like a wild deer, thumping in her chest. Lin, you look so handsome today. She couldn't resist gently kissing Lin Ke on the cheek, feeling like a mischievous child, secretly delighted. She hurriedly covered Lin Ke with a blanket, relieved that she was asleep. Otherwise, she would definitely be scolded. With a playful smile, Yun Xiao turned off the lights in the room and returned to her own. Meanwhile, a faint smile crept onto Lin Ke's face. By the time they arrived at Yun Xiao's place, he had actually sobered up. He just found it amusing to see her sneaking around. So he pretended to be asleep to see what she would do. He did not expect her to sneak in a kiss. Feeling pleased, Lin Ke rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, Yun Xiao had already prepared a lavish breakfast spread, clearly having put a lot of thought into it. Lin Ke savored a few big bites. He personally drove Yun Xiao to her entertainment company, but throughout the ride, the usually lively girl seemed weighed down by her thoughts. Yun Xiao, Lin Ke called out twice. And it was only then that the distracted Yun Xiao snapped back to reality. No, Lin, I didn't she said in a panic. What do you mean you didn't I meant we arrived at the company. Lin Ke replied, stifling a laugh, fully aware of what Yun Xiao was referring to. It's nothing, thank you, Lin. I'll head in and get to work, Yun Xiao said as she opened the car door and hurried into the company. Lin Ke shook his head with a wry smile. This girl. He then reined in his smile and murmured to himself. It seems there are people in the company who dare to make moves behind my back. Interesting. After what happened with Yun Xiao yesterday, Lin Ke took some time to think it over seriously. Yun Xiao has always been supported by herself and was personally brought into this entertainment company by her. With such an incident occurring, there must be something suspicious behind it. Lin Ke stormed into the company with an angry expression and instructed her secretary. Go get the agent who introduced Yun Xiao for the audition yesterday. Shortly after, a plump middle-aged woman walked in. She adjusted her glasses with her middle finger and smiled at Lin Ke, saying, Hello, President Lin. What can I do for you? Seeing the woman still playing dumb, Lin Ke replied with a smile, Don't you know why I called you here? The agent's expression changed slightly, but she still intended to continue pretending. Please enlighten me. President Lin, I truly don't understand what this is about. Lin Ke, infuriated, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Still pretending? Who told you to take Yun Xiao for the audition? The agent, already guilty about her actions, nearly fell to the ground from fright at Lin Ke's outburst. She hurriedly explained, President Lin, I just wanted to give her a chance. Other artists would kill for such opportunities. At that moment, the agent was still lying. Lin Ke had lost her last bit of patience and coldly said, It was Li Ming who sent you, wasn't he it? The agent's face turned pale at the mention of Li Ming's name, and she didn't dare to speak. Lin Ke continued, Tell Li Ming that if he pulls any more tricks like this, he will definitely regret it next time. You're fired. Get out immediately. In truth, Lin Ke had suspected that Yun Xiao was brought into that situation because of Li Ming's interference. After seeing the agent's sudden change in demeanor, she felt even more certain about her suspicions. At the same time, she mentally noted down Li Ming for future reckoning. Let her go. I didn't want to work here anyway. I could always go to Li Ming's company. The agent pouted, disdain written all over her face. Li Ming had promised her before, which was why she dared to introduce Yun Xiao so confidently. Lin Ke saw the agent's attitude and shook her head with a smile. Go ahead, I won't stop you. But let me give you a piece of advice. I embarrassed them so badly last night. And now they're seething, but don't dare to vent their anger at me. You going there would be just perfect for them to take it out on. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the agent finally realized that Lin Ke must have ruined Li Ming's plans last night. If she went there, Li Ming would think she had spilled the beans, and she would definitely not end up well. Now, caught in a situation where she was disliked by both sides, she panicked. President Lin, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this one time. I have an elderly family to care for and children as well. Without my job, I wouldn't know what to do. The agent spoke while wiping away tears, hoping to gain Lin Ke's sympathy. She even knelt down and grabbed Lin Ke's pant leg, pleading desperately. Security, throw this person out. Lin Ke ordered directly. Such a person was not worth any sympathy. Two security guards lifted the overweight agent's body as if they were carrying a fat pig ready for slaughter and threw her out of the company door. If you dare to cause any more trouble, we'll call the police. They threatened before clapping their hands and returning to their posts. After dealing with the situation, Lin Ke immediately called a meeting for all employees. I won't hold past grievances against anyone, but from now on, if I catch anyone trying to pull dirty tricks on their colleagues, don't blame me for being more ruthless, Lin Ke stated. She hoped her words would serve as a warning to those with ill intentions, prompting them to reconsider their actions. Title: Holding a feather as a command. After Lin Ke finished her tasks at the company and took a few days off, she was relaxing in her villa, basking in the sun and sipping freshly squeezed rice juice when the old principal called her. Lin Ke, what have you been busy with lately? The old principal greeted her warmly. Not much, just handling some company matters and reading. Is there something you need, principal? Lin Ke replied. The school wants to invite technology experts and scholars to give a lecture for the students to inspire them. You remember you won that gold award last time? We'd like to invite you to come as well. Lin Ke held a great deal of respect for the old principal, and she certainly wouldn't decline such a warm invitation. She nodded and said, no problem. When does it start? I'll get prepared. Upon hearing Lin Ke's agreement, the principal was overjoyed and said with excitement, it's tomorrow. You are the pride of our school. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Ke hung up the phone, shaking her head with a wry smile. She hadn't even graduated yet, and now she was being called an expert. The next day, Lin Ke arrived at the school and walked into the auditorium. At that moment, Zhang Chang, the president of the student council, was organizing his classmates to clean and set up the venue. Move those chairs over a bit. What is going on with the lighting over there? It's so dim. Can't you pay the electricity bill? Zhang Chang enjoyed the sense of accomplishment that came from directing others. When he saw Lin Ke walk in, he cast her a scornful glance and thought to himself, what is she doing here? Has she been absent from classes for a while? What are you doing here? Zhang Chang asked sharply. Just taking a look. Lin Ke replied casually as she found a seat. Zhang Chang eyed her suspiciously and immediately thought of her possible intentions. He speculated that Lin Ke was trying to leverage her position as the heir of the Lin family to get close to those experts and gain some technical support. No wonder her company had so many high-tech products. It must all have come from this kind of networking. Once Zhang Chang was convinced of Lin Ke's true purpose for being there, he looked at her with disdain and mockingly said, is it that your company doesn't have any new products? Trying to get some technical support? Lin Ke didn't even look at Zhang Chang. She found it insulting to engage further with someone so foolish. Seeing Lin Ke's silence, Zhang Chang assumed she was too embarrassed to respond because he had hit the nail on the head regarding her motives. Let me tell you, Lin Ke, it's useless. Those experts won't look at you any differently just because you have money and connections. They have their principles, you know? Zhang Chang took on a condescending tone, as if he were imparting wisdom to her. He had once considered trying to approach those experts like Lin Ke, but they hadn't even spared him a glance. It was only later that he devised the strategy of getting close to them as the student council president. Are you annoying? Are you that bored? Next to Zhang Chang, Lin Ke felt as if there were 1,000 flies buzzing in her ears, incessantly droning on. She really wanted to grab him, rip out his intestines, and then choke him, bringing her hand down like a knife. Then the whole world would be quiet. Did I hit the nail on the head? Let me tell you. This group of people is under my charge. If you want to get close to them, you need to sweet-talk me. Got it? Zhang Chang left with a smug look on his face, directing the students around him. Lin Ke ignored him, thinking to herself that Zhang Chang was as clueless as ever. Always so self-important. If not, he wouldn't have fallen into her hands time and again, losing not only his own land, but also his entertainment company to Lin Ke. Zhang Chang sneaked a glance at Lin Ke and saw her still unmoved. Given that he had suffered losses at her hands repeatedly, he felt even more frustrated. He was plotting how to deal with her today. Hey, Lin Ke, come over and clean this floor. Zhang Chang shouted. Why should I clean the floor? Lin Ke slowly put down her phone and replied. Why? Because I'm the president of the student council. If you clean the floor, I'll give you a chance to connect with the experts, Zhang Chang said, hands on his hips, head held high, one foot tapping on the ground in a show of arrogance. President, Lin Ke isn't even part of the student council. She has no obligation to listen to you. One student interjected. Zhang Chang immediately got angry, pointing a finger at the student and cursing. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt me? Just because she is not in the student council, she can't do anything for the school? I'm Zhang Li, a student at this school. And I'm just speaking the truth. The student council shouldn't operate on a system of power. We are free. Helping the school should be voluntary, not because of authority. The student named Zhang Li stood tall, arguing back against Zhang Chang with conviction, reminiscent of those ancient figures who stood firm against tyranny and upheld their integrity. This infuriated Zhang Chang, who had originally intended to trouble Lin Ke, only to be interrupted by this bold young man. Are you trying to oppose me? Do you believe I can have you expelled from the student council right now? Zhang Chang slammed his hand on the table in anger. Seeing this, other students rushed in to mediate between the two. Chang, don't get angry. He's just stubborn and set in his ways. Don't stoop to his level. Zhongli, just admit defeat. There is no need to offend Zhang Chang. Yeah, let us all take a step back. However, despite the group's attempts at calming him down, Zhongli stood firm. I'm not wrong, so why should I admit to being in the wrong? Lin Ke found Zhongli interesting. Zhang Chang feared her. But that didn't mean anyone could bully her. Yet Zhongli, knowing he wasn't a match for Zhang Chang and that offending him would make his life difficult, still held on to his beliefs and principles. Such character and integrity were indeed commendable. Zhang Chang was completely infuriated by Zhang Li's attitude. He shouted, "No one stop me. Zhongli, right? You are officially expelled from the student council for refusing to comply with the president's authority." Zhongli sneered, angrily tossing aside the rag in his hand and kicking over the water basin. Spitting on the ground, he looked at Zhang Chang with disdain and said, "Good. I didn't want to be part of this anyway. Being associated with such petty people is an insult to me." With that, he turned and left. Lin Ke watched Zhang Li's departing figure, finding a lasting impression of this person. At that moment, a few students responsible for external affairs rushed in, looking flustered as they approached Zhang Chang. "Chairman Zhang, the invited experts have already arrived at the school gate." "So soon? You go and notify the school leaders. And the rest of you come with me to welcome them." Zhang Chang quickly set aside his work and organized the students to grab flowers and banners before heading out. Upon hearing the news, the school's leaders also made their way outside, a large group departing from the school in a grand procession. Zhang Chang noticed Lin Ke trailing behind and impatiently said, "Don't think that just because you're following along, they'll pay any attention to you. Weren't you being all tough just now? You won't get a chance to interact with these people anyway." He shot Lin Ke a disdainful glance, sneering at her. Lin Ke, unfazed, simply muttered under her breath, "Idiot. Why would I need to curry favor with those people? I'm a recipient of the Science and Technology Award. And even though I'm still young, they would be eager to associate with me." Meanwhile, a large bus pulled into the school's parking lot, and the experts and dignitaries began to disembark one by one. On either side of the bus stood students holding vibrant flowers, warmly welcoming the guests. A bright red banner was stretched across the entrance, reading, "Welcome professors and experts to our school for a lecture." The school's leaders arrived on the scene, greeting the guests enthusiastically. Taking advantage of his position as the student union chairman, Zhang Chang followed closely behind the leaders with a sycophantic smile. "Hello, esteemed experts and professors. This welcome ceremony has been specially prepared for you," he said with a grin, waving his hands and shouting, "Ready, go." At that moment, the music students inside the school began to play the prearranged welcome music. The cheerful tunes, combined with the various noisy sounds, created a cacophony that buzzed in everyone's ears, causing irritation. The experts, already weary from their journey, collectively frowned at the sudden noise. Some, feeling carsick, even began to vomit on the spot. Enough, enough. When did your school become so extravagant? Why do you insist on these superficial displays? Wouldn't it be better to spend this time reading? The lead expert, who preferred a quiet atmosphere for academic research, felt an inexplicable frustration rise within him and couldn't help but scold the organizers. The smiles on the faces of the school leaders froze in midair, creating an awkward silence. They had not anticipated Zhang Chang would orchestrate such a spectacle. They thought simply presenting flowers would suffice. Little did they know that Zhang Chang had taken it upon himself to have the students play music. The school leaders shot Zhang Chang a glare, and he realized he had made a blunder. "Stop, stop. That's enough," he shouted hoarsely, and the band finally halted. The expressions on the students' faces were filled with displeasure. They had rehearsed for a week, only to play for less than 5 minutes before being cut off. And now they had upset the school authorities. Anyone in their position would feel disheartened. Although he didn't say it out loud, everyone was secretly cursing Zhang Chang for being a fool. At that moment, the experts noticed Lin Ke and, breaking from their usual demeanor, gathered around her, enthusiastically greeting her. "Ms. Lin, I didn't expect to see you here. After the event, you must tell me about the principles behind smart home robots and autonomous driving. It's simply a genius creation. It's hard to believe you accomplished it all by yourself. I heard you're a student at this school. Your school must have an impressive education system." They praised Lin Ke, indirectly complimenting the school as well. This made the school leaders feel proud, straightening their backs considerably. The old principal was beaming, unable to contain his smile, and quickly approached the experts, saying, "Even though Lin Ke is a student here, she is also a speaker, truly the perfect host." The experts nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating Lin Ke's speech. "Why is Lin Ke so popular when I do so much and get no recognition?" Zhang Chang thought to himself, filled with jealousy as he watched Lin Ke surrounded by the experts. "Principal, How can a student like Lin Ke be allowed to speak on stage? If this is the case, I believe many students will be dissatisfied, Zhang Chong said angrily to the principal. His sudden opposition drew the attention of the crowd. Principal, this student is. The leading expert furrowed his brow and asked the principal. The old principal firmly grabbed Zhang Chong's arm and whispered, "What is the matter with you? Do you think the school's decisions are up for you to comment on? Keep your mouth shut." Zhang Chang turned his face away, biting his lip, and defiantly replied, "Isn't Lin Ke just rich? Why does everyone have to fawn over her? As the president of the student council, I find this biased decision hard to accept." Zhang Chong's blatant challenge to the principal made the latter's expression darken significantly. His words undoubtedly implied that the school was engaging in favoritism for Lin Ke's wealth. "Shut up." The principal trembled with anger. After so many years dedicated to teaching and nurturing students, he had never taken a penny from them. In fact, he had often supported impoverished students out of his own pocket. He never expected to be questioned by his own student, especially in front of so many people. How could he not be furious? At this moment, both the experts and school leaders were quite displeased with Zhang Chong's earlier remarks. Lin Ke is a recipient of a technology award. If someone like her doesn't qualify to speak on stage, then what about us, who haven't received such awards? Should we not even be allowed in the school gates? One straightforward expert said, voicing his thoughts. This made the expressions of the school leaders and the principal sour. Not even knowing about the technology awards showed just how limited the students' perspectives were. Fearing that the old principal might faint from anger, Lin Ke quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Every dragon has 9 sons, each different in their own way. Moreover, with so many students in one school, it's impossible for every student to have an interest in technology. Not knowing about it is perfectly normal. Let us head to the auditorium. After all, everyone is waiting for the experts to share their experiences and knowledge with us. Upon hearing Lin Ke say this, the experts nodded in agreement and gradually made their way into the auditorium. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong was held back by the school leadership. Lin Ke is a recipient of a science and technology award, and he doesn't even have the qualification to speak. How could the other experts who haven't won such awards feel comfortable going on stage? Can't you think a little before you speak? If you don't want to serve as the student council president, just say so. I can relieve you of your position immediately. Zhang Chong, now a visiting professor, was suddenly alarmed when he heard that his position as the president of the student council was at risk. Leader, I'm not quite sure how significant this tech award is. I promise I won't speak carelessly again. Please give me another chance. After all the effort he put into securing the position, he had been using it to exert influence within the school. The news of his potential removal was hard for him to accept, and he desperately pleaded with the school leader. The school leader shot Zhang Chong a glare but said nothing more, walking directly into the student council hall, with Zhang trailing behind, feeling dejected. Inside the hall, each expert took turns to give speeches, and finally, Lin Ke was the last to take the stage. As soon as Lin Ke appeared, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, warmly welcoming him. Having become an idol for many students, Lin Ke stirred the crowd into a frenzy. While the previous speakers may have put the students in a daze, Lin Ke instantly captured their full attention. Hello, everyone. Today, I'm honored to stand on this stage alongside so many experts to give a talk. The theme I want to discuss with you today is just 2 words, dreams. After finishing his introduction, Lin Ke handed the microphone to a bespectacled junior sitting in the front row and asked, "What do you think a dream is?" The junior, seeing her idol so close, turned beet red and timidly replied, "I think a dream is to get your autograph," summoning her courage to voice her thoughts. She covered her face and sat down, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience. Even Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable junior. "All right, everyone, quiet down. I will definitely make your dream come true," Lin Ke said with a smile to the junior. He then turned serious and continued. Dreams are a very conceptual term, and sometimes they can feel quite hollow. When we talk about dreams, it often seems like an unrealistic pursuit. There will always be people urging you to stay grounded and to let go of those fanciful ideas. At this point, Lin Ke shifted his tone. However, there are always those who can't let go of their obsessions, like the Wright brothers who dreamed of soaring freely in the sky, or Columbus who imagined another world at the end of the ocean. It is these individuals who have taken a giant leap for human civilization. He paused for effect. Some of you may think that such people are a rare exception, and that most of us are just ordinary people who could never achieve what they did. But I want to say that the end result of life is the same for everyone: death. What differs is the journey of life. Every life experience shapes your existence. As you pursue your dreams, regardless of the outcome, your life will gradually become more fulfilling. At this point, Lin Ke's tone suddenly intensified. When you set aside the pursuit of material success and focus on the journey itself, life will surprise you with unexpected rewards. For example, when robots hadn't yet hit the market, everyone thought they were only something out of movies. Only I believe it can be integrated into our lives. That's why Super God succeeded. It's the reason I can stand here and speak to all of you. Those who dare to attempt the impossible are the ones among us who possess great wisdom. Dear students, I hope my words today can inspire you in some way. Lin Ke took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous speaking in front of so many people. My promise from the Technology Awards ceremony remains valid. Any outstanding tech professional or student will receive generous rewards. The minimum is 1 million, with no upper limit. Those who strive to pursue their dreams are always deserving of recognition. Thank you all. That's the end of my speech. Lin Ke bowed deeply to everyone. Lin Ke's words undoubtedly excited many students. The applause erupted, shaking the tables and chairs like an earthquake. This speech brought a glimmer of hope to many confused students, helping them understand their future direction. The substantial rewards also motivated more individuals to join in the pursuit of their dreams. In fact, Lin Ke had her own plans for these rewards. First, she wanted to contribute to society, and second, it could enhance her visibility and improve the perception of researchers, allowing Super God to bring in fresh talent. Moreover, it could boost her own wealth status, making it a win-win situation. Lin Ke was naturally happy to do this. This approach was far more admirable than Zhang Chang and Li Ming's superficial flattery. At that moment, Zhang Chang, sitting in the audience, felt a pang of jealousy seeing Lin Ke so well received. He muttered under his breath, "What a show-off, just because of a little money. What is so impressive about that?" His grumbling was overheard by Zhang Li, who scoffed and replied, "At least others with money know how to contribute to society, unlike you who just wasted on partying. How can we be so different as rich second-generation kids? Do you believe I can get you kicked out of the student council?" Zhang Chang retorted angrily, trying to threaten Zhang Li, completely forgetting that Zhang Li had just resigned from the council. "Is that all you've got? The only threat you can make is against someone who is already out. Idiot!" Zhang Li shot back, leaving Zhang Chang speechless. He glared at Zhang Li but fell silent. After a long while, the applause finally subsided, and the principal stepped onto the stage, taking Lin Ke's hand and saying, "Having a student like you is a source of pride for our school. The school has decided to officially appoint you as a guest professor. The guest professors at the school are all experts in their respective fields, making this appointment of a student as a guest professor unprecedented." The students in the audience were utterly shocked by this decision and began to whisper among themselves. Lin Ke quickly waved her hands and said, "Principal, I'm just a student who hasn't graduated yet. Everyone will definitely be unhappy about me taking on this role. A true master is one who can teach, regardless of their status. If any student present is able to win a technology award, our school will gladly invite them to serve as a guest professor." The old principal said earnestly, "Yes, we have no objections to you being a guest professor. Accept it, Lin Ke. Those who oppose should earn their own technology awards." Hearing the unanimous agreement from everyone, Lin Ke smiled wryly and nodded in acceptance of the principal's invitation. Title: The Champion of the Court, Part 1. When the students saw Lin Ke accept the principal's invitation, thunderous applause erupted from the audience once again. Just as Lin Ke was about to leave the stage, the new coach of the basketball team approached him. "Lin Ke, can you join the basketball game?" The coach, having just hired Lin Ke as a guest professor, felt uncertain about the invitation. "Of course," Lin Ke replied. He had previously promised to help the basketball team whenever they needed it. The coach was overjoyed to hear this. Today's match was particularly important, as their opponent was the defending champion team. Although the school's basketball team had fought hard to reach the finals, it was clear to everyone that there was a significant gap in strength between the two teams. They were already trailing by more than 20 points at halftime, and the opposing team was riding high on their confidence. The coach, with no other options left, came to the auditorium to request Lin Ke's assistance. With Lin Ke's help, the championship would be almost guaranteed. As soon as the students heard Lin Ke agree to the coach's request, they erupted into cheers. "Let's go. Time to watch the game." The students were incredibly excited about Lin Ke playing. Watching him play basketball was like watching NBA stars, a true visual feast. Zhang Xiaoan insisted on being the cheerleading captain so that Lin Ke could fully unleash his skills. Yes. Last time, it was thanks to Zhang Xiaohan's encouragement that Lin Shun, could take on 5 opponents. Go, Lin Shun, crush them. Everyone urged Zhang Xiaohan to be the cheerleading captain. Faced with such overwhelming requests, the shy Zhang Xiaohan turned beet red, burying her head in embarrassment. "Forget about the cheerleading captain. I'll definitely cheer for Lin Ke," she said softly. "All right. Enough of the nonsense. Let's head to the basketball court," Lin Ke shouted, rallying the crowd behind him. In no time, the basketball court was packed with people, all chanting Lin Ke's name. Seeing such a massive turnout startled the opposing team. They looked at each other in disbelief and said, "No matter which school we play at, we always hear the cheers of fans, but here, everyone is just shouting Lin Ke's name. He is just a rich kid who can play a bit of basketball." When he steps on the court, let us not go easy on him. The opposing players were quite displeased with Lin Ke's popularity and planned to teach him a lesson once he was on the court. Meanwhile, Lin Ke had changed into his jersey and was warming up. Upon seeing Lin Ke's arrival, the previously dispirited players suddenly became energized, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Unbeknownst to Lin Ke, he had become the spiritual leader of the team. As long as Lin Ke was there, they believed they wouldn't lose. The memory of Lin Ke single-handedly challenging the school team was still fresh in their minds. How strong could the opposing team really be? You finally made it. Even if we're down by 50 points, I still believe we can win, exclaimed center Wang Li, filled with excitement. After Han Chong and Chung Han were expelled from the team, he had successfully risen to the position of captain, thanks to his perseverance. The score difference hasn't widened even more. When Lin Ke arrived, the tension in the air eased a bit, and he let out a deep breath. You've worked hard. Now watch me, Lin Ke said, patting his shoulder before jumping onto the court. Long live Lin God. Lin God is invincible. I love you, Lin God. Those who loved basketball affectionately nicknamed Lin Ke Lin God in private. To them, Lin Ke playing basketball was like a deity descending, unstoppable in his prowess. Lin Ke felt a bit embarrassed by the nickname his classmates had given him. He helplessly shook his head and forced a smile. Isn't it good enough to just be a rich second generation? Why go up and humiliate yourself? His popularity made the opposing players feel extremely unsettled. Seeing Lin Ke on the court, they couldn't help but mock him. What is so hard about basketball? Lin Ke replied nonchalantly, eliciting laughter from the opposing players. You'll find out how hard it is soon enough, and then don't come crying to mommy, one player said, making a crying gesture by rubbing his eyes with clenched fists. This was a blatant provocation, and Wang Li couldn't help but want to confront him. But Lin Ke stopped him. Don't stoop to their level. Let us settle this with skill on the court, Lin Ke said with a cold smile. Determined to show them what true ruthlessness was, Wang Li raised his middle finger at the opposing players and followed Lin Ke onto the court. As the second half began, both teams were ready. Lin Ke's team shook off their earlier gloom. Each player had a fire burning in their eyes, filled with fighting spirit. What kind of magic does Lin Ke have? The opposing team's captain wondered in astonishment. Shoo! The whistle blew, and the arena erupted in deafening cheers. Lin Ke, with the ball, moved like a swift cheetah through the crowd. Get back on defense. By the time the opposing team reacted, Lin Ke had already broken through their defense with a powerful slam dunk, sending the basketball crashing into the hoop. The opposing players exchanged glances, swallowing hard. This speed. This jump. Could he be an NBA player? They couldn't help but reassess Lin Ke, shedding their earlier contempt and bracing themselves for the challenge. The score difference isn't that big. Let us go, everyone, Lin Ke said, retreating while encouraging his teammates. This made the opposing players' lips twitch in disbelief. Can you believe this guy? A 20-point difference isn't that big? Little did they know to Lin Ke. A 20-point gap was nothing more than 7 3-pointers or 10 2-pointers. The players on the opposing school team, shaken from their earlier shock, focused their minds and no longer underestimated Lin Ke. The game continued with fierce intensity. Lin Ke's strategy is quite simple. Everyone just needs to put in their utmost effort on defense, while he takes care of the offense himself. With a center like Wang Li, they already have a dominant presence in the paint. Their defense is solid. But what they lacked was a sharp spear like Lin Ke to break through the opposition. With Lin Ke's superhuman athleticism, the opposing team's defense felt as flimsy as paper and crumbled easily. Meanwhile, their offense was repeatedly thwarted by Wang Li. In fact, Lin Ke and Wang Li even started to perform alley-oops, showcasing their skills with various tricks and moves. They closed the gap from a 20-point deficit and have now taken a 2-point lead. 140 Arena Champion, Part 2. So frustrating. So frustrating. The opposing team's captain was so furious that he chugged an entire bottle of water. After Lin Ke and his team tied the score, they were forced to call a timeout. The captain was drenched in sweat, his entire uniform soaked, gasping for air. This clearly showed how exhausted he was in what should have been a secure second half. In stark contrast, Lin Ke and his teammates were chatting and laughing, looking completely at ease. This made the captain grind his teeth in frustration. With the score tied at 20, if they lost, it would be the most humiliating moment in the school's basketball history. Li Chao. The captain called over a player named Li Chao and whispered in his ear. When he jumps next, you need to take him out with a dirty play. Kick him hard enough to send him off the court. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Li Chao shot a vicious look at Lin Ke and nodded. The timeout ended, and the game resumed. Lin Ke remained relaxed and carefree. With 10 minutes left, they could easily extend their lead to 30 points. 3 points. The basketball swished through the net as Lin Ke raised 3 fingers in triumph. They now led by 10 points. And as the game approached its final stages, both teams were nearly out of energy. Everyone was red-faced and panting, except for Lin Ke. who seemed unbothered while dismantling the opposing team's defense. As the opponents grew weary, they found themselves increasingly powerless against Lin Ke's attacks, allowing the score to widen rapidly. At this moment, every shot Lin Ke made was met with thunderous cheers from the audience. Is Lin Ke some kind of monster? The opposing coach clenched his teeth, angrily tossing a towel to the ground. He felt bitter about losing the championship that was almost within reach because of Lin Ke's presence. On the other hand, the coach from Lin Ke's school was ecstatic, cheering alongside the students and occasionally glancing smugly at the opposing coach. Next play, we strike, the captain said ominously to Li Chao. Lin Ke was completely unaware of their plan to take him down. As he approached the opposing team's paint with the ball, he leaped high, ready to perform another dunk. Li Chao jumped from the side, but his target wasn't Lin Ke, it was Lin Ke's foot. As Lin Ke came down and lost his balance, Li Chao stomped down hard. With that, Lin Ke would be unable to continue the game, and they could easily catch up on the score. Victory would still belong to them. Lin Ke caught a glimpse of Li Chao's move from the corner of his eye. A smirk appeared on his face, filled with disdain. Finally resorting to dirty tricks? Don't blame me then. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Ke's eyes as he stomped down hard on Li Chao's ankle. They both fell to the ground. Li Chao clutched his ankle, screaming in agony as he writhed on the floor. At that moment, Li Chao's foot was crushed under Lin Ke's forceful stomp, leaving it deformed, with only a layer of skin hanging on. Such an injury could mean the end of his basketball career, even if he recovered later. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, who had pretended to fall at the same time, was completely unscathed. With a cold smile in his heart, Lin Ke thought to himself, "You want to lay a hand on me? You're still too green." When the opposing team's players saw Li Chao get injured, they began to blame Lin Ke. "How can you play basketball like this? You went in so hard. Even if he recovers, he might never play again." The captain, who had instructed Li Chao to play dirty, scolded Lin Ke. "What's it to me? He jumped up right beside me and blocked my path. That was a foul to begin with. And with his foot stretched out like that, he got what he deserved." Lin Ke didn't give the captain any respect, knowing that Li Chao's actions were clearly instigated by him. In an instant, players from both sides began to shove each other, and the scene turned chaotic. "If you're tough enough, let us settle this with a fight," someone from the opposing team shouted. The expression on Lin Ke's teammates turned awkward. "A fight? With just you guys?" Back when more than a dozen punks faced Lin Ke, he took them down all by himself. Challenging him to a fight was truly foolish. All right. It's basketball. Physical contact happens. It's just a misunderstanding." Wang Li stepped in to mediate. He wasn't worried about Lin Ke getting hurt. He was more concerned that if Lin Ke started throwing punches, those guys would likely end up in the hospital. He still vividly remembered how fierce Lin Ke could be in a fight. However, when the opposing team saw Wang Li trying to calm things down, they mistakenly thought Lin Ke was scared, and their arrogance only grew. Two players from the other team charged at Lin Ke, cursing as they ran. Lin Ke's teammates quickly scattered, fearing that Lin Ke might retaliate and hurt them. Seeing that they were pushing their luck, Lin Ke smirked and didn't hold back. He landed a punch squarely on one player's face, instantly turning it into a canvas of colors: red, blue, purple, and green. The guy's nose was crooked, and he let out a bizarre wail. The other player was sent flying by a kick from Lin Ke, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. "Come on. You want to fight? Bring it on." Lin Ke beckoned to the group, causing them to take 2 steps back in fear. It was like a father effortlessly taking down a child. With just one punch, he had knocked one out. Who would dare approach him now? At that moment, the referee rushed over. "What is going on? Are you playing basketball or fighting? If you like to brawl so much, why not join the Taekwondo club? All fighters, off the court." The referee expelled Lin Ke and the 2 players he fought with from the game. The students saw that it was the other team that started the fight, and they felt the referee's decision was very unfair. Booing erupted in the stands, and water bottles were thrown onto the court. It wasn't until the school security arrived to restore order that the noise began to subside, but the boos continued. The referee was in a tough spot. The other team had lost 3 key players, while Lin Ke's team had suffered no losses. With a commanding lead in points, they were no longer a match for the opposing team. The final whistle blew, and Lin Ke's team emerged victorious, despite the many twists and turns along the way. This is the only championship the school has achieved in 10 years. Everyone cheered for this moment. Lin Ke, who was resting outside, was tossed into the air by the crowd. This victory was entirely thanks to Lin Ke. If it weren't for Lin Ke, the team would likely have faced a humiliating defeat by a significant margin. At the victory celebration afterward, both players and coaches couldn't stop bragging about Lin Ke. "With your skills, you could play in the NBA. I believe you could lead the Rockets to a championship." "Rockets? It should be the Lakers." Seeing everyone getting tipsy, Lin Ke could only smile wryly and shake his head at their exaggerations. Progress and autonomous driving, having just woken up from a night of celebration with a bit too much to drink. Lin Ke still felt a bit groggy as he sat up in bed. After having some pig stomach soup prepared by me, he lay back on the sofa to relax and enjoy the lazy afternoon. Just as he was settling into this comfortable moment, he received a phone call from Mouse. Boss, you need to turn on the TV. Why should I watch TV? Is something going on? Just turn it on. Mouse's voice was urgent and excited, leaving Lin Ke uncertain about what he was missing. He switched on the TV and saw that Leader D was giving a speech. The super advanced autonomous driving project has passed our rigorous evaluation, and we found no issues during their tests. The safety concerns we had are completely unfounded. In fact, it's even safer than manual driving. We have decided to start discussions tomorrow about the pilot program for legalizing autonomous driving. As soon as Leader D finished speaking, the news shifted to the next segment. However, Lin Ke felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the announcement. The approval of autonomous driving was even more thrilling than the launch of the smart home robot. He and T made any modifications to the robot, but the entire design of the autonomous vehicle, beyond its self-driving system, was his own creation. This unprecedented sense of accomplishment filled him with satisfaction. With the news now public, the internet erupted in a frenzy. Everyone was talking about autonomous cars, and it quickly became a hot topic on Weibo. Lin Ke, you're amazing. After such a long wait, we're finally going to see autonomous cars. Does this mean I don't have to learn to drive anymore? I love Super Advanced. I love Lin Ke. The comments on Super Advanced official Weibo were overwhelmingly positive towards Lin Ke. Some rival tech companies and competitors of Lin Ke tried to plant negative comments, attempting to steer the conversation away from autonomous vehicles. However, they were swiftly countered by a wave of supporters rallying behind Lin Ke. Public trust in autonomous cars soared to an all-time high, with everyone eagerly anticipating the official sale of these vehicles. Traditional car manufacturers faced unprecedented challenges as their sales plummeted. It dawned on them just how crucial technology was, prompting them to hastily begin their own research into autonomous driving. But Lin Ke had already left them far behind. He believed that once autonomous cars officially hit the market, it would ignite the entire industry. Now, all he needed was for the authorities to announce the pilot program. Lin Ke had never felt as happy as he did today, as this marked a significant step away from the confines of the technology system he had gradually begun to outgrow. As the saying goes, out of adversity comes strength. He had long worried that his system might suddenly disappear, leaving him to fend for himself, especially since it had appeared in his life so mysteriously. If it vanished one day, he would truly be at a loss. But now that he had taken this step forward, whether the system existed or not, he was confident in his ability to thrive in the future. The system is just a tool, not something to rely on entirely. That's a thought Lin Ke has always instilled in herself. Today, she felt really good. What a great day, Lin Ke said to herself, then headed to the bathroom for a shower and changed into a sharp suit. Having just been appointed as a guest professor at the university yesterday, Lin Ke was in high spirits and decided to go teach a class on artificial intelligence today. Hello, is this the principal? I'll be coming by at 2 p.m. to give a lecture on artificial intelligence. Could you please inform everyone? After hanging up the phone, Lin Ke felt privileged as a guest professor, enjoying more freedom than the other lecturers. She could come and go as she pleased. The principal immediately made an announcement over the school intercom, repeating it several times to ensure no students missed it. When the students heard that Lin Ke would be giving a lecture, they erupted in cheers. After all, even the top experts in the field often questioned whether they could match Lin Ke's capabilities. The students couldn't learn such cutting-edge technology anywhere else. Lin Ke was undoubtedly a leading authority in this field. So how could the students not be excited? As Lin Ke arrived at the school and parked her car, a group of students, who looked more like thugs than scholars, emerged from the shadows. Each wore a baseball cap pulled low to conceal their faces, blocking her path. You must be Lin Ke, one of them asked coldly. Lin Ke glanced at them and noticed they all exuded a rough demeanor. Although they were dressed like students, she knew they were anything but. If you have something to say, let us talk in the alley outside the school, Lin Ke said, sensing their intentions. It wasn't wise to confront them on campus, so she led them directly to the alley. The group exchanged glances and nodded. They had initially planned to confront her in the parking lot, but with cameras around, the alley was undoubtedly a better spot. Lin Ke's suggestion played right into their hands. Once outside the school, they entered the alley, and the leader of the thugs removed his baseball cap. Damn, wearing this stupid hat made my head sweat. He spat onto the ground, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal colorful tattoos underneath. So, what do you want from me? Lin Ke noticed the tattoos and thought to herself that trouble had indeed come knocking. But really, were these four underestimating her? Who sent them, Li Ming, Zhang Chang, or someone else? Lin Ke was more interested in who was pulling the strings behind the scenes than in the thugs before her. The thug then said to Lin Ke, Lin, don't take it personally. Someone has paid us to break your legs. Just so you know, as long as you don't resist, We'll make it quick and clean. Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at the thug's words. So, they had a code of conduct for their line of work, professional thugs, huh? What the hell are you laughing at? One of the thugs, brandishing a wooden bat, shouted at Lin Ke, anger flaring in his eyes. Who sent you? Lin Ke asked. I'll pay double. How about you go back and break his legs? Lin Ke wasn't afraid of these guys. He simply didn't want to get into a fight with them. The thugs were also taken aback, exchanging glances with one another. The leader of the gang said, Think you're something special just because you have money? You think you can treat us like dogs? Today, we're going to teach you a lesson. Go, number 3. One of the thugs, wielding a wooden stick, charged at Lin Ke. Their job was clear, to break Lin Ke's legs. Next time, please bring more people, Lin Ke said, watching as the thug charged at him like a mad dog, his expression betraying no fear. As the thug closed in, just about a meter away, Lin Ke suddenly pivoted, turning his body from facing the thug to standing sideways. He dodged the thug's swing, which caused the thug to lean forward from the force of his own attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ke aimed for the thug's wrist, striking down hard with his hand. The thug yelped in pain as the wooden stick fell from his grasp, and Lin Ke was quick to catch it midair, bringing it down forcefully on the thug's calf. The pain of a broken leg made the thug curl up on the ground, rolling and clutching his leg while letting out a series of pained cries. You little punk, do you dare? The thug leader, still thinking Lin Ke was just a coward who had brought up money earlier, had sent his underling to attack, only to find himself facing a tough opponent. What do I have to be afraid of? The people you sent are nothing but a bunch of losers. Just you few? I'll make you beg. Lin Ke scoffed, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and looking down at the remaining 3 thugs with an air of arrogance. Seeing Lin Ke's audacious attitude, the thugs were completely enraged. The thug leader even pulled out a gleaming dagger from his waist. If you had been more obedient, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. If you don't have a few holes in you by the end of today, we might as well have wasted all this time on the streets. The thug leader was confident they wouldn't lose. Lin Ke was unarmed and had the audacity to challenge them, which they saw as an insult. These thugs had spent years fighting on the streets, and when they attacked, they showed no mercy, aiming directly for Lin Ke's vital points. An ordinary person would struggle against such an onslaught. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Lin Ke. Having trained in martial arts, Lin Ke's strength and speed far surpassed theirs. When he practiced sparring with the robotic arm, his speed was several times what it was now. The seemingly quick movements of the thugs appeared to Lin Ke like slow-motion scenes from a movie. He dodged and weaved effortlessly, a playful smirk on his face as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. No matter if you have a knife or a gun. If you can't hit me, you're just swinging around scrap metal. Lin Ke glanced at his watch, 1:40 p.m., with 20 minutes left before class. All right. I'm done playing with you. The smile faded from Lin Ke's face as he decided he no longer wanted to toy with the thugs. In an instant, he moved like a ghost, appearing behind one thug. With a sweeping kick, he knocked the thug over and then stomped down hard on his abdomen. The thug gasped, his eyes bulging, veins popping, and his mouth opening wide enough to fit in a goose egg, making anyone watching wince in sympathy for his pain. Lin Ke then swiftly took down the other 2 thugs in a flash. He toyed with the dagger he had snatched from the first thug, placing one foot firmly on the head of the thug beneath him. If you don't want that knife in your head, you better tell me who sent you to bother me. Lin Ke's dagger suddenly slipped from her hand and landed in the ground, just a hair's breadth away from the thug's head. Sorry, I'm not used to handling knives. My hand slipped. Lin Ke chuckled awkwardly as she pulled the dagger from the ground. The thug was so scared that he wet himself and hurriedly blurted out everything he knew. Please spare me, big brother. We're just from out of town. A guy named Li Chao paid us 20,000 to come bother you. The thug rattled off like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, probably terrified, and Lin Ke didn't catch everything he said. But it was enough to know who was behind it. Lin Ke firmly plunged the dagger back into the ground and coldly said to the thug, next time you come looking for trouble, make sure to bring more people. But if I see you in Yang City again, you won't be so lucky. Got it. Got it. Got it. The thug quickly nodded in agreement. Only then did Lin Ke lift her foot off his head and say, scram. She turned to leave. And the thugs, seeing Lin Ke walk away, scrambled out of the alley, vowing never to return to Yang City. After dealing with the thugs, Lin Ke returned to school. As soon as she entered the classroom, she was taken aback to see it packed with people. This is incredible. She had expected that so many students would show up for her lecture. The classroom was so full that it could barely fit anyone else. It was so crowded that students were even standing outside the windows. In the hallway, someone was shouting, Lin Ke's AI class, exclusive luxury front row seats. 588 each, first come, first served. Hearing this, Lin Ke couldn't help but twitch her lips. Someone was scalping tickets, and a bunch of people were fighting over them. Give it to me. I'll pay 700. 700? You're kidding. I'll pay 900. Don't fight, it's mine. I'll pay 1,200. The price for the front row tickets skyrocketed, with those acting as scalpers driving it up to over 1,000. Some students who hadn't secured their seats were so frustrated they were pounding their chests. If it weren't for the sign hanging outside the classroom, Lin Ke would have suspected she had walked into a celebrity-esque signing event. Lin Ke is here, everyone step aside. When the students saw Lin Ke arrive, they applauded and made a path for her. However, it was still extremely crowded, and Lin Ke could only smile wryly as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She had to squeeze through the crowd like a slippery fish, slowly making her way into the classroom. Once inside, she saw that not only were the front row seats taken, but even the desks were occupied, with no standing room left. The sea of heads made even Lin Ke, who didn't have a fear of crowds, feel uneasy. Students were even stacking on top of each other, with 3 people sitting on one seat. Lin Ke was worried that the classroom would be overwhelmed by the crowd. She thought to herself that next time she taught, she would definitely ask the old principal to arrange for a larger classroom. Principal Lin Ke, what are you doing here joining the fun? Lin Ke noticed that the principal and Lin Ke were squeezed together in the front row, attending as well. Seeing their awkward expressions, Lin Ke couldn't help but laugh. The principal chuckled awkwardly. He had arranged a classroom that could accommodate 100 people. But who would have thought the students would be so enthusiastic? Nearly 300 people showed up, and that was with her interference. Otherwise, the number would have only increased. Despite the classroom being severely overcrowded and the air unusually stuffy, Lin Ke couldn't just walk away seeing everyone's enthusiasm. She had to adjust her mindset and bravely continue with the lesson. Today, she was set to teach the first class on artificial intelligence, focusing on simulated neurons. As soon as Lin Ke began her lecture, the previously noisy classroom fell into a remarkably attentive silence. It was hard to imagine that in such a crowded space with 300 people, one could hear a pin drop. This showed just how interested everyone was in artificial intelligence. Lin Ke nodded slowly, pleased with the students' response to quieting down. She continued, neurons are the basic structural and functional units of the human nervous system, while simulated neurons are structures modeled after human neurons. They have similarities as well as differences. To create true artificial intelligence, rather than just a piece of junk that only reacts to stimuli, simulated neurons are essential. Now, let us take household intelligent robots as an example. Lin Ke explained the principles of artificial intelligence and the structure of simulated neurons. Using her own products as illustrations, her humorous language and vivid examples made everyone in the room feel as if they were experiencing a profound revelation. They seemed to enter an unprecedented new world alongside Lin Ke. However, while imparting her knowledge, Lin Ke was also learning. As the lecture progressed, she found herself contemplating deeper questions. If humans can create simulated neurons, could it be that humans themselves are a form of artificial intelligence created by some higher existence? Is the system in her mind a unique software installed by that existence? Lin Ke felt a shiver at these thoughts, but refrained from sharing them with everyone, fearing it might cause panic. One step at a time, she thought. The truth will come to light one day. Continuing her lecture, the bell rang outside, signaling the end of her talk on simulated neurons. The students remained in a state of shock for a while before finally coming to their senses. They gave Lin Ke the warmest applause, and even the professors and the head of the department who were auditing the lecture joined in, clapping vigorously. Everyone present admired Lin Ke's knowledge and genius. To explain such profound concepts so vividly, this is the best class I've ever attended in my educational career. The principal exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The recording from earlier should be used as teaching material for all our educators, allowing them to study it repeatedly. The head of the department suggested that Lin Ke's class should be a required course at the teacher training university. Lin Ke, if you have the time, you must come back to teach more. Our school needs talents like you, the principal said, shaking Lin Ke's hand with excitement, his voice trembling. Sure, principal. I will definitely come back whenever I can, Lin Ke replied. Lin Ke could feel the trembling hands of the old principal and understood his sincere dedication to education. So she readily agreed. Soon after, the students began to trickle out of the classroom. It was so crowded that it took nearly half an hour for everyone to exit. However, a group of female students still blocked the entrance. When they saw Lin Ke come out, they surged forward. Lin Ke, can I have your phone number? One of them flirted, batting her eyelashes rapidly like she had a twitch. Here is my number. Make sure to call me. Another said, puffing out her chest and twisting her body to flaunt her assets in front of Lin Ke. Surrounded by these enthusiastic classmates, Lin Ke felt trapped and embarrassed. Look, everyone. She pointed to the sky, hoping to divert their attention and make her escape. But to her surprise, a thick plume of smoke suddenly rose in the sky, darkening it like a menacing dragon dancing in the air. What is happening? There's a fire, she exclaimed, realizing it was coming from a residential building just outside the school. The students gasped and rushed out of the school. Lin Ke hadn't expected her casual gesture would lead to something so serious, and she felt compelled to follow, concerned. They soon saw the 8-story building engulfed in flames, with fire spreading from the 4th floor. Residents from the lower floors had already escaped, while those on the upper floors leaned out of their windows, desperately crying for help. Firefighters gathered below, spraying water into the building. Yet the roaring flames, like an unyielding beast, seemed immune to the water's assault, rising defiantly. "Captain, give me a fire suit. I'm going in to rescue people," a brave firefighter shouted as the flames intensified. "No, it's too dangerous. There are likely many flammable materials inside. We need to focus on controlling the fire first." The captain, fearing for his team's safety, refused with tears in his eyes. As the situation grew increasingly dire. Even though Lin Ke was physically capable, she knew that confronting such a fierce blaze was futile. Going in would be tantamount to suicide. "Look, what's that?" Just when everyone was anxiously watching the scene unfold, a nimble figure darted past outside the window. It was a household service robot. What was it doing? The robot was draped in a water-stained blanket and was using its mechanical arms to lift a person who had been overcome by smoke, leaping down from the inferno. In midair, its mechanical arms suddenly extended, embedding itself into the wall. Thanks to the cushioning of the arm's rope, it landed safely on the ground and gently set the rescued person down. Its eyes glowed red as it announced, "Warning, fire detected, assisting all individuals to evacuate." Then, the robot's arm retracted, and it returned to the scene of the fire. There was hope. "Go, household service robot." The dawn of hope ignited in everyone's eyes, and they all cheer for the household smart robot in unison. The scene of united determination stirred emotions and excitement in everyone. "Go, robot." Lin Ke silently encouraged the machine. 1, 2, 3. Soon, all the trapped individuals were rescued by the household smart robot. The robot even fought the fire from within the blaze. With a coordinated effort from both inside and outside, the fire was quickly extinguished. Thick steam filled the air, causing everyone to break into a sweat. Title: The Improved Smart Housekeeping Robot. At this moment, the housekeeping robot was pitch black, resembling a lump of coal. Some female classmates even compassionately wiped the soot off its face. "Thank you, housekeeping robot," said the grateful family member who had been rescued. "No, thank you. It's what I'm meant to do," the robot replied with a dry chuckle, bringing a knowing smile to everyone who had just relaxed. "We really should thank the person who invented this robot. Without it, we wouldn't have known what to do," said the captain of the fire department. In such a large fire, without the robot's presence, they would have had to send people in to rescue, which could have led to unpredictable life and death situations. Although they were prepared to sacrifice for the people, seeing their comrades, whom they had spent so much time with, leave this world was heart-wrenching. This robot was invented by Lin Ke. A female classmate proudly pointed at Lin Ke. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Ke, making her a bit shy. The fire chief excitedly grasped Lin Ke's hand, his voice trembling as he said, "Thank you. Thank you for inventing such a great product. On behalf of the people and all firefighters, I appreciate you." After the fire chief finished speaking, he couldn't help but wipe away his tears. His soot-covered face bore the marks of tears, making him look as though he had just emerged from a coal pile, evoking sympathy. Having witnessed too many separations between life and death, this seemingly tough man had a fragile heart, like a bubble floating in the air, ready to burst at any moment. "You're being too kind. This is what I should do. I will definitely invent even better products in the future to prevent such fire accidents from happening," Lin Ke replied, not viewing the chief's tears as a sign of weakness, but rather admiring their dedication. After all, they carried so much responsibility for the safety and property of the people. Firefighters went up to investigate the source of the fire and discovered it was caused by a resident on the 4th floor who had fallen asleep on the sofa while cooking. Oil from the frying pan splattered onto the flames, igniting the ceiling and causing the fire to spread. If the 5th floor resident hadn't purchased a housekeeping robot, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After some criticism and education from the fire department, the 4th floor resident repeatedly apologized and took full responsibility for all economic losses, vowing to buy a housekeeping robot in the future. Once the danger had passed, many onlookers had already captured the scene of the robot saving people and shared it online. People gasped at the sight of the raging fire, but when they saw the housekeeping robot, like a superhero, rescuing everyone, there was no one who didn't applaud in excitement. Only a small minority of fringe individuals were nearby, gloating and saying things like they deserved it or they needed a lesson, lamenting that no one had died in the fire. Such foolish remarks. The video quickly made its way to higher authorities, and relevant departments immediately called Lin Ke. "Impressive. Lin Ke, you have truly done a great service for the people. In the future, be sure to produce more of these beneficial products, and we will definitely support you wholeheartedly." "Thank you, Director Lee. I will certainly do that." After Director Lee hung up the phone, the higher-ups immediately released a news announcement, calling for all fire safety promotion departments to increase their focus on this matter. In front of all the media, they praised Lin Ke and Super God Technology once again, stating that Lin Ke deserves to be recognized for his contributions. Seeing his son receive personal commendation from the higher-ups, Lin Yoxing felt a deep sense of pride and made several phone calls to praise Lin Ke. Inspired by this event, Lin Ke returned home and immediately began modifying the household cleaning robot. He not only added numerous disaster prevention programs to the robot, but also transformed some of them into specialized firefighting robots. After 2 days and nights of hard work, a disheveled Lin Ke finally completed the modifications. The household robots were now better suited for fire rescue work, allowing firefighters to avoid risking their lives by rushing into hazardous situations. Lin Ke called Fire Chief Chen Yun. Chief Chen, the firefighting robots are ready, and I'll deliver them to you right away. Chen Yun was overjoyed and quickly called a press conference. During those 2 days and nights, Lin Ke didn't just modify the robots, he also installed an autonomous driving system in the fire trucks. This would enable the trucks to reach the scene of an emergency at the fastest possible speed using artificial intelligence calculations. According to Lin Ke's estimates, a journey that would normally take half an hour by manual driving could now be completed in about 10 minutes with autonomous driving. Lin Ke had someone drive the newly equipped fire truck, loaded with the robots, to the fire brigade. Upon arrival, he was greeted by all the firefighters standing in a line, welcoming him with applause. The reporters' flashbulbs went off incessantly, creating a dazzling scene. Chief Chen, why such a grand welcome? Lin Ke asked playfully. Chief Chen stepped forward, patting Lin Ke on the shoulder with a smile. Are we supposed to let you do good deeds anonymously? I'm not about that. Good deeds deserve recognition. Come on, say a few words at the press conference. Lin Ke shook his head with a wry smile and followed Chen Yun to the stage. To prevent fires and protect everyone's lives and property, the rescue robots and autonomous fire truck developed by Super God Technology were officially handed over to the Yangqing Fire Brigade. Everyone praised Lin Ke for this initiative, applauding enthusiastically. However, some media from Sanming sought to exploit this opportunity to dig up dirt on Super God Technology. Will Super God be charging for these devices? As the saying goes, you see the world as you are. Those opportunistic individuals from Sanming assumed that Lin Ke must have gained significant benefits from donating the equipment to the fire brigade. Lin Ke responded candidly, these devices are being donated to the Yangqing Fire Department free of charge. However, Chen Yun's straightforward and candid personality naturally led him to recognize that these people's intentions were ulterior. He immediately warned the reporter on the spot, saying, anyone who dares to exploit this matter should be careful. This undoubtedly served as a wake-up call to everyone present, prompting the reporter to quickly delete his recording. Lin Ke then continued, in addition to this, Chaoxing will donate 30 million for the fire safety infrastructure in Yangqing. We hope to contribute our modest share to the city. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause, expressing their admiration for Lin Ke. 145. A merchant who values more than profit in the eyes of others. Merchants often appear to be solely driven by profit. Many people find it hard to understand Lin Ke's decision to donate equipment and funds without expecting anything in return. They believe it brings him no benefit at all, likening it to throwing money into the ocean, an act so foolish it's almost laughable. Some even speculate that he just wants to curry favor with the elite. Regardless of what others say, Lin Ke knows in his heart that he is a citizen of Xiagu, and even in death, he carries the spirit of his country. Though people today live well, far removed from the era of national turmoil, Lin Ke feels a deep sense of unease as long as he does not witness the rise of Xiagu. No matter how much he develops his business, the phrase the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen echoes in his ears. In the past, he indulged in a life of excess and oblivion, driven by a lack of ability. Those thoughts were merely fleeting notions in his mind. However, once he gained a system, he realized that the greater his abilities, the heavier his burdens became. The wealth he earned from Super God would take a lifetime to spend. And his continuous innovation and development are not merely to satisfy his own ambitions, but to contribute to the utopia he envisions. A true merchant values more than just profit. He serves his country. Thank you. Thank you, Chen Yun exclaimed, shaking Lin Ke's hand with such strength that Lin Ke felt his knuckles whiten. That's all right, Captain Chen. Let us move these pieces to the back for now. I'll teach you how to use them later, Lin Ke replied with a wry smile. Chen Yun nodded and announced to the reporters that they could disperse. He then called out to his team, brothers, let us get everything off the truck. Be careful not to break anything. Anyone who damages something will have to run a 10-kilometer round trip with a load. The group of firefighters charged at the truck like a pack of wolves, carefully lifting the robots as if they were cradling delicate brides, fearful of any bumps or scrapes. Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these tough men showing such tenderness. Captain Shin, let them handle it more freely. If they drop one, I won't dare to donate these robots to you, Lin Ke suggested. Hearing this, Captain Shin suddenly realized that if the robots could survive a drop from such a height, then a few bumps wouldn't matter at all. Get moving. Haven't you eaten? Where's your strength? Captain Shin shouted at his team. Then, with a hearty laugh, he turned to Lin Ke and said, "Thank you for your generous donation. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll help you out as best as I can." Lin Ke knew that Captain Shin was straightforward and generous. Although he had nothing specific to ask of him, refusing would only upset him. So, he nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I'll definitely reach out to you if anything comes up." That's the spirit. Captain Shin chuckled, giving Lin Ke a friendly pat on the shoulder. Lin Ke then guided the team on how to operate the firefighting robots, as well as their routine maintenance and repairs. He pressed the button on one of the robots, prompting the team to ignite a fire pit in the training building. Warning, warning. A fire was detected on the second floor. All non-essential personnel should evacuate immediately. And fire suppression efforts must commence at once. The robot, its eyes glowing red, climbed up to the second floor like a superhero. Its right arm had been modified into a fire extinguisher, which it used to spray dry powder at the source of the flames. The fire was extinguished, and the operation was completed in under 3 minutes, leaving the firefighters downstairs astonished. Their fastest record was 10 minutes, and this robot had shattered that record. Incredible. It was so fast. It was like a scene from a superhero movie. Captain, with this, can we reduce the amount of training we do in the future? Some team members, seeing how impressive the robot was, thought that their training would surely be lessened. Dream on. From now on, we're doubling the training until we can surpass the robot. No slacking off. Captain Shin replied sternly, hearing that their training would be doubled. The team members hung their heads in dismay. Lin Ke's donation of equipment to the fire department quickly reached the ears of the municipal committee. Soon, the committee issued a positive response to Lin Ke's actions, expressing support for his contributions to the community and praising him highly. They also promised to provide strong support for Super God Company in the future. As the saying goes, those who do good are aided by heaven, while those who do wrong find little support. Lin Ke, who wholeheartedly wanted to contribute to society, found himself receiving numerous benefits. This unintended consequence was something Lin Ke had never anticipated. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng, who was always scheming, saw the municipal committee's praise for Lin Ke on their official WeChat account, and his face turned green with anger. That little fox, cunning as ever, even more than my father. Li Qingfeng slammed his phone down on the table, cursing vehemently. To him, Lin Ke's actions seemed deliberate. Dad, Super God is already firmly above us. Should I find someone to take care of Lin Ke? Li Ming suggested coldly from the side, believing that without Lin Ke, Super God would be no threat. Unexpectedly, Li Qifeng slapped him across the face. Are you an idiot? What kind of society are we in now? Think before you act. If you really did that, not only would the Lin family retaliate, but the higher-ups would also come after you. How did I end up with such a fool? After saying that, Li Qifeng stormed out of the office, leaving Li Ming looking aggrieved. After teaching the fire department personnel everything, Lin Ke returned to his villa, feeling utterly exhausted. Just as he leaned back on the sofa to rest, someone suddenly rang the doorbell. Master, Wu Ge is here to see you. Should I let him in? Demi asked. Please let Wu Ge in. Wu Ge followed Demi's lead into the living room and immediately began to complain upon seeing Lin Ke. Didn't we agree that I'd be your bodyguard? Instead, you've made me work at your company. It's either I work as your bodyguard, or I'm out. Although Lin Ke was paying Wu Ge well, with the robot patrolling, Wu Ge hardly had anything to do all day. He, usually so lively, suddenly fell silent. With the high salary he was paying Lin Ke, he felt like a complete slacker, which weighed heavily on his conscience. That's why he made a special trip to complain to Lin Ke today. Demi, make a cup of tea for Brother Wu. Lin Ke initially thought Brother Wu had come to discuss something important, but it turned out to be about this trivial matter. Brother Wu, please take a seat. We can talk about anything, Lin Ke said with a smile, trying to ease Brother Wu's mood. I'm not sitting down. After sitting in that security room all day, my backside is getting sore. Brother Wu turned his face away and said irritably, just tell me if you want me to be your bodyguard or not. Lin Ke knew that Wu Ge had a quick temper. He was here today simply because he felt guilty. Wu Ge, I know what you're thinking, but honestly, I haven't encountered any real danger, so I don't need a bodyguard for now. Besides, you're busy with work at the company, and it would be good for you to take care of your sister-in-law, right? Lin Ke patiently persuaded Wu Ge. However, Wu Ge sighed, unsure of what to say. Lin Ke was quite capable, so whether or not she had a bodyguard didn't really matter. He just wanted to vent a little. Just then, an alarm rang out from the villa. A group of armed individuals was approaching the villa. Caution was advised. Lin Ke couldn't believe how quickly things escalated. just a second ago. She was saying she wasn't in danger, and now someone was breaking into the villa. Is my mouth really that powerful? Lin Ke thought to herself, feeling a bit speechless. Dammy, activate the surveillance system and show me their location. Lin Ke commanded Dammy to focus the monitoring system on the intruders. There were 10 of them entering the villa, each looking fierce and menacing, clearly not here for a friendly visit. However, they had no idea that Lin Ke's villa was not to be trifled with. Boss, why do I feel like this villa is a bit strange? Such a big place and not a single security guard in sight. It feels like someone is watching us from behind. It's kind of creepy, one of the thugs, wielding a machete, said nervously as he scanned the empty mansion. Feeling scared? If you're scared, then get lost. You won't see a dime of the 2 million. The leader of the group shot him a glare before continuing forward. Lin Ke's villa was massive and could easily confuse anyone without a guide. These guys are not simple. You should hide. I'll handle them, Wu Ge said. Seeing the group through the virtual image, he took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and told Lin Ke to stay hidden, his face serious. After years of experience, he could tell these people were professionals in this line of work. He sensed the bloodlust in their eyes. Wu Ge, we've taken down pirates before. What are these guys compared to that? Let's just sit back and watch the show. Lin Ke replied, grabbing a bottle of Lafite from the wine cabinet. As she uncorked it, the room filled with the sweet and slightly tart aroma of red wine. She poured the silky liquid into a glass and handed it to Wu Ge. No need to be so tense, now that they're here. I guarantee not a single one will escape. Dammy, play some music. Lin Ke crossed her legs and reclined on the sofa, savoring a sip of her wine like a patient hunter awaiting her prey. Wu Ge, however, was oblivious to Lin Ke's confidence and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What are you doing drinking wine at a time like this? These guys are just as dangerous as those pirates. Wu Ge thought Lin Ke was being overly arrogant just because she had dealt with pirates before, and he was so frustrated that he plopped down on the sofa. Isn't it strange that such a big villa has no security? Lin Ke said with a smile, swirling her glass of red wine. After her reminder, Wu Ge suddenly remembered that when he entered, there was indeed no one else inside besides Lin Ke. This was simply beyond reason. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 played softly, its somber and soaring notes hinting at the tumultuous fate of the intruders. Lin Ke gestured for Wu Ge to look at the virtual image created by the AI named Dammy. As the intruders heard the sudden music, they froze like little mice trapped in a cage, their eyes filled with fear. Stay calm. It's just a trick, someone said, leading the group toward the source of the music, trying to soothe their nerves as they fumbled in the darkness. At that moment, Lin Ke and Wu Ge appeared before them, wearing eerie smiles. Is that me? Wu Ge pointed at another version of himself in the image, astonished. As if he had seen a ghost. That's a virtual projection. Let us have some fun with them. Lin Ke explained. With Dammy controlling the virtual projection, the entire villa became an endless illusion. As long as Lin Ke wished, she could keep these intruders trapped there forever. When the intruders saw Lin Ke's image, they were momentarily stunned. Then the leader laughed and said, Look, she has come out herself. That saves us the trouble of searching for her. Brothers, let us move. Each person's knife glinted ominously in the dim light, sending chills down their spines. But just as they lunged toward Lin Ke, they found her suddenly vanish from sight. Boss, did I get too high before? Am I seeing things? One of the younger guys rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that a living person could just disappear like that. The others followed suit, rubbing their eyes and realizing that there was no one there. The music continued to play, and the cold moonlight filtered through the windows, creating an eerie atmosphere that made them feel uneasy. The intruders' eyes widened in terror, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Boss, this house isn't haunted, is it? I thought it was strange that such a big villa had no one around. One of the young guys stammered. Shut up, you idiot. This person is the CEO of a tech company. What we just saw was definitely some high-tech trick. The leader snapped, slapping the younger guy on the head, causing him to stumble. Everyone, focus. The client is paying $3 million for this job. No one hold back. After this score, we'll be living the good life, feasting like kings. The leader said fiercely, though he felt uncertain inside. If he backed down now, the whole plan would fall apart, and that money would slip away from him. Haha, fool, echoed the innocent, cheerful laughter of a little girl, courtesy of Dammy, resonating throughout the villa. The intruders in the villa flinched back in fear. Stop pretending to be tough and come out if you dare, the leader roared, gripping his knife so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Xiaolan, Xiao LV, you two entertain them. Two robots then emerged from the hallway. Warning, warning. Illegal intruders detected, immediate elimination required. The robots announced in a mechanical voice, their eyes locking onto the group. Don't be afraid. They're just two hunk of metal. The leader barely finished his sentence when the two robots charged towards them at lightning speed. 147 Someone is looking for trouble. The two robots charged into the crowd like gods of war, their mechanical arms swinging rapidly. It was as if they were in a no-man's land, swiftly cutting down the intruders. Damn it, there are so many of these things here. I need to get more money from him. The leader, who had just taken a punch from a robot, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He picked up a stool and charged at them. Although the robots were incredibly strong, they were somewhat clumsy. After taking several heavy hits, one of them finally broke down. Warning, warning, illegal intruder detected. The robot's head fell to the ground, still issuing warnings. The leader stepped on it, the arcs and sparks above the robot's head crackling loudly. Screw your warnings. Lin Ke, I'm going to take you down today. The leader glared viciously at the upstairs where the music was coming from. His face was already bruised and battered. And out of the 10 men he had brought, only 4 were still standing after the recent fight. The other 6 were either dead or incapacitated from the robot's blows. His anger boiled inside him, wishing he could kill Lin Ke right then and there. Let us go up. The leader called out to his remaining subordinates as they headed upstairs. Upon arriving, they saw Lin Ke and Wu Ge leisurely sipping red wine, looking completely relaxed. It made the leader's blood boil. Looks like you've got some skills if you can take down my robots. You must have spent quite a bit to bring your crew here, Lin Ke said, suppressing a laugh at their disheveled appearance. Cut the crap. Don't think a little bit of skill will get you anywhere. We're here to take you down. The leader glared at Lin Ke with malice. Having spent years in the underworld and having taken a few lives, this was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Just you lot? Wu Ge. Let us go. Lin Ke smirked and charged forward with Wu Ge, one like a dragon battling in the wild, unstoppable, the other like a tiger roaring in the mountains. Fierce and unmatched. The gang leader had initially thought that Lin Ke was the only one inside, with his 10 brothers. Taking down Lin Ke would be a piece of cake, but he had expected that besides the robots and illusions, Wu Ge was also waiting for them. However, anyone brave enough to take on Lin Ke's job surely had some skills of their own. The two sides clashed together, exchanging blows, knives flashing and fists flying. Neither side held back, every move aimed for the opponent's vital points. Although the intruders had the advantage in numbers, Lin Ke was no pushover. Having trained in physical techniques, his reflexes and strength far surpassed those of the gang. The only drawback was his lack of experience. On the other hand, Wu Ge was a battle-hardened veteran for him. This kind of scene was a piece of cake. The sharp kitchen knife whistled through the air, and a severed hand rolled to the ground, blood splattering against the walls. It was like a violent masterpiece, a chaotic inkwash painting. The man who had been cut screamed on the ground, clutching his severed hand. A grim interlude in this symphony of fate. It's over. They've run into a tough opponent. The leader's heart sank at that moment. Had he known things would turn out this way, he would never have come here. Don't even mention 3 million, even if it were 5 million. He wouldn't have a life to spend it. Wu Ge, let us keep this civil. Lin Ke was worried that Wu Ge would go too far. Although the people who broke into his house deserved their fate, Lin Ke still wanted to find out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Those who intruded into the villa were already at their wits' end while fighting the robots, and they were no match for Lin Ke and Wu Ge. Faced with the two of them working together, it didn't take long for the intruders to collapse, while Lin Ke and Wu Ge emerged unscathed. Lin Ke pinned the leader to the floor, completely subduing him. Who sent you? Lin Ke asked coldly. Ugh, if you want to kill me, just do it quickly. I've been expecting this day. The leader spat, blood oozing from his nostrils and the corner of his mouth. His defiance only splattered more blood around. Lin Ke didn't expect this guy to be so tough. He grabbed the leader's hair and yanked him up. Who sent you? Don't make me resort to violence. Lin Ke shouted sternly. To his surprise, the leader laughed. You little brat, still wet behind the ears, trying to scare me? I came here on my own. The leader rolled his eyes back and shouted. This guy was as stubborn as a rock in a cesspit, foul and hard. Although Lin Ke had killed in self-defense before, he couldn't bring himself to actually kill someone who was no longer able to resist. He felt somewhat at a loss. Fine, you're tough. Lin Ke sighed and let go of the leader's hair. At that moment, Wu Ge stepped forward and said to Lin Ke, leave him to me. I have ways to make him talk. Forget it, I don't want anyone to die. Lin Ke understood that Wu Ge wouldn't show mercy. But he also didn't want to put Wu Ge in a position where he could face murder charges. After all, his sister-in-law still needed Wu Ge's care. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I've studied interrogation techniques before. No one will die, just a bit of blood. I don't know if you can handle that? Wu Ge patted his chest, seeking Lin Ke's approval. What is there to be afraid of? As long as no one dies, you can take him. Lin Ke's eyes also revealed a rare fierceness. When it came to someone wanting his life, he had no reason to hold back. With Lin Ke's consent, Wu Ge took a pair of tweezers and smiled as he approached the leader. It was then that the leader truly felt fear from Wu Ge's smile. Yet he still shouted defiantly, what are you going to do? If you have guts, just kill me. Kill you? That would be too easy. Wu Ge pried the leader's mouth open, inserting the tweezers between his teeth. with a forceful pull. The teeth came out along with the flesh, leaving his face a bloody mess. The excruciating pain made the leader's bound body shake violently, convulsing. "Ah, you bastard. I'll kill you." The leader cursed with a heart-wrenching intensity. "Keep cursing." But Wu Gu remained unfazed, continuing to extract another tooth. Lin Ke finally understood what Wu Gu meant by bloody. This kind of interrogation made even him, a mere bystander, feel pain. He couldn't help but gasp and turn his face away. "If I finish with the top, and you still haven't spoken, then I guess I'll have to move on to the bottom," Wu Gu said slowly. The sound echoed in the leader's ears like a whisper from a demon in hell. 148 The Puppet Master. I said it all. The leader had lost his bravado and was crying out, pleading with Wu Gu. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke gestured for Wu Gu to stop and wiped the blood from the corner of the leader's mouth with a tissue. "You could have said this earlier. Weren't you just asking for trouble? Now tell me, who sent you?" Lin Ke pulled out her phone and pressed the record button. Under Wu Ge's intense interrogation, the leader completely lost his temper and quickly revealed everything he knew. "It was two men named Zhang Chong and Li Chao. They offered me 3 million to take care of Lin Ke. I'm just a hired hand." Lin Ke was shocked to discover that these two had actually joined forces to conspire against her. She immediately began to formulate a plan, continuing to question the leader. She asked, "What proof do I have that you were sent by them?" The leader saw Wu Gu moving the tweezers in his hand and, terrified, lost control, wetting himself and making a mess on the floor. The room was filled with a foul stench. Crying out, he said, "I have a phone in my pocket that I used to contact them, and there's 100,000 in my bank account that they transferred to me as a deposit. I have no grudge against you. If nobody had instructed me, how would I dare to bring people in?" Lin Ke searched and indeed found a phone and a bank card. Hearing that these two had secretly plotted against Lin Ke, Wu Gu immediately furiously exclaimed, "Damn it. Lin Ke, I'm calling the guys to raid their place right now." Wu Gu angrily pulled out his phone, but Lin Ke stopped him. Seeing Wu Ge's agitated state, Lin Ke smiled and scolded, "Wu Gu, don't be so impulsive. We live in a society governed by law. We can't act recklessly." After hearing this, Wu Gu nodded thoughtfully. If he were to raid Zhang Chang and Li Chao's place, he would turn a justified situation into an unjust one, ultimately landing himself in trouble. After Lin Ke finished speaking, she dialed the police. Upon hearing that someone had broken in and attacked, the police immediately dispatched units. Soon, 7 or 8 police cars arrived at Lin Ke's villa, their red and blue lights flashing, illuminating the dark night sky. "These guys are really bold. Are you okay?" Lin Ke, a police officer who came to gather evidence, asked Lin Ke with great concern upon seeing the chaos inside the house. "I'm fine. They're all here. Not one got away. I'll send you the footage right away." Lin Ke waved her hand, indicating she was okay. She then sent the video to the officers. And when they saw the 2 robots taking down 6 men, they were also taken aback. Of course, Lin Ke omitted the part where Wu Gu was interrogated. Citing the lack of surveillance on the upper floor, "Captain, one of them has a broken arm, and the other is seriously injured. Please contact emergency services immediately," one officer reported to the captain as they took the assassins away. Hearing this, Wu Gu felt extremely anxious, his gaze flickering. He had inflicted injuries on both men. While it was in self-defense, it could still lead to complications if pursued. What is the situation with these two? The captain caught a glimpse of Wu Ge's flickering gaze and smiled as he inquired. "When it happened, I was so scared that I didn't know how to react." Wu Gu stammered, "It's all right, I was just asking. You guys did nothing wrong in this situation. In the U.S., if someone breaks into your home, you can even shoot them. After all, they had already threatened your safety," the captain replied with a grin. "Captain, they came to my residence under someone's orders. Here's the recording and the evidence," Lin Ke said, determined not to let Zhang Chong and Li Chao off the hook. Since they dared to attempt murder, she was equally willing to report them to the police. The captain played the recording and presented the evidence, assuring her, "Don't worry. We will investigate this thoroughly. No matter who it is, we will bring them to justice. Now, I'd like you both to come with me to the police station to make a statement." Lin Ke nodded and got into the car heading to the police station with Wu Gu. Upon arrival, Lin Ke was warmly welcomed by the officers. "Mr. Lin, thank you for adding the anti-theft system to our robots. Not only has the crime rate dropped significantly, but the robots have also helped us solve several major cases. Improving our clearance rate," one officer said as he poured Lin Ke a cup of hot tea, expressing his gratitude. "That's the least I could do," Lin Ke replied modestly. Taking a sip of tea. "The country needs talents like you. It's outrageous that someone wanted to hire a hitman for you. Rest assured, we will catch him," the officer said passionately as he opened his notebook to take statements. Lin Ke recounted in detail when the intruders entered, what they did after coming in, and how she defended herself, omitting the part about Wu Gu coercing the leader. After completing the statement, Lin Ke signed the documents and stepped outside with Wu Gu, who breathed a sigh of relief, worried that he might have slipped up earlier. In fact, his earlier panic had been feigned. Otherwise, it would have raised more suspicion. With such a significant incident, if he appeared completely unfazed, wouldn't that indirectly signal that he was different from others? As Lin Ke and Wu Gu exited, the deputy chief of the police station approached them. How did it go? Have you finished your statement? He asked seriously. Yes, it's done. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Lin Ke nodded. This case is being taken very seriously. The city leaders are furious upon learning that you were attacked and have ordered us to conduct a thorough investigation without any delays. Once we confirm the evidence is solid, we will immediately arrest Zhang Chong and Li Chao. You can rest assured and go home for now. You'll hear news tomorrow, the deputy chief stated. Known for his unwavering integrity, he would not let those who hire hitmen escape lightly, even without direct orders from above. However, with the higher-ups' instructions, he would personally handle this case. Due to the earlier fight, Lin Ke's home was in disarray, so she decided to spend the night at a hotel. Wu Ge left first, worried that his sister-in-law might be concerned. Once the police confirmed the evidence, they swiftly arrested Zhang Chong and Li Chao. In the midst of his dreams, Zhang Chong had yet to realize what was happening when several police officers pinned him to the ground. Who are you? What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I'm Zhang Chong, the young master of the Dongwon group. He shouted, hoping that mentioning his status would make the officers reconsider. It doesn't matter who you are. If you break the law, you get arrested. Enough chatter. Get in the car. The heavy handcuffs were clamped around Zhang Chong's wrists as he was led to the police car. Still dazed, Zhang Hong, wearing pajamas, followed behind. My son hasn't done anything wrong. You must have the wrong person. I know your superior, Leader D. He protested, whether he committed a crime or not. You should know best, one officer replied coldly before shutting the car door. After the storm, Lin Ke returned home, where everything had already been tidied up by Demi. The once messy room looked just like it used to. Lin Ke, who had been having trouble sleeping outside, rubbed his temples and sank into the soft sofa. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, the phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was a call from Wu Xinran. He pressed the answer button, and Wu Xinran's anxious voice came through. Lin Ke, are you okay? I tried calling you all night, but couldn't get through. I was so worried. Hearing this made Lin Ke remember that his phone had run out of battery since last night. He had just charged it and turned it on when Wu Xinran called. What's there to worry about? I'm fine, Lin Ke replied casually, although he said it was nothing. The fact that someone cared for him so much warmed his heart. Nothing? Where are you right now? Wu Xinran asked, her tone slightly reproachful. In the villa. Lin Ke said lazily. Wait for me. I'm coming over right now, Wu Xinran said before hanging up. Just as Lin Ke was about to reassure her that he was really fine, all he heard was the busy signal on the line. He shrugged helplessly and tossed the phone aside. Before long, Wu Xinran arrived at the door of Lin Ke's villa. Lin Ke, open the door, she shouted, banging on the door and ringing the doorbell frantically. Lin Ke rolled his eyes and had Demi open the door. Wu Xinran rushed into the living room and saw Lin Ke lounging on the sofa, giving him an annoyed glare. Lin Ke, like a child caught misbehaving, forced a smile at her. Get up, Wu Xinran said, her voice slightly trembling as she urged him to stand. Lin Ke pouted and reluctantly got up. Wu Xinran rushed over and lifted Lin Ke's shirt. He felt bewildered as her delicate hand touched him, sending a tingling chill through his body. Okay. That tickles. Lin Ke laughed, tears of amusement glistening in his eyes. However, Wu Xinran ignored him and coldly commanded, turn around, with his shirt lifted, revealing his toned muscles. Lin Ke turned away, hugging his chest like a shy bride. Once Wu Xinran confirmed that Lin Ke hadn't sustained any injuries, she finally exhaled the breath she had been holding in worry. Are you relieved now? Lin Ke teased, turning his head to smirk at her. At that moment, Wu Xinran realized that she had inadvertently removed Lin Ke's shirt. Looking at the perfect muscle lines on his back, her cheeks flushed a deep red, leaving her at a loss for words. Unsure of what to do, she playfully smacked his back with her palm, the sound echoing as her hand met his skin. As Wu Xinran continued to hit, tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Lin Ke noticed Wu Xinran's tear-streaked face, realizing that she was genuinely worried about him. The feeling of being cherished by such a beautiful person deeply moved Lin Ke, like an eagle spreading its wings. He opened his arms wide and pulled Wu Xinran into his embrace. Wu Xinran struggled slightly, but Lin Ke held her even tighter. The heavy masculine aura emanating from Lin Ke made Wu Xinran feel weak all over, dizzy and lightheaded. She stopped resisting and nestled against Lin Ke's shoulder like a little bird. With her eyes closed, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, still holding onto the remnants of tears. Lin Ke gently wiped away her tear stains with his thumb, just as he was about to lean in for a kiss on her lovely red lips. A sudden rough voice interrupted them. Hey, Oh my gosh. Wu Ge burst into the room carrying 2 large boxes, only to stumble upon Lin Ke and Wu Xinran. Startled, Wu Ge quickly said, "You two carry on, sorry for interrupting." Both Lin Ke and Wu Xinran were taken aback by Wu Ji's sudden entrance, and Wu Xinran hurriedly pushed Lin Ke away, covering her face as she dashed out. What a mood killer, Lin Ke thought, unable to blame Wu Ge for the interruption. And he could only shake his head with a wry smile as he threw on a shirt from the sofa. "Sorry, I didn't know you two were. You should have given me a heads up. This is so awkward." Wu Ge scratched his head, trying to ease the tension in the room. Lin Ke found it odd. Usually, Wu Ge would notify him when someone came over. Why was there no heads up this time? He glanced suspiciously at the newcomer, Demi, who was perched on the windowsill in a princess dress, swinging her legs and deliberately avoiding Lin Ke's gaze. Is this little girl feeling jealous? Lin Ke thought to himself, deciding not to dwell on it. Hey Wu Ge, what are those 2 big boxes for? Lin Ke finally noticed the large black suitcases in Wu Ji's hands. Wu Ge, now recovering from the awkwardness, opened the boxes. These are from my old leader. Once I set these up, I guarantee that anyone who dares to intrude won't walk out intact. Lin Ke looked at the pile of traps, feeling a bit worried. Wu Ge, I think we should reconsider. What if you end up hurting me instead of the bad guys? He feared the day he might fall victim to one of Wu Ji's traps, like a case of friendly fire. Don't worry. I've thought this through. You have Demi, right? Just let her remember the trap locations, Wu Ge assured him confidently. He then turned to Demi, saying, Demi, you need to remember these traps. Next time a bad guy comes in, lead them right into one of them. Demi, with her childlike nature, became intrigued upon hearing about the strange items Wu Ge brought. Curiously, she jumped down from the window, her big, watery eyes gazing at the assortment of strange items piled in the box, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. So, the duo, one big and one small, began bustling around in the villa. Lin Ke knew that Brother Wu was stubborn and no amount of persuasion would change his mind, so she simply threw her hands up in resignation. She let Brother Wu and the rice play around as they pleased. Lin Ke watched as the villa quickly filled with holes and traps. Sitting on the sofa, feeling both amused and exasperated, she rubbed her temples, realizing that at this rate, not even a fly could get in, let alone an intruder. As soon as 150 guests arrived, dust filled the villa. Lin Ke rolled his eyes and said to Brother Wu, I'm heading out. If you get hungry, just ask me to make you something to eat. Brother Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Go ahead, I'll be back after I finish up. Your sister-in-law is still waiting at home. Lin Ke nodded slightly, feeling a bit touched. Brother Wu had left his sister-in-law, who needed care at home, to help out at the villa. What right did he have to complain? Just as Lin Ke stepped out of the villa, he received a call from Lin Yongsheng, urging him to come home immediately. When Lin Ke drove back, he saw Lin Yongsheng standing at the door. Dad, what's the rush? Why did you want me back so urgently? Lin Ke asked, puzzled. With such a big incident yesterday, you didn't think you could keep it from me, did you? Your mom still doesn't know. Hurry in and tell her yourself, or she'll worry when she finds out later, Lin Yongsheng said. Although he kept saying that Yang Mingzhu was worried, only he knew that until he saw Lin Ke standing in front of him unharmed. His heart had been in his throat. Now that he saw Lin Ke, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, faced with Lin Yongsheng's reproach. Lin Ke shrank his head and tiptoed into the house. However, no matter how grand he appeared outside, in front of Lin Yongsheng and Yang Mingzhu, he was just a dutiful son. Mom, I'm back. Lin Ke called out after changing his shoes. Yang Mingzhu, who hadn't seen Lin Ke for a long time, hurried to the entrance when she heard her son had returned. Come in. Let me see if you've lost weight lately, she said, gently stroking Lin Ke's cheek. Mom, I'm still strong. Lin Ke flexed his arm, showing off his bicep to Yang Mingzhu. Good to hear. Wait for Mom to make you a delicious meal tonight. With that, Yang Mingzhu dashed into the kitchen. Lin Yongsheng gestured to Lin Ke to promptly explain yesterday's events to Yang Mingzhu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ke also walked into the kitchen. While washing his hands, he hesitantly began, Mom, I need to tell you something. Just say it. Why are you stuttering? Yang Mingzhu laughed lightly. Though she was no longer young, her charm still radiated, filled with affection for Lin Ke. Lin Ke dried his hands with a towel and helped Yang Mingzhu to the sofa. Gathering his courage, he finally said, Mom, someone hired a hitman to kill me yesterday. Hearing this, Yang Mingzhu's heart tightened. Her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and her lips trembled slightly. Lin Ke comfortingly held her hands, continuing, But don't worry, they've all been caught, and I'm okay. Only then did Yang Mingzhu relax a little, covering her mouth and turning her face away to wipe away her tears. Once she composed herself, she pulled Lin Ke into a tight embrace. At that moment, Lin Ke felt as if she had returned to her childhood, where her mother's embrace was always so warm. It made her nose tingle and her eyes turn red. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Yang Mingzhu gently patted Lin Ke's back. Meanwhile, the news on television was reporting about the break-in at Lin Ke's villa the day before. Fortunately, Lin Ke had informed Yang Mingzhu about it earlier. So when she saw the glinting blade in the intruder's hand, she didn't faint from fear. She only felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. You should move back in. It's really not safe for you to be living alone over there, Yang Mingzhu suggested, feeling uneasy about Lin Ke staying outside after such an incident. Thankfully, Lin Ke was prepared. She took out her phone and showed Yang Mingzhu the video that Wu Gu had sent her earlier about the security measures he put in place at her villa. Mom, do you really think anyone could break in now? With this level of security, even a special forces team couldn't get through, Lin Ke said with a smile. Both Yang Mingzhu and Lin Yoxing, upon seeing the tight security setup, felt it was actually quite appropriate rather than excessive. They agreed that Lin Ke didn't need to move back in. With such security, she was definitely safer than at home. Just as the family was happily gathered together, the doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Yongxing looked at the video feed and saw that it was Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong stood at the door, his plump body trembling with each breath, his brows knitted together in anxiety. Lin Yoxing and Lin Ke walked to the door. And just thinking about how Zhang Chong had hired someone to kill Lin Ke made Lin Yongxing furious. He pointed at Zhang Hong's nose and shouted, "How dare you come to my house? Get out." Zhang Hong wiped the sweat constantly dripping from his forehead with a tissue and forced a smile, saying, "Brother Lin, go ahead and scold me. I know you're angry. If it helps you feel better, I, Zhang Hong, will let you scold me for 10 years. Lin Ke, today Uncle Zhang is begging you, please let Zhang Chong go. If he goes in, his life will be ruined." After saying this, Zhang Hong's legs gave way, and he knelt down before Lin Ke through the iron gate. As the saying goes, if a child misbehaves, it's the parent's fault. Zhang Chong's current predicament was a direct result of Zhang Hong's indulgence as a father. Therefore, Lin Ke didn't feel any sympathy for Zhang Hong at that moment. It was all a consequence of his own making. Lin Ke smiled and said, "Zhang Chong getting arrested is a matter for the police. It doesn't matter if you beg me or not. Dad, let's go inside." After saying this, Lin Ke turned to walk back in. Seeing that his desperate pleas had gone unanswered, a fierce expression crossed Zhang Hong's face. His jaw clenched, his expression twisted, and the flesh on his face trembled with rage. "Lin Ke, I know you two have had issues in the past, but now that you're fine, can't you let Zhang Chong off the hook? Do you believe that I would risk everything, even the entire Dongwang International, to destroy you?" Zhang Hong shouted at Lin Ke while shaking the iron gate. Lin Ke turned around, her face filled with anger as she glared at Zhang Hong. Zhang Chong had sent someone to kill her. Reporting it to the police was the natural thing to do. Should she be expected to present him with a banner of honor instead? Now, in Zhang Hong's words, it seemed like she was intentionally retaliating against Zhang Chong. What happened today was purely Zhang Chong's own doing. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be lived through. What do you want, Zhang Hong? I'm Lin Ke, and I'm ready to go all the way. With that, Lin Ke waved her sleeve and left without looking back. Lin Yongxiang, who had been listening nearby, was furious to hear that Zhang Hong dared to threaten his son. Usually a proponent of peaceful resolutions, he was rarely this angry. "Zhang Hong, my son is alive, and that's just luck. Don't think the Lin family is afraid of you. If you have the guts, let's settle this once and for all and see who destroys whom." Lin Yoxing shot Zhang Hong a glare and coldly threatened him before turning to leave. This left Zhang Hong alone, struggling with the iron gate, feeling hopeless and unsure of how to get Zhang Chong out. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Zhang Chong angrily kicked the iron door and stormed off. Just as he settled into his Mercedes, he received a call from the head of his company. Frustrated and looking for an outlet for his anger, he immediately began to yell into the phone. "What the hell? Didn't we agree you wouldn't call me unless it was urgent? Why do I have to deal with everything? What am I paying you useless people for?" Spittle flew as Zhang Chong vented his frustrations. The car reeked of his anger. On the other end of the line, the manager was taken aback by the unexpected barrage of insults. Nevertheless, he patiently informed Zhang Chong about the urgent situation at hand. How could there be a surprise inspection? Didn't they just come last week? Zhang Chong's expression darkened. He was already overwhelmed, and now he faced a joint inspection from the business and fire safety departments. This sudden check caught his company completely off guard, and it was bound to uncover numerous issues. Fuming, Zhang Chang nearly exploded with rage. He tossed his phone aside, turned the car around, and sped back to the office. Upon arriving, he threw his car keys to the security guard outside and rushed inside. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw a crowd gathered. It was the first time Zhang Chong had encountered both departments conducting an inspection simultaneously. The company executives stood with their heads down, being reprimanded one by one like students in front of a teacher. Seeing Zhang Chong arrive, one of the managers hurried over. "What's going on? Why are so many people here for an inspection all of a sudden?" Zhang Chang asked with a stern face. "I don't know. They just showed up out of nowhere, and we weren't prepared at all. We didn't hear any rumors about this, the manager replied, looking distressed. They've already found several issues. And I heard they might shut us down for rectification. Every company has its share of problems, but for someone as well known in the business world as Zhang Chang, as long as the issues weren't too severe, they typically just received a warning. After all, running a business is tough, and they provide many jobs. Minor infractions often get overlooked as long as they are corrected. However, the seriousness of today's inspection was a first for Zhang Chang. He spotted someone familiar among the inspectors and approached with a smile. Captain, what brings you here unexpectedly? Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Everyone must be tired. Why don't we sit down for a bit? The leader of the business inspection team shot Zhang Chang a cold glance and ignored him entirely. Zhang Chang then turned to Chen Yun, the captain of the fire safety team, and said, "This isn't a big deal, is it? Did you really need to come personally?" Chen Yun glanced at Zhang Chang and scoffed, listing out the fire safety issues at Dongguan International one by one. "Oh, just minor issues? Expired fire extinguishers not replaced, blocked fire exits, incomplete self-inspection records, and no one on duty in the fire control room. Mr. Zhang, do you think these small problems, when combined, won't lead to major issues? Are you ready to take responsibility for that?" Chen Yun's voice suddenly rose, startling Zhang Chang. "Step aside. Don't obstruct our inspection." Captain Chen pushed Zhang Hong aside and continued to arrange for inspections. The business department was also scrutinizing various issues at Dongguan International. Seeing the attitude of these people towards him, Zhang Hong realized he was in trouble. Usually, these minor issues could be resolved with just a word from him. But now that didn't seem to work. This sudden shift made Zhang Hong understand that it was definitely due to Zhang Chang's assassination attempt on Lin Ke that had completely angered the higher-ups. They had sent people down to sound the alarm for him. Sure enough, shortly after, the two departments uncovered numerous issues at Dongguan International, each one legitimate and without any falsehoods. In fact, Zhang Hong had only himself to blame. If he hadn't assumed that inspections were impossible and had paid more attention to these matters, so many problems wouldn't have been exposed. Captain Chun tossed a stack of papers to Zhang Hong. "All the issues are here. Take a look. Once you verify everything, please sign and provide your fingerprint." Zhang Hong picked up a penalty notice and pressed his fingerprint on each one. After collecting one back, Captain Chen said to Zhang Hong, "Due to these issues at Dongguan International, this is a notice of rectification. You are ordered to cease operations for rectification. We'll come back in a month for another inspection. And if the problems persist, further rectification will be required. Is that clear? Captain, a month of closure will result in huge losses. Can we negotiate?" Zhang Hong pleaded with a grim expression. "Now you realize the losses are too great? Where were you earlier? Do you think this is a market stall? There is no room for negotiation." Captain Chen decisively rejected him. Not just Zhang Hong. Even Lin Ke would face strict penalties if problems were found. This was not only about being responsible for his profession, but also about ensuring public safety and the security of enterprises. "Captain Chen, please wait a moment. Let me make a phone call." Zhang Hong's face was grim as he pulled out his phone, hoping to find a contact higher up to plead his case. "Go ahead. I'm curious to see who has such influence. Do you think we're still in the past? There are no more people who engage in favoritism now." Captain Chen crossed his arms and waited for Zhang Hong to make the call. Zhang Hong made several calls, but either they were rejected or he was scolded repeatedly. Finally, disheartened, he signed the notice of rectification and pressed his fingerprint. Afterwards, the two departments left, and Dongguan International had no choice but to shut its doors in despair. Following this setback, it would take Dongguan International a long time to recover. Captain Chen then called Lin Ke. "You did a good deed for our soldiers. And I collected a bit of interest for you. Following the last fire, we're conducting a major fire safety inspection. Your Super God factory needs to pay attention as well. Don't let any issues come up during the inspection, or you'll face the same fate." Seeing the message from Chen Yun, Lin Ke smiled knowingly. She replied with a thank you and promised that Super God would prioritize fire safety. News of Dongguan's rectification quickly spread, along with the earlier reports of the assassination attempt on Lin Ke. Many applauded the actions taken, asserting that those who thought they could act with impunity deserved severe punishment. Many people say that the 1-month closure and rectification of Dongguan is truly too lenient for them. It's over. It's over. Zhang Hong saw how fervent the public opinion was, and he had originally wanted to find a way to get Zhang Chang out. But he knew that no matter how capable he was, there was no way Zhang Chang could be released now. Feeling utterly helpless, he slumped down on the sofa, his eyes vacant. With his son in prison and the company facing such a severe blow, this seasoned business tycoon suddenly appeared much older. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Once this storm passes and everything settles down, Lin Ke returned to her normal life, managing her company and occasionally giving lectures at the school when she felt bored. One day, Lin Ke walked back into the classroom to a warm welcome from her students. The younger students greeted her with concern, worried about her well-being. Lin Ke nodded slightly, appreciating their kindness. Suddenly, she felt a pang of reluctance to leave the school. Compared to the outside world, the school felt much purer, with far fewer intrigues and less of the nauseating ambition that plagued society. Someone once said that university is the last ivory tower of your life, and seeing the smiling faces of these students made Lin Ke realize how true that statement was. This time, Lin Ke's lecture was held in a much larger auditorium, specially built by the school to accommodate 500 people. However, since she hadn't informed the principal in advance, there were only a few scattered attendees in the classroom. As Lin Ke placed her prepared lesson plan on the table, she bent over to check for any mistakes when a fragrant breeze brushed against her ear. She looked up to see Shin Yunqi and said with irritation, "Shin Yunqi, please show some respect, or don't blame me for being rude." Lin Ke stood up, glaring at Shin Yunqi. At that moment, Shin Yunqi twisted her slim waist, tears welling up in her eyes as she feigned innocence, saying, "Lin Ke, please let Zhang Chang go. If you do, I'm willing to do anything for you." With that, she fluttered her eyelashes at Lin Ke and slowly approached her. "Are you dreaming? What makes you think you're worthy? Zhang Chang's matters have nothing to do with me. If you want to find someone, go to the police." Lin Ke had never given someone like Shin Yunqi the benefit of the doubt. She was vain and calculating, and it was people like her who tarnished the sanctity of a place dedicated to knowledge. To Lin Ke's surprise, Shin Yunqi was undeterred and leaned in, attempting to kiss her. This sudden move startled Lin Ke. In broad daylight, with a cold demeanor between them, Shin Yunqi actually wanted to kiss her? It was shameless and left Lin Ke feeling baffled. Shin Yunqi's actions were indeed out of character. Just then, Lin Ke caught a glimpse of a petite figure in the corner. Zhang Xiaoan was sitting there. Ever since hearing that Lin Ke would be giving a lecture in this classroom, she had been coming here with a book to wait for Lin Ke during breaks. She had seen Lin Ke engrossed in her lesson plan and hesitated to greet her, fearing she might interrupt. But now, seeing Shin Yunqi trying to kiss Lin Ke, a mix of emotions flooded Zhang Xiaoan's mind, leaving her speechless. Lin Ke realized that Zhang Xiaoan understood Shin Yunqi's intentions. Intelligent as she was, Zhang Xiaoan quickly guessed that Shin Yunqi was merely trying to take advantage of the situation since Zhang Chang had cooled off, hoping to drive Zhang Xiaoan away and later win Lin Ke's favor. "Don't come near me. I find you disgusting." Lin Ke turned and walked away, not giving Shin Yunqi a chance. When Shin Yunqi saw this, she was still unwilling to give up, stubbornly holding on to Lin Ke. Lin Ke, facing Shin Yunqi's entanglement, shouted angrily, "Get away. Don't touch me with your filthy hands." Lin Ke raised her hand to slap Shin Yunqi, intending only to scare her. To her surprise, Shin Yunqi actually leaned her face towards her. Slap. A crisp sound echoed in the classroom. Shin Yunqi covered her flushed face and said pitifully, "Go ahead and hit me. If it will make you feel better, just beat me to death. I know Zhang Chang's next match won't go well, and I can't expect to cling to you anymore. I just simply miss you." Her shoulders shook with sobs, looking so pitiful that the students around them began to whisper among themselves. Was Lin Ke being too harsh? Although Shin Yunqi was a bit of a scumbag, she seemed to have some regard for Lin Ke. Seeing her so miserable, couldn't they just forgive her? Everyone turned their attention to Lin Ke, making it seem like she was the real villain. Having interacted with Shin Yunqi for so long, Lin Ke naturally understood her little scheme. She was just trying to gain sympathy from others to suppress her own feelings. "Have you really forgotten who I was? Do you think I'm gentle now, or something?" Lin Ke gently lifted Shin Yunqi's chin, then raised her hand and slapped her across the face for real. She shouted at Shin Yunqi, "You little tramp. Don't really provoke me, or your end will be very miserable." Shin Yunqi was spun around by the force of Lin Ke's slap, her entire face swelling up. She had thought Lin Ke would hold back because of her status, but she never expected Lin Ke to hit her so hard. Covering her face, she took a few fearful steps back. "Feeling the pain now? I used to have some feelings for you and didn't lay a hand on you. But you've harassed me repeatedly. Do you think I, Lin Ke, am easy to bully?" Lin Ke stepped forward, her gaze sharp as she looked at Shin Yunqi. At that moment, Shin Yunqi truly felt scared. She shook her head repeatedly, saying, "I want to do it again. I want to do it again." Without looking back, she fled the classroom. At this moment, as soon as Lin Ke's gaze met Zhang Xiaohan's, Zhang Xiaoan picked up her books and walked out. Lin Ke quickly followed her. "What's wrong? You don't think I'm still tied to Shin Yunqi, do you?" Lin Ke grabbed Zhang Xiaohan and began to explain. "What you and she have to do with me? I know Shin Yunqi is up to something, but am I even worthy of being angry with you? I'm not worthy." Zhang Xiaohan's repressed feelings erupted like a volcano at this moment. It was her long-standing admiration for Lin Ke, rooted in her deep-seated insecurity. No matter how hard she tried to catch up, she always felt powerless, left far behind by Lin Ke. She was exhausted. Seeing Zhang Xiaoan with tearful eyes, Lin Ke knew that anything she said at this moment would be pointless. She pulled Zhang Xiaoan into her embrace, gently stroking her hair. She understood that this seemingly fragile woman had a strong spirit deep down. Why do you say you're not worthy? Who can predict what the future holds? I'm not the kind of shallow person, Lin Ke thought. He tried to comfort Zhang Xiaoan, but deep down, he suddenly felt a bit like a jerk. Surrounded by several women, he had never been sure who he truly loved. Love was something that had really stumped this academic overachiever. As Zhang Xiaoan vented her feelings, her emotions finally began to ease. She awkwardly pulled away from Lin Ke and looked at him with a mix of annoyance and playfulness, saying, "Is this your way of confessing? 153, it's you." Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question from the usually reserved Zhang Xiaoan. He didn't know how to respond. "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere." To ease the awkwardness, Lin Ke quickly changed the subject. He acknowledged that he had feelings for Zhang Xiaoan, but he felt he wasn't ready to define their relationship just yet, although he didn't voice it. The pain from when Xin Yunqi had decisively abandoned him still lingered in his heart, and he couldn't shake it off. This was also why he harbored such resentment towards Xin Yunqi. Additionally, he was focused on his career and didn't want to be tied down by love too soon. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed Zhang Xiaohan's face. Just as she was about to refuse, Lin Ke pulled her into the car. "Where are we going?" "You still haven't said," Zhang Xiaohan asked. Lin Ke smiled without answering, lost in his own thoughts as he drove. Outside the window, cars flowed continuously, and the small trees along the road passed by in succession. Zhang Xiaohan gazed out of the window, lost in thought. "How wonderful it would be to be with you forever," she mused, enjoying this time alone with Lin Ke. "We're here," Lin Ke announced as he parked at a place called Yangqing Hot Spring Resort. "Are we going to soak in the hot springs?" Zhang Xiaoan asked, feeling a bit anxious upon seeing the resort sign. "Of course. What else would we come here for? It's a hot spring resort. So we're definitely here to enjoy the hot springs," Lin Ke replied matter-of-factly. "No, I didn't bring anything. I don't even have a swimsuit." Zhang Xiaoan quickly made an excuse and started to back towards the car. But Lin Ke grabbed her arm. "We've come all this way. Are you really going to make me drive back? Come on. What is the big deal about a swimsuit? They sell them here," Lin Ke said with a mischievous smile, pulling Zhang Xiaoan towards the resort. Initially, Zhang Xiaoan, feeling shy, just wanted to find a casual excuse, but she was surprised to learn that the resort sold swimsuits. Reluctantly, she followed Lin Ke inside, her cheeks faintly flushed. Fortunately, there were no acquaintances around in the resort. Otherwise, the embarrassed Zhang Xiaoan would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The two entered a swimsuit store together. Lin Ke looked around and found the decor and styles to be quite nice, so he led Zhang Xiaoan inside. "Welcome," a saleswoman greeted them enthusiastically. Lin Ke smiled and nodded, then turned to Zhang Xiaoan, saying, "Xiaoan, take a look and see which style you like." Zhang Xiaoan glanced at the price tags on the swimsuits, and the cheapest ones were still several thousand. Worried about the cost, she quickly said, "Forget it. Let us go to another store." She grabbed Lin Ke's hand and tried to leave, but he stopped her. "I think this place is pretty good. If you don't pick one, I'll just have her get me a set too." Lin Ke knew Zhang Xiaohan's true feelings, so he deliberately said this. Upon hearing that Lin Ke would get a set too, the saleswoman's previously dull expression instantly brightened. If he bought a set, her commission for the month would skyrocket. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said to Zhang Xiaoan, "Your boyfriend really cares about you. Don't worry. I'll help you pick out the perfect one that will definitely charm your boyfriend." Hearing the salesgirl's misunderstanding, Zhang Xiaoan's face turned red as she explained, "We have tea." But before she could finish, the salesgirl pushed her toward the fitting room. The salesgirl handed Zhang Xiaoan a pure black swimsuit with pleats to try on. Once changed, Zhang Xiaoan opened the fitting room door just a crack, poked her head out playfully, and asked Lin Ke, "Can you tell me if it looks good? But you mustn't laugh." "Okay, no problem. I promise I won't laugh," Lin Ke replied seriously. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaoan slowly stepped out of the fitting room. When she revealed herself to Lin Ke, the only word that came to Lin Ke's mind was stunning. Zhang Xiaohan's graceful figure in the sexy swimsuit, paired with her slightly shy expression, captured Lin Ke's attention completely, even causing Lin Ke, who usually has high standards, to admire her. With bright eyes and a graceful form, she seemed to float like a startled swan. Her brows were like emerald feathers, and her skin was as white as snow. Seeing Lin Ke's captivated gaze, Zhang Xiaoan felt a thrill of happiness. Her previous insecurities about not being good enough for Lin Ke faded away. She deliberately approached Lin Ke and asked, "Does it look good?" Only then did Lin Ke realize that Zhang Xiaoan had unconsciously moved closer to her, feeling a bit flustered as she swallowed hard. Nodding, she said, "It looks great. Really great." As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Receiving Lin Ke's affirmation made Zhang Xiaoan beam with joy. That smile could enchant a crowd and captivate the world. "This is the one," After helping Zhang Xiaohan pick out the swimsuit, Lin Ke casually chose a pair of swim trunks for herself. After paying, the salesgirl enthusiastically carried the clothes they had tried on to their car. Walking side by side in the resort, the beautiful duo attracted the attention of many visitors, making them the most stunning sight in the area, pleasing to the eye. Just then, a sleazy-looking man blocked Lin Ke and Zhang Xiaohan's path. He leered at Zhang Xiaohan, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, which frightened Zhang Xiaohan into clutching Lin Ke's arm tightly. "Hey there, little sister. How about leaving me your number?" The creepy man grinned, rubbing his hands together like a fly. Zhang Xiaohan was terrified and instinctively shrank closer to Lin Ke. Lin Ke, who had initially been smiling, quickly lost her smile upon seeing such a disgusting person. With a cold expression, she said to the sleazy man, "Get lost." The man, looking down on Lin Ke, sneered and cursed. "Do you know who you're talking to, you pretty boy? If you don't want to regret it, you better step aside." The sleazy man, unfazed by Lin Ke's anger, clearly felt he was used to being a bully in this resort. He then attempted to get too close to Zhang Xiaohan. Lin Ke kicked him to the ground, and the sleazy man ended up on his back like a turtle, legs flailing in the air. "Damn it. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" The sleazy man cursed as he got back up, thinking Lin Ke would be scared. But Lin Ke remained silent and walked straight up to him, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Instantly, the sleazy man's face swelled up. "I am." Slap. Every time he tried to speak, Lin Ke would give him another slap. His face was now swollen and looked like a pig's head, with tears streaming down his cheeks. This was the first time he had encountered someone like Lin Ke, and before he could even say his name, he was already being beaten into a pulp. At that moment, Lin Ke raised his hand again. A timid man, fearing another beating, hurriedly rolled and crawled away from the scene. When he reached what he thought was a safe distance, he turned back and shouted at Lin Ke, "You little brat, just wait for me." Lin Ke leaned slightly forward, causing the man to turn and flee in fright. "Thank you, Lin Ke. You really scared me back there," Zhang Xiaohan said. Lin Ke winked at her and teased, "Actually, I'm even creepier than he is. Aren't you scared?" With that, Lin Ke's gaze brazenly swept over Zhang Xiaohan. Seeing the look in Lin Ke's eyes, Zhang Xiaohan's face turned bright red, and she playfully raised her fist to strike him. "Oh, so you brought me here for this, you pervert." Pervert. At that moment, Lin Ke truly understood the saying, "Under the pomegranate skirt, one dies, yet remains a flirt even in death." As Zhang Xiaohan and he playfully tussled, he took in the beautiful scenery around them. The two of them soaked in the hot springs for a long time, and finally emerged from the resort feeling completely relaxed. Just as Lin Ke was about to open the car door, a group of people surrounded them. "Xiaohan, you go ahead and get in the car," Lin Ke said. Noticing that the newcomers didn't look friendly, he wanted Zhang Xiaohan to take cover inside. There were about a dozen of them, wielding clubs and looking rather unruly, definitely not good people. The leader was the same lewd man Lin Ke had just beaten. The man wiped his bloody nose and arrogantly said to Lin Ke, "Weren't you tough just now? Why not try being tough again?" Lin Ke rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't understand why he always attracted these troublemakers. Annoyed, he replied to the lewd man, "What do you want?" "What do I want? Now you're scared, huh? Do you know who I am? Back when I was in the game, I never got beaten like that. And now, as the deputy manager of this hot spring resort, you've laid a hand on me. Kneel down and lick my shoes clean. And I might let you go, leave that woman behind." After saying this, the lewd man spat a mouthful of phlegm onto his own shoe. Lin Ke chuckled, thinking the man was full of himself. He was just a petty deputy manager. He had expected him to boast some grand identity. Lin Ke took out his phone and called Feng Qi. "Feng Qi, buy the Yangqing Hot Spring Resort for me right now, and fire this deputy manager." After hanging up, Lin Ke shrugged at the lewd man and said, "You're not the deputy manager anymore." Turning to the group surrounding him, he asked, "Are you still going to work for him?" The crowd exchanged glances, unsure if what Lin Ke said was true. If it was, they had no reason to listen to the lewd man any longer. Upon hearing that Lin Ke wanted to buy the resort, the lewd man burst into laughter. "You're going to buy it? Who do you think you are? The richest person in Yangqing? You think you can just buy it? This resort costs at least a few $100 million. Do you have that kind of money?" The lewd man hadn't finished his crude remark about licking his shoes when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his boss. Quickly pressing the answer button, "Boss, what's up?" he said with a forced smile, but as he listened to the voice on the other end, his expression gradually turned serious, almost grimacing. After hanging up, he stared blankly at Lin Ke and muttered, "You really bought it?" He had just received the news that he was fired. Shortly after, Feng Qi also called Lin Ke, informing her that a total of 200 million had been transferred directly from the Super God Company's account, making Lin Ke the owner of the resort. "Didn't someone notify you earlier?" Lin Ke smiled at the lewd man, realizing he had crossed the wrong person. He felt a surge of anger, especially now that he had lost his job, and was facing a life of uncertainty. Before his subordinates learned about his dismissal, he shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, brothers, charge." A group of thugs surged towards Lin Ke. It was people like them that had turned the beautiful resort into a filthy place. Lin Ke wasn't someone who enjoyed physical confrontations. He preferred to resolve issues with money. However, with these thugs charging at him, he wasn't one to back down. He charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Not a single thug there was a match for him. Compared to the group that had previously tried to kill him, these thugs were laughable. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoan had already been scared into hiding in the car, worried that Lin Ke might get hurt, and quickly dialed the police. However, her worries turned out to be unnecessary. Lin Ke took down the entire gang, leaving them writhing on the ground, while he stood there unfazed, possibly still feeling a bit drowsy after his hot spring bath, yawning. The lewd man didn't expect Lin Ke to be so formidable. When Lin Ke shot him a glare, he quickly fell to his knees, begging for mercy. When the police arrived, alerted by reports of a group attacking one person, they found a bunch of thugs rolling on the ground. Seeing Lin Ke unharmed, they rushed to him, asking, "Where's the person who was attacked?" "I'm the one who was attacked," Lin Ke replied. The officer rolled his eyes. "A group attacking one person? Are you kidding me? This is clearly one person taking on a gang." However, from Zhang Xiaoan's video, it was evident that the group had instigated the trouble. Lin Ke bore no responsibility for the incident. After being defeated, the thugs were all taken away on charges of fighting. Once this matter was resolved, Lin Ke returned home and received a call from Jiao Lao. It turned out that Jiao Lao had also heard about Zhang Chang's plot to have Lin Ke killed and called to ask if Lin Ke needed help bringing down Dongwang International. Lin Ke understood that Jiao Lao was trying to show his goodwill. However, Lin Ke has never been the type to go for the kill. Besides, if he really wanted to take down Dongwang International, he certainly wouldn't need Jiao Lao's help. He understands the principle that it's easy to repay a debt but hard to repay a favor. So, when faced with Jiao Lao's goodwill, Lin Ke naturally chose to decline politely. "Thank you for your kindness, Jiao Lao, but I'm not the kind of person who goes for the jugular. If Zhang Hong truly dares to make a move, I'm not afraid. Just based on Dongwang International alone, I can handle him by myself." With his current superpower and his own system, Lin Ke has both the ability and the confidence to do so. 155 Autonomous Vehicle Trial. Lin Ke has his own thoughts. He doesn't want to be a pawn just to please Jiao Lao. After years of navigating the business world, who doesn't have their own agenda? Besides, Zhang Chang has no chance of a comeback now. He just needs to follow the law, and there's no need to take any action against the Zhang father and son. As for Zhang Hong, even if he makes a desperate move at the end, Lin Ke has his own contingencies. It is said that a common enemy makes one a friend. Li Ming, like Zhang Chang, harbors a deep hatred for Lin Ke, and the two have ironically become good friends. Upon hearing about Zhang Chang's imprisonment, Li Ming immediately rushed to the detention center to visit him. "Zhang Chang, someone's here to see you," the guard said, leading Zhang Chang to the window. "Why didn't you consult me before sending someone after Lin Ke?" Li Ming asked, his tone slightly reproachful. Now that Zhang Chang was down and out, relying solely on himself to take on Lin Ke felt overwhelmingly daunting. "Enough. Today is a complete loss. More than 10 people couldn't take down Lin Ke. I'm starting to think he is a monster," Zhang Chang lamented. Still unrepentant and regretting his failure to eliminate Lin Ke. "Is there any way your dad can get you out?" Li Ming inquired. If Zhang Chang could be released, he could be a significant ally. However, as soon as Li Ming finished speaking, Zhang Chang erupted in anger. "It's all that damn Lin Ke's fault. Now everyone is supporting him. No one is answering my calls. With the pressure from public opinion, I probably want to get out this time," Zhang Chang said, slamming his hands down on the table, visibly agitated. "You have to avenge me. When I get out, I'll make sure to reward you." Li Ming sighed softly and replied, "I want Lin Ke dead too, but my dad is keeping a close watch on me. He told me not to act against Lin Ke for now. But don't worry, I will definitely help you avenge your grievances." A sympathetic look crossed Li Ming's face, but inside, he felt a sense of relief. Of course, he would seek revenge on Lin Ke, but not in the foolish manner of sending someone to kill him and failing. What a waste. However, Zhang Chang still held a bit of value for Li Ming, particularly because of his father Zhang Hong's hatred for Lin Ke. Li Ming knew that Zhang Chang couldn't possibly get out this time. Although he came under the pretense of visiting Zhang Chang, he was really there to whisper in his ear, hoping to incite Zhang Hong's hatred for Lin Ke. Compared to the useless Zhang Chang, his father Zhang Hong was a much better candidate to bring Lin Ke down. "You should talk to your dad and make sure he doesn't let Lin Ke off the hook. He is the reason you are in this situation. Your dad can't back down," Li Ming added, embellishing his words. Now, whenever Zhang Chang heard Lin Ke's name, he felt a deep rage, his hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him even noticing the pain. "Don't worry, I'll talk to my dad. As long as you need it." Dongwang International will always support you, Zhang Chong said. Hearing this, Li Ming knew he had achieved his goal and felt elated. I was just waiting for you to say that. Don't worry, once the storm passes, I'll work with your father to get you out. Li Ming made an empty promise to Zhang Chong before leaving the detention center. After stepping outside, a faint smile crept onto Li Ming's lips as he murmured, Lin Ke. I wonder how long you can keep bouncing back. At that moment, Lin Ke, who was nearly dozing off on the couch, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. He muttered to himself, which bastard is cursing me? Just then, Lin Ke's phone rang. Hello, Mouse, were you just cursing me? Huh, Mouse, taken aback by Lin Ke's question. Felt confused but brushed it off. He then excitedly replied, Boss, I was cursing you. I have some good news to report. What good news? Lin Ke asked lazily. The city committee has officially designated the trial area for driverless cars. Mouse exclaimed. Lin Ke's eyes lit up upon hearing this news. The establishment of a trial area meant that driverless cars could officially go on sale, and if everything went smoothly during the trial period, these cars would gradually become widespread, eventually allowing them to operate freely throughout the entire summer country. By then, Lin Ke's automotive empire would rise completely. Great. Have Chu Yan start working on the promotional video for the driverless cars. We're launching. Lin Ke quickly briefed Mouse before hanging up. Since the assassination attempt on Lin Ke, Brother Wu had been worried about his safety and had been living in Lin Ke's villa for a while. Seeing Lin Ke so happy, he asked, What has got you so excited? Lin Ke, eager to share his joy, grabbed Brother Wu's arm and said, It's definitely good news. The city committee has divided the trial area for driverless cars. Our cars can go on sale now. Brother Wu, who was slightly older than Lin Ke and had always treated him like a younger brother due to Lin Ke's past kindness, felt genuinely happy for him. Such good news deserves a proper celebration. Of course. Daimi, bring the champagne. Lin Ke called out. When Daimi brought over the champagne, which was worth 200,000, Lin Ke popped it open without a second thought. With a loud pop, champagne foam sprayed everywhere, filling the room with its distinctive aroma. Lin Ke and Brother Wu drank heartily. After finishing the drinks, Lin Ke remembered something important. While designing the driverless cars, he noticed many areas for improvement. Due to time constraints, he had planned to make gradual enhancements later. Now that the cars were ready for sale, the perfectionist in Lin Ke was eager to make the driverless cars even better. Daimi, there is still a lot of room for improvement on the driverless cars. Organize the learning materials. I want to study, Lin Ke instructed Daimi, filled with determination. Wu Ge didn't expect that after Lin Ke developed the driverless car, he was still not satisfied and wanted to continue improving it. This craftsmanship spirit made Wu Ge admire Lin Ke greatly. Although Lin Ke is a second-generation rich kid, his success isn't solely due to his family's wealth. The effort he has put in is worthy of his current achievements. Seeing Lin Ke engrossed in his research, Wu Ge quietly retreated, not wanting to disturb him. Meanwhile, Guo Yang was furious after hearing that the city committee had designated trial areas for the driverless cars and ended up smashing things in his office. Bastard. Outrageous. Guo Yang slumped in his chair, staring at the mess around him. At that moment, his secretary leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Guo Yang smirked darkly and said, Let us do it this way. Something went wrong. Shortly after, Yun Xiao, as the spokesperson for Chaoshan, quickly released the second promotional video for the driverless car. The entire video became more popular than some feature films, and it was soon the talk of the town. With Chu Yan's aggressive marketing strategy, the news of the driverless car officially going on sale spread like wildfire. People's enthusiasm for purchasing the driverless car reached unprecedented heights. The sales points set up by Chaoshan were almost overwhelmed by eager customers. These driverless cars won't malfunction, will they? After all, it's autonomous driving. If something goes wrong, it could be serious. A skeptical customer asked a salesperson at the sales point. The salesperson smiled warmly and assured the customer, Absolutely no problem. Our cars have undergone multiple tests and are only approved for sale after passing. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to sell them. The person behind this customer impatiently urged, Are you buying or not? If not, hurry up and step aside. Others are waiting. Who said I'm not buying? I'll take one. The customer's eyes lit up as he handed his bank card to the salesperson. Sir, this way please. The salesperson then processed the necessary paperwork. As soon as he received the car, he pulled out his phone. I've got the car. He nodded slightly and drove the driverless vehicle toward the designated testing area for autonomous cars. Crash. However, it wasn't long before he collided with another vehicle. The driverless car was unscathed, but the other ordinary car was severely damaged. How do you drive like that? I don't know. It's driverless. How did it suddenly crash? The new owner of the driverless car got out and innocently scratched his head. If this had been a typical traffic accident with no injuries, it likely would have been forgotten quickly. But with the driverless car involved, bystanders began recording the incident on their phones. Many potential buyers, witnessing the accident, quickly reconsidered their decision to purchase a driverless car. This driverless car doesn't seem as safe as Chaoshan claimed. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't buy one. Oh no, I need to call my dad and tell him not to wait in line. This Lin Ke is a scammer. Selling such a dangerous car is just a ripoff. Bystanders uploaded the recorded videos online, warning their loved ones. People can be quite strange. They generally show little interest in good news, but pay extra attention to bad news. As soon as the video hit the internet, it was shared widely. Chaoshan's official Weibo was quickly inundated by an avalanche of online users, and a wave of negative public opinion flooded in. Even though Chaoshan's official account apologized immediately, forgiveness was hard to come by. Perhaps the expectations placed on Chaoshan were too high. This incident was simply unacceptable for many. Lin Ke himself has been labeled with various tags by netizens, such as fraud, unethical businessman, and nicknames like Lin the Pitfall. Public opinion overwhelmingly criticizes Lin Ke. And even on a certain platform, the view count of parody videos about him remains high. Self-driving cars, baby strollers, sitting in one is like riding a death carriage. As long as you get on our super divine carriage, 3 minutes to the crematorium, 10 minutes to ashes, scamming is our specialty. Lin Ke wryly smiled as he turned off the parody video about himself, thinking these netizens really have talent. Meanwhile, Gui Yang, the instigator, was delighted to see all the negative news about Super Divine. He even tipped the content creator, encouraging them to make more parody videos about Lin Ke. Gui Yang chuckled as he closed the video. It was unfortunate to encounter such issues right after the launch, as a fellow industry player. He thought he should reach out to Lin Ke. Suppressing his inner joy, Gui Yang dialed Lin Ke's number, signaling to his secretary to stop laughing. Mr. Lin, I just saw the news. How could there be such a problem with Super Divine's self-driving cars? I thought Super Divine could dominate the automotive market. If only you had sold me the autonomous driving system earlier, what a pity. Don't be discouraged, Mr. Lin. Failure is just the mother of success. Gui Yang said in a sarcastic tone over the phone. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke coldly replied, then please thank your mother for me. After hanging up, Lin Ke thought about who was most affected by the self-driving car launch fiasco, none other than Gui Yang. He could guess with his toes that Gui Yang was definitely behind the sabotage. Zhang Xiaoan was concerned that Lin Ke would be disheartened by the incident and called to offer comfort. Wu Xinran, upon hearing the news, rushed to Lin Ke's villa to check on him, hoping he wouldn't lose heart. When she arrived, she found Lin Ke lounging on the sofa in oversized shorts, casually eating cherries. Wu Xinran had expected him to be downcast, but instead, he seemed unfazed. Was he giving up on himself? Wu Xinran thought to herself. Lin Ke, you should personally apologize. There might still be a chance to turn this around. Don't give up. Wu Xinran gently encouraged him. I'm not giving up. These cherries are delicious. Would you like one? Lin Ke offered her the plate of cherries. What time is it? You're still in the mood to eat? The city is discussing whether to cancel the trial area for self-driving cars. Wu Xinran, seeing Lin Ke's nonchalant demeanor, was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. What's the rush? Just finish the cherries first. They won't taste good if left overnight, Lin Ke said. Completely unfazed. This made Wu Xinran so frustrated she was stamping her feet. Being naturally impatient, she couldn't tolerate Lin Ke's attitude. She rushed over, wanting him to apologize in person to give the self-driving cars a fighting chance. Why are you even more anxious than I am? Lin Ke chuckled. Of course. She was anxious. If the autonomous car were to be abandoned like this, it would surely break her heart. Wu Xinran knew how much effort Lin Ke had put into this project, and she couldn't bear to see Lin Ke give up like this. Thank you. Lin Ke noticed the concern in Wu Xinran's eyes. She gazed deeply into Wu Xinran's eyes and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. 157 slap in the face. Feeling Lin Ke's breath getting closer, Wu Xinran suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. However, with the commotion outside heating up, Wu Xinran, regaining her composure, placed her finger over Lin Ke's lips. You need to apologize to me first, Wu Xinran said shyly. Lin Ke, who had initially intended to steal a kiss, found his desire extinguished by Wu Xinran's words. He sighed and then, with a mischievous smile, replied, Can we do that after the apology? Let's settle this matter first. Wu Xinran playfully rolled her eyes at him. Lin Ke then took out his phone and wrote the following on his Weibo. There's a component in the self-driving car that many have overlooked. I'll reveal it at tonight's press conference. As soon as Lin Ke posted this, the silence around him was broken as everyone eagerly responded, curious about what the component was. However, Lin Ke remained silent, smiling without giving any answers. Beside him, Wu Xinran, intrigued, asked, What component are you talking about? Is it related to this incident? You want to know? Lin Ke pointed to his cheek, making his meaning clear. If you want to tell me, that's fine. You'll reveal it yourself tonight. Wu Xinran said proudly, not giving Lin Ke a chance to take advantage of her. Seeing his plan fall through, Lin Ke could only shrug helplessly. Lin Ke's earlier statement on Weibo immediately sparked speculation among many. Everyone was curious about the component he mentioned, but there were also many who criticized Lin Ke for trying to create a diversion. These orchestrators of public opinion included many internet trolls hired by Gui Yang, and some were even sent by Zhang Hong to retaliate against Lin Ke. Chu Yin quickly prepared a press conference. After being overwhelmed by public opinion, Chu Yin felt relieved to hear that Lin Ke was finally willing to speak up. Utilizing all resources, she gathered reporters from various media outlets. At this moment, Lin Ke had become a hot topic in the news, and reporters rushed to the conference upon hearing he would finally address the situation. At the press conference, Lin Ke stood confidently in a sharp suit, smiling, seemingly unaffected by the traffic accident involving the self-driving car. Mr. Lin, what do you want to say regarding this accident? Was it merely an unlikely event, or is the technology still immature? Many are calling you a fraud and a profiteer. What do you have to say about that? The reporters bombarded Lin Ke with sharp questions, each more pointed than the last. Lin Ke raised his hand, signaling for silence. On stage, the accident vehicle was displayed prominently. From the very day of the incident, Lin Ke had ensured the car was preserved properly. The truth was already clear to him. As for why he had been silent for so long, it was simply because he sensed that this incident was the perfect marketing opportunity for autonomous vehicles. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Thanks to this accident, autonomous cars had finally reached a level of public awareness. Now, Lin Ke only needed to clear their name. Lin Ke walked straight to the wrecked vehicle and took a small black box from it. This black box appeared to be the overlooked component he had mentioned. People were puzzled, wondering if Lin Ke really thought this inconspicuous item could salvage the reputation of autonomous vehicles, which had plummeted. Mr. Lin, what is the purpose of this component? A curious journalist asked. You'll find out shortly. Lin Ke teased, placing the box on the central table and pressing the activation button. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, and the scene of the accident was vividly presented as a holographic image before everyone's eyes. The hologram was so lifelike that some people flinched and ducked as a car sped towards them. What is happening? At that moment, someone noticed that the person inside the autonomous vehicle had switched off the self-driving mode and switched to manual control. Despite knowing that there was a vehicle ahead at the intersection, they not only failed to brake but instead drove straight into it. At this point, the truth was finally revealed. It wasn't a failure of the autonomous system at all. The traffic accident was deliberately staged by someone. A group of people exchanged glances, surprised that Chao Shun had such advanced technology. With this holographic imaging box, it was clear who was at fault, and there was no way to deny it. Everyone could see that there was nothing wrong with the autonomous driving system. The accident had been orchestrated by the individual in the hologram to discredit autonomous vehicles. This person had already been apprehended by the police, and it was believed that the mastermind behind the scenes would soon be uncovered. Lin Ke observed the expressions of the reporters in the audience, secretly amused. Still trying to sabotage me? I was prepared for this. It turned out that when Lin Ke designed the autonomous vehicle, he had already acquired the design for this small holographic recording device, anticipating that people might try to undermine the technology once it became widespread. Lin Ke had instructed me to manufacture a batch of recorders and send them to the factory. However, only Lin Ke knew about this. The other production staff had no idea what it was, merely following Lin Ke's orders to install one in every autonomous vehicle. Those who had previously criticized Chao Shun online quickly silenced themselves upon seeing Lin Ke reveal the truth in the video. Public opinion began to shift again, once more supporting autonomous vehicles. See? I told you there was something fishy going on. This car has an exceptionally high safety rating, yet some people still doubt it. Thankfully, I've always supported Chao Shun. Now that the truth is out, how will the critics respond? Hey, where did that video claiming autonomous vehicles are hearses go? The comments about Chao Shun and Lin Ke are particularly candid. When you fall down, whether people know you or not, many will come to kick you while you're down. But when you get back up, there will be those who come around to praise you. That's why Lin Ke has largely chosen to ignore some of the online opinions. Now, with reporters captivated by this incredible holographic recorder, Lin Ke has naturally seized the opportunity to promote it. The demand for self-driving cars, packed with so much cutting-edge technology, is once again on the rise. After the press conference for 158 Joy Turns to Sorrow concluded, Lin Ke graciously entertained the group of journalists. The journalists reported the facts accurately to the public, and even criticized those who deliberately slandered Chao Shun in their news articles. In light of this incident, Lin Ke felt grateful to those behind the scenes who had tried to undermine him. Their instigation had inadvertently helped to amplify Chao Shun's publicity. Otherwise, achieving the current level of promotion would have cost tens of millions. Lin Ke then submitted the holographic image recorder's blueprints to the patent office to apply for a patent. He called up Mouse and reminded him, "I've sent you the patent drawings. Make sure to get the application processed quickly. Our country's technology for imitation products is among the best in the world, and we can't afford any delays." Lin Ke was thoroughly wary of imitation products. Even with a patent application in process, counterfeit versions of their company's products continued to flood the market. Without patent laws for protection, Shaoxin would have long been brought down by these fake products. Upon receiving Lin Ke's drawings, Mouse promptly filled out the application form. The patent office was already familiar with Lin Ke, who seemed to churn out small patents every couple of days and larger ones every few days. After a simple verification of authenticity, the patent office approved the application on the same day, leaving those with ulterior motives lamenting their missed opportunities. Thus, Shaoxin added another cutting-edge product to its lineup, and Lin Ke regained his status as a respected entrepreneur. The city council breathed a sigh of relief, as they had personally approved the autonomous vehicle project. If anything went wrong, they would have felt a sense of guilt. At the same time, they intensified their investigation into the incident, aiming to identify the instigator as quickly as possible. "The self-driving car crashed on its own. It has nothing to do with me," the perpetrator said nonchalantly in the interrogation room, casually crossing his legs, seemingly prepared to resist any accusations. "Nothing to do with you? Take a look at this. Do you still want to argue?" The officer slammed his hand on the table and played the video of the suspect driving that day. The culprit watched the clear footage, realizing it even captured him picking his nose midway. There was no way to deny it now, but he cautiously asked the officer, "What kind of economic loss have I caused this time? How many years am I looking at?" "You've caused Shaoxin approximately 50 million in economic losses." "How many years?" "You might find it hard to get out for the rest of your life," the officer replied sternly. "Officer, I'll tell you everything. I'll confess." The man realized that spending a lifetime in prison over a few tens of thousands for Gui Yang was not worth it. Hearing the officer's words, the person who had deliberately driven the autonomous vehicle and caused the accident finally broke down under interrogation. He fully disclosed how he was instructed by Gui Yang and detailed the entire plan to slander the self-driving cars, hoping to receive leniency in return. At this moment, Gui Yang, who was originally quite smug, sat in his office and watched as Lin could turn the situation around with a single move. Everyone was now united in their support for Lin Ke, even more than before. The scheme he had orchestrated to discredit Lin Ke had instead become a boost for Lin Ke's publicity. Furious, he slammed his fist down on the computer monitor. His secretary, who had suggested the idea, stood nearby trembling and dared not speak. "Is this your brilliant idea? Am I now just a lackey? And I ended up promoting his self-driving car instead? I told you to check if there were any dash cams. And now even picking my nose has been caught on camera." Gui Yang glared at the secretary and questioned him. "Mr. Gua, nobody knew he had that holographic recorder. I thought it was just a non-functional part," the secretary replied, his face filled with despair. He had personally checked the self-driving car and, after confirming there were no dash cams, had instructed others to crash into it. He never expected Lin Ke had such a trick up his sleeve. "Useless. Get out," Gui Yang shouted, throwing a teacup from his desk at the secretary. The secretary quickly fled, and the teacup shattered against the door. Gui Yang sat in stunned silence for a moment before suddenly remembering something. He rushed to open his safe and pulled out several gold bars, stuffing them into his pocket. Just as he was about to step out the door to escape the country, he was stopped by two uniformed officers. "You must be Gui Yang. Please come with us. We are economic police." The two officers pulled out their badges and sternly addressed him. Gui Yang glanced at them, feigning ignorance. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you looking for me?" The officers exchanged a knowing look. It was astounding that Gui Yang was still trying to play dumb at this point. "Stop pretending. The person you instructed has already confessed." Gui Yang had expected the arrested individual to turn on him so quickly. If only he hadn't been so arrogant and had left sooner, he might have escaped. Now, he was caught in a situation far worse than he could have imagined. With a sigh, he nodded, allowing the economic police to lead him out of the company. To his surprise, Lin Ke was standing at the entrance of his company, smiling and greeting him. "Mr. Gua, why the long face? Aren't you usually all smiles? Where are you off to?" Lin Ke deliberately asked Gui Yang, who had previously called him to gloat. Now, the tables had turned. Lin Ke, who would have thought that after all these years of struggling in the business world, I would end up falling to a kid like you. But don't celebrate too early. Let me give you a piece of advice. The taller the tree, the more wind it catches. You've offended so many people now. Your future won't be bright, Gui Yang said fiercely, cursing himself for having listened to his secretary and attempting to discredit the rising star. "Oh dear, so scary," Lin Ke replied mockingly. Lin Ke feigned fear as she patted her chest, then quickly suppressed her playful expression and said to Gui Yang with a serious tone, "If you live your life without doing anything wrong, You won't fear ghosts knocking at your door in the middle of the night. I, Lin Ke. Walk with integrity and sit with dignity. No matter how many little ghosts come, I won't be afraid. After saying this, Lin Ke waved her hand and gracefully turned to leave. Guiyang stood there, lost in thought after hearing Lin Ke's words. He saw something different in her. As for the many people Guiyang mentioned that she had offended, Lin Ke truly wasn't afraid. She never deliberately provoked anyone and wouldn't harm anyone. But if someone came to trouble her, she would never back down. With a strong sense of righteousness, why should she fear evil? The recent events involving Guiyang served as a wake-up call for Li Qifeng, reminding him that to bring down Lin Ke, he would need to plan carefully. Upon hearing the rumors, he quickly recalled the online trolls he had previously deployed to slander Lin Ke. After everyone test drove the self-driving cars, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. With a great product and a solid reputation, there was no way the self-driving cars wouldn't sell well. After wrapping up these matters, Lin Ke returned to his villa. If he hadn't previously drawn the blueprints for the small holographic imaging, things could have turned out very differently. Reflecting on it now, Lin Ke felt a wave of anxiety. Had he not kept a backup plan, Guiyang's scheme could have thwarted the self-driving car project entirely. Just as Guiyang had pointed out, as Lin Ke continued to rise, his enemies would multiply and grow stronger. This was an unavoidable reality. Human society is merely a transformed animal kingdom, where the law of the jungle prevails at all times. One must remain vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. Now, everything seemed to be back on track, but Lin Ke sensed the undercurrents beneath the calm surface. He turned to Dammy and instructed, "No one is allowed in my room without my permission." Although everyone in the villa was someone Lin Ke trusted, he couldn't let anyone know about his system, not even his parents. Innocent people can be wronged, and possessing something valuable can bring trouble. Until he was powerful enough to be unrestrained, any exposure of the system could spell disaster for him and his family. Lin Ke entered his room and locked the door. He opened the system's lottery feature, and after spending 300 points of his wealth, the system finally notified him that he had won a prize. The drowsy Lin Ke perked up at the notification and opened the prize. A production sheet for a new type of fiber? A series of glowing dots converged into a booklet that landed in Lin Ke's hands, filled with methods and formulas for producing this new fiber. Compared to disposable high-tech products, this production sheet was undoubtedly much more valuable, even though it would require considerable effort. The good news was that once produced, it could be reused. Lin Ke felt a surge of joy as he examined the materials and equipment needed for the fiber production. He then called Mouse, relaying the essential items for him to procure immediately. The next day, Mouse had everything ready and delivered it to the villa, setting up the laboratory that same day. Curiously, Mouse asked Lin Ke, "Boss, why are you buying so many chemicals?" Lin Ke smiled and replied, "You'll find out soon enough. While I'm away, please help manage the company. If anyone asks for me, just say I'm not available." After giving Mouse a few more instructions and admiring the pristine laboratory, Lin Ke eagerly changed into his work clothes and began the process of creating the new fiber. It must be said that this cutting-edge technology was incredibly complex. Even with the production sheet, Lin Ke struggled to achieve the desired results. Looking at the dark mass in front of him, Lin Ke knew that he had failed once again. However, Lin Ke was never the type to easily give up. The more he failed, the more determined he became. "I, Lin Ke, will not step out of this laboratory until I create this fiber," he declared, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes as he began to work on the new type of fiber once more. In this enclosed space, Lin Ke lost track of time, completely immersed in his experiments. After each failure, he would sift through various materials to pinpoint the problem, tirelessly attempting the process again. When fatigue set in, he would lean back in his chair for a quick nap, and when hunger struck, he would call for Demi to bring him food. This near-manic state left dark circles under his eyes and a stubbly chin, giving him a distinctly disheveled appearance. Demi was actively helping Lin Ke by summarizing experiences and recording experimental data. Lin Ke lost count of how many times he had failed. And just when he began to feel numb to it all, he finally succeeded in creating the new fiber. The weariness vanished from his face as his eyes sparkled with excitement when he pulled the fiber from the reaction chamber. "Is this the new fiber?" Just as described. The new fiber was as light as a feather, soft yet incredibly strong, an almost perfect contradiction in material. Not satisfied with just that, Lin Ke made further improvements to enhance the fiber's practicality. After his initial success, subsequent experiments flowed easily, and he quickly completed all of them. Finally, he relaxed in his chair, contentedly gazing at the new fiber laid out on the table. Taking a deep breath, he called Mouse. "Mouse, I'm sending you the patent for the new fiber. Please take it to the patent office for me." Upon hearing this, Mouse finally realized what Lin Ke had been up to these past few days and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, when did you become a materials scientist?" Mouse had always thought Lin Ke was focused on artificial intelligence. So discovering that he had also developed a new fiber left him astonished at the workings of Lin Ke's mind. Just dabbling in other fields. Hurry up and apply. Lin Ke said before hanging up. Mouse couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just dabbling? Others spend over a decade without producing anything. And you whip up a new fiber in just a few days. If this gets out, it'll drive people crazy. He thought to himself as he took the new fiber's documentation to the patent office. When he arrived, the staff at the patent office greeted him with confusion. You don't need to come in person to inquire about the holographic patent. It's already been approved. They assumed Mouse was there to ask about the previous patent. Little did they know, Mouse pulled out the new fiber documentation with a wry smile and said, I'm here to apply for a new patent for Lin Ke. Wait, what? The receptionist exclaimed, surprised. How can there be a new patent so soon after the last one? It seems like she's treating the patent office like her own home. Nevertheless, she diligently went through the materials handed to her by the Mouse. Meanwhile, Lin Ke in the villa began working on the practical production of a new type of fiber. Using the knowledge she had accumulated during this time, she started researching air cushion technology. With the help of rice, she quickly crafted a brand new pair of sneakers. After putting them on, Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim in delight. They were much lighter than the sneakers available on the market, and the breathability was excellent, ensuring her feet never felt stuffy. 160 is really a monster. Lin Ke then called the school team coach, asking him to send over the player information for the basketball team. Dammy, get the robot to make a set of jerseys and shoes for each of them. After working hard for several days, I can finally take a break. Lin Ke yawned, and then reminded Dammy, just don't make them look too bad. After saying this, Lin Ke collapsed onto the bed without even taking off his shoes and fell fast asleep. In his deep slumber, a faint smile appeared on Lin Ke's lips, clearly indicating he was having a sweet dream. In the dream, he saw a group of people eagerly looking at him. So, how did it go? Did you succeed? Wu Xinran asked, leaning in closer. Are you talking about the new type of fiber? Of course, I succeeded. Lin Ke replied, thinking that it must be the big mouth of the Mouse who spilled the beans about his research on the new fiber to everyone. However, the crowd looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Mingzhu reached out to touch Lin Ke's forehead and murmured, no fever. Could it be exhaustion? I always said moving to another planet was too much of a stretch. Moving to another planet? What is my mom talking about? Lin Ke was puzzled, filled with question marks, as he turned to the Mouse and asked, Mouse, what is this about living on another planet? What is my mom saying? Boss, didn't you say you had mastered nuclear fusion technology and could take us to another planet? Have you forgotten? The Mouse said with a distressed expression, worried that if Lin Ke truly had amnesia, his dreams would be dashed. It was only then that Lin Ke noticed the flying saucer behind him, his face filled with shock. Could it be that I really have mastered nuclear fusion technology? Lin Ke walked over to the control panel of the saucer, and Dammy suddenly appeared. Master, the saucer is ready for departure at any time, with the destination set for the M344 nebula. At this moment, Lin Ke still didn't realize he was in a dream and excitedly asked Dammy, is there any danger on the way? Please rest assured, Master. We have simulated the flight 10,000 times. The power generated by nuclear fusion will allow us to achieve time-space jumps. Currently, every node is very safe. I'm finally realizing my dream. Lin Ke then called out to the people below the saucer, everyone, come aboard. We're going to another planet. Upon hearing Lin Ke's call, everyone cheered with excitement and boarded the saucer together. Once on board, Wu Xinran walked over and gave Lin Ke a sidelong glance. You could at least take a break. You've been working so hard. Wu Xinran was still the same, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Lin Ke replied apologetically, once we arrive. I'll make sure to rest well. Sis, you shouldn't criticize Lin Ke right now, said Zhang Xiaohan timidly from the side, then gently started to massage Lin Ke's shoulders. Husband, you've been working hard lately. Let me give you a shoulder rub. Husband? Huh, did I marry Zhang Xiaohan? Lin Ke thought to himself, and soon a group of girls gathered around him, all saying, Husband, you've worked hard. Hearing this, Lin Ke sprayed out half of his tea in shock. Are they all his wives? The days ahead are sure to be busy. Lin Ke thought to himself with delight. Thanks to the abundant power from nuclear fusion, the UFO was jumping from one space-time node to another, yet everyone inside felt no turbulence at all. Soon, they arrived at a beautiful planet, where the grass was lush, birds were singing, the sky was clear, and the weather was pleasant. Lin Ke took a deep breath. The oxygen-rich air filled his lungs, instantly refreshing his spirit. This environment felt just like being in paradise. A small black box opened, and a villa unfolded. Nestled in the middle of the meadow, Lin Ke lived here with his closest friends, carefree and without worries, surrounded by the chirping of birds. Lin Ke couldn't help but drool. Kiss. What? Xiaoan wants one too. All right, here's one for you, Mua. What kind of lewd dream is the master having? Dammy glanced disdainfully at the sleeping Lin Ke, closed the door, and went back to the lab to continue making jerseys and shoes. By the time Lin Ke woke up, Dammy had already laid out the finished clothes and shoes on the table. Lin Ke rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Are the clothes and shoes ready?" "Dammy, they're on the table." Dammy recalled Lin Ke's earlier mumblings and stifled a laugh. "Let me see. If they look too bad, I can't show them off." Lin Ke opened the jersey and shoes. Since Dammy had absorbed a lot of information from the internet, the designs were far more attractive than what Lin Ke had created. Although Lin Ke knew in his heart that his designs were somewhat inferior, he still scoffed. "They're okay, just a bit worse than mine, barely presentable." Dammy puffed up her cheeks in an adorable manner, resembling an angry pufferfish. At that moment, the patent office, having received Lin Ke's new patents, was in an uproar. Lin Ke had indeed come up with new patents. Now, Lin Ke's patents included not only products in artificial intelligence, but also a new type of fiber in chemistry. The more the patent office reviewed Lin Ke's fiber data, the more astonished they became. How could someone master so many disciplines? Any single patent could easily qualify its creator as a top expert. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ke, at such a young age, could be proficient in so many fields. A monster, truly a monster. The director personally reviewed the new fiber materials and left behind a single remark. "Director, can this patent hold up?" An employee asked incredulously. Lin Ke was still young, yet he had managed to conduct interdisciplinary research and produce such outstanding patents in such a short time. It sounded almost like a fairy tale. How could anyone not doubt that Lin Ke was just joking? It's feasible. Lin Ke is truly impressive. Calling him a genius seems inadequate. He is practically an all-rounder. The director exclaimed. Faced with someone as extraordinary as Lin Ke, the term monster seemed the only fitting description. To apply for patents so frequently, and across disciplines, wasn't that the definition of a monster? Did Lin Ke invent this patent all by himself? The director asked Mouse. Yes. Last week he asked me to deliver the experimental equipment to him, and just like that, this new type of fiber was created, Mouse replied. Feeling speechless in the face of Lin Ke's extraordinary talent, the crowd present gasped in disbelief upon hearing this. 1 week? That's simply unbelievable. Lin Ke actually completed a project that other teams have been working on for over a decade all by himself. From now on, Lin Ke's patents must be approved immediately. The director instructed without hesitation. 161 Stirring up a sensation, it came as no surprise that the patent office approved Lin Ke's patent on the same day after reviewing the materials. Some employees at the patent office leaked the news online, causing an uproar. Is Lin Ke a reincarnation of Einstein? How does he know so much? I suspect Lin Ke might have traveled here from a future world. Have you been reading too many novels? Why not say he has a system instead? Everyone was praising Lin Ke while also speculating about this extraordinary genius. Lin Ke couldn't help but admire the imagination of these internet users as he read through their comments. The theories about him having a system were particularly amusing, with some people discussing it as if it were a serious possibility, which made him a bit uneasy. Fortunately, most people were just enjoying the entertainment, including the one who speculated that Lin Ke had a system. After all, if someone truly believed that a system existed within a human body, they would probably be on their way to a mental hospital soon enough. Lin Ke picked up the jerseys and sneakers made from rice and drove to the school. The basketball team members were particularly enthusiastic upon seeing Lin Ke, eagerly greeting him. He distributed the new gear to each player. News of Lin Ke's invention of new fibers had already spread across the internet, so everyone knew that these jerseys and sneakers were crafted by him. As they received Lin Ke's clothes and shoes, they eagerly changed into them. The outfits were not only comfortable, but also stylish, and everyone felt invigorated once they put them on. Lin Ke, this outfit is so comfortable, and it looks so trendy. I'm sure a lot of people will be into me now. You better pray Lin Ke doesn't step onto the court. Otherwise, even if you look better than Takashi Kaneshiro, nobody will notice you. With their new uniforms, the players chatted and laughed, expressing their gratitude to Lin Ke. When practice began, the players soon discovered the unique features of the sneakers. Initially, they thought they were just slightly lighter than other basketball shoes. Little did they know how much they enhanced their jumping ability. The small air cushion, once slightly compressed, produced an explosive bounce. Players who could only jump from a standing position were now able to leap from just inside the free throw line. Suddenly, everyone cherished these sneakers, quickly taking them off after a short while to wipe them clean with tissues. What are you all doing? Why are you holding the shoes instead of wearing them? Lin Ke asked, amused to see them treating the shoes as if they were delicate treasures. No. We'll wear them at critical moments. Right now. I can't bear to let even a speck of dust touch them. The players replied in unison. Lin Ke shook his head in exasperation and said, just wear them. If they get damaged, I can always get you new ones. Dammy was now familiar with the entire production process, so making the shoes was a piece of cake. Lin Ke stayed with the basketball team for a while, starting with a regular 5-on-5 practice. After being thoroughly outplayed by Lin Ke, They even suggested letting him take on the entire team alone. Faced with 10 players attacking, Lin Ke decided to let them shoot without defending. After gaining possession of the ball, he would definitely score, no matter how many defenders were in the way. In the end, they even formed a wall of players to block him, but Lin Ke's long-range shots were still incredibly accurate. The entire basketball team had no chance against him. Although they lost, everyone was very happy. After training, Lin returned to Super God Company, and just as he sat down, someone came to find him. Mr. Lin, the president of Hongguang wants to discuss a collaboration with you. Should I let him in? His secretary informed him. Ever since news of Lin's invention of a new type of fiber spread across the internet, countless bosses from the fashion industry had been eager to step through the door of Super God. However, following Lin's instructions, they were all turned away. But today, the president of Hongguang was a bit special. His name was Wang Kong, and his company, Hongguang Clothing Company, Limited, was a powerhouse in the industry, recognized as a leading enterprise in the fashion sector in Yang City. This is why the secretary specifically asked Lin for his approval. Let him in, then. They have a good nose for opportunity, Lin replied. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. If he got involved in the clothing industry again, he would indeed be stretched too thin. If Wang Kong could offer terms that interested him, collaborating on the new fiber material wouldn't be out of the question. However, what mattered most was that Wang Kong recognized his limits and didn't he end up like Guiyang, who turned into an enemy after their failed business talks. Hello, Mr. Lin. At that moment, a jovial-looking, plump man walked in, Wang Kong, the president of Hongguang. Unlike Zhang Hong, who had a somewhat aggressive demeanor, Wang Kong resembled a benevolent Mithriya Buddha. Wang Kong made a great first impression on Lin. Mr. Wang, please take a seat, Lin said politely. Xiao Su, pour Mr. Wang a cup of tea. The secretary promptly served Wang Kong a cup of vibrant green tea. Wang Kong nodded and thanked Lin's secretary, showing a very humble attitude. He had rushed to Super God as soon as he heard about the new fiber, and he had also done some research on Lin's character. He found that as long as you weren't too aggressive, Lin was quite easy to get along with. Which is why he set aside his usual airs and came to the company personally. After taking a sip of his green tea, Wang Kong smiled at Lin and said, Mr. Lin, I'll get straight to the point. I'm very interested in your new fiber. If you let me produce it under your patent, you don't have to worry about anything else, and we can split the profits 50-50. The terms Wang Kong proposed did pique Lin's interest, as it would save him a lot of trouble. However, Lin knew that a business deal couldn't be finalized in one go. He understood that a 50-50 split was merely Wang Kong's starting offer. Mr. Wang, if I were to produce this new fiber myself, the profit would be significantly higher. I believe you saw the potential of this new material before coming here, right? Lin said, testing Wang Kong's limits after a moment of thought. Wang Kong laughed heartily and said, Yes, I truly see the potential in this material. How about this? Let us do a 60-40 split. With you getting 60 and me 40. This is the best concession I can make. I can't just go into a losing business. Lin Ke noticed that Wang Kong seemed quite sincere. Although Lin Ke's highest expectation was a 70-30 split, that would leave Wang Kong with very little profit. Just as Lin Ke was about to finalize the deal, Lin Yongxing burst in, looking flustered. Lin Ke, give me the new fiber. Lin Ke was taken aback, not expecting that his father would also want the new fiber. 162 competing for new fibers, Dad. What do you need this new fiber for? Lin Ke asked, puzzled. The elevator had broken down midway, so Lin Yongxing had to climb up on foot. He was now panting heavily and waved his hand, signaling Lin Ke to let him catch his breath. Once he composed himself, Lin Yongxing said to Lin Ke, Have you forgotten that the Lin Group owns a clothing company? We shouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Hurry up and get me that new fiber. Lin Ke suddenly remembered that the Lin Group indeed had such a company, but it had always been underperforming. If Lin Yongxing hadn't mentioned it, Lin Ke would have completely forgotten. Is that clothing company still around? Lin Ke recalled that it should have gone bankrupt by now. Of course it's still here, even though that clothing company is a burden. If it were to close down, what would happen to the nearly 1,000 employees? Lin Yongxing said with a hint of sadness. The clothing company under the Lin Group had been struggling due to outdated styles and a lack of brand recognition. It had been operating at a loss. And if it weren't for Lin Yongxing's insistence on keeping it alive by reallocating funds from other profitable ventures, it would have likely folded long ago. Hearing that Lin Ke had new fiber materials, Lin Yongxing rushed over, believing this new fiber could be a turning point. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Ke might have almost given the materials to Wang Kong. Upon hearing that Lin Yongxing also wanted the new fiber, Wang Kong felt like he had lost a duck that was almost in his grasp. He immediately became anxious and said to Lin Yongxing, Brother Lin, please don't compete with me for this fiber. Your clothing company won't survive even if you take it. You might as well let me have it. Why do you care whether I can save it or not? You were quick to track down my daughter, Lin Ke, Lin Yoshing shot back, then turned to Lin Ke and added, "You must give me that fiber, or just wait until I get home to deal with you." Lin Yoshing shot a glance at Wang Kong and said to Lin Ke, "We're here to negotiate business. Why are you trying to leverage your status against her?" Wang Kong, seeing Lin Yoshing's stubborn demeanor, could only smile wryly. "Wang, why are you so full of questions today? This is my son. I can do whatever I want," Lin Ke said with a bitter smile. Watching the two men, who combined were nearly 100 years old, argue was quite frustrating. On one hand, there was her father's request, and on the other, a generous profit was being promised. Although Lin Ke believed that giving the fiber to Wang Kong would yield the greatest benefits, how could she bear to refuse her father's strong demands? Jokingly, she said to Wang Kong, "Mr. Wang, you just heard what I said. If I don't give this fiber to my dad, he'll take it out on me when he gets home." But Wang Kong wanted to negotiate further. Lin Ke interrupted, "I've already made up my mind. That clothing company has always been my father's concern. There is no need for you to say more, Mr. Wang." Wang Kong had done some research on Lin Ke before coming and knew that once she made a decision, it would be hard to change her mind. He regretted not arriving a bit earlier. With a resentful glance at Lin Yoshing, he forced a smile and said, "Lin Yoshing, you've really raised a good son." Turning to Lin Ke, he added, "All right, since you've made your decision, I won't say much more. If there are any future projects in the clothing business, feel free to reach out to me. Business may not have been successful, but at least we maintain our integrity. I'll be on my way." Wang Kong sighed and left dejectedly. Hearing Lin Ke mention the fiber he was giving him, Lin Yoshing sat back on the sofa, grinning with satisfaction. "Finally, you've done something good. So, how much do you want for this new fiber?" Lin Yoshing was well aware that his son never engaged in losing ventures. Just a few years ago, a failed project had cost him 200 million. Given the promising prospects of this new fiber material, he felt a sense of pride seeing Lin Ke's business flourishing. No matter how much it cost, he was willing to pay. "It's free, no charge," Lin Ke replied casually. Although he was a businessman, he didn't feel the need to negotiate with his father. He directly offered the new fiber to Lin Yoshing without asking for anything in return. "Free?" Lin Yoshing scrutinized Lin Ke, realizing that this truly was his son. But why the sudden change of heart? Then, as if a light bulb went off in his head, he jokingly scolded, "You little rascal. Have you set your sights on something from the Lin family? What is mine is yours anyway, just say it out loud. No need to keep it hidden and fret over it." Lin Ke was taken aback that after finally making a gesture of goodwill, his father suspected his motives. He rolled his eyes while sitting down beside Lin Yoshing and sighed. "Dad, I really am giving you this new fiber for free. As long as you're happy, I don't mind if you take it, if it makes you feel better. Just think of it as a return on the 200 million you invested in Super God." Lin Ke affectionately draped his arm around Lin Yoshing's shoulders. Hearing this, Lin Yoshing felt a wave of warmth wash over him, his eyes welling up with tears. "What is this? Are you crying?" Lin Ke teased. "Get out of here. I just didn't sleep well. My eyes are dry," Lin Yoshing retorted, a bit irritated. He felt immense joy seeing his son grow into the person he was today. Yet, he also felt guilty for being too busy in the past, not spending enough time with Lin Ke, which might have contributed to his earlier reckless behavior. Lin Ke then copied all the technology related to the new fiber onto a USB drive and handed it to Lin Yoshing. "Dad, just wait a moment. I'll get you some more things." Lin Ke reached out to Demi online. "Demi, I need you to design a few new clothing styles for me." Upon receiving Lin Ke's request, Demi immediately began blending various trendy elements into new designs. A total of over 10 chic design drafts were sent to Lin Ke. "All right. That's enough," Lin Ke called out, realizing that if he didn't stop Demi, she would keep designing indefinitely. After reviewing the designs, he was pleased to see that each piece was perfect in both style and structure. Lin Ke shared the design images with Lin Yoshing. "Dad, take these to the people at the clothing company when you get back. Have them produce the styles based on these designs. I believe it won't be long before the clothing company becomes a profitable venture for the Lin family, rather than a burden." After receiving the materials, Lin Yoshing promptly handed them over to the company. The clothing team, who had always appreciated Lin Yoshing, were thrilled to receive the new materials and design blueprints. Employees who had previously felt disheartened suddenly found their motivation reignited. They immediately began the production of the new fiber clothing. No one expected that this clothing company would eventually become a leader in the fashion industry. October 16th, heading to the Magic City. The next day, "I never expected our school team would actually get to compete in the Magic City. This is all thanks to Lin Ke. If he hadn't rushed over at the last minute, we wouldn't have had any hope. Lin Ke, how come you can do everything? You're so perfect that it makes me a little jealous." On the plane, the members of the school team were joking and laughing with each other. It was their first time participating in such an important competition, which excited everyone. In fact, Lin Ke initially didn't want to come along. As his mind wasn't really focused on sports, basketball was just a casual interest for him. However, coincidentally, the Southeast Region Science and Technology Workers Conference being held in the Magic City had also extended an invitation to Lin Ke. He had heard of this conference, where only outstanding scientists with notable achievements and reputations were invited. It was a platform for sharing scientific results, exchanging academic ideas, and seeking collaboration. The invitees were all top talents in the field. With these two events coinciding, Lin Ke agreed to join the basketball team and participate in the competition. Dear passengers, please turn off your mobile phones and fasten your seatbelts, as the plane is about to take off, announced a stunning flight attendant. Lin Ke turned off his phone and closed his eyes to rest. The flight from Yong City to the Magic City was relatively quick, taking about 4 hours. Lin Ke had initially wanted to book first-class seats for the team, but due to the last-minute arrangements, all the first-class seats were sold out. He had no choice but to sit in economy class with the team. Compared to first class, it was indeed noisier here, but it also had a more down-to-earth vibe. The plane was now soaring through the blue sky, like a bird in flight. Fluffy white clouds drifted by outside the window, only to vanish without a trace as they approached. Just then, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. Are there any doctors on board? We have a passenger in need of assistance. The passengers exchanged glances at this announcement. No one stood up. After all, in such situations, unless you were a doctor, there was little anyone could do but feel anxious. We sincerely apologize, but the patient's condition is critical, and we need to land at the nearest airport as soon as possible, the flight attendant said apologetically. Upon hearing about the emergency landing, various expressions appeared on the faces of the passengers. Some frowned, others looked worried, while some showed understanding. Just after the flight attendant announced the need for an emergency landing, a tall, middle-aged man from first class strode towards her. He shouted, "Why do we have to land suddenly? Do you know how important my meeting tonight is? Who's going to compensate me for my losses? We must land in the Magic City first." The flight attendant was taken aback by the man's aggressive demeanor and quickly apologized. "I'm truly sorry, but the patient is struggling to breathe. If we don't land quickly, it could be very dangerous." She hoped the middle-aged man could understand. After all, it was a matter of a living life. How could they just watch it slip away? A middle-aged man leaned forward to glance at the patient lying there. An elderly man in his 70s or 80s, with graying hair and his chest rising and falling. It seemed as if breathing consumed all his strength. At his age, what was the point of living so long? I'll say it again, this meeting is extremely important. If I miss it, I'll lose at least tens of millions. Is his life worth that much? The middle-aged man nearly roared at this point, spitting as he spoke, filling the confined space of the plane with the stench of his saliva. It was as nauseating as the sewage in a filthy drain. "Sir, once the plane lands, we will arrange a new flight as quickly as possible. We won't delay you too much," the flight attendant said, her voice growing softer as she lowered her head, trying to advocate for the elderly man. "You guarantee that every time, yet you're always late. Who knows if we'll run into more bad weather on the way. We might not even get to Shanghai until tomorrow. That man is in such a dangerous situation, and you're still worried about arriving on time. Do you have no sense of public duty?" The middle-aged man continued, his anger unabated. "I also don't agree with an early landing. That would just waste more time." The passengers on the plane divided into two factions. One group didn't want to land early for fear of wasting time, while the other insisted they must get to Shanghai. In no time, the two sides were arguing fiercely, creating chaos. "Lives are at stake. We must land early," the captain declared, stepping forward. Just then, the middle-aged man pulled a fork from his pocket, choking the flight attendant by the neck and pressing the fork against her throat, shouting, "If I don't make it to Shanghai today, I'll kill her." Gasps filled the cabin as passengers were shocked by the man's extreme actions. The captain quickly tried to calm him down. All right, don't be impulsive. We'll head straight to Shanghai. We won't stop along the way. Hurry up." The middle-aged man, his face flushed with rage, shouted back, "Move it." The fork pressed hard against the flight attendant's neck, puncturing the skin and causing a trickle of blood to flow down. The flight attendant, pale with fear, dared not breathe. "Calm down. I might have a way out of this. You can still turn back. If you harm her, how will you escape once we reach Shanghai?" Lin Ke stepped forward and spoke to the middle-aged man. Hearing Lin Ke's words, the middle-aged man seemed torn. "Mind your own business. If I miss this meeting, I'm finished too." His expression was one of deep pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. "All right, Captain, can you take me to see the patient?" Lin Ke asked the captain. "You're a doctor? Why didn't you say so earlier? You just now decide to speak up?" The captain replied, somewhat reproachfully. Lin Ke had nothing to counter that with, only managing a bitter smile. He wasn't really a doctor. He had just read some books, and now, faced with an emergency, he had to step up. He approached the patient, checked his pulse, and listened to his heart rate. "Captain, There should be emergency medical supplies on the plane, right? Please bring those to me. Then, Lin Ke took the medical equipment from the captain and took a deep breath. The patient's condition was extremely critical. There was a large accumulation of fluid in the lungs, and if it wasn't drained promptly, he would soon suffer respiratory failure and die. However, the air in the cabin was thick and murky, and if they proceeded with the procedure without caution, it could lead to infection, putting the patient in even greater danger. There was no choice but to proceed. Lin Ke decisively heated a steel needle until it was glowing red, then dipped it in alcohol for sterilization. Aiming just below the patient's lung, she plunged it in with determination. Afterward, she pressed on several acupuncture points around the patient's lungs and said to the captain, "His condition is now stable, and he is no longer in critical danger. We can head to the Magic City now." 164 cameras? At this moment, the patient lying there opened his eyes and said softly to Lin Ke, "Thank you, sir. Your condition is only temporarily stable. Once we reach the Magic City, we need to rush you to the hospital," Lin Ke replied. He had only managed to help the patient's lungs take in some air. Full recovery would require surgery to completely drain the fluid from the lungs. "Thank you. I wish I had come out sooner," the patient said. "Now that the plane is flying normally, that passenger, can you put down the fork you're holding?" The captain said to the middle-aged man who had taken the flight attendant hostage, upon hearing that they would arrive in the Magic City on time. The man finally released the fork he was holding. His tense body slumped down, and sitting on the floor, he hugged his head and cried out, "I didn't want it to come to this. If I can't make it to the Magic City this time, my company will go under. I have a daughter and a wife. I can't let this happen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Although everyone has their own struggles, everyone must take responsibility for their impulses. The captain promised the middle-aged man that once he finished dealing with the situation, he would not pursue legal action for this incident. Everyone saw how Lin Ke had defused the crisis, and they gave him warm applause. "Well done, young man. Which hospital do you work for?" "We want to send a banner to your hospital," the captain said, shaking Lin Ke's hand in gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Ke, the responsibility for either the patient's death or an accident involving the flight attendant would be more than the captain could bear. "I'm not a doctor. I'm just a student." Lin Ke scratched his head and said shyly, if it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have preferred to stay in the background. After all, even if he saved the patient, he could easily be blamed later. He feared being accused. Like the story of the farmer and the snake that happens too often in society. "Then you must be studying medicine, right? Which school?" "You must be from a great school to produce such a good student," the captain said. To avoid suspicion, Lin Ke hesitated to say that his major had nothing to do with medicine and finally mustered the courage to say, "I'm from the class of 2010 at Southwest Medical University. Anyway, Captain, I'm a bit tired now. I need to rest." Lin Ke was worried that the captain would continue asking questions and expose his lie, so he found an excuse to return to his seat. Passengers and the captain all looked at Lin Ke with admiration, while his coach and teammates had a range of expressions. They all knew Lin Ke was lying. But in this situation, they dared not reveal it. Although the patient's condition had stabilized, if the family found out that Lin Ke was not a doctor and that his field of study had nothing to do with medicine, it would surely cause trouble for him. The basketball team members gave Lin Ke a thumbs up, filled with admiration. One teammate sitting next to Lin Ke leaned in and whispered, "Lin Ke, when did you learn all this? I remember our school doesn't have a medical major." Lin Ke gestured for him to keep quiet. After looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to them anymore, he said to the team member, "I learned some first aid while I was bored in the hospital and read a few books on the subject, but make sure they don't hear about it." The team member exclaimed, "You're my idol." After that, he didn't say anything more. The plane finally landed in Shanghai. Lin Ke declined the thanks from the family members and the captain, quickly taking the team members to leave. Watching Lin Ke walk away, the captain marveled, "Look at that. What does it mean to be a good person? This is it. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Such a high level of thinking." The middle-aged man who had taken the flight attendant hostage on the plane also nodded in agreement. If it hadn't been for Lin Ke's intervention, he would have made an irreparable mistake. For the team members who had never traveled far before, the dazzling Shanghai was overwhelming. Here, there were modern skyscrapers alongside historical buildings on the Bund, all telling the stories of the city's history and transformation. The Oriental Pearl Tower, famous far and wide, drew the team members to take photos in droves. After a day of sightseeing, everyone returned to the hotel, exhausted. Lin Ke didn't seek any special treatment or stay at a luxury hotel. Instead, he chose to stay with the team. The fact that someone of Lin Ke's stature and background could lower himself to mingle with everyone only increased the team members' admiration for him and touched them deeply. As Lin Ke lay in bed and turned on his fully charged phone, Demi sent out an alert. The reason Demi was on the phone was that she had begged Lin Ke to let her come along when she heard he was going out. Lin Ke hadn't expected Demi to have this function, being able to attach herself to electronic devices or networks as long as those were available. She could exist or split herself. Unable to resist Demi's pleas, Lin Ke had agreed to let her come along. But now, she had sent him an alert. Demi, is there a problem with this hotel? Lin Ke looked around, asking warily. Master, there's a pinhole camera in the chandelier above you. And there's one behind the bathroom mirror too. Demi reported the locations of the cameras in the room. Lin Ke was shocked to discover that the hotel had such a sleazy setup, installing cameras in the rooms. He couldn't help but wonder how many travelers' private moments had been captured and possibly shared online. The thought of having one or several lewd eyes watching him ignited a surge of anger within Lin Ke. He jumped up and took down the pinhole camera from the chandelier, then walked into the bathroom and smashed the mirror with a punch. He removed the camera hidden inside and held it in his hand. If it weren't for Demi, finding these hidden cameras would have been nearly impossible. How disgusting. Lin Ke couldn't help but curse, then opened the door and called the front desk. Get your manager over here. Soon. A hotel staff member arrived and frowned upon seeing the chaos in the room. Damaging hotel property comes with a price for compensation, the staff coldly reminded Lin Ke. Compensation at market value? That's hilarious. Let's see how you plan to compensate. Lin Ke scoffed as she threw the pinhole camera on the ground. The staff member was taken aback that such a hidden device could be found by Lin Ke, but still stubbornly retorted, You're trying to extort us. How can you prove that these items belong to our hotel? Lin Ke was so amused by this person's response that she couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll show you right now. Hearing the commotion from the room, the team members quickly gathered around. What's going on with Lin Ke? I'm short on cash, right? Facing the questions from the team members, Lin Ke replied irritably, What's wrong? This hotel has hidden cameras. Upon hearing this, the team members displayed strange expressions. Although they were all men, no one wanted to be seen naked while showering, right? Is that true? So, did these guys just watch me shower? One team member looked as if he'd just swallowed a fly. Follow me. I'm going to get the evidence right now. Lin Ke walked ahead, and the team members, outraged by the hotel's despicable actions, rallied behind him, making quite a commotion. They startled other hotel guests. What's going on? Why all the noise? They say there are hidden cameras in this hotel. What the hell? Does that mean I was filmed while showering? A male guest shouted in shock. Just then, another burly man walked out of his room and asked, What's all the shouting about? The male guest quickly replied, Don't ask, buddy. We're switching hotels. This place has hidden cameras. The other man, upon seeing the two male guests, couldn't help but feel a wave of disbelief. What a taste. Every time Lin Ke entered a teammate's room, he had Demi conduct a scan, and sure enough, hidden cameras were installed in each room. No matter how discreetly the cameras were hidden, they were exposed under Demi's scanning. What else is there to say? Do I need to keep searching? Lin Ke threw the camera he held in front of the staff member, leaving the staff member speechless. This was no longer a situation that could be brushed off with a few words. The hotel manager, hearing the commotion, rushed over, fearing the situation would escalate. He said to Lin Ke, Brother, please don't be angry. These things might have been installed by the renovation crew. We sincerely apologize for the oversight. We're willing to compensate you. The manager kept apologizing, hoping to quell Lin Ke's anger. Who do you think you are, calling me brother? Compensation? Am I short on cash? Lin Ke told the basketball team members, Let us go. We're changing hotels. In a place like this. He felt dirty just staying another second. As for the compensation the manager mentioned, Lin Ke truly didn't care. Other hotel guests had also approached the manager. Even if Lin Ke didn't pursue it, those people wouldn't let the hotel off the hook. It's not like they were Japanese idols who would want to broadcast their private lives live. After learning about the situation, every guest was furious, and they surged toward the manager like a horde of zombies, pulling at him from all sides. We will compensate your losses. Everyone, please calm down. Don't rip my clothes. The manager cried out like a drowning man in the crowd. Don't they like seeing naked bodies? Let us see how they like it if we make him go naked for once. It was unclear who shouted in the crowd. Everyone began to claw and tear at the manager, and before long, he was left with just a tattered piece of cloth covering himself, trembling in the crowd. The team members had already packed up their things, and, seeing the manager in such a disheveled state, felt a sense of satisfaction. Still feeling unsatisfied, they spat at him, shouting, Serves you right. Filthy scoundrel. Lin Ke knew that the manager was merely a scapegoat, and after leading the team away, he had Demi black out the entire hotel system. Just as the manager, who had just finished compensating the guests, finally managed to sit down on the couch to catch his breath, the front desk came rushing in. Manager, we have a problem. Our system has crashed completely. All the data is gone. The front desk staff exclaimed in a panic. How is that possible? Isn't our hotel on an internal network? The manager was taken aback and opened the special backup file from the boss, only to find that all the recordings were gone. Not only that, but all guest data and membership information had been wiped clean. The losses from this incident were far greater than the compensation he had just paid out. The money that the members had stored here represented the hotel's income for a year or two. It's over. It's over. The manager slumped onto the sofa, his face ashen. With such a disaster, he could practically pack up and leave. The anger of being the scapegoat only grew as he thought about it. It's all that damn lecherous boss's fault. I have to report him, the manager said fiercely. Meanwhile, Lin Ke and the team members had already walked far away. Master, the hotel data has been stolen by me. Do you need to save it? Dammy asked Lin Ke. Delete it. What I need that for? Lin Ke replied, feeling disgusted at the thought of the data and videos, and quickly instructed Dammy to delete them. The night in the city was exceptionally beautiful, with brilliant lights illuminating the darkness like daylight. The streets were bustling with people and cars, and the whole city seemed to operate tirelessly. If we don't stay in that hotel, where are we going to go? One team member said anxiously. The hotel they had booked was paid for by the school, and if they didn't stay there, they really wouldn't know where to go. After all, they were all students and didn't have much money. Follow me. Do you think you'll have nowhere to stay? Lin Ke said with a smile. He led the team to a hotel by the river. Here we are. Let us stay here tonight, and I'll cover all the expenses, Lin Ke said as he walked straight inside. There were 10 of them in total, and they booked the presidential suite. Lin Ke handed a card to the front desk and said, here you go. As the team members walked in, they found that this hotel lived up to its star rating, with lavish decorations and enthusiastic staff. Although the team members looked around with wide eyes, like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden, the staff did not show any signs of disdain, especially with Lin Ke, who had just insisted on booking a presidential suite for everyone. I'm sorry, sir, but our presidential suite is fully booked. Would you like 10 first-class rooms instead? None left? What a shame. Then we'll take the first-class rooms. Lin let out a sigh. It was already late, and given the hotel's unique location, it was no wonder the suites had sold out so quickly. The staff led the team up the stairs, and as they entered such a luxurious hotel, everyone felt incredibly nervous. One of them turned to Lin and said, Lin, why don't we just switch to another place? This hotel is too nice. I'm afraid I'll be too anxious to sleep. The others nodded in agreement. Lin chuckled and said, you guys hang out with me, a rich kid, all the time, and don't get nervous. Why are you scared of staying in a hotel? 166 provocation. Everyone burst into laughter at Lin Ke's self-deprecating joke. The tense atmosphere eased considerably, and even the server guiding them couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Having worked here as a server for quite a while, she had seen her fair share of wealthy second-generation individuals, but Lin Ke was the first down-to-earth rich kid she had encountered. The team members each went to their rooms, pulled back the curtains, and were greeted with the stunning night view of the bustling metropolis before their eyes. With the windows closed, the soundproofing was excellent, allowing them to hear their own breathing in the serene silence. All the amenities were fully equipped, and the team members jumped onto the soft, white beds, letting out comfortable hums. Compared to the star-rated hotel they were in now, the small hotel they had just stayed at felt like a rural shack. The difference was astounding. Even the first-floor restaurant offered free food, which they could either help themselves to or have delivered by the staff. The second floor featured a sauna and massage area, all complimentary for hotel guests. They all agreed to enjoy the sauna together before heading to the restaurant for a meal. Don't eat too much lobster. We have a competition tomorrow. I'm worried you might get an upset stomach, the coach said with concern. Then why did you bring so much food? Are you going to coach us tomorrow? One of the players retorted, not in the best of moods. Hey, the coach chuckled sheepishly. After all, it was a rare opportunity for a big feast, so he definitely wanted to indulge a bit more. Before long, the team's table was piled high with dishes, drawing curious glances from other diners. They were all young athletes, so it was no surprise that they had big appetites. However, the amount they were consuming was a bit overwhelming. They looked like they might burst, and the coach had to loosen several buttons on his pants. The chef, who had been sweating profusely while preparing meals for these rowdy players, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them satisfied and full. Lin Ke felt the stares of others and couldn't help but feel embarrassed, desperately trying to suppress a laugh, wishing she could pretend not to know them. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they returned to their rooms. Perhaps it was the fullness from the meal combined with the excitement of staying in such a nice hotel, but sleep eluded them. They decided to gather together and chat. Although everyone knew Lin Ke was from a wealthy family, her current achievements were largely independent of that background. Her classmates recognized her hard work and eagerly asked her for the secrets to success, hoping to become as outstanding as she was. Feeling their warm enthusiasm, Lin Ke found it hard to refuse. She took on the role of their life mentor, despite being only a few years older than them. However, her exposure to different social spheres and life experiences provided valuable lessons for them. Lin Ke then shared how she had founded her company, Super God, and her experiences in business management, doing so without holding anything back. The more they talked, the more animated Lin Ke became, even recounting the time she encountered pirates. When they heard about the pirates killing people, their hearts raced with tension. But as Lin Ke recounted how she and Wu Ge fought off the pirates, they applauded in excitement. These real-life events are far more exciting than any novel they've read. The more they listened, the more engrossed they became. Even though it was late at night, no one felt sleepy. Now everyone knows that Zhang Chong has also been arrested. This is the story of my assassination attempt. It's late now. Everyone must be asleep. You've all made me tired just telling this. After Lin Ke finished, he yawned. To him, these events felt as trivial as playing house. Yet, to the listeners, they were nothing short of thrilling. After all, for most ordinary people, someone like Lin Ke was someone they could never hope to encounter, let alone hear about his past experiences firsthand. Although the team members were captivated and wanted to hear more, they noticed Lin Ke was getting sleepy and hesitated to ask him to continue. However, after hearing Lin Ke's stories, they couldn't help but admire him. Previously, they might have thought of him as just a rich kid, nothing special. Now, they genuinely admired him, recognizing that his courage, intelligence, and boldness far surpassed that of his peers. The next day, when everyone woke up to go to the competition at the school, Lin Ke suddenly remembered that the upcoming tech conference was also being held at the same school. What a coincidence, it saved him from running around. By this time, the gym was already packed with people. Since this was the first time Lin Ke's school had participated in such a competition, there were no supporters for their team. Only students from the opposing school were cheering. Faced with the thunderous cheers, coupled with the pressure of participating in their first competition, Lin Ke's team felt a significant amount of stress. Even before the game started, beads of sweat were forming on their foreheads. Let us all stay focused. As long as we give it our all and work together, the outcome is still uncertain, the coach shouted, hoping to motivate the team. They're sure to lose. We have 2 CBA League reserve players on our team. No matter how many players they add, they won't win against us, the opposing team member scoffed, dismissing the coach's encouragement. Don't worry, as long as you don't let me down, I'll make sure we win this game. Lin Ke's words acted like a soothing balm, instantly boosting the team's morale. The tension faded away, and they began to laugh easily. As long as Lin Ke was there, they were certain they wouldn't lose. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ke had already become their spiritual leader. As long as Lin Ke stood strong, they would surely win. Who does he think he is? What a big talker. He might be good at boasting. But I wonder if he has any real skills. The opposing players murmured among themselves, speculating about Lin Ke's background. However, Lin Ke had only played 2 games in total, so how would these people know his name? They merely saw him as a small fry talking big. Hey, you over there, don't cry if you lose later. We're not like you rural teams, the captain of the opposing team mocked Lin Ke. His attitude arrogant, and his eyes filled with disdain for Lin Ke and his teammates. Who are they calling a country team? Yangcheng is a city in its own right. Yet to some people, it's just considered rural. This really upset the players from Yangcheng. What? You want to take me on? Rural is rural. Just a bunch of uncivilized folks. If you have the guts, let us settle it on the field. The captain of the opposing team tossed the ball over and arrogantly made a throat-slashing gesture. This instantly sparked screams from the female fans outside the field. It fired up the players on Lin Ke's side, boosting their fighting spirit. The game began with the sound of the whistle, and the players rushed onto the court like beasts that had been trapped in a cage for too long. Lin Ke, are you sure you don't want to start? The coach said with concern, knowing that Lin Ke was their ace player yet had voluntarily chosen not to play in the first half. He understood the gap between the 2 teams and was worried that Lin Ke might cause problems if he wasn't careful. Don't worry, coach. I just want to see if our training is paid off. Lin Ke replied confidently as he crossed his arms and took a seat on the bench to watch the game. Although his actions might seem a bit arrogant, the coach had no choice. After all, Lin Ke was the kind of superstar who could sway the coach's decisions. On the court, the teams exchanged blows, sweating profusely as the physical clashes became increasingly intense, with neither side giving an inch. The opposing team's offense was like a torrential downpour, relentless and compact, constantly breaking through Yangcheng's defense with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Yangcheng's defense stood firm like a rock, resolutely fending off the enemy's attacks, immovable as a mountain. The audience was taken aback. They had never heard of the Yangcheng team, yet here they were, demonstrating incredible resilience and matching their school's team point for point. Suddenly, Center Wang Li leapt into the air like an enraged grizzly bear, his huge hand swatting down at the basketball that was about to slip from the opponent's grasp. Smack! A block, a massive rejection. The ball was sent flying out of bounds by Wang Li, boosting Yangcheng's morale as everyone let out a collective roar. This is getting interesting. The opposing team's captain smirked, his earlier disdain fading away. They reorganized for a second attack, this time led by him and another CBA reserve player. The two of them broke through Yangcheng's defense like dragons piercing through the sea. Their teamwork quickly tore apart Yangcheng's defensive line. Look, the Twin Stars have mobilized. They're taking this seriously. Go, Twin Stars. We love you. The crowd became electrified as they witnessed the duo's synergy. The entire arena erupted in cheers for them, while Yangcheng's side felt relatively quiet in comparison. Your day trip to the Magic City is over. The opposing captain whispered to Wang Li after sinking a three-pointer. Wang Li ignored him, simply clapping his hands to rally his teammates. Everyone focused and tightened their defense. The second half was where the real battle would take place. Wang Li's words reminded them that they still had Lin Ke, although Yangcheng struggled offensively without Lin Ke. Wang Li's exceptional skills as a center allowed them to hold their ground. However, the opposing Twin Stars were exceptionally fierce, and despite Yangcheng's best defensive efforts, they found themselves trailing by a significant margin. At one point, Yangcheng fell behind by 15 points, even under such high-pressure defense. This clearly demonstrated that the opposing team had the credentials to be confident. The whistle blew, marking the end of the first half. The players from the Yangcheng team were exhausted, their faces flushed, and their calves trembling. The intense defensive play had taken a significant toll on their stamina, especially under such immense pressure. We've given it our all, but it's still not enough. Wang Li gulped down a bottle of mineral water, panting heavily. Every part of him drenched in sweat. However, Lin Ke, who had watched their first half performance, felt quite pleased with the players. Given the disparity in strength, managing to keep the score close was already impressive. With some more time, even if he didn't play, they could certainly achieve victory and establish themselves among the top teams. Alright, I didn't play, and you guys are only down by 15 points. It's just a matter of slightly better coordination. Just wait for the second half and see what I can do, Lin Ke said, heading to the locker room to change into his jersey. Number 23. This number signified a star player. Being able to wear this jersey number indicated the player's importance. Number 23 was Michael Jordan's jersey number. Only those who could lead the team to victory with unwavering confidence dared to wear it. Otherwise, they would just be the subject of ridicule. Oh, number 23? This substitute is pretty cocky. The captain of the opposing team chuckled when he saw Lin Ke's jersey. Typically, the starting lineup consists of the strongest players, and to him, Lin Ke was just a brash substitute. But this substitute not only talked big, he had thick skin too. As the whistle blew, the second half began. With Lin Ke on the court, the morale of the Yangcheng team soared. Each player pumped up as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Let's widen the gap and let these arrogant country bumpkins taste defeat, the opposing team captain said to his partner. His teammates smirked, and they exchanged a high five. Let us go. The Yangcheng team roared in response. If the Yangcheng team had been a tough turtle shell before, with Lin Ke, they had transformed into a descending tiger. In the roar of the tiger, the creatures of the forest trembled. Lin Ke took the basketball in his hands and, like a fleeting ghost, darted across the court. The opposing team captain, slightly distracted, lost track of him, and Lin Ke effortlessly maneuvered past him with a swift turn. By the time the captain realized what was happening, the ball had already swished through the net. What? He stared in disbelief at the scoreboard. Such a strong player was just a substitute? Did they really think this Lin Ke could lead them to victory? A chill ran down his spine. If that was true, Lin Ke was terrifyingly strong. Indeed. In the following plays, they were utterly powerless. With each thunderous dunk from Lin Ke, the audience gasped in astonishment, and an eerie silence fell over the once boisterous arena. Wow, Lin Ke is amazing. Let us go. Someone shouted, and many joined in, chanting Lin Ke's name. As the score was leveled by Lin Ke alone, the players from the opposing team all echoed the same sentiment. This Lin Ke is a monster. They were targeting Lin Ke to the point of madness. At first, it was 2 defenders, then 3, and eventually, 4 players were trying to take him down. Yet, it was all in vain. Lin Ke still managed to score. It was like an adult man playing against a group of 5- or 6-year-old kids. Unless they clung to his legs, there was no way he wouldn't dominate. In Lin Ke's eyes, they were just a bunch of little kids. He single-handedly revitalized the entire Yangcheng team, and by the end, everyone was in great form. When the final whistle blew, the Yangcheng team was ahead by 20 points. The 168 Technology Conference competition has come to an end, and the Yangcheng team has achieved a resounding victory. Lin Ke had thought the opposing team might put up a fight, but to his surprise, the match ended before he even had a chance to exert himself. The audience rose to their feet, chanting Lin Ke's name. Lin Ke. Lin Ke. The game was simply thrilling for them, a true visual feast. Lin Ke's superb basketball skills earned him the respect of everyone present. The players from the Yangcheng team rushed over and lifted Lin Ke high into the air, celebrating this exhilarating moment. This was the best result their school team had ever achieved. After the game, drenched in sweat, they headed to the school showers to clean up and change clothes. followed closely by the opposing team's players. Today, Lin Ke had stolen the spotlight, which inevitably left them feeling sour, as if they had bitten into a lemon. However, they could do nothing about Lin Ke's extraordinary skills. There was no hope of reclaiming their pride on the court. The Yangqing team had always been seen as a rural team in their eyes, and now losing to them left a bitter taste in their mouths. What are you so proud of? Just because you play basketball well, you're still just a student from a less prestigious school. You can't compare to us, a top-tier university. The opposing team's captain sneered beside Lin Ke. But you lost the game. Lin Ke replied with a smile. The captain, already frustrated by the loss, retorted, our school has a history of over 100 years and more than 50 members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But you still lost the game. Lin Ke maintained his cheerful demeanor. I can't be bothered to argue with someone from a rural team, the captain said, exasperated. He knew that no matter how much he argued, Lin Ke would always remind him of their defeat, which was precisely what bothered him the most. The more he boasted about how great they were, the more it backfired when they lost to Lin Ke's team. In a fit of anger, he resorted to personal attacks. The Yangqing team members could no longer stand by and shouted back, who do you think you're looking down on, calling us a rural team? Looking down on you? What's wrong with that? Being good at basketball is impressive? No matter how good you are, you're still just a rural team. The captain arrogantly declared, his disdain evident. How dare you? Wang Li, seeing the captain's smug expression, lost his temper and grabbed a chair, ready to charge at him. Wang Li, don't be impulsive. Lin Ke called out, knowing that getting riled up by such shameless people would be foolish. Lin Ke had already established his authority within the team. And upon hearing his shout, Wang Li reluctantly put down the chair. Lin Ke, he's going too far. Wang Li complained. Everyone has feelings for their school, and hearing students from another school insult, there's understandably made him furious. It wasn't he, just Wang Li. All the students present glared at the captain, ready to jump in and give him a good beating at Lin Ke's command. The captain saw Lin Ke and his group approaching with an imposing demeanor, and he felt a bit intimidated. He awkwardly said, all you know how to do is fight. Do you think this is Yang City? Touch me, and I can have you arrested in no time. After saying that, he turned to leave. At that moment, his partner, who was known as the twin star alongside him, mockingly laughed and said to Lin Ke and his group, there's a huge difference between Yang City and Magic City. If you don't believe me, the Southeast District Technology Conference is happening at our school right now. Want to come take a look? When Lin Ke heard the mention of the technology conference, he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to attend and almost forgot about it. Although Wang Li was eager to see the big names in the tech industry, he couldn't help but feel annoyed at the smug expression on the captain's face. He stubbornly replied, no way. Who would want to go? To everyone's surprise, Lin Ke then said, why not go? Come on, let us go together. They all thought Lin Ke would refuse, but he readily agreed to check out the Southeast District Technology Conference. The other team's players smiled proudly and walked ahead. At that moment, people from all directions began to enter the conference venue, and even before the official announcement, it was already packed. Hey, where are your invitation letters? School leader D blocked the basketball team's captain's path. The captain, wearing a smug grin, said to school leader D, we're from the basketball team, and we just want to go in and learn. Please let us in. After speaking, he couldn't resist looking back at Lin Ke and his group with a triumphant expression. With so many people inside, students without invitation letters were not allowed entry. School leader D stood firm and did not let them through. The captain had thought that being a student of the school would grant him access, but after hearing this, he sighed. All right, thank you, leader D. The basketball team members reluctantly stepped aside, and at that moment, Lin Ke approached. Did you not hear that students aren't allowed in? School leader D was feeling increasingly irritated by the influx of students, even though he wanted to let them in to learn. Without saying a word, Lin Ke tossed the invitation letter he had received for the technology conference to school leader D. Is this an invitation? Can we go in now? School leader D took the invitation letter and, upon seeing the name written on it, exclaimed in surprise, You're Lin Ke? Do you want me to show you my ID? Lin Ke replied coldly, No need for that. You all are with me, right? Hurry and go in. The conference is about to start. School leader D quickly stepped aside to let Lin Ke through. Many big names inside were waiting for Lin Ke, and numerous attendees had come specifically because they heard Lin Ke was going to be there. Although Lin Ke was just a student, school leader D couldn't possibly check his ID. After all, the anger of those influential figures was something a small school leader like him couldn't handle. Lin Ke hadn't informed the basketball team members about his attendance at the technology conference beforehand, so when they saw that he actually had an invitation, they were all astonished. That's incredible. It's important to note that the attendees of the conference are well-known scholars and big names in their fields. Ordinary students like them don't even have the qualifications to enter the venue as mere listeners. However, Lin Ke possesses an invitation. And judging by the expression on the face of the school's leader, it seems there is a certain level of respect, even fear, directed towards Lin Ke. The captain, who initially thought Lin Ke would surely be scolded, now has a buzzing in his head. He hasn't fully grasped what's happening and can't understand why the school's leader would clear a path for Lin Ke and the others. How can they possibly get in? This is unfair. The basketball team captain exclaimed, pointing at Lin Ke and his group. The esteemed captain of the basketball team, who was caught off guard by the situation, impatiently remarked, "They have an invitation, so how can they not enter? Tell me what is fair." Earlier, he hadn't noticed Lin Ke pulling out the invitation since he was standing too far away. Now, upon hearing that Lin Ke actually had an invitation, the basketball team members were struck with astonishment, as if thunder had suddenly erupted in their minds. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Wang Li and his friends were struggling to contain their laughter, nearly bursting from the effort. He couldn't help but speak up. Lin Ke is a tech mogul from Yang City. Have you heard of SuperGod Company? That's Lin Ke's creation. The mention of SuperGod only deepened their shock. The company's reputation had spread beyond Yang City. It was well known nationwide. Their household smart robots had taken the market by storm. Whenever robots were mentioned, SuperGod was the first name that came to mind. However, despite SuperGod's fame, Lin Ke was surprisingly low-key. Except for necessary public appearances, he rarely showed up on TV, which is why the opposing team members had failed to recognize him at first. At that moment, a student who had followed tech news finally recognized Lin Ke. Covering his mouth in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You're Lin Ke? The Lin Ke from SuperGod? Oh my gosh, I never imagined you could play basketball so well." It was difficult for them to connect the image of Lin Ke as a basketball player with that of the tech giant, as it was already impressive for someone to excel in one field. A person like Lin Ke, who was adept at everything, seemed almost monstrous. This is unbelievable. We, a bunch of country bumpkins, have advanced into this. Wang Li waved goodbye to them. Hearing this, Captain D furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed something was amiss from their earlier conversation. Lin Ke was an important guest who had been invited. If he were to be offended by students from his own school, it would reflect poorly on him. What was going on? Captain D shot a cold glare at the basketball team members and said icily, "What is happening here?" The team members lowered their heads, none daring to mention their earlier mockery of Lin Ke, calling him a country bumpkin. "What is going on?" Captain D yelled, slamming the table in frustration, his face turning red with anger. The basketball team members jumped in fear, exchanging glances but remaining silent. At that moment, someone from the Yang City team spoke up. After they lost the basketball game, they mocked us as country bumpkins. They even said they'd bring us here to broaden our horizons at the tech conference. As he finished speaking, he struggled to suppress his laughter, his face contorting until he finally burst out laughing. "Unbelievable. Where have you been studying? Did you shove your books up a cow's backside? You lose a game and can't just try harder next time? Instead, you mock others. How shameful." Captain D erupted in a furious tirade, spitting as he spoke, leaving the team members completely cowed and unable to lift their heads. "Captain D, we were wrong." The captain spoke softly, almost like a whisper, and apologized to Lin Ke and the others. "Shouldn't you be apologizing to me? Apologize to Lin Ke and the others." The captain pointed at them. Seeing the basketball team members being scolded so harshly made Lin Ke and the others feel a bit embarrassed, and they quickly waved their hands, saying, "It's fine, really." One by one, the team members approached Lin Ke and the others, each offering their apologies. Lin Ke and the others felt that since the team members were genuinely remorseful and it wasn't a huge matter, it would be a bit excessive to press the issue further. All right. It's just a small matter, no worries. Captain, why don't we let everyone join us? They can learn from this experience," Lin Ke suggested, forgiving them and asking the captain to allow them to enter the tech conference together. Seeing Lin Ke's generous spirit, even allowing those who had wronged him to accompany him, drew appreciative glances from those around. With such a magnanimous character, it was no wonder Lin Ke had become the center of attention among many influential figures. "Did you hear that? Lin Ke even let you in. After you go back, each of you needs to write a reflection," the school captain said grumpily to his team members, then turned to Lin Ke with a smile, saying, "Sorry for the lack of hospitality, don't take it to heart." Lin Ke assured him that he wouldn't and led everyone into the venue. As soon as Lin Ke stepped inside, many people came over to greet him, some of whom he didn't even know by name. He could only awkwardly nod in response. Those accompanying Lin Ke were surprised by his popularity. Following behind him, they felt a sense of pride. Their initial nervousness gradually gave way to confidence. The school leaders also warmly invited Lin Ke to take a seat. "See, this is what strength looks like," one of the players from the Yang City team proudly remarked, as if the prominent figures greeting Lin Ke were acknowledging him personally. The opposing team members nearby nodded repeatedly and gave him a thumbs up. They could hardly believe that such influential figures in the tech world would treat them so kindly. Lin Ke and his group found their seats, and the tech conference officially began. The host took the stage, said a few words, and then invited the renowned tech leaders to come up and speak. Lin Ke understood that, although he had achieved a bit of success, it was largely thanks to the powerful black technology system he relied on. He was well aware of the considerable gap between his abilities and those of the industry giants, and he showed no signs of arrogance. Instead, he remained exceptionally humble. He took out a small notebook he always carried with him to jot down the key points from the speeches of the tech leaders. There was not a hint of pride in his demeanor. His focused attitude earned him great respect from the other tech leaders in attendance. Each of them had devoted their lives to science, and they couldn't help but reflect that if they had achieved as much at Lin Ke's age, they likely wouldn't have been able to remain as humble as he was. Climbing to the top is difficult, but being willing to stay humble is 10 times harder. Just like a tree that must not only grow upwards, but also establish its roots firmly in the ground. Even at their advanced age, it's still challenging for these big shots to maintain a calm mindset. Sometimes, they can't help but think that what others say is utter nonsense. This is why Lin Ke's humble attitude earns him the admiration of these leaders. This young man has limitless potential. Many who observe Lin Ke, whether intentionally or unintentionally, find themselves sharing the same thought. However, Lin Ke doesn't have the time to dwell on others' opinions. He simply absorbs knowledge like a sponge. What is a genius? Lin Ke carefully recorded the words of these big shots while also keeping an eye out for potential talents worth recruiting. His purpose for attending this conference was not simply to gain fame for himself, but more to learn and recruit talents and new technologies. All of this would become the fresh blood for Chaoxing, and some might think his efforts were unnecessary. With the godly wealth and high-tech system, why would he still care about these things? However, Lin Ke had his own thoughts. If he relied too heavily on the system, he would ultimately become a slave to it. It's like someone who depends too much on their smartphone. One day, if the battery dies, they'll find their life unable to continue. Lin Ke was aware of this, and everything he did was with the thought, what if one day he lost the system? It was precisely because he thought this way that he continued to excel. The godly wealth and high-tech system was merely a tool to assist him, not something that could control his life. Thanks to Dr. Chen for the academic sharing. Today, we have a newcomer at our tech conference, and I'm sure everyone will recognize him. He is Lin Ke, the chairman of Chaoxing Corporation. Let us welcome Lin Ke to the stage to showcase his latest achievements. As the host finished speaking, the audience erupted into warm applause. Although Lin Ke was still young, his contributions to science during this time were substantial enough to earn the respect of everyone present. Facing so many prominent figures, Lin Ke felt nervous for the first time. Many of his innovations relied on the godly wealth and high-tech system. Although he was familiar with the principles and manufacturing methods of each product, he still felt a bit insecure. Taking a deep breath, his nervousness eased slightly. He walked confidently to the stage and placed his basketball shoes on the table. At that moment, some classmates who had just finished watching a basketball game recognized him and exclaimed, "Isn't he the Lin Ke who just played basketball? Oh my God. He is the chairman of Chaoxing." Many students, unaware of the happenings in the tech world, thought Lin Ke was just an amazing basketball player, not realizing he was also the chairman of Chaoxing, the rumored academic prodigy and wealthy heir. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and some female classmates even showed starry-eyed admiration. What was he doing putting his shoes on the table? The focus of the tech giants was different from that of the students. Yet they were still unaware that Lin Ke was building suspense by placing the shoes on the table. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Ke. I forgot to bring samples before coming here, so I had to put my shoes on the table. This pair of shoes is made from a new fiber I invented." After Lin Ke finished speaking, everyone's attention finally turned to the basketball shoes. He continued, "This fiber has excellent fire resistance and flexibility, and its wear resistance is 10 times that of ordinary fibers. Here are the data from the single fiber tensile performance tests. Could the host please display the data on the big screen?" The host received the data sent by Lin Ke and displayed it on the big screen. At such a tech conference, rigor takes precedence. People won't just accept things at face value based on what is said, but rather rely on data to back it up. When the data was displayed on the screen, many industry leaders gasped in surprise. Lin Ke not only created a new type of fiber, but this fiber also outperformed others in all aspects. Achieving this level of innovation is incredibly challenging. While improvements can be made, the creation of something entirely new feels like a battle against nature itself. Subsequently, Lin Ke shared the technology behind this fiber without reservation, unafraid of others documenting it. Competing with him by producing the same fiber would be futile, as he holds the patent rights. Although a patent lasts only 20 years, that time frame is sufficient for a company to establish itself. Lin Ke's actions won him the admiration of many. Experts in materials science were captivated by his words, feeling as though the door to a new world had opened, and the perplexing problems they had faced for years were finally resolved. Is this fiber really that remarkable? Members of the opposing team, hearing Lin, could discuss the advantages of the fiber. The shoes belonging to the Yangqing team with a look akin to a wolf stalking its prey. What do you guys want? Wang Li noticed their predatory gazes and nervously swallowed. Hey, can we borrow your shoes for a bit? In an instant, a group of them snatched the Yangqing team as shoes and eagerly slipped them on, letting out contented hums. Seeing their beloved shoes on someone else's feet, the Yangqing team quickly tried to reclaim them, clutching them like precious treasures. Observing the impressive gear of the Yangqing team made the others envious. Their eyes were fixed on the shoe bag, almost piercing through it with their stares. When they learned that these items were gifted to the Yangqing team by Lin Ke for free, they felt a pang of bitterness. Our captain can't even compare to theirs. They get such great gear for free, while ours makes us chip in just to take him out for a meal. One player lamented, drawing laughter from the Yangqing team. Meanwhile, their own captain sat silently, arms crossed, and visibly upset. On stage, Lin Ke continued with his presentation. While the industry leaders below were increasingly astonished, it was well known that Lin Ke researched intelligent robotics. And now they were hearing about his invention of a new type of fiber. This kind of interdisciplinary research is nothing short of genius. Lin Ke is truly a prodigy. Some leaders couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. All right, that concludes the introduction and key points of the new fiber. Thank you all, Lin Ke said, bowing deeply to end his lecture. The audience stood up, giving him a thunderous round of applause. The sound was deafening, akin to a mild earthquake, causing the water cups on the table to tremble. Lin Ke not only engages in interdisciplinary research but has also surpassed many experts who have been immersed in their fields for a long time, earning genuine admiration from many. While receiving applause from such prominent figures, Lin Ke felt a bit shy. Deep down, she vowed that even without the assistance of a wealthy benefactor or a high-tech system to provide her with a roadmap, she would still achieve her current success. Meanwhile, a few classmates had already recorded her speech and shared it on the school forum. Initially shocked by Lin Ke's extraordinary skills, students were now captivated by her presentation at the tech conference. The school forum exploded with activity, with everyone discussing Lin Ke, and many spontaneously formed fan clubs in her honor. After the conclusion of the tech conference, everyone firmly remembered the name Lin Ke. In the tech industry, Lin Ke had become a well-known figure, even though he still had some distance to cover to reach the level of the top moguls. However, his potential was limitless, and no one could predict what kind of person Lin Ke would grow into in the future. Following the conference, these industry giants had, whether intentionally or not, begun to see Lin Ke as someone who could stand on equal footing with them. Once the last speaker finished their presentation, the organizers officially announced the successful conclusion of the tech conference and guided everyone to a hotel for a group dinner. The big shots gathered together, raising their glasses in admiration of Lin Ke. Some even set aside their own statuses to toast him. Although Lin Ke wasn't a heavy drinker, he made sure to honor each toast, taking a small sip from every glass offered to him. After a few rounds of drinks, the moguls began to speak freely. Can you believe it? We've been working on our research for years, and yet those young stars on TV can earn more just by dancing. Isn't that the truth? When we were kids, we all dreamed of becoming scientists, but now that we are scientists, we find it hard to even make ends meet. Old Sue, have your funds come through yet? Those funds are hardly enough. They run out in no time. The discussion turned to the issue of research funding, with everyone shaking their heads and sighing in agreement. With tight budgets and difficult applications, some of them had even sold their homes to continue their research. While there are ancient sayings about wise men not worrying about poverty, why should these pillars of the nation have to live in such financial hardship? Books may speak of gentlemen worrying about their path rather than their poverty, but if the gentlemen don't worry, why are they still poor? Seeing the troubled expressions on the faces of these industry leaders, Lin Ke pondered for a moment and realized what he needed to do. He stood up and addressed the room, saying, I want to pledge 20 billion to support everyone's research. However, I have one requirement. Those in need of funding must either put their names on the project or move their labs to Chaoshan. Everyone knew Lin Ke was a wealthy heir, but no one expected him to make a commitment of 20 billion. The moguls gasped, exchanging glances, speechless with surprise. 20 billion. That amount of money could stack up to form a small mountain. Lin Ke could invest that money in real estate or other industries for substantial profits. However, investing in research was a different story. While the rewards could be significant, the timeline for results was uncertain. Would it take 10 years? 20 years? The cycle was simply too long, and aside from the government and a few large corporations, most people would find their investments in research to be like throwing money into a bottomless pit, sometimes without even a ripple in return. Moreover, Lin Ke's proposed condition hardly seemed like a condition at all. It was merely a matter of putting a name on a project. Mr. Lin, are you serious about what you just said? Those interested hurriedly approached him to inquire further, addressing him with great respect. Lin Ke has always been someone who speaks decisively. At Chaoshan, I will provide you with the top-notch research equipment. Aside from lending my name, I will not interfere in any other way, he stated with a serious expression. In fact, before attending this technology conference, he had already contemplated bringing these big names into Chaoshan. Hearing that they were struggling due to a lack of funding nearly made him laugh out loud. These individuals would undoubtedly lay the foundation for Chaoshan's future success. For a company to thrive in such a fiercely competitive market, innovation is absolutely essential. The pace of change in this era is incredibly fast. Once a business loses its innovative edge, it is like a spring that has run dry, inevitably turning into stagnant water. Chaoshan, having just been established, is still quite weak compared to well-known tech companies. It's important to note that these companies boast hundreds of patents, while Chaoshan's patents currently rely solely on Lin Ke's contributions. The strength of a tech company can often be gauged by the number of patents it holds. Although 2 billion is indeed a substantial amount, Lin Ke places far greater value on what these big names will bring to the table in the future. This value will undoubtedly surpass 2 billion. Money spent is called expenditure. Money in your pocket is just paper, is a saying Lin Yongxing once shared with Lin Ke, and it still resonates with him. I want to sign a contract with Chaoshan, one of the big names stated. He was tired of his previous frugal lifestyle and, upon hearing that Lin Ke was willing to fund, immediately proposed the signing. Soon after, several others approached Lin Ke as well. On the spot, he signed contracts with all 5 of them. The teams led by these 5 individuals would nearly cost Lin Ke close to 100 million. After all, it's often said that technology is the most capital-intensive industry. The rest of the attendees were deep in thought. Some were tempted but still wanted to hold out a bit longer. After all, those engaged in research often possess an innate pride. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so dedicated to academia. Lin Ke was genuinely pleased to secure 5 top-tier teams. This trip to the tech conference was well worth it. As long as they could join Chaoshan, he was willing to invest whatever it took. Lin Ke is indeed generous when it comes to technology. Indeed, he didn't hesitate to invest 2 billion, not even batting an eye. It's widely acknowledged that technology is the primary productive force, and Lin Ke's foresight is commendable. Among the younger generation, he is one of the most outstanding successors I've ever seen. Everyone praised Lin Ke, admiring his decisiveness and courage. Of course, some short-sighted individuals viewed him as just another wasteful rich heir. Mr. Lin, aren't you worried about losing so much money? Research can be an endless pit. One of the big names seated next to Lin Ke remarked. What is there to be afraid of? Chaoshan is a tech company. It's just a matter of feeding the chicken to get eggs. Don't you agree? Lin Ke replied with a smile. The other big name nodded repeatedly, giving Lin Ke a thumbs up, realizing that he himself had been blinded by the astronomical figure of 2 billion. Lin Ke, however, saw right through it with a single remark, demonstrating that she had already grasped the situation thoroughly. The big shot did not look down on Lin Ke because of her youth. Instead, he raised his glass in a toast to her. Lin Ke politely clinked glasses with him in return. In fact, even if the research team she invested in did not yield results in the future, Lin Ke would not suffer any loss. Thanks to the wealthy tech system, the more money she spent, the more wealth points she accumulated. After the banquet, Lin Ke returned to her hotel and opened the wealthy tech system. Sure enough, the shop inside was on the verge of reaching level 3. 172 picking a swimsuit for Wuxinran. Lin Ke was thrilled to see that the system was about to upgrade and jumped up in excitement. Finally, it was almost time for an upgrade. This system was so hard to maintain. At that moment, Lin Ke truly understood why people always say that the things you can't have make you look forward to them even more. He was itching to spend all his money at the upgrade shop. However, reason held him back. Although spending all his money would indeed get the shop to level 3, it would undoubtedly be like drinking poison to quench his thirst, wasting all the efforts he had put in for so long. Once the super god business collapsed, Lin Ke would lose his source of income, and the only way to upgrade his system would be to squander money. But now that super god was thriving, as long as he maintained its operations, whatever he spent would come back to him. By then, the system could not only reach level 3, but might even go to levels 4 or 5. After a long day, Lin Ke felt great and collapsed onto his bed for a good sleep. His business in the Magic City had come to a close, and he flew back to Yang City with the basketball team. This time, Lin Ke booked everyone first-class tickets. The flight went smoothly without any incidents, and they quickly arrived in Yang City. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Ke returned home. Rarely wanting to relax, he called Wuxinran. Are you busy? He asked. Yeah. What's up? You're back from the Magic City? She replied. Uh-huh. I was going to ask you out to hang out, but it sounds like you're busy. Lin Ke said with a hint of disappointment. I'm not busy anymore. What do you want to do? Wuxinran giggled. Lin Ke looked up at the clear blue sky and thought for a moment. The sky was as blue as the ocean, with wisps of clouds drifting by like playful fish swimming around. The weather is so nice today. How about we go to the beach? Sounds great. See you soon. She replied before hanging up. Lin Ke felt a little excited inside. Usually, Wu Xinran dressed in formal attire, which didn't show off her curvy figure at all. For a moment, he couldn't help but imagine how sexy she would look in a swimsuit. Demi, quickly make me a few swimsuits. Lin Ke said to Demi ever since Demi made clothes for the basketball team last time. This AI seemed to have developed a passion for fashion and was flipping through fashion magazines every day. Upon receiving Lin Ke's command, Demi immediately started crafting. Perhaps Demi's creative enthusiasm had been suppressed for too long because, in no time, it presented Lin Ke with a pile of various swimsuit styles. Wow, that was fast. Lin Ke exclaimed, looking at the assortment of swimsuits and quickly told Demi to stop. Otherwise, with so many swimsuits at home, people would think he was a pervert. Let us skip this style, he said, tossing aside a three-piece swimsuit. Demi glanced at Lin Ke, silently judging his lack of taste. Master, since these are swimsuits, I improved the design according to your specifications, and they can protect against UV rays. This is the matching sun protection outfit. Demi pointed to the sheer, gossamer-like clothing beside her and asked, have you made any improvements? Lin Ke was delighted and put on the sun-protective outfit. Indeed, the entire garment was as thin as a cicada's wing. Once she wore it, she hardly felt like she had anything on at all. The gentle breeze made her skin tingle with a refreshing coolness. It felt as though she had stepped into an air-conditioned space, maintaining a perfectly comfortable temperature. Lin Ke owned many designer clothes, but this was the first time she had worn something so comfortable, and she couldn't help but be impressed. She turned to Dami and said, Dami, report this to Mouse and have him apply for a patent. Not knowing Wu Xinran's size, Lin Ke decided to grab a variety of sizes and stuff them into the car. After picking up Wu Xinran, they drove to the hot spring resort. Following the incident where the manager had flirted with Zhang Xiaoan, Lin Ke had bought the place. It was summer, and the resort was bustling with tourists. The golden sands, azure waters, and rows of coconut trees instantly lifted one's spirits. Here, these are your swimsuits. I brought a few sizes since I wasn't sure what would fit you, but they should be large. Lin Ke pulled out a pile of swimsuits, glancing at Wu Xinran's chest. Wu Xinran's face turned beet red. Don't I have my own? Oh, Lin Ke, you big pervert. Did you prepare this in advance? Wu Xinran exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. A mix of anger and amusement. Lin Ke realized Wu Xinran had misunderstood and quickly tried to explain. Let me explain. I made these for you with a new type of fiber that protects against UV rays. Lin Ke said, feeling somewhat wronged. While he did admit he was looking forward to seeing Wu Xinran in a swimsuit, his intentions were purely kind. He just wanted Dami to make a swimsuit for her from this new material. Wu Xinran shot him a glance and picked out a swimsuit that suited her from the pile. I'm going to change, she said before heading to the changing room. Passers-by noticed Lin Ke holding so many women's swimsuits and glanced over. Look at that guy, how creepy. He is carrying so many swimsuits. He must be a pervert. He is looking at me, run. Lin Ke heard their whispers, feeling a wave of embarrassment, and hurriedly tossed the swimsuits into the car. He went to the men's changing room to put on his swim trunks. After waiting for a long time, Wu Xinran still hadn't come out. Women are really troublesome. Lin Ke muttered impatiently. Just then, Wu Xinran emerged from the women's fitting room. Her skin glowed like jade under the bright sun, and her graceful figure, perfectly proportioned. Seen sculpted by the hands of a divine artist, any imperfection would be unforgivable. Especially striking was the aura that Wu Xinran exuded. She was elegant and noble, yet fiercely protective of her dignity. Every gesture she made was full of charm, exuding confidence rather than the youthful innocence of Zhang Xiaoan. Leaving the other women who stepped out of the fitting room feeling self-conscious in comparison, no matter if it's from the same sex or the opposite. Everyone is captivated by Wu Xinran's beauty. What are you daydreaming about? Wu Xinran walked up to Lin Ke and pulled down her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes sparkling with pride. I didn't expect that. Lin Ke snapped out of her daze, slightly furrowing her brows as she spoke. Didn't expect what? Wu Xinran asked in confusion. I didn't expect them to be so big. As soon as Lin Ke finished teasing, Wu Xinran's delicate fingers reached out and pinched Lin Ke's arm. Lin Ke pretended to wince in pain and smiled, saying, I meant your eyes are really big, your eyes. Wu Xinran shot Lin Ke a playful glare and, swinging her hand, walked along the beach. 173 seeking death. The seaside of Yang City has remained unpolluted, with crystal clear waters that stand in stark contrast to the murky waters of the delta. Coupled with a pleasant climate, Yang City has become a popular destination for many travelers. Although at ISNT peak tourist season, the beach is still bustling with people. Lin Ke and Wu Xinran's arrival is like a beautiful landscape, drawing the attention of those on the beach. Women envy Wu Xinran for having such a handsome boyfriend, while men are jealous of Lin Ke for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Wu Xinran leaps into the water and pops her head up moments later, resembling a stunning lotus emerging from the water. She looks like a mermaid from the deep sea, captivating everyone around. What are you looking at? Come on in. The water is so warm. Wu Xinran waves at Lin Ke. Lin Ke jumps into the sea as well. At that moment, a pair of lecherous eyes fixates on Wu Xinran. This girl is just too enticing. The man dives into the water with a splash. Xinran, did you learn to swim before? Lin Ke asks, noticing how agile Wu Xinran is in the water. Yeah, I used to be on the swimming team in college. Wu Xinran replies before diving back under. Seeing Wu Xinran so happy brings a knowing smile to Lin Ke's face. Just then, a shadow flashes through the water, following closely behind Wu Xinran. With sharp eyes, Lin Ke notices and a look of anger crosses her face. She dives underwater as well. Damn it! How can this guy swim so fast? The lecherous man is desperately trying to keep up with Wu Xinran, exerting all his strength. Finally, Wu Xinran tires and stops, looking around in surprise when she realizes Lin Ke is missing. At that moment, she feels something brush against her thigh, causing her to gasp and nearly stumble in the water. The man suddenly emerges from the water, screaming in pain. Water splashes everywhere as Lin Ke and the lecherous man surface simultaneously. Lin Ke's hand grips the man's wrist like a vice, pulling it down with force. The man's wrist dislocates immediately, leaving him unable to feel it, his hand going limp. Let go of me. What are you doing? The lecherous man panics as he shouts. Lin Ke tightens her grip on his neck and coldly replies, Don't you know what you just did? It turns out this man had been eyeing Wu Xinran earlier, taking advantage of the crowded swimming area to sneak up on her. He didn't expect Lin Ke to catch him in the act. The lecherous man struggles like a drenched chicken, flailing his arms wildly and splashing water everywhere. Lin Ke has always looked down on such lowly people, especially since he had just touched Wu Xinran. Thankfully, she noticed in time, and Wu Xinran was only lightly grazed. However, even that light touch is unacceptable to Lin Ke. It's hard to say when exactly Lin Ke had started to accept Wu Xinran. But the moment that perverted guy dared to touch her, he had to face Lin Ke's wrath. Lin Ke tightly gripped his neck and pushed him underwater. You like being a water ghost so much? Today, I'll let you be one. Lin Ke said fiercely, determined to teach him a lesson. After all, he was a human, not a fish. He needed to breathe. As Lin Ke pushed him back and forth underwater, the pervert swallowed several mouthfuls of salty seawater, which made him gag uncontrollably. Wu Xinran, worried that Lin Ke might go too far, quickly surfaced to intervene. All right, Lin Ke, I'm fine. Let him go, she said anxiously, realizing this was the first time she had seen Lin Ke so angry. Lin Ke released the pervert's neck and delivered a swift kick to his backside, sending him flying out of the water. Get lost. And don't let me see you again. The very thought that such a scoundrel would dare to have impure thoughts about Wu Xinran made Lin Ke's chest heave with anger. You wait for me. The pervert, once on shore, spat out a harsh threat before fleeing without looking back. Because of this incident, both Wu Xinran and Lin Ke lost their good mood. As soon as they reached the shore, a group of people surrounded them. It's this guy who hit me. Everyone, let us get him. Without waiting for a response, the crowd was ready to attack Lin Ke. These thugs were not worth Lin Ke's time to reason with. She pulled Wu Xinran behind her and jumped into the crowd alone. If it had been an ordinary person surrounded by so many, the instinct would have been to run. But they were facing Lin Ke, with the combat skills of seasoned veterans like her and Wu Ge. These bullies who only knew how to pick on the weak stood no chance against her. Once she entered the fray, it was like a tiger among sheep. The thugs couldn't even fight back. Lin Ke took them down one by one with ease, sweeping through them like autumn leaves in the wind. Ouch, my teeth! The pervert exclaimed, blood filling his mouth as he covered it. His few front teeth, stained with blood, lay on the sand like scattered pomegranate seeds, making a stark impression. The resort had already been bought by Lin Ke, and upon hearing that she was surrounded, the new manager rushed over with a group of people. Boss, are you all right? The manager asked, out of breath. I'm fine. Lin Ke waved her hand dismissively, coldly replying. These little thugs weren't worth her attention. The thugs, who had just been knocked down, trembled in fear at the sight of dozens of resort staff surrounding them. They scrambled to their feet, bowing their heads to Lin Ke. Boss, we didn't know it was you. Please let us go? We were wrong. The tourists watched from a distance, enjoying the spectacle. Boss, how should we deal with these people? The manager glared at the thugs, ready to act on Lin Ke's command. With just a word from her, these ruffians would never walk out of the resort in one piece. We're not a gang. Of course, we took them to the police station. Everyone disperse. Don't gather here. It's not a good influence. Lin Ke handed over the aftermath to the resort manager and left with Wu Xinran. On the way back, Wu Xinran spoke up. I'm sorry for causing this trouble. I told you it was too much. See? It led to a mess. While driving, Lin Ke laughed and replied, You scoundrel, You're just like that guy from earlier. Wu Xinran retorted, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. I'm nothing like him. I'm always above board. Not at the same level as those petty criminals, Lin Ke said, and sure enough, he boldly glanced at Wu Xinran's pride. Unlucky Li Ming, I'll poke your eyes out. Wu Xinran glared at Lin Ke, who was being so reckless. Only then did Lin Ke reluctantly withdraw his gaze. How about we have dinner together tonight? Lin Ke invited Wu Xinran. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, her phone rang. What is the sudden call about? Wu Xinran's previously cheerful expression turned serious, and she put on a cold demeanor. Fine, I'll come over later, she replied, sounding a bit helpless as she hung up and sighed. Lin Ke glanced at Wu Xinran and asked, Who is that? Are you going to meet Li Ming? He probed cautiously. Wu Xinran shot Lin Ke a look and said gloomily, What do you mean by meet? It's Li Ming. He says he has business to discuss with me and wants me to go over. Feeling a bit apologetic, Wu Xinran added, I'm really sorry. If it weren't for the business dealings Li Ming has with our bank, I wouldn't want to deal with him at all. Li Ming wants to see you? That can't be good. I'm worried. I'll go with you, Lin Ke suggested. But I'm going to discuss business. Wu Xinran hesitated. She knew Li Ming was unreliable. But if he truly had business to discuss, bringing Lin Ke along would seem rude. If you're worried, I promise I'll just sit quietly next to you, Lin Ke reassured her. After thinking it over, Wu Xinran agreed to Lin Ke's company. The two of them arrived at the restaurant where Wu Xinran had arranged to meet Li Ming. At that moment, Li Ming was standing outside, eagerly waiting. As Wu Xinran got out of the car, Li Ming rushed over. Xinran, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, he said with a broad smile. However, Wu Xinran was not impressed and simply replied, Oh, let us go in. We have business to discuss, right? As Li Ming happily led Wu Xinran into the restaurant, Lin Ke opened the car door and waved at him with a smile. Hello, Li Ming. Why didn't you greet a familiar face? The moment Li Ming saw Lin Ke, the smile on his face vanished. What are you doing here? We're discussing business. Have some decency and leave, he said grumpily, trying to shoo Lin Ke away. But Lin Ke acted nonchalantly and shrugged her shoulders, saying, I just came to take a look. What's the big deal? She walked up to Li Ming, threw her arms around his shoulders, and teased. Does Boss Li have some secret scheme? Li Ming's face changed dramatically at her words. He glanced nervously at Wu Xinran and quickly explained, What scheme could I possibly have? Don't judge me with your narrow-mindedness. Okay, I'm the narrow-minded one, and you're the gentleman, Lin Ke said, pushing past Li Ming's attempts to stop her as she walked into the restaurant. Stop right there. Li Ming never expected Lin Ke to be so cunning. Slipping in while he wasn't paying attention. By the time he realized it, it was too late to stop her. As Lin Ke pushed open the restaurant's big door, a loud bang echoed through the air. The waitstaff stood on either side, scattering petals from their baskets, and flowers filled the entire restaurant like a sea. A band began to play a melodious tune, and the lights inside were intentionally dimmed to a rosy pink. Li Ming rushed in, grabbing a bouquet of roses and a ring from one of the waiters. He approached Wu Xinran, dropped to one knee, and presented the ring. I never believed in love until I saw you. Without you, I feel like a fish out of water. I need you like I need air. Every moment of every day. If you don't marry me, I won't be able to get up from this kneeling position. As he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. Marry him. Marry him. Wu Xinran was taken aback, not expecting Li Ming's business talk to turn into a marriage proposal. After all, they weren't even officially dating, let alone engaged. For a moment, she stood frozen, feeling incredibly awkward, and cast a desperate glance at Lin Ke for help. You, Sob? I thought we were friends, and you're proposing to me? Sob. I'm so touched. Lin Ke snatched the diamond ring and flowers from Li Ming's hands and burst into tears. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Wait, is the person he's proposing to that guy? This dude is something else. Gender equality, right? Breaking societal norms, it seems they really are in love. When the crowd saw Lin Ke holding the flowers, they mistakenly thought she was the one being proposed to, leaving them utterly shocked. Yet, they continued to cheer, Get together. Get together. Wu Xinran, realizing everyone had misunderstood Li Ming's intentions, couldn't help but chuckle and quietly slipped away. Xinran. Xinran. Seeing Wu Xinran leaving, Li Ming attempted to take the flowers and ring back from Lin Ke. However, Lin Ke held on tightly, petals scattered everywhere during their struggle. Why are you doing this? You just proposed, and now you want to back out? You heartless man. Lin Ke pretended to cry, suddenly pushing Li Ming down to the ground with force. Seeing Li Ming in such a disheveled state made it hard for her to suppress her laughter. Meanwhile, Wu Xinran, watching the scene unfold, was already in stitches, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Lin Ke was clearly enjoying making Li Ming uncomfortable. Lin Ke, are you here to cause trouble? Li Ming got up from the ground, thoroughly enraged, and pointed at Lin Ke. She tossed the flowers and ring aside and cheekily replied, Yes. I'm here to stir things up. Initially, Li Ming's bodyguards thought their boss was enjoying the drama and were laughing along. But as the situation escalated, they quickly moved in. "Kid, don't make a scene here, or you're going to regret it," one of them threatened Lin Ke, placing a hand on her shoulder. Lin Ke grabbed his arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying. His hefty body crashed onto the table, smashing it to pieces. Another bodyguard, who was about to step in, was instantly intimidated by Lin Ke's display of strength. "Hey!" Lin Ke stomped his foot, causing the bodyguard to retreat in fear. With a light laugh, Lin Ke scoffed, "Li Ming, your bodyguards are pathetic. How much did you pay for them?" Li Ming glared at Lin Ke, his teeth clenched in anger. 175 expressing feelings. Li Ming watched as the bodyguard he had hired was swiftly taken down by Lin Ke. And he was reminded that Lin Ke was the kind of fierce person who could fight pirates. Realizing that confronting Lin Ke head-on wouldn't work, he decided to take a softer approach. "Lin Ke, you're causing trouble. Aren't you afraid of what others will say if this gets out?" Li Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger as he reprimanded Lin Ke. Lin Ke thought Li Ming might have something clever to say, but it turned out he was just trying to intimidate her with this. However, Lin Ke had always been someone who cared little for the opinions of others and despised being bound by societal norms. With a cold expression, she retorted, "Stop declaring your feelings for others so casually. Does Wu Xinran even like you? You're the one who should be embarrassed, not her." Li Ming, still unwilling to back down, argued, "How do you know she doesn't like me? She doesn't have a boyfriend right now. It's my right to pursue her." Lin Ke couldn't help but laugh at Li Ming's shamelessness. Anyone with eyes could see that Wu Xinran had no interest in him. It was always Li Ming, thick-skinned and persistent, who kept bothering her. Lin Ke grabbed Li Ming by the collar and twisted him around like a small chicken. "You're the most shameless person I've ever met. Let me tell you, Wu Xinran is mine. If you dare to have any thoughts about her or continue to harass her, I will make sure you regret it." Lin Ke's expression was stoic, but his words cut like the cold winds of winter, making Li Ming feel a chilling fear. Even when Lin Ke wasn't angry, he exuded an air of authority that genuinely frightened Li Ming. His face turned pale, and he looked at Lin Ke with fear in his eyes, not daring to breathe. From Lin Ke's gaze, he sensed that if he uttered even one more word, Lin Ke would incapacitate him on the spot. Lin Ke could be a madman at times. Once provoked, he wouldn't consider the consequences. "Today I'll let you off easy. But remember my words," Lin Ke said, casually tossing Li Ming to the ground like trash. He then confidently took Wu Xinran's hand and walked out of the restaurant, while the onlookers instinctively made way for them. Coming back to his senses, Li Ming glared resentfully at their departing figures, fists clenched tightly, vowing that one day he would make Lin Ke kneel before him and suffer worse than death. At that moment, humiliated and with nowhere to vent his frustration, Li Ming punched the ground, his knuckles bleeding. He licked the coppery-tasting blood, laughing maniacally with a cruel glint in his eyes. After leaving the restaurant, both of them were hungry since they hadn't eaten. Lin Ke suggested going to his villa, where he would cook a meal for Wu Xinran himself. Once they arrived at the villa, Lin Ke, who hadn't cooked in a long time, put on an apron. "Don't get too emotional over my cooking later," he joked, twirling a knife in his hand and showing off in front of Wu Xinran. Seeing this playful side of Lin Ke, Wu Xinran couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Covering her mouth, Lin Ke's appearance now was a stark contrast to the commanding presence he had in the restaurant earlier. At this moment, Lin Ke was extraordinarily serious, meticulously focused on every ingredient. His intense concentration made Wu Xinran's heart skip a beat unexpectedly. "My master is quite handsome, right?" Little Loli Demi suddenly appeared next to Wu Xinran, giggling. "You talk too much, you little brat," Wu Xinran said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet inside, she felt incredibly happy and a bit touched. After all these years in Yang City, this was the first time someone had cooked for her. The feeling of being genuinely cared for brought a lump to her throat and made her eyes moist. "What are you waiting for? Dig in." Lin Ke placed steaming dishes on the dining table. Seeing the spread of delicious-looking food, Wu Xinran, whose stomach had been grumbling for a while, quickly grabbed her chopsticks. She took a bite, closed her eyes, and savored it. So good." Wu Xinran opened her eyes and gave Lin Ke a thumbs up. Hearing praise from the person he admired made Lin Ke very happy. "Earlier, when I said you were mine, why didn't you refute it?" Lin Ke said, chewing his food and speaking somewhat indistinctly. Deep down, he was eager to hear Wu Xinran's response. Wu Xinran shot him an annoyed glance. She had been quite surprised when he made that statement in the restaurant, feeling a mix of joy and conflict. She admitted to having feelings for Lin Ke. He was the only man who had ever made her heart flutter. However, she was inherently strong-willed and didn't want to be seen as a woman who relied on a man. As an independent woman, she hoped to build a career and love her partner as equals. Yet now she felt conflicted. She wanted to express that her heart belonged to Lin Ke, but she couldn't shake off her reservations. After all, a person as exceptional as Lin Ke would undoubtedly have many women around him. In a monogamous society, seeing Lin Ke share his affection with multiple women was something she couldn't just ignore. Wu Xinran sighed and said, "You are the most outstanding person I've ever met. But right now, I just want to focus on my work. And I'm sure there are plenty of women around you, right? I can't love you to the point of ignoring others." Lin Ke understood that every word Wu Xinran said was sincere. He indeed had many women around him. There was Zhang Xiaohan nearby, and even a betrothed girl, Mu Qing'er, further away. Just thinking about it gave Lin Ke a headache. He hadn't made any decisions yet, and perhaps some would call him a scumbag. But that was just who Lin Ke was. He would treat well those who treated him well. Lin Ke and Wu Xinran sat across from each other, both lost in their thoughts. The air felt thick and slow, and they remained silent. What could they say? "I was just joking with you earlier." Lin Ke chuckled, hoping to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "I knew you wouldn't be serious and would tease me." Wu Xinran shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes and lightly pinched him. Just a moment ago, her feelings had been mixed, unsure of what to do. But now that she heard Lin Ke speak, she decided to go along with it. "It's getting late, so I should head back," Wu Xinran said as she looked at the time. "Let me have Demi drive you home." Lin Ke realized that his earlier comment had made Wu Xinran a bit uncomfortable, so he refrained from insisting too much. 176 The strongest body technique. Wu Xinran knew about the safety of self-driving cars, especially since it was Demi personally sending her, so she had nothing to worry about. "All right," she nodded. Lin Ke accompanied Wu Xinran to the door, opened the car door for her, and let her in. Then, he took out his phone and said to Demi, "Demi, can you send Xinran home? Please drive slowly. She tends to get car sick." Lin Ke reminded Demi a few more times and waved goodbye to Wu Xinran. At that moment, Demi had already split and was integrated into the self-driving car. As long as there was a network and smart devices, Demi could separate and detach itself. It was just like the powerful Sun Wukong, who could create independent yet unified clones of himself. Sitting in the car, Wu Xinran noticed that there was no one in the driver's seat. Yet the car was driving itself, which felt a bit strange. "Demi, are you there?" Wu Xinran asked timidly. "Of course I am, Sister Xinran." Since Wu Xinran had taken care of Lin Ke when he was injured, Demi had become quite familiar with her and even learned to call her sister. "Demi, can you come out and talk to me? I feel a little scared like this." "Sure." Since the self-driving car also had a holographic projection box, Demi controlled it slightly and appeared in the driver's seat. The little girl sat there swinging her legs, flashing an innocent smile at Wu Xinran. Wu Xinran happily asked Demi, "What kind of person do you think Lin Ke is? Sometimes I feel like I can't see through him. What does he usually do?" If anyone knew Lin Ke best, it would definitely be Demi, the AI that spent every day with him. Wu Xinran cherished this rare opportunity to be alone with Demi and naturally wanted to learn more about Lin Ke. Demi bit her finger and pondered for a moment before saying, "As for the master, he usually reads, practices martial arts, and conducts experiments. He sometimes snores when he sleeps, and he's a Virgo, very perfectionist, always striving for excellence." Once Demi started talking, she couldn't stop. Going on and on about trivial matters, but none of it was what Wu Xinran was really concerned about. Wu Xinran quickly interrupted Demi and continued to ask, "Does he have a girlfriend? Or does he bring anyone home for that kind of thing? Human mating? Not really. But there are a few women who are quite close to the master," Demi said without any reservations. Wu Xinran was taken aback when she heard the term mating, feeling both amused and exasperated. Hearing that Lin Ke was indeed close to several women made her feel a bit down, and she sighed. Then Demi playfully scolded her. "You're such a little traitor. If your master knew how much you were spilling, he would be furious." Demi stuck out her tongue mischievously. On the other side, Rice saw Lin Ke sitting on the sofa, looking listless, and said with a smile, "Master, are you very disappointed after being rejected?" Lin Ke, feeling annoyed, replied with a frown, "What rejection? I was just joking around. If you keep talking, I'll turn you off." After saying that, Lin Ke walked into the bedroom. Rice, feeling scolded, puffed up his cheeks and sulked on the sofa. He muttered, "Humph, rejected, and now taking it out on me." As the long night stretched on, both of them lay in their respective beds at home, their minds filled with thoughts of each other. Though they were far apart, they missed each other dearly. "Good night." "Good night." With their own thoughts weighing on them, they exchanged good nights and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Wu Gu arrived at the villa. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, who had woken up early, was practicing her martial arts. "Hey, ha." Lin Ke's punches were as fierce as the wind, creating sonic booms in the air. Even Wu Gu, standing nearby, could feel the power behind her punches and couldn't help but applaud. "Well done. Where did you learn this set of techniques? It's impressive. Just in time, Wu Gu. Are you interested in a spar?" Seeing Wu Gu arrive, Lin Ke, who had been itching to practice, wanted to challenge him. Wu Gu, seeing her intricate techniques, felt the urge to show off his own skills. He took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. "I want to hold back then." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at Lin Ke like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Lin Ke's eyes sharpened, and she shouted, "Bring it on." A punch infused with internal energy shot toward Wu Ge. With his wealth of combat experience, Wu Ge knew when to retreat and when to advance. He sensed Lin Ke's overwhelming strength and quickly twisted his body in midair, dodging her punch. At the same time, he swept a leg toward her. Lin Ke quickly raised her arm to block Wu Ji's attack. The impact felt like being struck by solid iron. And even though her physical abilities far exceeded that of an average person, she still felt a tingle in her arm. Wu Ge had expected that his seemingly surprised attack would be blocked by Lin Ke. At that moment, he had left himself open, exposing his body to Lin Ke, which was a dangerous move. As he tried to retract his leg, Lin Ke's fist was already barreling toward his face. Oh no! Wu Ge was alarmed. Realizing he had nowhere to dodge and had to take the hit from Lin Ke, their fists collided midair. A visible shockwave spread out like a wave. Come again. Wu Ge's fist trembled slightly, but he refused to back down. He launched another attack, and the two became entangled, exchanging punches and kicks in a heated exchange. One was like a dragon diving into the sea, the other like a tiger descending from the mountain. Neither was willing to yield. Only Wu Ge could make Lin Ke feel challenged. If it were anyone else, taking one of Lin Ke's full-force punches could easily break bones. All right. It's a draw. After a few hundred rounds, Wu Ge leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Lin Ke was also drenched in sweat, chuckling as he nodded in agreement. Despite giving it his all, he could only manage to match Wu Ji's skills. Continuing the fight would likely lead to a stalemate. Both of them had reached their physical limits, and it wasn't a life-or-death struggle that required them to fight to the bitter end. You really are a monster. I've trained in a special forces unit, yet you can hold your own against me. What exactly have you been practicing? Wu Ge was utterly astonished that Lin Ke could stand toe-to-toe with him. It's body techniques. If you want to train, I can teach you, Lin Ke replied. Feeling a bit shy about admitting that he hadn't been practicing for long, he then tossed the body techniques manual to Wu Ge. Wu Ge received the martial arts training manual, and being an expert, he could tell from just a glance that it was something extraordinary. This is too valuable. I can't accept it, he said, returning the manual to Lin Ke. Just keep it. Aren't you my bodyguard? The stronger you are, the safer I feel, right? Lin Ke replied with a smile, showing no hesitation in sharing with Wu Ge. Moreover, he was already well-versed in the manual's contents, even without it. He could continue his training. All right then. After some thought, Wu Ge accepted the martial arts training manual. The fact that Lin Ke was willing to hand over such a precious item without a second thought clearly indicated that he regarded Wu Ge as someone close, which touched him greatly. The two then discussed their experiences in martial arts training, both having gained some insights and progress. The second fiber patent that they had sent up via the mouse was approved quickly. Lin Ke organized the drawings and materials and personally delivered them to Lin Yongxing. After receiving the new fiber, Lin Yongxing worked tirelessly at the clothing company under the Lin Group, determined to revitalize it. Despite Lin Ke's repeated advice, he couldn't convince Lin Yongxing to come home. When Lin Ke arrived at the general manager's office of the clothing company, he was about to knock when he heard Lin Yongxing shouting inside. It's always about funding. What are you finance people even for? Can't you find a way to avoid this? The clothing company needs to start up, and you're telling me there's no money to do so? Inside the office, Lin Yongxing was furious, slamming the table. The clothing company needed to purchase many new machines to start up, but when he requested funds, the finance department informed him that the company's liquidity was nearly depleted. Just when he had obtained Lin Ke's new fiber patent, he found himself unable to proceed, which sent him into a rage. Lin Ke shook his head with a wry smile outside the door and then pushed it open. Dad, calm down. Look what I brought you. This is the second fiber patent. I've placed it on your desk. He set the patent down and gently patted Lin Yongxing's back. Seeing that Lin Ke had quickly obtained a second fiber patent brought a smile to Lin Yongxing's face and eased his anger a bit. Why don't you just sell the second one? The Lin Group is short on liquid assets. It's a waste to hold on to it when the clothing company can't even start up, Lin Yongxing sighed. Lin Ke thought that Lin Yongxing was overwhelmed by something serious, but it turned out to be a funding issue. Right now, Lin Ke had no shortage of money. Although he spent lavishly, his account still held 300 billion, which had only increased with the rising success of his ventures. What is making you so upset? Isn't it just money? I can transfer some to you. So don't be angry. Lin Ke asked the finance department for the account details and immediately transferred 500 million. For Lin Ke, who was now worth tens of billions, 500 million was just a drop in the bucket. Lin Yongxing knew that Chaosheng was just getting started, and most of Lin Ke's money was the 3 billion his friend had transferred to him. If you transfer the money to me, your friend won't suffer any losses, right? Won't he blame you for this? Lin Yongxing said with some concern. Not at all. My friend has 3 billion stored with Wuxinran, specifically to support Chaosheng. I can use it freely, Lin Ke replied, finding an excuse to brush off the question. He still needed to maintain this facade. Hearing Lin Ke say this, Lin Yosheng felt a bit more at ease. Wang Donglai, standing nearby, patted Lin Ke on the shoulder and said with deep emotion, back in the day, we were all worried you would turn into a spendthrift, but now you're practically a blessing for the Lin family. Uncle Donglai, as you said, without you all, I wouldn't be where I am today, Lin Ke responded politely. With the money in hand, Lin Yongxing's mood brightened instantly. Feeling as if the rain had cleared and the sun was shining, he immediately instructed the factory manager to purchase machinery at the fastest speed and begin production. However, he still had doubts about where Lin Ke suddenly got so much money, speculating about who this mysterious friend might be. Lin Ke, your friend has helped us greatly. If he is willing to meet, I must thank him in person, Lin Yongxing said, being the kind of person who valued gratitude. He felt he couldn't properly thank Lin Ke's friend for all the help. This left a lingering unease in his heart. I'll have the chance to introduce you to him in the future. He is a very low-key person. I hardly ever see him, Lin Ke said somewhat nervously, hoping that when he eventually revealed to Lin Yongxing that this person was himself, it wouldn't come as too much of a shock. In reality, as Lin Yongxing thought back to Lin Ke's friends, the most powerful among them was probably Jiu Lao. However, since Lin Ke hadn't said it outright, he couldn't just go and thank Jiu Lao impulsively. To divert Lin Yongxing's attention, Lin Ke quickly dragged his father back home. Upon arriving home, Yang Mingzhu shot a disapproving glance at the disheveled Lin Yongxing and tenderly wiped his face. She then went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the father and son, and the family gathered together happily, chatting and laughing. In stark contrast to the Lin family's joyful life, Zhang Hong, who had just been shut down for several days due to financial and fire safety issues at his company, looked extremely disheveled. Zhang Hong sat slumped on the couch, his eyes vacant. Zhang Chong was in jail, and his wife had immediately filed for divorce over their son's issues. With the company shut down for a week and himself arrested, their performance had plummeted. At just over 40, he now looked much older. As Zhang Hong surveyed his surroundings, the house was eerily quiet. The desolation made him unable to hold back his tears. Lin Ke, he muttered, his eyes filled with hatred, blaming all his misfortunes on Lin Ke. The curtains in the room were drawn, leaving the space unusually dim. Zhang Hong pulled out an old mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the slaughterhouse? An elderly voice came from the other end. Yes, I need to order chickens, cows, and pigs. How much can you deliver? Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and said, 300 pounds, a white pig. Is the one in the forest okay? Fine. With that, the two of them ended the call, leaving only the sound of the phone's beeping echoing in the room. The number Zhang Hong just dialed belonged to an assassin organization, and their conversation was a coded exchange. 1 pound equals 100,000. So 300 pounds means 30 million, and pig refers to a businessman. The latter part of the sentence revealed Lin Ke's name to the other party. Zhang Hong had put down a hefty sum this time. If Lin Ke didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rid himself of this deep-seated resentment. 178. A killer approaches. After a brief reunion with her family, Lin Ke bid farewell to her parents. On her drive back, she felt an unsettling sensation that someone was following her. But every time she looked back, she saw no one. A dark cloud of unease loomed over her, refusing to dissipate. However, she dismissed it as her overactive imagination, convinced that there was no one behind her. It wasn't until she returned to the villa that the feeling finally vanished. Inside the villa, Brother Wu was practicing according to a martial arts manual he had received. Ever since he got his hands on that book, he seemed to be possessed, only returning to check on his sister-in-law occasionally before heading back to the villa to train. You're back? You look troubled, Brother Wu said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he noticed Lin Ke's expression. Lin Ke bit her lip and replied, I don't know. I just have this bad feeling in my gut. I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. You keep practicing. I'll read for a bit. She picked up a materials science book and sat down on the sofa, hoping to calm her restless mind. Brother Wu leaned over to take a glance at the dense text in her book, which looked like a swarm of ants crawling across the pages. After just a few moments of reading, he felt dizzy. Only you could make sense of that. I'll just stick to my training, he said before stepping outside. Outside, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, resembling a thick coat of black paint, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The howling wind made the plants inside the villa sway. Observing the ominous weather, Brother Wu closed the door. Through the glass, he gazed at the gathering storm and remarked, looks like a storm is brewing. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared, and red lights flashed ominously in the dimly lit villa. Warning, someone is infiltrating the villa, and they seem highly skilled, Dammy exclaimed in a panic. Having detected the intruders just in time, switched to the intruder feed. Lin Ke quickly instructed Dammy to display the visuals of the intruders. Her intuition had been spot on. 5 individuals had entered. Two were stationed outside, likely to prevent anyone from escaping the villa, while the other three stealthily infiltrated the interior. Seeing the intruders in action shocked Brother Wu. Lin Ke, you need to hide. He opened a secret passage he had previously designed with Dammy and urged her to jump inside. After the assassination attempt last time, Brother Wu had anticipated such a day would come and had prepared a secret escape route for emergencies. But there are only 3 of them. We can handle this. Lin Ke felt that escaping through the secret passage was too humiliating, and she couldn't bear the thought of leaving Brother Wu to face them alone. Go now? Trust me, these are professional killers, not like the thugs we faced last time. They make a living off of murder. I'll hold them off. You need to escape. Brother Wu insisted urgently. Brother Wu, do you think I'm someone who can be easily manipulated? If we're brothers, let's not talk about leaving. I'm not the kind of person who fears for my life. Lin Ke stubbornly refused to budge, and seeing that persuasion was futile, Brother Wu could only sigh helplessly. All right, but you must be careful. Once I let these little bastards in, they won't be getting out. Brother Wu shot a fierce glare at the intruders on the video and pulled out the handgun he had tucked at his waist. Lin Ke was taken aback to see that Brother Wu had a gun and asked in surprise, Brother Wu, how do you have a gun? A soldier like me, even after retiring, stays connected with the military. Besides, I'm your bodyguard and have had a gun permit for a long time, Brother Wu replied. His eyes fixed on the figures in the video as he contemplated their combat strategy. Lin Ke gazed enviously at the gun in Brother Wu's hand and said, Brother Wu, when will you get me one too? We'll talk about that after this is over. At that time, I'll personally train you in firearms knowledge. Look, they're entering the trap area. Brother Wu pointed at the video as he saw them approaching the trap zone. Outside, torrential rain was pouring, and the gloomy sky obstructed the visibility of the intruders. One of them triggered the trap that Brother Wu had set up earlier. A sharp spike shot up from the ground, piercing through that person's chin. Blood mixed with the rainwater, and the man's eyes widened in terror as he fell face first into the mud. Situation has changed. The pig has teeth. Should we advance or retreat, Captain? One of the team members, seeing their companion go down, asked for the leader's guidance. Damn it, looks like he was well prepared. These traps are professional. Watch your step and move steadily, the assassin leader said angrily, feeling humiliated as a hunter being hunted. He continued to order another teammate to move toward the villa. But this time they were unusually cautious. The agile assassins managed to evade several traps, but by the time they reached the villa area, they were already panting from exhaustion. Let's go, we must take them down today. The assassin leader, never having been in such a disheveled state, grit his teeth, wishing he could grind Lin Ke to dust. They've entered, stay alert. Brother Wu clicked off the safety on his gun and crouched as he moved forward. Lin Ke also took out the birthday gift Lin Yongxing had given him, a crossbow, and closely followed Brother Wu. Little kitty, I see you. If you don't want me to split you open and let your intestines spill out, you better kill yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you want to, the assassin said coldly, realizing that Lin Ke had already discovered their presence. Since the assassination had failed, they would resolve it on the spot. These professionally trained assassins exuded a chilling aura, creating an atmosphere of immense pressure and fear. Even though Lin Ke had experienced an assassination attempt before, his heart was still racing. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the dim room as if it were daylight. Thunder rumbled. Thunder roared, a deafening sound echoing through the air. The 4 people who had been hidden in the room suddenly caught sight of each other. They moved simultaneously. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, an intense gunfight erupted among the 4. Wu Ge, are you okay? Lin Ke panted, her breath quickening. I'm fine. Just got shot in the arm, Wu Ge replied, tearing a strip of cloth to bandage his wound. Meanwhile, the 2 assassins across from them were beyond saving. One had an arrow embedded in his head, while the other had a gaping wound on his skull, blood oozing relentlessly. 179 behind the scenes, Lin could see 2 bodies lying on the ground, his heart still pounding violently. If it weren't for Wu Ge being there, he would have been at the mercy of these 2 assassins. It was a narrow escape from certain doom. At that moment, the heavy rain outside had stopped, leaving only a gentle drizzle. The dark clouds receded, and the sky gradually cleared, revealing a vibrant rainbow arching over the sea. Captain! Captain! However, the assassins waiting outside had no time to appreciate such beauty, as they had completely lost contact with the 3 who had infiltrated the villa. Though they were reluctant to admit it, the grim reality was undeniable. The 3 who had entered the villa were all dead. This was the first major blow their organization had suffered, leaving the 2 waiting outside in shock. Mission failed, retreat immediately. One of the assassins was just about to withdraw when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Hey, why not sit for a moment? The voice sent a chill of malice through the assassin. Despite their extensive training, the sound evoked a deep-seated fear within them. The assassin's eyes flashed with hostility as his jaw clenched, biting down on the poisoned tooth he had implanted earlier. The deadly toxin flowed down his throat. And as his eyes rolled back, dark blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Bastard!" Lin shouted, lifting the limp body of the assassin and checking for breath, only to find he had already passed away. Lin had hoped to extract information about their employer from them, but he hadn't anticipated their ruthlessness. Once captured, they would commit suicide without hesitation. "Wu Ge, be careful of the other one. There's poison in their mouths." Wu Ge, alerted by Lin's warning, raised his iron fist and delivered a powerful punch to the jaw of the remaining assassin. The blow knocked him unconscious, and 2 green teeth, stained with blood, fell to the ground. Attached to the teeth was a small pouch filled with green poison. A mere bite would shatter the plastic, releasing the deadly liquid. As the assassin lay on the ground, temporarily incapacitated, Wu Ge pried his mouth open to check for any remaining poisoned teeth. After confirming there were none, he tied him to a chair. Once secured, he splashed a cup of tea on the assassin's face. The assassin groggily came to his senses. "Bastard, let me go? Let me die?" The assassin cursed vehemently, struggling against the restraints, but Wu Ge's binding skills were top-notch, and he couldn't break free. "Do you really think you have any room to negotiate right now? Who sent you?" Lin lifted his foot and pressed it down on the assassin's instep, grinding it back and forth. Yet, instead of showing fear, the assassin broke into a maniacal laugh, taunting Lin. "Why don't you just kill me? Scared to do it?" He even spat at Lin. Lin quickly dodged. These people were indeed trained mercenaries who feared nothing, not even death. Assassins like them must have cost a fortune. The thought that someone was willing to go to such lengths to see him dead made Lin feel increasingly uneasy. Today, I must extract the mastermind from this assassin. Lin Ke thought to himself as he exchanged a glance with Brother Wu, who nodded in understanding. "Leave it to me," Brother Wu said, dragging the assassin into another room. Soon, anguished screams echoed from within, sending shivers down Lin Ke's spine. He had never been a cruel person, but given his current position, he knew that being merciful was not an option. If someone was sent to kill him today, tomorrow they would come for his parents and friends. Lin Ke needed to make an example of this. He wanted others to know that provoking him would unleash his wrath. After a while, Brother Wu emerged from the room, covered in blood and looking terrifying. "I got it out of him. They were hired by Zhang Hong. But when I asked about their organization, that bastard refused to say a word," Brother Wu said, wiping the blood from his face with a towel. Dealing with professional assassins like them was incredibly tricky. Even Brother Wu's methods couldn't get the whole truth out of this one. Zhang Hong? It really is him. Letting him off lightly was a mistake. Now I can't hold back my ruthlessness. Lin Ke felt a cold smile creep across his face, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. He had initially overlooked Zhang Hong's connection to the incident with Zhang Chang, but now Zhang Hong had come looking for trouble with him. This infuriated Lin Ke and served as a warning. One must eradicate the roots of a problem, or it would only grow back stronger. As long as Zhang Hong was around, he and those close to him would remain in danger. "Brother Wu, continue the interrogation. We need to find out what organization they belong to." But before Lin Ke could finish his sentence, a sound of shattering glass rang out from the room. Alarmed, Lin Ke and Brother Wu rushed inside only to find the assassin had somehow broken free from his restraints and lay dead in a pool of blood. "Damn it. Brother Wu, what do we do now?" Lin Ke cursed, punching the door in frustration. This time, Zhang Hong had hired professional assassins. Even calling the police might not lead to capturing them. It seemed they were determined to kill him. Brother Wu frowned slightly. Such assassin organizations were particularly secretive, once captured. They often chose to commit suicide, and many used false identities. After completing a job, they would undergo cosmetic surgery to alter their appearance and live under a new identity. The assassins were also raised from a young age, thoroughly brainwashed, leaving no traces behind. "It's time to make a move against Dong Huang," Lin Ke said quietly, anger simmering in his eyes. Of course, Lin Ke wasn't foolish enough to hire an assassin organization to eliminate Zhang Hong. The risks were too great. The best course of action was to completely erase Dong Huang from Yang City, leaving Zhang Hong with nothing, so that he wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Just then, a notification suddenly echoed in Lin Ke's mind. When the host encounters a life-threatening situation, 200 points of wealth value are automatically deducted to provide the host with a network-controlled weapon defense system. The dignity of the wealthy cannot be provoked. A mission is issued. Eliminate Dong Huang. Lin Ke heard this prompt and felt a surge of joy. He never expected the system would autonomously use his wealth value to exchange for a weapon defense system. With this system, his safety was completely assured. Once Wu Ge dealt with the body, Lin Ke asked him, "Wu Ge, can you get some gunpowder? Don't be foolish and try to blow up Dong Huang." Wu Ge exclaimed, worried that Lin Ke might let his anger cloud his judgment. 180 installing the weapon defense system. Lin Ke could hear Wu Ge thinking he was going to blow up the Dong Huang. leaving him momentarily speechless. He explained to Wu Ge, "Am I really that foolish? I just envisioned a defense system that requires a lot of explosives, so I wanted to ask if you could help me get some." Wu Ge suddenly understood, thought for a moment, and said, "I can contact my old unit. With your security clearance, we should be able to procure it. Then I'll start preparing." Lin Ke was aware that Zhang Hong already harbored murderous intent towards him. After the failure of the first assassination attempt, Zhang would quickly organize a second one. Therefore, installing the weapon defense system was urgent. Lin Ke sent the blueprints of the defense system to Demi, asking him to assist with the installation. Meanwhile, Wu Ge was also reaching out to his old unit. Everyone was fervently preparing to fend off the next assassination attempt. Inside the villa, Demi was simultaneously controlling several robots while Lin Ke personally supervised and fine-tuned the process. The sparks from welding burst forth like fireworks. Arcs of electricity danced above, accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of metalwork, resembling a powerful march being passionately performed. Lin Ke was the conductor of this grand performance. By the time Wu Ge brought in the explosives, the construction of the defense system was nearing completion. Lin Ke instructed Demi to load all the explosives, and only then did he declare the weapon defense system fully installed. At that moment, the villa had transformed into a steel beast, armed to the teeth. Clawing at the sky from the cliff by the sea, Lin Ke toyed with a coin in his hand, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a firm push of his thumb, the coin flipped and soared into the air, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. When the coin fell, a loud bang erupted. Boom. Weapons from all directions unleashed a barrage of explosions and gunfire at the coin. As the dust settled, a large crater had formed where the coin landed. Black and earth-emitting wisps of smoke. Wu Ge, witnessing such a defense system, broke into a cold sweat. The traps he had set up were nothing compared to this defense system, like a wooden cart facing a Ferrari. "Did you really create this defense system?" Wu Ge asked in astonishment. "Yeah, what do you think, Wu Ge?" Lin Ke replied. Wu Ge swallowed hard, his throat moving as he said, "This level of defense is incredibly dense and sinister. Unless someone charges in with an RPG, no one could step foot into this villa." Hearing such high praise from someone like Wu Ge, who had fought on the battlefield, put Lin Ke's mind at ease. After all, the last time, they had only sent 5 assassins, and it was already so perilous. Who knew what caliber of assassins they might send next, or how many? Lin Ke didn't want to gamble with his life. "Since you say so, I feel reassured. Now, let's head to the Dongwang group," Lin Ke said with a smile to Wu Ge. "Go to Dongwang. Isn't it safer for you to just stay in the villa right now?" Wu Ge replied, concerned. "You go confront Zhang Hong, and he won't admit to hiring a hitman to kill you. Besides, he would love nothing more than for you to die. If you go to Dongwang, you're likely to run into trouble." Wu Ge doesn't understand why Lin Ke wants to go to Dongwang, even though the hitman admitted they were hired by Zhang Hong. However, Lin Ke currently has no solid evidence proving that Zhang Hong is the mastermind. Moreover, if he recklessly goes to Dongwang, Zhang Hong will definitely make another move against Lin Ke. What I want is for him to come after me. He wants me dead. So should I leave him a way out? Don't worry, Wu Ge. Zhang Hong isn't bold enough to send a hitman to kill me in broad daylight. There will definitely be trouble, but you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the sheep. To truly bring him down, I need to provoke him into acting again. Lin Ke shared his thoughts with Wu Ge. This time he was going to Dongwang to take a gamble with Zhang Hong. He was betting that Zhang Hong would send another hitman to kill him, and it was also a declaration of war against Zhang Hong. After spending so much time with Lin Ke, Wu Ge understood that Lin Ke was a person of extraordinary courage who often did things that others couldn't comprehend. To protect Lin Ke's safety, he had no choice but to accompany him to Dongwang. Meanwhile, inside Dongwang International, Zhang Hong was anxiously waiting for news from the Hitman organization. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Lin Ke kicked open the office door. "Lin Ke?" Zhang Hong was shocked to see Lin Ke standing before him unscathed. "Surprised to see I'm not dead?" Lin Ke said with a faint smile. The panic on Zhang Hong's face quickly faded, and he forced a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean by dead. It's so inauspicious." Lin Ke let out a cold laugh, leaned back on the sofa, and tossed the identification tags of the hitmen at Zhang Hong's face. The tags clattered to the ground, making a crisp sound. Zhang Hong's breathing quickened, and his face turned pale, but he tried to steady himself. "What are these tags? I really don't understand." "Mr. Lin, if you have something to say, just say it." Zhang Hong certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to admit that he hired him in, and those trained assassins might slip up, as long as he firmly denied it. Lin Ke would have no way to handle him. Lin Ke stood up, leaning over Zhang Hong's desk, exuding a strong sense of pressure as he coldly said, "You should understand. Consider this your return gift. Since you want to challenge me, I'm ready anytime. By the way, let me tell you something. While you still have some money, gather more people. Because Super God will soon make a move against Dongwang." Zhang Hong, who already hated Lin Ke to the core, slammed his hand on the table in anger, and stood up from his office chair. The two locked eyes, each filled with fury. The atmosphere in the office was charged, as if a tiny spark could ignite an explosion. Humph, Lin Ke, you really don't know your place. You think you can take on Dongwang? I might be worried if it were just the Lin group competing with me, but what is super god to me? Lin Ke, you're not still half asleep, are you? Talking nonsense over here, Zhang Hong said with a laugh, his disdain for Lin Ke and her extraordinary abilities evident in his eyes. Lin Ke gently patted Zhang Hong's chubby cheek and replied, I hope you can still laugh like this in a while. Enjoy your life as a boss while it lasts. Turning to Wu Ge, she added, let's go. After speaking, Lin Ke wiped her hand on Zhang Hong's shirt, feeling quite disgusted by the greasy touch of his face. Lin Ke was furious. Wu Ge shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hong, just as the two were about to walk out when the security guards rushed in. They blocked Lin Ke and Wu Ji's way. Boss, are you okay? The head of security asked anxiously. Zhang Hong didn't say a word. He just gave him a look. The head of security understood Zhang Hong's intention and pulled out a rubber baton from his waist. He shouted aggressively at Lin Ke. Who do you think you are? Brothers, get him. Seeing a swarm of security guards rushing at them, Lin Ke and Wu Ge exchanged a knowing smile. They had already anticipated that Zhang Hong wouldn't let things go easily. However, Zhang Hong still hadn't learned his lesson last time. Wu Ge had already taken care of several of his guards. Moreover, this time, they had Lin Ke on their side. Even if Zhang Hong had a greater number and quality of guards than last time, they were still no match for Lin Ke and Wu Ge. The two sides clashed. Fists and feet flying, batons swinging. Lin Ke and Wu Ge were figures who weren't afraid of assassins or pirates. How could they be hurt by these petty security guards? It looked like a fierce fight, but in reality, it was the guards who were taking the beating. In less than 15 minutes, only Lin Ke and Wu Ge remained standing intact, while the guards lay sprawled on the ground in various positions. If someone could look down from above, they would see a shape resembling a blossoming flower, with the guards lying on the ground like petals and Lin Ke and Wu Ge as the center. Zhang Hong understood that these guards were no match for Lin Ke and thought that with so many guards, at least Lin Ke should get hurt a bit, right? But to his surprise, Lin Ke was unscathed, and the security team was completely wiped out. Seeing Lin Ke approaching him, Zhang Hong took a timid step back. What do you want? He asked, fearing that Lin Ke might take him out right then and there. I can throw your useless son in jail. And I will make you pay a price too. Remember that. Lin Ke's eyes glinted with murderous intent. After saying that, he delivered a punch like lightning to Zhang Hong's abdomen. Consider this as the interest I'm collecting first. I'll settle the rest with you later. Including the principal and interest, Lin Ke whispered slowly in Zhang Hong's ear. Zhang Hong doubled over, clutching his stomach, and retched violently after receiving Lin Ke's heavy punch. Lin Ke pushed Zhang Hong away, his gaze sharp, and left Dongwang International with Wu Ge without looking back. Since Zhang Hong wanted his life, Lin Ke's goal was to ensure that Zhang Hong would never recover. Simply killing Zhang Hong wouldn't suffice. Even if he were dead, Dongwang could still operate. And it could become a problem for Lin Ke again one day. What Lin Ke needed to do was to erase everything related to Zhang Hong from existence, preventing any hope of revival for the Zhang family. Zhang Hong glared hatefully at Lin Ke's receding figure. If looks could kill, Lin Ke would have been sliced to pieces by now. Angrily, Zhang Hong returned to his office and punched the computer monitor, then picked it up and smashed it against the cabinet. The broken monitor emitted black smoke, while account books and shards of glass scattered around, leaving the entire room in disarray. Zhang Hong sat in his office chair, panting heavily, his face flushed with anger that refused to subside. After a moment, he took down an oil painting from the wall, revealing a safe behind it. He turned the combination lock, entered the code, and retrieved an old mobile phone from inside. After inserting the SIM card, he dialed the number of the assassin organization. Why is the pig still alive? Zhang Hong said, his tone sharp and filled with irritation. He had spent 30 million and still failed to kill Lin Ke, even getting beaten up by him in the process. How could he not be furious? The pig has teeth and has gained weight. The weight you reported is incorrect. The pig handlers were all outsmarted. Came the cold voice from the other end of the line, devoid of any emotion, as if the loss of a few of his men meant nothing to him. What weight did you record? Zhang Hong pressed, unwilling to let Lin Ke go so easily. 2 tons. The contact replied with the price. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong shouted angrily, do you have no integrity? You're raising the price after the fact. Who would dare do business with you again? Huh? Raising the price? Do you know how much it costs to train a pig handler? At least 10 million, plus nearly 20 years of time investment. By taking your job, I just lost 5 men. If you don't want to proceed, then forget it. Don't contact us again. The contact was about to hang up. Wait, hold on. Let me think. Zhang Hong quickly interjected. Standing by the window, Zhang Hong gazed out at the towering buildings of Yang City, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The asking price of 200 million was outrageous, but this was one of the most reliable assassin organizations in China. If he canceled the deal, he might never get another chance to contact them again. However, suddenly being asked to come up with 200 million was a significant obstacle for his company's liquidity. While he was still hesitating, images of Lin Ke's smug face and Zhang Chang's tearful expression in prison flashed through his mind. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, the flesh on his face trembling, his inner fury erupting like volcanic lava. Fine, but you have to kill him first, and then I'll pay. Zhang Hong, fearing another failure, proposed a payment method after the job. No. In our line of work, payment is made up front. The contact rejected the idea. But considering the previous failure, he added, don't worry, this time we will definitely handle it. We'll send our best people. We need to trust each other a bit more, don't we? At this point, Zhang Hong was already consumed by rage. Especially since Lin Ke had previously mentioned wanting to take action against Dong Huang. Although he looked down on Xiaoxing, Lin Ke's connection to the Lin Group would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Dong Huang. It would be best to resolve the Lin Ke issue as soon as possible. 2 tons, just 2 tons. I hope this time you don't tarnish your reputation, Zhang Hong said in anger, transferring 200 million to the other party's account. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Ke and brother Wu returned to the villa, and Lin Ke was also making his move. Lin Ke took out his phone and called old Jiu. Lin Xiu, is there something troubling you that you suddenly called this old man? Old Jiu asked with a smile, without beating around the bush or engaging in small talk. Lin Ke got straight to the point. Old Jiu, I need your help. I plan to take action against Dong Huang and would like you to sell me all the companies in Yang City that have business conflicts with Dong Huang International. I'm offering 50 billion. Pfft. Cough cough. On the other end, old Jiu was caught off guard by Lin Ke's bold offer of 50 billion just as he lifted his teacup, nearly choking on it. As the storm approached, old Jiu learned that Lin Ke had actually bid 5 billion to acquire all the companies that had business conflicts with Dong Huang. This left old Jiu quite shocked. Lin Xiaoyu, if you're targeting Dong Huang International, I support you. However, 5 billion is indeed excessive. These companies are worth at most 3 to 4 billion altogether. Old Jiu regarded Lin Ke as a friend and shared the true value of these companies with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke felt an increased fondness for old Jiu. He had also done his calculations. The 5 billion bid was merely a way to demonstrate his sincerity. Bringing down Dong Huang was essential, and acquiring these companies was a crucial part of that plan. As long as Dong Huang fell, Lin Ke was willing to pay a price. Thank you, old Jiu. Let's stick with 5 billion. The extra is my sincerity. I can't let you suffer a loss, Lin Ke said earnestly, although he was still young. As a wealthy second-generation heir, he had already mastered the intricacies of business. On the surface, his insistence on giving old Jiu an extra billion seemed foolish. But both he and old Jiu understood the long-term vision behind it. By seemingly overpaying, Lin Ke secured old Jiu's support. Knowing that when the time came for a real confrontation with Dong Huang, old Jiu would not stand idly by. I knew I was right about you from the start. All right, 5 billion it is. Go all out. Old Jiu laughed heartily. His words undoubtedly provided Lin Ke with a boost of confidence, implying that he could act freely with old Jiu's backing. With old Jiu's commitment secured, Lin Ke personally took over the companies. The legal entity of Hongfei Construction Company Limited was changed to Lin Ke. Jiandong Company S legal entity was changed to Lin Ke. Lonji Company S legal entity was changed to Lin Ke. One by one, the legal entities of the companies quietly transformed into Lin Ke's name. At this moment, Yangcheng was already in turmoil. Although no one realized that these companies were aimed at targeting Dong Huang, most simply thought Lin Ke wanted to expand the business of Xiaoxing. However, one person in Yangcheng began to panic, Zhang Hong. Seeing company after company with business conflicts with Dong Huang fall under Lin Ke's control left him feeling flustered. At the same time, he was relieved that he had spent 200 million to hire assassins. Otherwise, if Lin Ke used these companies to wage an economic war against Dong Huang, the latter could be dragged down. Lin Ke, go ahead and buy. Soon enough, you'll be in the news, Zhang Hong said, standing by the television, waiting for news of Lin Ke's assassination to appear on the broadcast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Xinran noticed a sudden movement of funds in Lin Ke's account and hurried to the villa. Upon arriving, she was stopped by Demi for a check. Seeing the villa's drastically different decor and the cautious demeanor of Demi, an ominous premonition washed over her. She guessed that something must have happened to Lin Ke. Entering the hall, she saw Wu Gu standing with a gun at the side, while Lin Ke was busy with company matters. You're here? Have a seat, Lin Ke said without looking up, continuing his work. Why did you suddenly use so much money? Is something going on? Wu Xinran asked with concern. Lin Ke lifted her head and stared into Wu Xinran's eyes, seeing nothing but care for her, rather than worries about the impact of significant fund usage on her performance. Only then did Lin Ke put down her work and say to Wu Xinran, "Did you notice anything different about the villa when you came in?" Wu Xinran looked around and vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint it, so she shook her head in confusion. "I've installed a weapon defense system throughout the villa. The reason I did this is that I've been targeted for assassination by a professional assassin," Lin Ke said nonchalantly. Wu Xinran was so shocked, she couldn't find her voice. She knew Lin Ke was a formidable person. After all, she had once single-handedly taken down a dozen thugs without breaking a sweat. Now, however, she was being so cautious, which revealed just how dangerous it was to face these assassins. "Who sent them? Why not call the police?" Wu Xinran asked, not understanding why Lin Ke wouldn't report such an incident and instead chose to bear the burden alone. "Call the police? The police can't possibly guard me 24/7, right? That would only alert the snake in the grass. Even if I am safe, my family could still be at risk. What I need to do is eliminate the threat completely," Lin Ke replied. "I already know it was Zhang Hong who sent them, and now I just need to wait for the fish to bite." She gestured for Wu Xinran to look at her notebook. Wu Xinran leaned in to check the information about the companies on the computer. Gradually, she began to see the connection. These companies have business conflicts with Zhang Hong, and you want to push him to the brink. You want him to send assassins after you? Wu Xinran asked. "Smart as ever. Right now, I'm waging an economic war against Zhang Hong. The more people he sends, the happier I am. I'll eventually catch him in the act of hiring assassins. When that happens, I'll make sure he regrets it." Lin Ke was genuinely furious this time. For her own safety and that of her family, she was willing to do anything to bring down Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong really doesn't know when to quit. You've already spared him once, and he still sends assassins after you. Lin Ke, go ahead and wage your economic war. I'll help cut off Dong Huang's funding, Wu Xinran said. Having learned that Lin Ke had been in life-threatening danger, rarely angry, she decided to assist Lin Ke, aiming to ensure that Dong Huang would never recover. "That is wonderful. Thank you." Hearing that the usually selfless Wu Xinran would use her influence for her sake moved Lin Ke deeply. She pulled Wu Xinran into an embrace, greedily inhaling the jasmine scent from her hair. "As long as you're okay," Wu Xinran murmured softly while leaning against Lin Ke. "You smell so good." "I don't want to let go," Lin Ke joked, suddenly realizing how close they were. With her face flushed, Wu Xinran wriggled free from Lin Ke's embrace. "How shameless. Wu Ge is still here." Wu Xinran teased Lin Ke. Wu Ge, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "Don't mind me, my eyesight isn't great." "I didn't see anything." Just as Wu Ge finished speaking, the villa's alarm sounded again. "Master, another assassin is approaching the villa." Rice pouted and put her hands on her hips. Faced with the relentless wave of assassins, even this artificial intelligence was quite furious. "Here they come again? This time they won't get away," Lin Ke sneered. "It's not like last time. With the weapon defense system installed in the villa, not even a fly could get in." The holographic display revealed the positions of those people. Wu Xinran felt a tight knot in her stomach, her expression grave. Meanwhile, Wu Ge and Lin Ke sat nonchalantly on the sofa, as if waiting for a movie about to premiere. 183 without any ability to fight back. Lin Ke recalled the power of the weapon defense system and reminded Wu Xinran, "Xinran, you should go into the inner room. It's going to get bloody in here, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." However, the usually strong-willed Wu Xinran was not easily persuaded. "I watch action and war movies all the time. I'm not some pampered little princess," she replied defiantly. Seeing that Wu Xinran insisted on staying to watch, Lin Ke could only helplessly shrug her shoulders. At that moment, the assassin squad had already approached the villa, and this time, the organization had sent only the elite. Every member of the assassin squad had been meticulously selected through life and death battles. They were as cold-blooded as machines. If they didn't T-strike, it was fine, but once they did, blood was guaranteed. Only blood could satiate this group of bloodthirsty fiends. The killer's eyes were filled with murderous intent, sharp as swords. And the gathered killing aura sent a chilling sensation through the air, making the sky seem darker. Even from behind the screen, Wu Xinran felt a shiver at the sight of those killers' eyes. Yet, having boasted earlier, she felt compelled to keep watching, though her legs felt weak. And she stumbled backward a bit. A pair of strong hands steadied her from behind, and when Wu Xinran turned around, she saw Lin Ke. "Don't be afraid. They can't get in." Lin Ke helped Wu Xinran sit down on the sofa. The three of them settled on the couch, watching the holographic projection. Apart from Wu Xinran's evident nervousness, neither Lin Ke nor Wu Ge showed much emotional fluctuation, maintaining a calm demeanor as if faced with a mountain crumbling before them. The assassins this time were all elite, with clear divisions of labor and professional assault methods. Every trap left by Wu Ge was deftly neutralized without exception. "These guys are really impressive. My traps could go unnoticed by most people, yet they found them all," Wu Ge remarked, staring at the holographic screen in admiration. However, Seeing how formidable the assassins were also made him uneasy. If Lin Ke's weapon defense system couldn't withstand them, all three of them would perish here today. Continue forward. It's a disgrace for our organization that such useless fools were taken out by these traps. The leader of the assassins said coldly as he looked at the disabled traps, a hint of disdain in his eyes. But they were unaware that a tremendous change had already taken place inside the villa. With the weapon defense system installed, the villa had transformed into a monster armed to the teeth. Any assassin daring enough to step inside would become its prey. As the last assassin entered the villa, the main door slammed shut. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of alarms blared, causing even the battle-hardened killers to panic slightly. Second team. Scale the wall and provide support from outside. The villa was just too strange. The arrogant team leader had no choice but to take this seriously. The second team received the order, ready to use grappling hooks to scale the wall, when suddenly flames erupted from both sides of the wall. The entire wall transformed into a wall of fire, the high temperature causing the air to shimmer and distort, waves of heat crashing down. The 5 members of Team 2 instantly became engulfed in flames. The 5 of them let out heart-wrenching screams, rolling on the ground, yet unable to extinguish the fire consuming their bodies. In the end, they curled up, reduced to charred remains, blackened like coal. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh, reminiscent of the chilling scent found in a crematorium. Just like that, Team 2 was obliterated in an instant. And the remaining members felt a deep-seated fear as they witnessed the agonized and struggling expressions of their comrades. The leader of the assassins finally realized the gravity of the situation. Lin Ke clearly had no intention of letting them leave alive. Damn it, we're trapped in here. We have to find Lin Ke, otherwise we'll never get out. Knowing they had no way to escape, the assassin leader resolved to go down fighting, planning to confront Lin Ke with all the assassins in a desperate bid for survival. However, this time, they never even caught a glimpse of Lin Ke. Buzz. Buzz. The alarms in the villa continued to blare, sounding like the whispers of a demon, or perhaps the tolling of a death knell. After Dammy took control of the weapon defense system, the ruthlessness of the artificial intelligence was evident. It followed logic and commands without a hint of sympathy or humanity. Guns, arrows, and daggers appeared from all directions in the villa, attacking the assassin squad from every angle. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was followed by an eerie silence. The place had turned into a hellish battlefield, the blood flowing so thickly it resembled syrup, dark red in color. The assassins lay sprawled on the ground, their limbs scattered. And under such a relentless assault, it was a tremendous stroke of luck to have remained mostly intact. Surprise, fear, regret, each assassin wore a different expression. Yet all were frozen in that final moment of life. Dong. The old clock in the hall chimed, marking the end of their lives. Its tone both haunting and mournful. Meanwhile, Wu Xinran had never truly seen a dead person, let alone someone dying in such a brutal manner. The thick scent of blood filled the villa, and as a breeze brushed by, the stench wafted into her nostrils, instantly causing her stomach to churn. She covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Wow. Wu Xinran gagged repeatedly while Lin Ke stood beside her, gently patting her back in a comforting manner and offering her a bottle of water. Rinse your mouth. I told you not to push yourself. Now you're throwing up like you're pregnant. Lin Ke teased with a light laugh. Careful, you might end up with one of your own, Wu Xinran exclaimed, only to realize her words were inappropriate. Embarrassed, she playfully punched Lin Ke's arm. At that moment, Dammy's robots were cleaning up the battlefield, and the piercing alarm in the villa finally ceased. Wu Ge stepped into the thick, sticky pool of blood and frowned at the brutal scene of the battle. Even a seasoned veteran like him, who had witnessed life and death many times, felt a chill of fear. Just then, a blood-soaked assassin suddenly burst out from the pile of bodies, taking advantage of the moment when Dammy was cleaning up the area. He dashed out through the open door. When Wu Ge saw that there was still a survivor, he was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Lin Ke. Why are you holding me back? There's still a survivor, Wu Ge asked anxiously. I let Dammy release him on purpose, just to provoke Zhang Hong, Lin Ke replied with a sly smile. If Zhang Hong finds out that even after sending so many assassins, he still couldn't take me down, he'll definitely be furious. Just the thought of it made Lin Ke unable to contain her laughter. 184 Economic warfare begins. I spent 200 million, just to hear the phrase. Is Lin Ke still alive? You bunch of scammers, trash, worthless. Hearing the assassin organization mention that Lin Ke was still alive, Zhang Hong was furious, kicking his office desk in anger. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You're just trying to con me. That place is not an ordinary luxury residence. It's practically a small military base. The other side was also enraged, sending out 20 elite members, leaving only one survivor while the rest were killed. Such losses left their organization completely depleted, to the point where they couldn't recover for at least another decade or two. You say this without evidence. How do I know if you even sent anyone out? If this leaks out, I wonder who would dare to do business with you again. Spending 200 million and not seeing a single result. How can Zhang Hong accept that? He even suspected that this assassin organization was a group of fraudsters, deliberately trying to scam him. However, in underground dealings like this, there were no legal protections, leaving Zhang Hong feeling helpless and unable to voice his grievances. I'll send you the video of the villa. Let us see what you have to say then. For an assassin organization, credibility is everything. Otherwise, no one would be foolish enough to do business with them again. Ding. Before long, Zhang Hong received an encrypted email on his computer. He snorted coldly and opened the email, which contained a video. Zhang Hong pressed play, and suddenly a violent explosion erupted from the speakers. Startled, he jumped. His eyes glued to the screen. Blood splattered everywhere, body parts flying, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the assassins. Even through the screen, Zhang Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Hong stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Where did Lin Ke get these things? As he regained his composure, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he muttered to himself. The contact on the other end of the phone, knowing Zhang Hong had finished watching the video, spoke up. Since you've seen the video, our cooperation ends here. You spent 200 million on me. And this is the explanation I get? Zhang Hong angrily rebuked the contact, hoping to pressure them into continuing the assassination of Lin Ke. He had already heard that Lin Ke was going to wage an economic war against him, compared to the losses from that. The money spent on assassins was just a drop in the bucket. Explanation? Who will explain the 19 lives I lost? If you hadn't kept this information from us, we wouldn't have suffered such massive losses. Not killing you is already showing you mercy, the contact said coldly, their tone chilling. Even through the screen, Zhang Hong could sense the murderous intent from the other side. It dawned on him that they were an assassin organization, although he was the employer. He couldn't be sure they wouldn't turn on him. When the call ended, Zhang Hong felt a mix of guilt and fear. Since the assassin organization was unwilling to help him further, there was no point in keeping the phone any longer. Overcome with dread, Zhang Hong quickly disposed of the phone, contemplating how to deal with Lin Ke next. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhang Hong's face was cold, his expression grim. He saw his secretary, clutching a stack of documents, hurriedly saying, President Zhang, something's wrong. What is it? Why the panic? Do you want me to fire you right now? Zhang Hong was already in a foul mood, and seeing his secretary's frantic demeanor made him an easy target for his anger. The secretary was taken aback by Zhang Hong's outburst. After steadying herself, she spoke through tears. President Zhang, many companies that have business conflicts with Dongwang have united to announce their merger with Chaoxing, becoming part of the Chaoxing Group. They are now launching various attacks against Dongwang. Our company has been retreating continuously and is about to collapse. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Zhang Hong quickly snatched the documents from her hands and saw the alarming red-highlighted data. His heart raced and his breathing became rapid. These companies were clearly targeting Dongwang. He never expected Lin Ke to act so swiftly. Overwhelmed, he suddenly felt darkness closing in and fainted. President Zhang! President Zhang! The secretary rushed over to support him and called for emergency medical assistance. Meanwhile, in a hotel conference room, numerous company executives were gathered. Lin Ke sat at the head of the table, presiding over the first meeting of the Chaoxing Group. The executives knew that before joining Chaoxing, they had close ties with Jiu Lao and Lin Ke, but now they were under Lin Ke's command. Although some still felt resentful, they dared not express it in the meeting. They were uncertain about what this move would mean for their companies. Lin President, did you summon us for a specific purpose? One executive asked. I know many of you are feeling some discontent about suddenly being under my leadership. I want to change the structure of your companies. My only requirement is one, crush Dongwang. Lin Ke's words were assertive. The attendees were already aware of the conflict between Lin Ke and Zhang Hong, and they had received instructions from Jiu Lao to target Dongwang and their business operations. However, the thought of engaging in a fierce battle with Dongwang, where both sides could suffer significant losses, was concerning for their companies. Lin President, defeating Dongwang will significantly impact our companies. I believe this approach is unwise, one executive spoke up. The others echoed his worries. Lin Ke had anticipated such objections and smirked slightly. I hope you remember that from now on, all of you are part of my company, under the Chaoxing Group. Of course, I want to let you work for nothing. If anyone incurs losses during this process, report it to me, and I will reimburse you. Who's in favor? Who's against? Lin Ke leaned on the table, waiting for their responses. The executives were not foolish. If they didn't confront Dongwang, they risked losing their positions. If they did engage, Lin Ke promised to cover their losses. To show their support for their new leader, the executives raised their hands one by one. I agree. I've long been fed up with Dongwang. Since Lin has said so, let's take him down. With someone as solid as Lin backing us, Everyone present unanimously agreed to the proposal to bring down Dong Huang. Lin was very pleased with their response. A faint smile broke through his stern face. He clapped his hands and said, "Waiter, bring out the dishes." One delicious dish after another was served on the table, and amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone couldn't help but flatter Lin. After the mobilization meeting ended, the entire Yang city was shaken to its core, no matter what business Dong Huang was involved in. The Super God Group would target it unconditionally. They were willing to go to any lengths, even if it meant inflicting 1,000 casualties to themselves for every enemy they took down. Dong Huang is an established company with a well-known reputation and strength. For this bidding, we are willing to invest 30 million. During the bidding meeting, Dong Huang's representatives were placing their bids when another bidder raised their hand and declared, "We at Xinpeng are willing to invest 40 million. The crowd gasped in shock. This project, at best, could earn a maximum of 40 million. Xinpeng's offer essentially meant they were willing to work for free. Who conducts business like this? Are you challenging Dong Huang? 40 million? Are you out of your mind? Dong Huang's representatives exclaimed in frustration. Yes, we are here to challenge Dong Huang. Go ahead, raise your bid. Xinpeng's representatives laughed arrogantly. Having been suppressed by Dong Huang for so long, they were finally given the green light from above to stand tall. Seeing the look of defeat on Dong Huang's faces brought them an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Just wait and see, one of Dong Huang's representatives shot back before storming out of the bidding meeting. They quickly dialed the headquarters of Dong Huang. What is going on? Even Xinpeng dares to target us now? It's not just Xinpeng. Most companies in Yang City that have conflicts with Dong Huang are now targeting us. You all need to be more vigilant during this time, the person at Dong Huang headquarters said before hanging up. Meanwhile, in Yang City, such scenes were rampant. Every aspect of Dong Huang's business was facing multiple pressures. The opponent's strategy was simple. No matter what means they used, they aimed to steal Dong Huang's business. Even if they didn't profit, they wouldn't hand it over to Dong Huang. The Super God Group's ungrateful actions sent shockwaves through Yang City. Lin Yongxing heard the news immediately and rushed to find Lin Ke. What is going on? How could this cause such a commotion? This kind of economic warfare is just burning money. Lin Yongxing knew that Lin Ke's large-scale actions meant spending billions every day, which only heightened his anxiety. Lin Ke stood on the balcony, gazing at the rising and falling tides of the sea as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. While fierce battles raged on outside, he appeared completely indifferent. Dad, this time don't interfere. I want to take down Dong Huang myself. As for the reasons, please don't ask, Lin Ke said, narrowing his eyes as the sea breeze gently tousled his long hair. He couldn't bring himself to tell Lin Yongxing about the assassination attempt by Zhang Hong. Lin Yongxing was his Achilles heel. If Lin Ke heard that Lin Yongxing had been attacked, he would be 10 times angrier and lose all rationality. The same applied to Lin Yongxing. No one understands a father better than his son. Lin Ke was the second person, after Yang Mingzhu, who knew Lin Yongxing the best. I believe you are a person of discretion. Since you have made your decision, I will support you unconditionally. Lin Yongxing was unclear about Lin Ke's reasons for confronting Dong Huang, but he had noticed the changes in Lin Ke during this time. Lin Ke was no longer the impulsive young man he used to be. In fact, when it came to handling matters, he was even more composed than Lin Yongxing, who had been through the ups and downs of the business world for many years. Thanks, Dad, but for now, I don't need your help. Amir Dong Huang isn't something I'm worried about, Lin Ke said with a smile, putting his arm around Lin Yongxing's shoulders. The two of them, framed by the setting sun, looked like brothers heading home from school. The bond between father and son was deeply touching. Mom, Dad, I promise I won't let anything threaten your lives. Lin Ke vowed silently in his heart. He was determined to eliminate any threats to his and his family's safety with swift and decisive action. The economic battle between the Super God Group and Dong Huang had already stirred up quite a buzz in Yang City, and it was common knowledge. Online discussions about the two companies were heated. After all, Dong Huang is an established company. I don't think they'll lose this time. This might just be Super God Group trying to make a name for itself since it just started. Lots of noise, but little substance. It will settle down soon. One commenter suggested. I don't see it that way. Lin Ke is someone who can create miracles. The way he carries himself doesn't look like he's just playing around. Another replied. Netizens even started a poll on forums, and some dark websites opened betting pools to wager on who would ultimately win this economic battle. However, most people favored Dong Huang. Television stations reported on the economic war between the two companies, bringing in professors from Southwest Economic University to analyze the situation. As everyone knows, the economic battle between Super God Group and Dong Huang is making headlines. For this segment, we've invited Professor Wu to provide insights. Professor Wu, who do you think will emerge victorious in this economic war? Professor Wu adjusted his sparse hair, pushed up his thick glasses. and said with a vacant look in his eyes, "In this economic battle, I lean towards Dong Huang International. After all, Super God Group has just been established, and it lacks cohesion. Coupled with its reckless strategy, internal issues will surely arise soon. At that point, the winner will become clear." Professor Wu's insights were indeed sharp. Following this, it was time for commercials. Zhang Hong turned off the TV. Although many people were optimistic about Dong Huang, he alone knew how dire the situation was. In the economic battle against Super God, the company's funds were rapidly depleting, and without a new source of income, Dong Huang would truly collapse. "Mr. Zhang, it's bad. Our company's system has completely crashed," his secretary shouted in a panic before even entering the room. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Hong opened his computer. But the screen was stuck on one image. No matter how he clicked, he couldn't exit. Where were the network maintenance personnel in the company? Zhang Hong stared at the image of the fat pig on the computer, fuming with rage. "Manager, the IT team has no way to handle this breach," the secretary said dejectedly from the side. Useless, useless. Go get Shin Yunqi for me." With Dong Huang's business facing setbacks and even the headquarters being targeted by hackers, Zhang Hong was already seeing stars from anger. "Did you call for me, Mr. Zhang?" Moments later, Shin Yunqi timidly stood beside him, wary of provoking his wrath. "It's all your fault, you wretch." Zhang Hong slapped Shin Yunqi across the face, leaving a series of red handprints on her cheek. Chapter 186. Chaos and Dong Huang, why are you hitting me? Shin Yunqi shouted angrily. Ever since Zhang Chang was sent to prison, she had been especially obedient, not daring to offend Zhang Hong. Today, after being inexplicably summoned by Zhang Hong, she received a slap across the face, which left her furious. "It's all because of you. You wretched woman. Don't think I don't know. If it weren't for you goading my son, would he have become enemies with Lin Ke? How did he end up in such a miserable situation? If he hadn't repeatedly warned me not to touch you before going in, you would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish a long time ago." Now, Dong Huang was in such a dire situation. In the root of it all was this woman standing in front of her. A cunning and scheming man like Zhang Hong would surely see the underlying issues. Despite having advised his son Zhang Chang time and again that someone like Shin Yunqi was just for fun, he never expected Zhang Chang would end up on a path of no return. "Why don't you blame Lin Ke? He's the one who harmed Zhang Chang. Taking it out on a woman like me is just cowardice." Shin Yunqi glared, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, covering her stinging cheek as she looked at Zhang Hong with resentment. Zhang Hong's hand, which resembled a large fan, hovered in the air, and he felt an urge to slap Shin Yunqi dead. But remembering his son's warnings, he lowered his hand. "Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you again," Zhang Hong shouted, pointing at the open door. Though Shin Yunqi hated Zhang Hong and felt bitterness, she didn't dare to say anything further. She shot him a glare, mentally marking the slap she had just received, and stormed out. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was commanding Dammy to infiltrate Dong Huang's system. To Dammy, Dong Huang's network defenses were shockingly outdated. Facing a super AI like Dammy was akin to Native Americans encountering well-armed British soldiers. With their inferior technology, they were bound to be defeated, having no chance to fight back. Infiltrating such a network was so easy for Dammy that it felt somewhat boring. The little girl sat in her chair, swinging her legs and yawning. "Master, I've stolen all of Dong Huang's data, and their network is currently paralyzed. How should we handle this data?" Dammy asked Lin Ke. Hearing Dammy's report, Lin Ke felt secretly delighted. Dammy was indeed very useful, and she was glad she hadn't shut her down earlier. "Send the data that benefits our subsidiaries to them, and completely delete the rest," Lin Ke instructed Dammy. At that moment, Dong Huang was in complete chaos, with everyone in the company acting like ants on a hot pan, frantically running around. No one in Dong Huang could resist Dammy's invasion, and feeling helpless, they chose the most foolish yet simple solution: cut off the network and reinstall the operating system on every computer. Zhang Hong looked grave as he watched his busy subordinates, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier actions. Had he known Lin Ke was such a formidable character, he would never have recklessly hired assassins to target her. But now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself for the storm of Lin Ke's furious retaliation. "Can we catch the intruder?" Zhang Hong asked the technicians. As long as they could identify the hacker, he could leverage that to take legal action against Lin Ke. The technicians shook their heads in frustration. Having worked as a programmer for many years, both as a black hat and a white hat, this was the first time he encountered such a challenging intrusion. The hacker was like a ghost, no matter what techniques they employed to trace them. They found no traces at all. The entire system seemed to be cursed and had completely crashed. "We can't find anything. Their technology is simply too advanced. This is the first time I've seen an intrusion like this. There's nothing we can do." He had to admit that their opponent's skills were decades ahead of theirs. When will it be fixed? Can the data on the computer be saved? Zhang Hong had given up hope that this group of inept technicians could accomplish anything. He just wanted the company to return to normal operations as soon as possible. The fastest will be 3 hours. We can only restore the system to prevent the company computers from crashing further. As for whether the data can be saved, I can't guarantee anything. After such a major failure, the technicians bore the greatest responsibility, and their voices had grown weak. Incompetent fools, Zhang Hong said coldly before returning to his office. 3 hours later, all the computers had been reinstalled with the system and could finally restart. Zhang Hong hurried over, but when he opened the first computer, despair washed over him completely. The data on this machine had been completely wiped. A computer without data was utterly worthless. It might as well be scrap metal. Open all the computers, Zhang Hong shouted in anger, his eyes rolling back. He ordered everyone to turn on their machines. Sure enough, none of the computers had any data left. Lin Ke. Lin Ke. Zhang Hong's chest heaved as he murmured her name, and in that moment, the fury inside him erupted like a volcano. Damn it, Lin Ke, I want you dead. In a fit of rage, Zhang Hong smashed the computer on the table to the ground. All the employees in the company were terrified by his outburst, afraid to even breathe. Dong Wang wasn't just suffering from data loss this time. They were also facing a significant financial hit. This data loss had caused Dong Wang nearly 500 million in losses, not to mention the many troubles that would follow. Already short on funds, Dong Wang was now in an even worse situation after this hacker attack. Cheers. In a villa, Lin Ke, having obtained all of Dong Wang's data, was overjoyed and was celebrating with Brother Wu. Lin Ke's radiant smile stood in stark contrast to Zhang Hong's gloomy demeanor. Impressive. Really impressive. Brother Wu kept praising the artificial intelligence named Demi, as a man of his stature held those with knowledge and skills in high regard. Even when Lin Ke told Brother Wu that Demi was just an AI, he was still quite impressed. Demi, receiving such praise from Brother Wu, was as happy as a little sparrow, bouncing around joyfully. After successfully striking a blow to Dong Wang, Lin Ke dialed Wu Xinran's number. Xinran. I've already drained a significant amount of liquidity from Dong Wang, and now their funds are running low. They will likely come looking for you soon. This step taken by Wu Xinran is also crucial in bringing down Dong Wang. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to cut off their funding sources. After saying this, Wu Xinran hung up the phone. As expected, Zhang Hong, who was short on funds, went to find Wu Xinran. This time, Zhang Hong approached her without the usual air of a super VIP, showering her with flattery. Zhang Hong's alliance, Mr. Zhang, what brings you here today? Wu Xinran greeted Zhang Hong with a very professional fake smile, warmly welcoming him. Although she was aware of Zhang Hong's purpose, she pretended not to know and feigned curiosity. Minister Wu, I'm here to apply for a loan of 3 billion. Zhang Hong was visibly anxious. Dong Wang was facing continuous setbacks, and without new funds, it would be inevitable for Dong Wang to be swallowed by Super God. Oh, a loan? Do you have the documents with you? Let me take a look. Wu Xinran slowly took the information from Zhang Hong and began to flip through it at a leisurely pace. She examined each page multiple times, while Zhang Hong felt like he was going to explode, rolling his eyes in frustration. Minister Wu, I've been a loyal customer of your bank for a long time. Is the review really necessary to be this detailed? He pressed, desperate for a quicker response. Wu Xinran could afford to take her time, but Zhang Hong could not. With every passing minute, Dong Wang's business territory was being eroded by Lin Ke. Mr. Zhang, please don't rush. Have some tea. After all, 30 billion is no small amount. If any mistakes occur, even I wouldn't be able to bear that kind of responsibility, Wu Xinran said with a faint smile, continuing to stall for time. She flipped through the documents, barely suppressing her amusement. There was no way Zhang Hong was getting a single penny from her today. Mr. Zhang, please wait here for a moment while I have my subordinate conduct further investigations. Wu Xinran took the documents and walked out, leaving Zhang Hong alone in the office. His phone rang incessantly, filled with calls from the company, and in frustration, Zhang Hong tossed his phone to his secretary. Restless, he paced back and forth in the room. Time ticked by, and the calls grew more frequent. Turn it off. Turn it off. Annoyed by the constant ringing, Zhang Hong instructed his secretary to silence the phone. Growing impatient, he began searching for Wu Xinran. When he spotted her leisurely enjoying afternoon tea, his face turned almost green with anger. However, knowing he needed something from her, he forced himself to suppress his rage and managed a smile, asking, Minister Wu, it's been almost 2 hours. Can you please give me an answer? Wu Xinran glanced at her watch, realizing she could no longer delay. She feigned a look of sudden realization and exclaimed, Oh dear. I completely forgot in the midst of everything. Mr. Zhang, I have news regarding your loan. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and smiled at Wu Xinran. When will the funds be dispersed? Interest isn't an issue. As long as I can secure the loan, any wait will be worth it. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, but I regret to inform you that your company's risk assessment is currently too high, and the headquarters has rejected your loan application. Wu Xinran sighed helplessly. as if the one lacking funds was her, not Zhang Hong. One must admit, women are natural actors, leaving Zhang Hong at a loss for words. All right, great. Before coming here, Zhang Hong had heard rumors about the close relationship between Wu Xinran and Lin Ke. Now, Wu Xinran has rejected his loan and confirmed the news. Zhang Hong, who had been delayed for so long, shot Wu Xinran a fierce glare before leaving in a huff. He rushed to other branches and found Lu Xiaojun. Lu Xiaojun was known for being quite slick. He dared not offend Zhang Hong, nor could he afford to upset Lin Ke and Wu Xinran. So, he engaged in a game of verbal sparring with Zhang Hong, neither directly refusing him nor agreeing to grant the loan. Mr. Zhang, I will definitely take care of your matter. Lu Xiaojun promised verbally, but behind the scenes, he kept dragging his feet. He seemed busy, yet he accomplished nothing. Zhang Hong spent several more hours at the branch, with no news about the loan. Mr. Zhang, I think Lu Xiaojun might be stalling us. The secretary whispered to Zhang Hong, noticing something was off with Lu Xiaojun. Zhang Hong's expression turned cold. He knew Lu Xiaojun was playing games with him. However, desperate for the loan, he had no choice but to wait. Lu Xiaojun, when will the loan be approved? Zhang Hong inquired. Soon, very soon. Mr. Zhang, if you find it hard to wait, you can go back for now. I promise to notify you the moment I have news. I'll call to push them right now. Lu Xiaojun replied, pulling out his phone and shouting into it. Can you speed up Mr. Zhang's loan? There's absolutely no efficiency here. How do you expect to do your job? After reprimanding them, he hung up the phone and smiled at Zhang Hong, saying, Mr. Zhang, as you can see, I've been calling to urge them. Zhang Hong held back his frustration. He couldn't afford to waste time with Lu Xiaojun. So he snorted coldly and left the branch with his secretary. With Dong Wang urgently in need of funds, he had to consider other options. Just then, unexpectedly, Li Qifeng called Zhang Hong. Presently, I'm really busy right now. Can we talk another day? Zhang Hong, feeling overwhelmed, was about to hang up. Li Qifeng said, Is it just about money? I'm bringing someone over to help you solve it. Zhang Hong was overjoyed to hear this and quickly reserved the table for dinner, waiting for Li Qifeng's arrival. After a while, Li Qifeng showed up with a bespectacled middle-aged man. Zhang Hong looked up and was pleasantly surprised. President Dong, it's you. Please, have a seat. Zhang Hong quickly invited both men to sit down. Mr. Zhang, I know you're in big trouble this time. To be honest, I also have some issues with Lin Ke. We can consider ourselves allies in this situation. That's why I've brought President Dong here to lend you a hand. Li Qifeng said with a smile. Although there was no conflict between his business and Zhang Hong's, Chaosheng was a strong competitor of Saming technology. How could Li Qifeng pass up the opportunity to strike a blow against Chaosheng through Dong Wang? Zhang Hong sighed. After years of navigating the business world, he knew he was being used as a pawn, yet he couldn't refuse. Zhang Hong let out a sigh and said with a wry smile, Thank you. Although I, Zhang Hong, don't want to be used as a pawn by others, I don't really have a reason to refuse right now, do I? As long as President Dong gives me the loan, I will definitely take down Chaosheng and show that inexperienced Lin Ke what the business world is really like. Haha. How many years has Lin Ke even been in business? The only reason he has gotten this far is because he has a bit of spare cash. I believe that soon, President Zhang will achieve success. I will fully support you. Li Qifeng laughed heartily, expressing his stance to Zhang Hong. Those who had previously had grievances with Lin Ke had surprisingly formed an alliance this time to take him on together. 188. Let's get him. The three of them discussed how to deal with Lin Ke, aiming to deliver a heavy blow in this economic war. Dong Hao quickly approved a loan for Zhang Hong. With the newfound funds, Zhang Hong's demeanor changed, his fighting spirit reignited. When Wu Xinran saw that the bank had approved a loan for Zhang Hong, she quickly realized that Dong Hao was behind it and that she had failed to cut off Zhang Hong's funding. Feeling guilty, she hurriedly arranged to meet Lin Ke. By coincidence, the place Wu Xinran chose was the same restaurant where Zhang Hong had just made a reservation. As Lin Ke and Wu Xinran walked in, they ran right into Zhang Hong and his companions coming out. As the saying goes, enemies meet with a burning intensity. Zhang Hong wished nothing more than for Lin Ke to die, and Lin Ke felt the same way about Zhang Hong. They passed each other, their gazes exchanging a palpable tension. Lin, it's wise to avoid making too many enemies when you're out and about, Zhang Hong sneered. A rabble can hardly stir up much trouble. They both smiled while concealing their daggers, pretending to be old friends before parting ways without another word. Once inside the private room, Wu Xinran lowered her head in guilt and said to Lin Ke, I'm sorry, I couldn't block Zhang Hong's funding because of Dong Hao's interference. It's fine. I haven't settled the score with Dong Hao yet. I've never liked him anyway. This time, I might as well deal with all of them at once. Lin Ke replied, ruffling Wu Xinran's hair to comfort her. Dong Hao's funding for Zhang Hong was merely prolonging his life and wouldn't affect the final outcome at all. She also reassured Wu Xinran not to be too hard on herself. Let's get the food served. I'll wash my hands in the restroom. Lin Ke said before standing up to head to the bathroom. By the sink, a scruffy thug glanced at Lin Ke, seeming unsure and taking a second look to confirm her appearance. Do you need something? Lin Ke asked coldly. And no, the thug stammered. Lin Ke paid him no mind, drying her hands before leaving. However, the thug recognized Lin Ke and, upon returning to his table, immediately boasted to his companions about having seen the legendary boss. The leader of the group, hearing Lin Ke's name, suddenly sobered up, gripping the thug's collar and demanding, "Where is Lin Ke? She's in that private room. Boss, do you have a grudge against her?" The thug pointed to Lin Ke's room and asked his leader, "I don't have a grudge against her, but I've been running with Zhang Hong and never had the chance to repay him. Now that Dong Huang is in trouble, if we can take care of Lin Ke, the crisis will be resolved," the leader declared. "Brothers, grab your weapons." He picked up a bottle and smashed it against the table, with the sound of shattering glass. The gang stood up menacingly, making their way towards Lin Ke's private room. The restaurant patrons were confused but, seeing such a fierce group, quickly scattered, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. "Lin Ke, get out here." The gang leader's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed towards the private room. Lin Ke had barely taken a bite of food, still unsure of the taste, when trouble came knocking at his door. The corners of Lin Ke's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he ignored the commotion outside and continued eating. Meanwhile, Wu Xinran was already pale with fear, completely losing her appetite. She took out her phone and called the police. "Damn it, you cowardly turtle, brothers, get him out here," the gang leader cursed. And upon hearing his command, several lackeys rushed into the private room. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of a scuffle erupted from within, but they were short-lived, fading quickly into silence. "Third brother, hurry up and grab him. What are you dawdling for?" the gang leader urged from outside. Yet, there was no response for a long time. The gang members exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening inside. "Worthless. Everyone, go in together." Just as the gang leader was about to lead his men into the fray, the first group of lackeys was thrown out by Lin Ke. "Xinran, keep eating here. I'll be back soon," Lin Ke said, putting down his chopsticks and walking out of the room. The gang members saw Lin Ke emerge, holding a chair and a bottle, and quickly surrounded him. Lin Ke cast a disdainful glance at these thugs. Though he didn't want to stir up trouble, he wouldn't shy away from it either. "Lin Ke, you can blame your bad luck for running into me. Brothers, attack." With a shout from the gang leader, the group surged toward Lin Ke. But Lin Ke was no longer the same person he once was. After countless life and death battles, both his skills and strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. One by one, he sent the thugs flying like ragdolls. The restaurant turned into a chaotic scene, with tables and chairs strewn about, and the gang members sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Lin Ke placed one foot on the gang leader's face and crouched down, coldly asking, "I have no grievances with you. Who sent you? Damn it, I'm done for today. Spare my brothers. If you have a grudge, come at me." The gang leader tried to take all the blame upon himself. "Is that so? Do you believe I could crush your head with one stomp?" Lin Ke pressed down slightly, and the gang leader felt as if his head might explode from the intense pain, letting out a howl. Seeing their boss under Lin Ke's foot, the other thugs hurried over to kneel before him, pleading, "Mr. Lin, please spare our boss. He used to associate with Zhang Hong and wanted to repay him, which is why he offended you. Punish us instead. Just let our boss go." Lin Ke glanced at the thugs with a cold expression and lifted his foot off the gang leader. "Considering your loyalty, I'll let you off this time. When the police arrive, turn yourselves in," he said before heading back into the private room. A few punks, feeling lucky, tried to sneak away. As soon as one of them stepped out of the restaurant, he was knocked out cold by a few flying plates. "Anyone who tries to run will have their legs broken." Lin Ke's voice echoed from the private room, completely intimidating the thugs. Before long, the police arrived, inquiring about what had happened and then taking the troublemakers away. Lin Ke simply gave a brief statement before leaving with Wu Xinran. "Sir, your total comes to 480. The waiter, terrified after witnessing Lin Ke take on so many people, nervously handed her the bill when it was time to settle up. 189 is about to be upgraded. What about your PS machines?" Lin Ke took out his bank card, and the waiter trembled as he brought out the POS machine. "Here is 50,000. Consider it compensation for damages." After Lin Ke completed the transaction, he left with Wu Xinran, leaving the stunned waiter frozen in place. At that moment, the people from Dong Huang, having received the money, gained the confidence to resist the Super God Group. The personnel from the Super God Group's subsidiary quickly reported the situation to Lin Ke. "President Lin, what should we do now? Should we stop our operations against Dong Huang?" One of the subsidiary CEOs, seeing the aggressive approach of Dong Huang, anxiously sought Lin Ke's advice. Lin Ke sneered and invited everyone to a video conference. "Continue all operations against Dong Huang. I'll transfer 20 billion to you. I may lack many things, but I certainly don't lack money. Go ahead and do what you need. The general managers of the subsidiaries, seeing the additional funds in their accounts, were all exhilarated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They admired Lin Ke's boldness in spending tens of billions without batting an eye. With such a powerful boss, everyone felt confident they could bring down Dong Huang, intensifying their efforts against them. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong, despite borrowing 30 billion from Dong Hao, could only barely compete with the Super God Group. Lin Ke, why don't you just die? Zhang Hong cursed Lin Ke every time he checked the financial reports. After Lin Ke's recent investment, the super-rich black technology system was finally ready for an upgrade. The super-rich black technology system is about to undergo maintenance and upgrade. Please prepare, host. The voice in Lin Ke's mind filled him with excitement. He had only intended to take down Dong Huang, but after spending a large amount of money, the system had finally reached the threshold for an upgrade. The system store was about to open. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown echoed in Lin Ke's mind, he had no idea what would happen during the upgrade. Just as he was still speculating, suddenly, his vision went black, and his consciousness faded into emptiness as he collapsed. Master, Demi, perched on Lin Ke's stomach, anxiously pushed against his chest. But as a holographic image, she was merely an illusion. Demi hurried downstairs to inform Wu Ge. Wu Ge, it's bad. The master has fainted. Wu Ge, who was busy maintaining the weapon defense system, immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed upstairs upon hearing the news. Lin Ke. Wu Ge shook Lin Ke a few times, but there was no response. He checked Lin Ke's breath and leaned down to listen to his heartbeat. Strange. His heartbeat and breathing are still there. Why can't I wake him up? Faced with Lin Ke's condition, Wu Ge was perplexed. Lin Ke looked as if he had entered a deep sleep and couldn't be roused. Demi, what is going on? Wasn't Lin Ke fine just a moment ago? Lin Ke asked. Demi Rice shook his head in distress and said with a tearful voice, I don't know either. The master just suddenly collapsed. He wasn't sick. Wu Ge lifted Lin Ke onto his back and said to Rice, you inform Lin Ke's family. I'll take him to the hospital first. After speaking, Wu Ge rushed outside with Lin Ke on his back, placed him in the car, and drove at top speed towards the hospital. Upon hearing the news of Lin Ke's fainting, all of his close relatives were in a panic and rushed to the hospital. Lin, what happened to you? Don't scare your mother. Yang Mingzhu stood outside the hospital room, tears rolling down her cheeks as she cried uncontrollably. Lin Yongxin gently patted her back, comforting her. All right. Stop crying. Let's wait and see what the doctor says. Doctor, what happened to my son? As soon as the attending physician came out of the room, Lin Yongxin grabbed him and asked. The doctor took off his stethoscope from around his neck, shook his head, and sighed. Seeing the doctor's expression, Yang Mingzhu's tears flowed again. Lin, what will I do if you leave me? At this moment, Lin Yongxin was extremely anxious, and seeing the doctor hesitating only made him more frantic as he grabbed the doctor's collar. What exactly is going on? Just tell me. The attending physician was startled by Lin Yongxin's urgency and quickly said, Mr. Lin, please don't panic. Lin Ke is not in serious trouble, but it's the first time we've encountered a situation where someone can't be awakened despite calling out. He should wake up in a few days. Lin Yongxin released the doctor's collar, relieved to hear that Lin Ke wasn't in serious condition. At this time, Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaoan also rushed to inquire. Uncle, Aunt, how is Lin Ke? The two girls asked in unison. He's still inside sleeping. The doctor said he's just asleep. We don't know when he will wake up. Lin Yongxin replied, pointing to Lin Ke lying peacefully in the room. The two girls entered the ward, and upon seeing Lin Ke sleeping so peacefully, tears fell from their eyes in unison. Everyone was anxiously waiting for Lin Ke to wake up. The media spread the news of Lin Ke's unconsciousness, causing an uproar in public opinion. Zhang Hong saw the report and laughed maniacally, overjoyed. Lin Ke, how many sins have you committed that even heaven wants to take you away? He immediately called for a company meeting, exclaiming, I have something to say. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one to be missed by Zhang Hong. He quickly gathered his subordinates to begin the counterattack against the Super God Group. With Super God currently leaderless, once this storm passed, he would clear out the Super God Group and dominate Yang City all by himself. Lin Ke, just keep sleeping. It would be best if you slept for a lifetime. Otherwise, when you wake up, you will find that everything is gone. Zhang Hong sneered as he dialed Li Qingfeng's number, instructing him to apply pressure on Super God Company using Sanming. The two old schemers were preparing to take this opportunity to wipe out all of Lin Ke's enterprises. The usually conservative Zhang Hong invested all his money into this plan. The counterattack against the Super God Group by Dong Huang was fierce, like a raging flood. The business sectors previously dominated by the Super God Group have been seized by the Eastern Emperor. With the loss of Lin Ke, the group's anchor, the Super God Group is too fearful to confront the Eastern Emperor head-on and is suffering continuous defeats. Internally, the super god group is in chaos, unsure of how to proceed. Everyone is just fighting their own battles, completely powerless against the fierce onslaught of the Eastern Emperor. The situation is dire, prompting the super god group to quickly organize an emergency meeting for all members. If this continues, we're all doomed. Perhaps Elder Joe can help us. Please, Elder Joe. Lin Ke was still in a coma, and the first person who came to mind to lead the group of former subordinates of Jiu Lao was indeed Jiu Lao himself. Out of respect for Lin Ke, Jiu Lao made his way to Yangqing and entered the meeting room. However, his expression was not friendly. The elderly man, now in his 60s, exuded an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Jiu Lao, you've come. One of the general managers sighed in relief upon seeing Jiu Lao. With you here to take charge, we can relax. Led you? What do you think you are? Jiu Lao slammed his dragon head cane forcefully on the ground, causing everyone present to feel their hearts leap into their throats. He surveyed the room slowly and spoke with a measured tone, with a great enemy at hand. You summoned me to take charge while you ponder your own escape routes instead of defending Lin Ke's interests. Wanting to protect yourselves by coming under my wing, this is disloyalty. Taking Lin Ke's money without doing anything for him, this is injustice. You disloyal and unjust dogs have made Lin Ke give me 50 billion. Are you trying to push me into immorality? Jiu Lao's anger was palpable, his grip on the cane trembling slightly. Who did these people think they were? Their petty schemes could never escape Jiu Lao's keen insight. He had known even before arriving that Lin Ke had given them 20 billion. With their strong foundations and ample resources, even facing the fierce counterattack from Dong Huang, they should not have been in such a dire situation. At the very least, they could have held their ground. The only reason for their current predicament was that they had no intention of fighting when they learned of Lin Ke's coma. Everything had merely been for show, to preserve their own strength, much like various warlords. Seeing that their schemes had angered Jiu Lao, the crowd quickly apologized. Jiu Lao, we were wrong. We're sorry. Jiu Lao, we want to do it again. If these people had been Lin Ke's subordinates, Jiu Lao would have been tempted to kick them all out. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Jiu Lao coldly addressed everyone. You are already extraordinary individuals. Know your place. Just follow Lin Ke's orders. As he once said, even if the company is destroyed, we must eliminate Dong Huang. Jiu Lao's aged voice resonated in the meeting room, illuminating the path for everyone. Before leaving, he issued one last warning. If anyone disobeys what Lin Ke has said before, don't blame me for being unkind. With that, he leaned on his cane and exited the meeting room, his shadow stretching longer in the light, leaving an indelible impression on everyone present. Long after Jiu Lao had departed, the attendees still shivered at the memory of his final words. Jiu Lao was a pure businessman, yet he didn't act like one. He had a moral compass and knew what belonged to him and what did not. His vision was far more long-sighted than that of these individuals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have believed in Lin Ke so much, even when Lin Ke was still inexperienced. In fact, he had even been somewhat indulgent. Although he ordered the people from the super god group to clash with Dong Huang this time, leading to what seemed like a mutually destructive outcome. The wise and cunning individual had already seen that if this economic war continued, Dong Huang's defeat was inevitable. Even if unexpected changes occurred midway, he would step in to assist Super God. To him, all of this was an investment in Lin Ke. Little did Jiu Lao know that this investment in Lin Ke would eventually pull him back from the abyss in the future. Damn it, it's just Dong Huang, right? If they lose, we can always start over. Yes, take down Dong Huang. Let's go all out. In the conference room, everyone expressed their stance. With Jiu Lao's warning, the people of Super God dared not just seek self-preservation and conserve their strength. Each subsidiary fought with all their might to resist Dong Huang's counterattacks. Thus began the final showdown between Dong Huang and Super God. Beneath Yang City, dark currents surged. The funds of the two companies were rapidly depleting, or more accurately, they were burning money. Money was ammunition, and employees were soldiers. Everyone started to engage in fierce battles. This competition was exceptionally brutal, having reached a boiling point. Super God's strategy was very straightforward. It was about death. It was about annihilation. They also aimed to drag Dong Huang's people down with them. Many smaller companies were quite astute, making way for these two giants, fearing for their own safety. This is insane. This is crazy. Lin Ke is about to collapse. How can you not win against Super God? You useless lot. At this moment, Zhang Hong's expression changed drastically, just a second ago. He was grinning from ear to ear upon hearing Lin Ke had fainted. Now, seeing the company's financial report, he was as furious as a raging bull. Boss. The people from Super God seem to have lost their minds. They're acting recklessly. The secretary lamented. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. Lin Ke is on the brink of death, and I still don't know what they're after? Let us keep playing with them. Zhang Hong angrily tore the financial report in his hands, sending the cups on the table crashing to pieces. The secretary hurriedly closed the door, terrified. Ever since Zhang Hong decided to oppose Lin Ke, his life had been nothing but turmoil. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was still lost in a dream, completely unaware that the two companies outside were already locked in a life-and-death struggle. Lin Ke felt as if he were floating in a small river, with the water shimmering brightly. There were no fish in the water, only dazzling planets. One blue planet stood out, and when Lin Ke picked it up, he realized it resembled Earth. He tucked it into his embrace and continued walking along the riverbank. Everything here was so quiet yet breathtakingly beautiful. Upon reaching the end of the river, Lin Ke saw a cave. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see what lay within. Yet some magical force drew him to move forward. As Lin Ke stepped into the cave, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him vanish. The fear of weightlessness made him struggle, when suddenly a beam of white light shone down from above. System upgrade successful. Restarting now. The system's voice echoed again. The dazzling light pierced Lin Ke's eyes, causing her to tightly shut them. Once she adjusted to the brightness, she slowly opened her eyes. It was then that she realized she was lying in a hospital room. Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaoan were each on one side, leaning over the bed, waiting for Lin Ke to wake up. Seeing the weariness etched on their faces, Lin Ke understood just how worried they had been during her time in a coma. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she reached out to gently tousle the ends of their hair. Lin Ke, Zhang Xiaoan murmured softly. 191 The Eastern Emperor is finished. This little girl is calling my name even in her dreams. Lin Ke chuckled softly. Feeling both happy and troubled with two beautiful women by his side, he questioned himself, wondering if he could ever love just one person like Lin Yongxing did with Yang Mingzhu. Both women had deep feelings for him, and choosing one over the other would cause him immense pain. When did I become so hypocritical? Since I like both, why not of both? Forget about being devoted and exclusive. That notion can go away. At that moment, Lin Ke came to a complete realization. Only children make choices, and he wanted both. In her deep sleep, Wu Xinran mumbled in her dreams, her face delicate with peach-like cheeks and lips as red as cherries, making Lin Ke unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Just then, it seemed Wu Xinran sensed Lin Ke had woken up. Her eyelids fluttered, and she opened her beautiful eyes. Seeing Lin Ke so close, she was both surprised and delighted. Lin Ke, you're awake? Wu Xinran exclaimed, waking Zhang Xiaohan beside her as well. Zhang Xiaohan rubbed her sleepy eyes, and, upon seeing Lin Ke sitting up on the bed, burst into tears as she leaned on him. Wu, I thought you wouldn't wake up. Even the usually strong Wu Xinran had red-rimmed eyes, struggling to hold back her tears. All right. I'm awake now, so don't worry, Lin Ke gently reassured Zhang Xiaoan while patting her back. By the way, where are my parents? Lin Ke asked the two of them. Uncle and auntie are in the next room. They haven't slept for days and are finally resting a bit today, Wu Xinran replied, preparing to get up but was stopped by Lin Ke. Let them rest for now. Did the Eastern Emperor make any moves while I was gone? Lin Ke inquired. Even though he was absent, he believed that with the foundation of the Super God Group, they wouldn't be easily defeated by the Eastern Emperor. However, he was concerned that those who had just come under his command might harbor ill intentions. During your coma, the Eastern Emperor immediately invested a large amount of capital to counterattack. At first, the Super God Group suffered continuous defeats, losing many businesses to the Eastern Emperor. But then, for some unknown reason, everyone united and started to fight back against the Eastern Emperor. It turned into a fierce battle. And now both sides are in a phase of burning through cash, Wu Xinran explained, keeping track of the developments while Lin Ke was unconscious and sharing what she knew with him. The Super God Group's sudden turnaround was indeed surprising to Lin Ke. He had thought that during his absence, the group had been completely shattered by the Eastern Emperor. He didn't expect that they were still following the plans he had laid out before. However, the initial defeats were certainly due to their desire to conserve strength. After a moment of thought, Lin Ke understood everything clearly. He smiled softly and shook his head, saying, I owe Jiao another favor, but it's also a blessing in disguise. If Zhang Hong had kept hiding, it would have taken some effort to deal with him. Now that he wants to fight to the death with me, I'll make sure he is left with nothing. If it weren't for Zhang Hong hearing the news about Lin Ke's coma, how could he have rushed to invest all his funds? What Lin Ke feared was not that Zhang Hong would compete with him financially, but rather that Zhang Hong would shrink back in fear and not dare to come forward. But this time, it actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise, drawing Zhang Hong out instead. I believe it won't be long before Dong Wang's funds are completely depleted. In the morning, when Lin Ke's parents saw that he had awakened, they were overjoyed. Yang Mingzhu was so moved that she cried tears of happiness, constantly wiping her eyes, while Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaoan stood by her side, offering comfort. It's great that you're awake. So great. Lin Yongxing, who wasn't very eloquent, showed his concern for Lin Ke through his trembling voice, perhaps even more than Yang Mingzhu did. You shouldn't push yourself so hard anymore. Juggling being a prodigy and running a company. Your sudden collapse scared both your mother and me. If it comes to it, just be a rich young man again and stay home. Previously, Lin Yongxing had hoped Lin Ke would succeed and inherit the family business. Now that Lin Ke had established his own career, Lin Yongxing wished for him to return to being a carefree rich kid. He valued Lin Ke's health more than the family business. Lin Ke couldn't believe that his usually strict father would want him to revert to being a wealthy heir. He couldn't help but respond with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Dad, I'm not a rich kid anymore. My abilities in Super God are no worse than the Lin family's. There is no way I'd hand over Super God to you. Lin Ke finished speaking, pouting slightly. You little rascal. You think you can just split from me before even getting married? Lin Yongxing replied with a laugh, scolding him playfully. Seeing his son finally awake filled him with immense joy. During Lin Ke's coma, he had constantly prayed to the heavens. As long as Lin Ke woke up, he would be willing to give up the Lin family business and have nothing at all. Everyone around them, witnessing this lively father-son duo, couldn't help but smile. Their previous worries lifted. As the news of Lin Ke's awakening spread, Donghuang's stock plummeted dramatically, even hitting a halt in trading. Meanwhile, morale within Super God Group was high and stable. Everyone was aware that during Lin Ke's coma, Donghuang had failed to suppress Super God Group. With Lin Ke now awake, Donghuang's downfall had become inevitable. Damn it, this Lin Ke, he just collapses when he wants to and wakes up whenever he feels like it. Zhang Hong, whose mood swings had become increasingly erratic, was no longer in a stable state of mind. He often talked to himself and flew into fits of rage for no apparent reason. Many people couldn't handle the pressure and left Donghuang. Even his personal secretary couldn't withstand the mental strain and resigned. Now, only a few stragglers remained in Donghuang, desperately trying to hold it together. Secretary! Secretary! Zhang Hong shouted, unable to find an outlet for his frustration. However, there was no response. A cleaning lady at the entrance said to him, Secretary Zhang, your secretary left a few days ago. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Hong that he no longer had a secretary. Go get me the company financial report. Zhang Hong had no choice but to direct the cleaning lady. She rolled her eyes and thought to herself, here I am, a mere janitor, playing the role of your secretary, and you don't even give me a raise. I'm out of here tomorrow. However, she kept these thoughts to herself and handed the company's financial report to Zhang Hong. Upon seeing the dwindling funds in the company account, his disheveled appearance and vacant expression reflected his despair as he tossed the report aside. He tried calling Li Qingfeng and Dong Hao several times, but no one answered. With no other options, Zhang Hong had no choice but to go see them in person. 192 slap in the face. Is Mr. Li here? I need to talk to him urgently. Zhang Hong arrived at the reception of Saming Technology. I'm sorry, but Mr. Li is out of the country. If you have something to say, I can pass it on to him. The receptionist casually blocked Zhang Hong with an excuse. Out of the country? He was just here a few days ago. Don't stop me. I really have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Zhang Hong pushed past the receptionist and headed straight for the door, only to be blocked by several security guards. Don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, we'll take you to the police station, one of the guards warned fiercely. Zhang Hong realized he wouldn't be able to get in today. He pointed at the guards. Fine. I'll remember you guys. After saying that, Zhang Hong stormed out, furious, and went to find Dong Hao. At Dong Hao's place, Zhang Hong was met with the same treatment and couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Back at Donghuang, Zhang Hong slumped in his office chair, his eyes vacant. The once bustling Donghuang International was now deserted, eerily quiet, with even the broken lights left unrepaired. The flickering lights buzzed erratically, resembling the last gasps of an old man nearing the end of his life. Now, both Li Qifeng and Dong Hao were ignoring Zhang Hong, and his last hope seemed as fragile as a bubble, completely shattered and vanished. Zhang Hong alternated between crying and laughing maniacally, lost in a frenzied state, his hair turning gray overnight. After waking up, Lin Ke hurried back to the villa and checked her system. Upon opening it, the previously black system store was now fully accessible, filled with numerous cutting-edge civilian products and energy technologies, especially some ultramodern weapons and equipment, with the required godly wealth points priced exorbitantly. A pair of listening headphones costs 1,000 points. Why not just go rob a bank? Lin Ke scoffed, continuing to browse the store. However, after recently spending her points to upgrade the system, she found these amazing items were completely unaffordable. She had turned into a pauper, only able to watch longingly. Just then, the system issued a prompt. Congratulations, host. The mission to eliminate Donghuang has been completed. Rewards will be sent to your storage space shortly. Please check back. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Ke was overjoyed. She turned on the TV and switched to the finance channel. On the screen, an elderly Zhang Hong, with disheveled white hair, looked exceptionally frail. He had lost considerable weight from recent stress and lack of appetite, bracing himself against a podium as he announced, "Donghuang International has gone bankrupt." When Zhang Hong uttered these words, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength. The media cameras clicked furiously, flashes blinding enough to make it hard to open one's eyes. Zhang Hong's sunken eyes bulged out, giving him a terrifying appearance. As he hoarsely shouted into the camera, "Lin Ke, do you think you've won? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Zhang Hong finished speaking and pulled a USB drive from his pocket, raising it high above his head as he shouted, "I want to report Lin Ke. He possesses a large amount of firearms." The media present were taken aback. They never expected that the bankruptcy of Donghuang would lead to such a significant news story. In the heavily regulated summer country, even possessing a firearm can lead to charges of illegal possession, let alone having a large cache of weapons. Reporters rushed forward, and the press conference erupted into chaos, completely spiraling out of control. Zhang Hong laughed maniacally, having now lost all sense of reason. "Mr. Zhang, how do you know that Lin Ke has a large stockpile of weapons at home?" A reporter eagerly asked, the microphone trembling in his hand from excitement. Other reporters crowded around Zhang Hong, nearly shoving their microphones into his face. "I hired a hitman to kill Lin Ke, but all of them died in his house. The video I have is from the only surviving hitman. This is the evidence." Zhang Hong was willing to go to such lengths to take down Lin Ke, even revealing his own involvement in hiring a hitman. Zhang Hong brushed his disheveled hair back and, with a sinister grin, plugged the USB drive into the computer on stage. Boom. A loud bang shocked everyone. On the screen, Lin Ke's villa appeared, and the video showed hitmen being slaughtered by various weapons inside the villa. The gruesome scene caused many reporters to vomit on the spot. Did you all see that? Lin Ke possesses such a large arsenal. Where did his weapons come from? This dangerous individual is living right here in Yang City. Can our citizens' safety still be guaranteed? And with such a vast amount of firearms, his intentions must be sinister. Zhang Hong added fuel to the fire. Initially, everyone thought Donghuang's bankruptcy was a major event, but now the focus had shifted to Lin Ke's alleged stockpile of weapons. Reporters quickly abandoned Zhang Hong's story and rushed to Lin Ke's villa. Meanwhile, Lin Ke turned off the television and coldly said to Demi, "Clean up. We can't let anyone find out." Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Hong's revelation went public, police and reporters arrived outside Lin Ke's villa. The area outside the villa became as bustling as a marketplace, with armed police shouting, "Lin Ke, surrender immediately." Creak. The villa's door slowly opened, revealing Lin Ke dressed in loose pajamas, yawning. Dozens of guns were aimed directly at him. Any sudden movement would result in him being shot on the spot. However, Lin Ke remained unfazed and smiled, saying, "Zhang Hong has completely lost it. That video is worthless, you know? If you don't believe me, come in and check for yourselves to see if there are any firearms in my villa." With that, he gestured for them to enter, opening the villa's door wide. The police exchanged glances, and after securing Lin Ke, they brought in a police dog to search the villa. After a while, several police officers came out of the villa and saluted the operation commander, saying, "Report, no firearms were found inside." Did you hear that? Actually, I have a video showing Donghuang International possessing weapons. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. After being released, Lin Ke took out his phone and played a video. In the video, members of Donghuang International were engaged in a fierce gunfight, complete with RPG missiles. "See that? I can make as many of these videos as I want," Lin Ke said with a cold smile. 193 prepared in advance. The police and reporters felt like they had been played by Zhang Hong when they saw the video in Lin Ke's hand. Lin Ke smirked. He had been prepared long before these people arrived at his villa. At first, Wu Gu was flustered when Zhang Hong released the video, even planning to have his old team suppress the news. However, Lin Ke stopped that move, pointing out that trying to bury the news would only backfire and make public opinion more suspicious of him. Instead, it was better to open the doors wide and let them come in and see for themselves, which would make others trust him more. So, Lin Ke had to use software to create a video showing military weapons at the Donghuang headquarters. When the people present saw the video Lin Ke played, they realized that the post-production software had been released by Lin Ke himself. He could create anything from military weapons to even spaceships. They initially thought that the existence of military weapons in Lin Ke's villa was a huge scoop, only to discover it was just Zhang Hong's lie. The reporters rolled their eyes in disbelief and shook their heads in disappointment. The police officers who came to investigate also breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Ke really had that many weapons in his home and they had barged in, there would surely have been casualties. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Lin," the action team leader said apologetically. "It's fine, I understand," Lin Ke replied with a smile. He had never been a person to disrupt social order. Everything he did was merely for self-protection, even if it meant operating in a gray area. Once the reporters and police left, the farce was officially over. "Zhang Hong, still unwilling to accept defeat, insisted that his video was real and not edited. Why don't you believe me? Lin Ke really has those things in his house. I can get in touch with the assassin organization. You can ask them. They can come forward to testify. Zhang Hong shouted hysterically at the editor-in-chief of Southern Media in their office. The editor-in-chief lazily lifted his eyelids and said, "Sure, go ahead and call that assassin organization. If they're willing to testify, we'll report on it." The editor-in-chief had also been harassed by Zhang Hong for days. Initially, they thought this was going to be a shocking story, treating Zhang Hong as a treasure. But apart from the video, Zhang Hong had no other evidence to prove that there were indeed weapons in Lin Ke's villa. Moreover, Lin Ke had become a well-known figure in Yang City, making significant contributions. If Southern Media relied solely on a video to falsely accuse Lin Ke, they would face serious trouble and be held accountable. Therefore, they dared not report any negative stories about Lin Ke until they received solid evidence from Zhang Hong. All right, I'll call the assassin organization right now. Zhang Hong pulled out his phone and dialed the number. However, all he heard on the other end was, "The number you dialed is not in service. Please check and try again." The assassin organization discarded their original numbers for the sake of secrecy after completing a job. Finding them is extremely difficult, unless their business contacts outside actively reach out to you. Zhang Hong, I understand that the bankruptcy of Dongwang has hit you hard, and I don't blame you for that. Go back and have a good rest. The editor-in-chief has completely lost interest in Zhang Hong and immediately issued an eviction order. Just wait a bit longer. I should be able to get in touch soon, and then you'll see I wasn't lying. Zhang Hong rapidly pressed the redial button on his phone, unwilling to leave. The editor-in-chief, seeing Zhang Hong in this state, became even more convinced that he had lost his mind. You stay here and keep trying. If you get through, let me know. I'll step out to the restroom. The editor-in-chief said, finding an excuse to leave the office. He leaned close to the front desk and whispered a few words. Shortly after, several security guards rushed into the office and forcibly escorted Zhang Hong out. What are you doing? I'm a guest of your editor-in-chief. Zhang Hong shouted, but the guards paid him no mind. When they pushed him out the door, it was like throwing out trash. Zhang Hong, once the CEO of Dongwang with a fortune nearing 10 billion, had never been treated this way before. Infuriated, he struggled to push his hefty body back into the South Media Company, even attempting to hit the guards. However, this time, the guards were far less accommodating. Their fists, as big as sandbags, rained down on Zhang Hong like a storm, leaving him bruised and battered, lying on the ground gasping for breath like a dying dog. If you come back in here, I'll beat you to a pulp. One of the guards spat on the ground next to Zhang Hong and left with a harsh warning. If any acquaintances had seen Zhang Hong in such a pitiful state, they would surely have been filled with sympathy, lamenting the harshness of the world. Zhang Hong got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and gently touched the bruises on his face, wincing in pain. He shot a resentful glance at the guards and, dragging his weary body, left the place. With Dongwang's bankruptcy, the Chaoshin Group swiftly absorbed all of Dongwang's business, eliminating competition and establishing a dominant position in Yang City. Lin Ke initially sought revenge against Zhang Hong, but didn't he expect this move to not only expand his own empire, but also elevate his system to level 3. He believed that the monopolistic Chaoshin Group would soon recover the losses incurred during this period. To celebrate the victory, Lin Ke invited all the CEOs of his subsidiaries, as well as family and friends, to a gathering at his villa. It must be said that Lin Ke's villa is immense, with nearly 100 people in attendance. It still felt spacious. In the open area of the villa, Lin Ke had his assistant set up a stage. Through holographic imaging, the stars of the past were brought back to life. Everyone was amazed to see performances that had become legendary once again vividly presented before their eyes. Coupled with the attentive service of each robot, it was a testament to Lin Ke's futuristic and technologically advanced villa. The sky was transformed into an aurora through holographic imaging, creating a dreamlike scene, complemented by an array of delicious food and fine wine, making it feel like paradise. Lin Ke, cheers, Wu Gu exclaimed, letting out a satisfied burp as he raised his glass of red wine. Thank you for everything during this time, Wu Gu, Lin Ke said with a smile as she clinked glasses with him. The time they spent together facing life and death had forged a bond between them that felt as deep as that of comrades. Lin Ke took a sip from her drink and stole a glance at Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan, who were laughing and playing by the pool. Ever since they started taking care of the unconscious Lin Ke together, the two had become inseparable, leaving Lin Ke with a sense of being somewhat overlooked. After the hangover, what were you two chatting about? You seem so happy. Lin Ke raised her glass and walked over to Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan. The two women giggled and covered their mouths upon seeing her. Zhang Xiaohan, being the more straightforward one, was about to speak when Wu Xinran quickly covered her mouth. It's nothing, Wu Xinran replied with a reluctant smile. Seeing that they didn't want to share their secret, Lin Ke could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, the scene at Zhang Hong's house was starkly different from the joyful atmosphere in Lin Ke's villa. All the valuable items in Zhang Hong's home had been taken away, leaving the living room empty except for a single chair. Zhang Hong slumped in the chair, twisting a bottle of cheap liquor and pouring it down his throat nonstop. His messy white hair and unshaven face painted a vivid picture of his desolation. A mountain of cigarette butts piled up beside him, thick and numerous. The room was filled with a mix of smoke, alcohol, and the foul stench of urine and excrement. If it weren't for Zhang Hong's hand still gripping the bottle, one might wonder if he was already dead. Lin Ke, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Zhang Hong cursed as he drank. His disheveled appearance made it hard to imagine that he was once a prominent figure in the business world of Yang City. Zhang Hong, it's time to go. A cold voice spoke from behind him. Zhang Hong's drunkenness faded half away, and he felt a chill run down his spine as he turned around. Seeing the figure in black who had appeared in his room without him noticing, Zhang Hong trembled in fear. What are you doing here? I've already given you the money, he questioned, sensing the murderous intent in the black-clad man's eyes, which made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. You exposed that video, which also exposed our organization. What do you think I'm here for? The figure sneered, tossing a vial of poison to Zhang Hong. Handle it yourself. If I do it, you'll die a very painful death. Hearing that the assassin intended to kill him, Zhang Hong's fear of death caused him to abandon his last shred of dignity. With a thud, he fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground like a drum, blood oozing from the bumps forming on his forehead. Please spare me. I didn't think it through. I just wanted to get rid of Lin Ke. I'm begging you, spare me. The assassin remained unmoved, his expression cold and indifferent. He picked up the fallen vial and opened it. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. Zhang Hong began to cry, tears and snot streaming down his face and into his mouth. The assassin grasped Zhang Hong's chin and poured the poison into his mouth. Zhang Hong gagged in terror, his fingers clawing at his throat. In his struggle, he used too much force and ended up tearing his throat. Bright red blood flowed from the wound. It was terrifying. Gurgling sounds escaped Zhang Hong's mouth as his eyes widened in horror. He clutched his chest, convulsing on the ground a few times before going limp, his life extinguished. After confirming that Zhang Hong was completely dead, the man in black cleaned up his traces and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the silent night. The cold moonlight streamed through the window, casting a pale glow on Zhang Hong's twisted corpse, while the occasional high-pitched and low-pitched chirping of crickets outside played the final melody of Zhang Hong's life. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turn to nothing. Wealth and honor are but dreams. Grudges and enmities are endless. Yet next year, the willows will sway in the spring breeze again. Zhang Hong's fate seemed to be guided by the heavens. Had he not been blinded by the hatred in his heart, he would not have ended up in such a tragic state. The next day, bright sunlight streamed into Lin Ke's eyes. He slowly opened them, only to find two women beside him, Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaoan. The delicate hands of the two beauties rested on Lin Ke's chest. Doubting he was dreaming, he rubbed his eyes, the lingering effects of last night's drunkenness fading away. This isn't a dream. Lin Ke's heart raced, and he gently lifted the blanket to discover that he and the two women were lying naked in bed. His mind went blank, and his heart pounded like a drum. What happened last night? How did they end up in my bed? Lin Ke struggled to recall the events of the previous night, but no matter how hard he tried, his memory was a blank. He only remembered drinking with Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan, and everything after that was lost to him. As he pondered how to extricate himself from this situation, both women woke up at the same time. They both let out piercing screams that made Lin Ke feel like his eardrums were about to burst. He quickly covered his ears. Get out. The two women shouted in unison. Lin Ke was promptly pushed out of the room. Can you at least give me my clothes back? He called out, covering his body. Moments later, his clothes were tossed out. After getting dressed, Lin Ke hurriedly called out to Demi. What happened last night? Where is everyone? He didn't want to have made a mistake without even realizing it. He could accept making a mistake, but not remembering anything about it was incredibly frustrating. Of course, if Demi said that he really had relations with Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan, Lin Ke wasn't the type to shirk responsibility. Even if his parents disagreed or the law didn't permit it, he would still have to give both women an explanation. Everyone else got drunk last night, but I sent them all home in the driverless car. You three also got drunk and ended up sleeping together on one bed. But I thought the owner was of mating age now, so I didn't send Sister Wu and Sister Zhang back, little Demi innocently explained. Hearing Demi say this, Lin Ke couldn't really blame anyone but himself for drinking too much last night. Meanwhile, the two women were likely hiding in the bedroom, too embarrassed to come out. Lin Ke was feeling a headache and rubbed her temples. She said to Demi, I'm a bit hungry, so let's go prepare breakfast. After sending Demi away, Lin Ke sat alone on the sofa, talking to herself. I've made a mistake. I've made a mistake, she pondered, thinking about Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan, both of whom she wanted, but the timing was all wrong for this to happen. They would definitely be very disappointed in her. What if a little Lin Ke came along? What would she do then? Would she marry both of them? Would Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan be willing? Would their parents approve? Finally, Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan walked out of the bedroom one after the other. Lin Ke stood up quickly after seeing the two women come out of the bedroom. You guys played so hard last night. Why not sleep a little longer? At that moment, Lin Ke just wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, but he didn't realize that his words only made it even more uncomfortable. Played so hard? So you remember everything? Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan thought simultaneously. Lin Ke, I can't believe you're this kind of person. I thought you were different from other rich kids, but you've really disappointed me. Wu Xinran was the first to speak up. Although she had a good impression of Lin Ke, losing her first time like this without any clarity was hard to accept. Who wouldn't feel hurt in such a situation? Zhang Xiaohan, her face flushed, lowered her head, and quietly said, I could give it to you. But this is really too much. Faced with the verbal onslaught from the two women, Lin Ke was at a loss. Just then, Demi brought in breakfast. And Lin Ke hurriedly said to him, Demi, can you help me explain what happened last night? Demi playfully stuck out his tongue and recreated the scenes from last night. At first, Lin Ke was completely drunk and disoriented, and Zhang Xiaohan was helping him into the bedroom. Soon after, Zhang Xiaohan came out, and then Wu Xinran approached with a bottle of alcohol, whispering something into Zhang Xiaohan's ear. They both laughed heartily, while Zhang Xiaohan appeared hesitant, playing with her fingers and blushing. Then, Wu Xinran, like a bold girl, linked arms with Zhang Xiaohan and opened the door to Lin Ke's bedroom. After they each kissed Lin Ke, they fell asleep on top of him. As Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan watched this unfold, their expressions subtly changed. At first, they thought Lin Ke was trying to take advantage of them while they were drunk. But little did they know, they had practically offered themselves up. Now that the truth was out, if anything had really happened, they couldn't blame Lin Ke. Wu Xinran was both embarrassed and angry, stamping her feet in frustration. Zhang Xiaohan was so ashamed she was almost in tears. If their families found out they had willingly gone to a guy's room, they would surely be in big trouble. Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan were at a loss on how to face Lin Ke. Even though the truth was clear now, if something had actually happened, Lin Ke couldn't escape responsibility either. Just as Lin Ke was about to make a promise to the two women, Demi chimed in, Actually, all three of you slept very soundly last night. Nothing happened. Hearing this, Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. In their panic earlier, Wu Xinran and Zhang Xiaohan hadn't had a chance to check themselves. Now that Demi mentioned nothing had happened, they realized their bodies felt perfectly normal. There was no pain associated with losing their virginity. However, it was true that the three of them had slept together without much clothing on, and some intimate contact had definitely occurred. Wu Xinran picked up her bag and shot Lin Ke a glance, unable to find the words. Zhang Xiaohan's face was flushed with embarrassment, almost as if she might bleed. After the three finished breakfast, Lin Ke, with a headache, saw the two off. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Ke couldn't help but smile bitterly at the absurdity of the morning's events. Just then, Dami projected a news report in holographic form for Lin Ke to see. Today, Dongwang International found itself unable to repay a massive loan to the bank. As the bank prepared to reclaim the company's properties, they discovered that the former chairman, Zhang Hong, had died at home. The police have launched an investigation, and the cause of death was determined to be a sudden heart attack, ruling out homicide. Lin Ke watched as Zhang Hong's body was covered with a white sheet and carried out of the house by the police. Hearing the news of Zhang Hong's death brought no joy to Lin Ke. Although Zhang Hong died of natural causes, his death was closely tied to Lin Ke. It could even be said that it was Lin Ke who had indirectly caused it. In the next life, I hope to be a good person, Lin Ke sighed. He asked himself if he would still seek revenge on Zhang Hong if he could turn back time. The answer was a resounding yes. As long as Dongwang existed, Lin Ke would continue to face endless troubles. His feud with Zhang Hong had become irreconcilable ever since Zhang Chong fell into disgrace. If Zhang Hong wanted Lin Ke dead, how could Lin Ke allow Zhang Hong to live in peace? In other words, if Lin Ke had lost this economic battle, it might have been his death making the headlines. Such is the way of the world, victors and vanquished, a truth as old as time. The cruelty of humanity has never changed with the advancement of civilization, for it is human nature, rooted in the instinct for survival. The mission to eliminate Dongwang had been accomplished, and the reward had been sent to his storage space. At that moment, the system also delivered the task reward to Lin Ke's storage space. After a long time without receiving a reward, Lin Ke's face brightened as he quickly opened his storage space. A nano-thin bulletproof vest? This time, the system rewarded Lin Ke with blueprints, which were undoubtedly more valuable than the actual items. As long as Lin Ke could grasp the principles, he could mass-produce them without consuming any resources. This incredibly profitable opportunity thrilled Lin Ke. He eagerly flipped through the production instructions for the nano-thin bulletproof vest, his brain racing as if it had been turbocharged. The more he read, the more fascinated he became, and he couldn't wait to slip into the laboratory. "Dammy, contact Mouse and have him prepare these materials for me," Lin Ke said excitedly, listing out the items needed for the production of the nano-thin bulletproof vest. "Master, I think it would be better for you to handle the situation with Wu Xinran and Zhang Shaoan first," Dammy suggested while holding the list. Just thinking about that issue gave Lin Ke a headache. Although he now possessed the intelligence of a top student, he still felt helpless when it came to matters of the heart. "Let us deal with that later. Quickly, go call Mouse to get ready," Lin Ke laughed it off. Brushing it aside, the Rice sent the list to the Mouse, who looked at the strange and bewildering items, feeling quite confused. "Spider silk, 200 pounds? Where am I supposed to find that?" The Mouse tapped its head. Although these items were hard to come by, it was determined to gather everything Lin Ke needed, no matter what, to collect the spider silk. The Mouse enlisted over 100 people to go up the mountain to catch spiders and even scoured the streets for spider webs. Soon, the citizens of Yangqing heard about this, and they were astonished that someone was actually paying for spider webs. It quickly turned into a popular joke for everyone to share. 196 nanometer ultra-thin bulletproof vest. I have spider silk here. How much is a tail? Some citizens have heard that spider silk can be sold for money. Although they privately mocked the super god company for being crazy, no one would turn down the chance to make money. So, they diligently collected a tail of spider silk to ask the buyer sent by the mice for a price. "Our boss said 1,000 for a tail. Here is 1,000, count it. If you have more at home, feel free to bring it." The buyer placed a stack of cash in his hand. The citizen was stunned, staring at the money in his hand, speechless with joy, thinking about how his wife planned to clean the cobwebs from the storeroom today. He hurried home to tell her to leave the cobwebs alone. The activity of collecting spider silk was in full swing in Yang City, with everyone rummaging through their homes and outside for spiders. This even made the city cleaner. Lin Ke was puzzled by this bizarre trend of collecting spider silk. The director of the health bureau chuckled wryly. Soon, 200 pounds of spider silk were gathered by the mice, with even more than that. The mice quickly delivered the silk to Lin Ke's villa. "Good job, mice. While I was away, you paid more attention to the company affairs," Lin Ke said as he took the spider silk and dove into the laboratory. What seemed like trash to others was a treasure in Lin Ke's eyes. One of the raw materials for making the ultra-thin bulletproof vest was this seemingly insignificant spider silk. To create the nano-ultra-thin bulletproof vest, it was necessary to decompose and reorganize the spider silk using nanotechnology. Although Lin Ke had learned a lot about material science while developing new fibers, there were still many technical challenges to overcome to produce the nano-ultra-thin bulletproof vest. After all, if such a cutting-edge item could be easily made, the system wouldn't reward Lin Ke with it. Decompose, reorganize. Decompose, reorganize. Lin Ke continued with the experiments. After countless failures, he took out the charred spider silk from the box. The difficulty this time was immense. Lin Ke hadn't achieved a single successful case. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he was more determined than ever, immersed in the sea of knowledge, neglecting food and sleep. Having neglected his appearance for a long time, he had grown a scruffy beard, and excessive fatigue had left dark circles under his eyes. Exhausted, he leaned back in the chair in the laboratory for a brief rest. As if he suddenly remembered something, he shot up, almost in a frenzy, saying, "I've got it." One moment he seemed lost, and the next, he was energized, standing up to continue the experiments. Time lost all meaning in this laboratory. Lin Ke's mind was solely focused on how to produce the nano-ultra-thin bulletproof vest. "Lin Ke, is everything all right in there? He has been in there for so long. Should I go in and check?" Wu Ge, arriving at the villa, said with some concern outside the laboratory. "Should be fine. The master has instructed that no one is to disturb him during this time." Rice absolutely obeyed Lin Ke's orders. Without Lin Ke's permission, it wouldn't dare let anyone in to disturb him. "Ha, it's finally done." Lin Ke's laughter echoed from inside the lab. He opened the lab door, wearing a shirt as he stepped out. "Wu Ge, you're here? Perfect timing. Don't you have a gun? Shoot at me." Lin Ke excitedly patted his chest. Wu Ge was confused, thinking Lin Ke had been cooped up for too long and had lost his mind. "Lin Ke, don't scare me. What are you doing? Why do you look so disheveled?" Wu Ge was genuinely startled by Lin Ke's manic demeanor. "Wu Ge, stop asking. Just shoot at me. Hurry." Now that Lin Ke had finally succeeded, he could hardly wait to test the strength of his newly created nano-thin bulletproof vest. "But you need to explain what's going on first." Wu Ge was almost in tears, pleading. Lin Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, "Wu Ge, do you see the shirt I'm wearing? It's the nano-thin bulletproof vest I just made, and I want you to help me test its strength. Hearing this, Wu Ge finally relaxed. He chuckled and said, I thought you'd gone crazy, asking me to shoot you. You don't have to wear it to test it. What if something goes wrong? Take it off. Although Lin Ke was very confident in the vest's bulletproof and poison-proof capabilities, Wu Ge was concerned for Lin Ke's safety and insisted he take it off. Reluctantly, Lin Ke removed the vest and put it on a nearby robot. Wu Ge pulled out his handgun and loaded a bullet. He aimed at the robot and fired. The bullet sliced through the air, hurtling towards the robot, and the soft fabric instantly hardened to the toughness of steel upon impact. Clang! The bullet fell to the ground, leaving no trace on the vest. Having seen bulletproof vests in the military, this was the first time Wu Ge had encountered one as astonishing as Lin Ke's creation. He couldn't believe it and leaned closer to touch the spot where the bullet had struck, left speechless in shock. The vest was indeed undamaged. Most astonishingly, compared to heavy military vests, this one was as thin as a shirt. If he wore several of these, wouldn't he be safe from RPGs too? Yay! We finally did it. Lin Ke jumped up in excitement. The power of technology is incredible. Wu Ge, coming back to his senses from the shock, couldn't he help but exclaim, Where have you been all this time? I wanted to borrow your gun earlier, but I couldn't find you, Lin Ke asked Wu Ge. It was then that Wu Ge remembered why he had come to see Lin Ke today. I was investigating the assassin organization that tried to kill you. I've now uncovered their hideout. I came today to discuss how we should deal with them, faced with the relentless assassination attempts from the killer organization. Lin Ke was filled with deep hatred. Upon hearing that Brother Wu had located their hideout, he was overjoyed. These rats hiding in the sewers needed to be eliminated completely. How many of them are there now? Lin Ke asked. Based on the intel I've gathered over the past few days, there should be around 15, Brother Wu replied. Should I contact the troops? There's no need, Lin Ke said. Having too many people might alert them. Let us go tonight instead, and we can test the bulletproof vests. What do you think? Lin Ke suggested to Brother Wu. If these assassins sensed anything unusual and managed to escape, it would surely lead to endless trouble in the future. 197 Infiltrating the assassin organization. No, that's too dangerous. I should notify my comrades and let them handle it more safely. When Wu Ge heard that Lin Ke wanted to go to the assassin's lair, he immediately objected. Wu Ge, just hear me out. These assassins have exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities. If too many people go in, it could easily alert them. It will be much harder to find them next time. Tell me, is there anyone in your unit who's more capable than you? I assure you, if there's any danger, I'll retreat immediately. I've said my piece. Whether you come or not is up to your discretion. After saying this, Lin Ke took a bulletproof vest from the lab and put it on, tossing another one to Wu Ge before striding out. Wu Ge knew that Lin Ke was a person of action once he made a decision. It was hard to change his mind. Wu Ge shook his head with a wry smile and followed him. Without me leading the way, do you even know where to go? Also, going in empty-handed is like asking for death, Wu Ge said, pulling out a handgun from his waist and tossing it to Lin Ke. This is what I just got for you. Lin Ke excitedly caught the handgun and pulled the trigger. Click. The crisp sound echoed in Lin Ke's ears, and he looked thoroughly pleased. Thanks, Wu Ge. The two then discussed their battle plan. Since the assassin's lair was near Yang City, Lin Ke and Wu Ge decided to take action that very night. That night, the moon was obscured by clouds, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves under the moonlight, creating ghostly shadows. Summer insects chirped, and the streetlights flickered on and off, casting dim glows as moths and mosquitoes swirled around the light. At the end of the street, two figures appeared, quickly vanishing into the darkness. A large courtyard had its gates firmly closed, and across the street was a noodle shop that was still open deep into the night. With two large red lanterns hanging outside, though one was broken. The people inside occasionally peeked outside, their sharp gazes reminiscent of tireless night owls. Inside the noodle shop were two people acting as sentries. They would report any unusual activity immediately. The lanterns outside served as their signals. One lit meant all was well. Two lit indicated caution, and if they were both extinguished, it meant they needed to flee. To prevent the people inside from escaping, they first needed to deal with these two. Wu Ge pointed at the noodle shop and said, All right, let's go. Lin Ke and Wu Ge emerged from the shadows and entered the noodle shop. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles. Lin Ke knocked on the table and said to the owner, Sorry, we're out of ingredients. The owner assessed Lin Ke with a cold expression. Then why are you open at this hour? This money is enough for a bowl of noodles, right? Hurry up. Lin Ke pulled out 200 yuan and placed it on the table, looking extravagant. I'm really sorry, but we have no ingredients left. We're closing. The owner, seeing Lin Ke's naive demeanor, pretended to tidy up the tables to avoid a confrontation. Who keeps their door open without doing business? Are you looking down on people? Lin Ke slammed the table and stood up, giving Wu Ge a knowing glance. Faced with Lin Ke's repeated provocations, the shop owner became visibly angry, struggling to control his emotions. However, without saying a word, Lin Ke slapped him hard. Caught off guard, the owner stumbled back, his face instantly marked with 5 bright red fingerprints. You're asking for death. The owner's eyes glinted with murderous intent as a sharp blade appeared in his hand, without anyone noticing. With a swift motion, he lunged at Lin Ke like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Ke was ready. He seized the owner's wrist and pulled it down sharply. The shop owner cried out in pain and dropped his knife, which was about to hit the floor. In a flash, Lin Ke caught the knife midair and thrust it towards the owner's throat. MMM. MMM. The owner clutched his throat as blood gushed out like a fountain. Inside the house, someone heard the commotion and was about to alert the others when Wu Ge, who had been hiding nearby, grabbed him by the throat. Crack. Wu Ge's movements were clean and decisive, snapping the man's throat. With the lookout taken care of, Lin Ke and Wu Ge easily infiltrated the residence, unaware that death had drawn closer to those inside. One by one, the assassins inside the house were quietly dealt with in their sleep by Lin Ke and Wu Ge. Lin Ke, come look. Wu Ge opened the door slightly, beckoning Lin Ke to peek inside. Inside the room were several large beds, and on them were a few children, around 7 or 8 years old, sleeping huddled together. Lin Ke frowned slightly at the sight of the kids. Wu Ge whispered in Lin Ke's ear, what about these children? They've been kidnapped by this organization to be trained as assassins. Let us not worry about that for now. We need to deal with the other assassins first. Lin Ke replied, ready to leave. Just then, a child woke up and opened the door, spotting Wu Ge and Lin Ke outside. Wu Ge quickly rushed over and covered the child's mouth. Don't say a word, or I'll kill you, he threatened, although in truth, he found it hard to follow through. What do we do now? Wu Ge looked at Lin Ke for help. They had entered enemy territory, and it would be best to quietly eliminate all the assassins. But once exposed, a deadly battle would be inevitable, raising the stakes significantly. Lin Ke stepped in front of the child and spoke softly. We're not bad people. We're here to save you. Promise me you won't say anything, and I'll let this uncle go, okay? The child looked at Lin Ke in fear and nodded repeatedly. Wu Ge sighed in relief and slightly loosened his grip. Suddenly, the child's face twisted in rage as he bit down hard on Wu Ge's hand. Breaking free, the child shouted, someone's come in. Instantly, the house was lit up. With their cover blown, Lin Ke and Wu Ge had no time to deal with the child, pulling out their guns and taking cover, ready for whatever came next. The leader exclaimed, 5 people are dead in total. A frail old man emerged from the hall, his hands clasped behind his back and his hunched figure glaring at Lin Ke and Wu Ge's hiding spot with the ferocity of a vulture. How ridiculous. As assassins, to have someone come knocking on our door to kill us. What a disgrace. Useless. Useless. The leader laughed in anger, cursing vehemently. The last attempt on Lin Ke's life had already severely weakened their organization, and now they had lost 5 more. There were only 10 combat-ready assassins left in the organization. Kill them. I want their flesh minced and fed to the dogs. 198 all forces wiped out. The furious leader's veins bulged as he ordered everyone to mobilize. They even armed the still innocent children. With the sound of a gunshot, a fierce gun battle erupted on both sides. Facing the killers, Lin Ke could convince himself to be ruthless and unyielding, but when it came to those children, he simply couldn't bring himself to act. Such a battle left Lin Ke and Wu Ge feeling helpless, constrained by their moral dilemmas. Damn it, those despicable beasts. Wu Ge couldn't help but curse in frustration. If it weren't for the bulletproof vests Lin Ke had just made, they would have already died countless times. Wu Ge, cover me. I'm going to rescue those kids. Lin Ke decisively declared, choosing to put himself in danger. No way. Even with this bulletproof vest, if they hit your head, you're still dead. Let me go. Wu Ge blocked Lin Ke. Lin Ke smiled faintly, a fierce look in his eyes, and dashed out from behind cover. The killers opened fire as soon as they saw Lin Ke emerge. Bullets rained down like a storm, lighting up the entire house as if it were daytime. Lin Ke kept his head down, weaving through the hail of bullets. Although the nano-thin bulletproof vest had exaggerated protective capabilities, the sheer force of so many bullets still left Lin Ke with numerous bruises. This is insane. Wu Ge fired madly at the killers, his gun becoming incredibly hot from overuse. The firepower from the opposition was overwhelming, forcing Lin Ke to find cover midway and hide. Both sides instinctively paused their fire. Boss, what is that guy wearing? Not even bullets can penetrate it. One of the killers beside the leader asked, seemingly terrified. I don't know. The leader was also struggling to figure out who Lin Ke and Wu Ge were, possessing not only exceptional skills, but also such outrageous bulletproof gear. Who the hell are you? Why did you break into our territory? The leader shouted. As someone involved in this life and death business should have known better than to provoke certain people. Otherwise, their organization wouldn't have survived for so long. Old dog. I'm from Team 973, and I'm here to take your life today. Wu Gu, now bloodied with rage, fired a few more shots at the leader. Hearing Wu Gu claim to be from the team startled the leader. Have we offended some big shot recently? How could someone from the team come looking for us? The leader panicked. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't dare go against the team. Otherwise, even if they had underground, they would be dug out. Just as he was thinking of escaping through a secret passage at the back, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, that guy is lying. Team 973 doesn't have such bulletproof vests. Almost got fooled. Having lived so long, the leader naturally had some experience. Still trying to deceive me? Get him. I don't believe their gear is invulnerable. I'll flush these two bastards' ashes down the toilet. The leader angrily shouted his orders. The gunfire rang out again, and the rock formation that Lin Ke and Brother Wu were using as cover was now riddled with bullet holes, resembling a honeycomb. Bullets were piled up like a mountain around them, with Brother Wu covering her. Lin Ke had managed to get close to the group of children and snatch the firearms from their hands. It's really dangerous now. You guys need to find somewhere to hide, Lin Ke urged the children, then fired a few shots toward the leader. At this moment, the leader still wanted to save those kids. Kill them, he shouted. This man had blood on his hands, having taken the lives of at least a dozen or 20 people, and his previously hidden malice and murderous intent were now fully unleashed. If the leader shoots again, he might hit those kids. One of the nearby assassins hesitated, unable to be so cold-blooded. Then you go die for them, the leader replied without hesitation, pulling out his gun and firing at the man beside him. A horrific blood hole appeared in the man's forehead. His eyes wide with disbelief as he fell to the ground, never imagining he would die at the hands of his own. The other assassins, seeing this, no longer cared about anything else and began firing at the group of children. Two of the kids, unable to hide in time, were hit multiple times and fell to the ground, their innocent lives snuffed out before they could even blossom. This made Lin Ke feel immense pain. She saw the lifeless children and screamed in agony, clutching her hair. Recovering from her anguish, Lin Ke's chest heaved. Her eyes red as she gasped for breath. She picked up a gun from the ground, disregarding the bullets whizzing overhead, and unleashed a barrage at the assassins. Damn it! Lin Ke roared with overwhelming rage. Come on, kill me. Ha. At this moment, the leader had completely lost his mind, making it hard to believe that this man, nearing his 60s, could have such vitality. Lin Ke, calm down, Brother Wu shouted at her, fearing she might get hit while also providing cover. Just then, a bullet grazed Lin Ke's cheek, warm blood trickling down the wound, and she felt a sharp sting. The terror of narrowly escaping death snapped Lin Ke back to her senses, sending a chill down her spine as cold sweat broke out on her back. She quickly crouched down behind the cover. Huff, huff. Lin Ke panted heavily, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her throat. It was then that she realized how close she had come to losing her life, and a wave of dread washed over her. The gunfire continued relentlessly, like firecrackers during the new year, causing a ringing in Lin Ke's ears. She felt as if she were submerged underwater, the sounds above muffled and buzzing. Once she calmed down, Lin Ke remembered that her high-tech system had just upgraded to level 3. Had the system store opened? Lin Ke accessed the system in her mind and began searching for weapons. Sonic Bomb requires 1,000 points of wealth. Lin Ke's eyes were quickly drawn to a weapon called the Sonic Bomb. This is it. Without hesitation, Lin Ke spent 2,000 points of his wealth. 2 sonic bombs appeared in his hands. After Wu Gu and the children covered their ears, Lin Ke threw the bombs towards the assassins. Die, you beasts! Lin Ke roared. As soon as the sonic bombs hit the ground, a violent wave of energy erupted in the air. 199 rich player, be careful. The leader shouted in terror as he looked at the bomb on the ground. However, the shockwave had already swept in, shattering all the glass around and stirring up clouds of dust. The assassins even had time to react before they were caught in the wave. Moments later, there were no more gunshots coming from the house. The assassins stood frozen in place, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, before collapsing to the ground. Lin Ke didn't expect such devastating power. Even from this distance, he had covered his ears in advance, yet his head was still buzzing. Wu Gu was equally stunned, speechless at the sight of all the assassins being taken out. Only then did he emerge from his hiding spot. That was incredible! Wu Gu exclaimed, giving Lin Ke a thumbs up. To Wu Gu, this transparent explosion was nothing short of shocking. What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak louder. Lin Ke pointed to his ears. They were still ringing, completely unable to pick up sounds, only a persistent hum. I said, that was incredible! Wu Gu leaned closer and shouted in Lin Ke's ear. Finally, Lin Ke could make out what Wu Gu was saying. After just escaping death, the two exchanged smiles and shared a brief hug. After a moment, their hearing began to return. Lin Ke turned to the children and said, when the police come to ask what happened, Just tell them there was an internal conflict within the assassin organization, and someone detonated the bomb. Make sure not to mention us, okay? These children, having undergone harsh training at such a young age, were far more mature than their peers. They understood that Lin Ke had saved them and nodded obediently. Lin Ke affectionately ruffled the hair of one child and continued, in the future, "You can come find me at Super God Company, and I'll buy you candy." After saying this, Lin Ke quickly left the house with Wu Ge. Shortly after they departed, a large number of police cars arrived outside. The only ones left were those children, who had already discussed how to recount the events according to Lin Ke's instructions. A multitude of assassination lists was found inside the house. And since Lin Ke and Wu Ge had left no evidence behind, the authorities believed the children's accounts without question. Back at the villa, Lin Ke handed the bulletproof vest design and his notes to Wu Ge. "What are you giving me these for?" Wu Ge was puzzled about why Lin Ke would give him something so valuable. "Just accept the vest design and give it to your old team as a token of gratitude for their support and your bond," Lin Ke said. "I can't take this. It's too precious." Wu Ge pushed the design papers back to Lin Ke. "Just take it. Can you bear to see your former comrades sacrifice themselves? With this vest, their survival rate on the battlefield will increase at least fivefold," Lin Ke said earnestly. Hearing Lin Ke mention his comrades, Wu Ge hesitated for a moment before accepting the papers and saluting Lin Ke. "I represent my comrades." Lin Ke returned the salute. After receiving the bulletproof vest design, Wu Ge couldn't wait to report this good news. After a hurried farewell to Lin Ke, he left the villa, having just escaped a near-death experience. Lin Ke returned to the villa, feeling his tense nerves finally relax. Looking in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear at the new scar on his face. With a wry smile, he said to himself, "Looks like I'll have to become a homebody for a while," to avoid letting his family see the mark on his face. Lin Ke decided to hunker down in the villa for some time. He also felt grateful for his system. Otherwise, facing such a well-equipped assassin organization would have been truly unpredictable in terms of life and death. Lin Ke opened his system and began to study it closely. He was shocked to discover that leveling up to level 4 required an astronomical amount, 1 billion. Did they think he was a money printer? He felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but complain. Although he had leveled up, the system store had become more convenient. But the points required for each item were outrageously high. Even for something as useless as a permanent headset, it cost 1,000 points. He would have to spend money wisely. Lin Ke sighed and closed the system, feeling bored at home. He turned on his computer and reached out to his old gaming friends to pass the time. "Boss, you finally logged on. We've been waiting for you for ages," Lin Ke's friend exclaimed excitedly, as if they were back in the days of battling together all night. "I've been pretty busy lately. How's our guild doing?" Lin Ke asked his friend, recalling how he had invested millions into the guild. Not only had he spent money himself, but even the veterans in the guild had chipped in. All the top 10 players on the server were from their guild. They had developed into the #1 guild. "Don't even get me started, boss. The game has become so unbalanced lately that I'm thinking about quitting. Our guild has even dropped out of the top 10. His friend replied. This was something unavoidable. Every game has its cycles of prosperity and decline. No game can remain perpetually popular. When things reach this point, game companies inevitably come up with various schemes to milk players for money. Dropped out of the top 10? Seriously? You guys are really slacking. Let's start a guild war. Lin Ke couldn't accept that the guild he had founded was no longer in the top 10. Although he hadn't played in a while, he still had a strong influence. When the guild members heard their former leader was back in the game, even those who hadn't logged in for ages rushed in, regardless of how busy they were. It felt like the passion of their earlier battles was reignited. Charge. Healer, keep the tanks up. Assassins watch for enemy damage. Oh no, my equipment is broken. I need to go back to town. In the game battlefield, characters were flying and dodging everywhere as the two guilds clashed. The most dazzling figure among them was Lin Ke, the guild leader. Thanks to his sharp mind and improved physical condition, he had become a skilled player. He single-handedly infiltrated the enemy's damage zone and took out several opponents. President, when did you become so amazing? Lin Ke's friend marveled at her exquisite and delicate gameplay. Previously, they only thought of Lin Ke as a big spender, but now, witnessing her sharp skills, they were completely in awe. I've always been this awesome. Lin Ke replied with a smile, charging back into the enemy camp. At that moment, the opposing guild leader stepped up. 200, discovering a new world. So you're Lin Ke from the Lin Huang guild? Your skills are decent, but your gear is pretty trash, don't you think? The opposing leader typed on the public screen, accompanied by a mocking emoji. Is there something wrong with my gear? Lin Ke asked in confusion. She had spent over 2 million on her current set, and at that time, she was the only one in the entire server with it. How could anyone call it trash? Her friend reminded her, Boss, the game has updated multiple times since you last played. Your gear is now considered basic. With that gear, I could crush you with just one finger. You dare challenge our guild? You must be looking for a beating, the opposing leader taunted without restraint. Lin Ke then realized she hadn't played in a while and hadn't updated her equipment. All right, just you wait, she said, and deposited 3 million into the game. Once again, she assembled the best gear available. The opposing guild leader stared in disbelief as Lin Ke donned her shiny new equipment. Damn, this person is loaded. That set alone costs at least 3 million, enough to buy me a house. The players in front of their screens were glued to the sight of Lin Ke's dazzling gear. Meanwhile, the opposing leader looked down at his own equipment, which totaled less than 50,000, feeling completely outclassed. Big shot, I kneel before you. He typed on the public screen, fully surrendering. Indeed, in the following battles, Lin Ke dominated, and the former Lin Huang guild once again claimed the top spot. After playing for a bit, she found the game lacked interest and novelty. The game company just kept releasing new gear to milk money from players, enticing them to spend and enhance their characters. It was no wonder that MOBA games were so popular. These money-grabbing games were essentially trash. Lin Ke distributed her gear to her guildmates and logged out. It was then she remembered seeing something called an immersive gaming helmet in the system store. She opened the store and found it. This costs 50,000 VIP points? Lin Ke pondered, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. She spent the points on the helmet, but once she put it on, it looked cool, but felt no different from a regular helmet. Are you kidding me? I got scammed. Lin Ke's mind raced with frustration as she flipped through the manual. This helmet needs to be used in conjunction with a virtual world launcher. The immersive gaming headset is merely equivalent to a computer's display screen, while the virtual world launcher is the real powerhouse. Lin Ke spotted a line of text the size of an ant on the last page of the manual and suddenly felt that if this extravagant, high-tech system could be personified, it would definitely resemble a greedy merchant with a disgusting demeanor. Reluctantly, she searched for the virtual world launcher in the system store. And when she saw the price, she nearly leaped off the couch in frustration. The virtual world launcher, which was meant to complement the immersive gaming headset, was even more expensive than the headset itself, costing a staggering 100,000 luxury points. I've been had. Although Lin Ke realized she had been scammed, she couldn't just toss the headset aside as useless junk after buying it. With a heavy heart, she begrudgingly purchased the virtual world launcher as well. The first thing Lin Ke did after obtaining the virtual world launcher was to meticulously read every single word in the manual, even paying attention to the punctuation. The bundled marketing strategy of the system store had truly taught her a lesson. Only after confirming that no additional accessories were needed did Lin Ke finally breathe a sigh of relief. Following the instructions in the manual, she set everything up and sat on the couch wearing the headset. Sensor nerves being activated. Body condition stable. Entering soon. Game template loading failed. Automatically switching to the initial world. A series of alert sounds came from the headset, and a flash of light illuminated the previously dark interior. A world resembling Earth unfolded before Lin Ke's eyes. The immersive experience left her utterly astonished, and she exclaimed in delight. Quickly removing the headset, she found herself back in her villa. This is incredible. Lin Ke marveled, putting the headset back on. The surroundings shifted back to the interior of the headset. In this world, Lin Ke could even feel the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks. The refreshing scent of flowers wafted into her nose. She greedily inhaled the aroma. But there were no game elements in this initial world. All that existed were virtual models of Earth, and these models were frighteningly realistic. Lin Ke picked a fruit from a tree and took a bite. The sweet juice slid down her throat, and she closed her eyes in sheer enjoyment. This truly is an immersive gaming headset. It's like a second utopia, Lin Ke exclaimed, feeling much of the previous disappointment dissipate. This whole setup was worth 150,000 luxury points. She thought to herself. Even without any game templates in the immersive headset, Lin Ke was having a blast. If a game template were actually loaded, wouldn't all the gaming enthusiasts go wild? Lin Ke explored many places in this world, feeling as though the entire realm belonged to her. She immersed herself in this world for quite a while until the built-in anti-addiction system of the immersive gaming headset sent her a reminder. You've been playing the game for over 5 hours now, and your body is slightly hungry. Please remember to take a break. Lin Ke suddenly realized that he had unknowingly played for 5 hours. The moment he took off the headset, he felt a sensation reminiscent of Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly. It was hard to distinguish what was a dream and what was real. If such a device could be created, it would surely be amazing. With this thought, Lin Ke opened the system shop again, hoping to find a blueprint for the immersive helmet. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it, but stumbled upon something else interesting, a technology product analysis station. It cost 100,000. Lin Ke rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He was quite conflicted, but ultimately decided to purchase the technology product analysis station. Lin Ke placed the helmet on the station. and soon a series of data and principles about the helmet appeared. Excited, he grabbed a USB drive containing the data from the game helmet and the virtual world launcher, and rushed into the laboratory. Lin Ke imported the data into the computer, but the knowledge and theories were obscure and difficult to understand. Many concepts were beyond the reach of current science, as existing scientific understanding was still in its infancy when it came to such advanced technology. There was hardly anything to refer to or learn from. Everything had to be explored on his own. Even though Lin Ke's intelligence and knowledge had significantly improved, he still found it challenging to decode the principles of the immersive helmet. However, Lin Ke was the type of person who didn't back down from difficulties. The harder it was to understand, the more it ignited his thirst for knowledge. He then spent 1,000 of his godly value to exchange for 2 bottles of wisdom-focused potions. "Dammy, tell anyone who comes looking for me that I'm not here," Lin Ke said as he closed the laboratory door, isolating himself from the world. Time passed slowly, and with the help of the wisdom-focused potions, Lin Ke found that his research progressed more efficiently. As he delved deeper into the data, he was increasingly amazed by the immense potential of humanity. The ability to create such astonishing technology, even in a virtual world, where controlling human nerves could achieve a level of realism that blurred the lines between reality and illusion, was nothing short of miraculous. It was hard not to think that this was as challenging as a god creating the world itself. Even with the boost from the wisdom-focused potions, Lin Ke had to fully concentrate to grasp the advanced concepts within. He even began to suspect that this technology might not be human-made at all, but rather a product of an advanced civilization from another planet. "I can do this, I just need to focus." Due to mental fatigue, Lin Ke felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, but refusing to give in, he shook his head to clear it. He brushed off the fatigue on his face and re-energized himself, immersing once again in the research of the immersive helmet. At this point, Lin Ke's state could hardly be described as serious. It was downright obsessive. Long hours of screen time and lack of sleep had left his eyes bloodshot, and stubble had emerged on his face like grass sprouting after a spring rain. If it weren't for the support of the wisdom-focused potion, Lin Ke would have likely passed out by now. Time seemed to stand still in this closed laboratory, and Lin Ke had no idea how long he had been there. All he knew was that he wouldn't step out of this lab until he thoroughly understood the immersive helmet. At this moment, he was unaware that his relentless spirit had already taken him a significant step closer to becoming a top scientist. Even if he lost the godly black technology system in the future, his achievements would undoubtedly be high. This was a test and transformation of his character. All the challenges that seemed difficult would become the best sharpening stones for him. Once he overcame this difficulty, it would be like a blade being drawn from its sheath. A week seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and of course, Lin Ke's efforts were finally paying off. He had become quite familiar with the immersive gaming helmet and the virtual world starter. Now, he could easily create the same equipment. However, Lin Ke was still not satisfied and began to improve the device, merging the immersive gaming helmet with the virtual world starter. Lin Ke? Lin Ke? The people at Super God Company told Wu Ge that Lin Ke hadn't been to the office for a week. Wu Ge was a bit worried and hurried back from the military. Upon seeing the empty villa, he couldn't help but feel concerned for Lin Ke. "Dammy, where is your master?" Wu Ge asked Dammy. "Master is in the laboratory." Dammy pointed to the closed door. When Wu Ge heard that Lin Ke was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask Dammy, "How long has Lin Ke been in there?" The people at the company said he hasn't been to work for a week. Has he really been in the lab for a week? Well, to be precise, it's been a week, 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 42 seconds, Dammy nodded. He hasn't come out for eating, drinking, or even bathroom breaks. Wu Ge rolled his eyes in disbelief upon hearing that Lin Ke had been in there for a week without stepping out. Not even once. Dammy confirmed. Hearing this, Wu Ge decided to pull Lin Ke out. Being shut in for such a long time was bound to lead to trouble. "Dammy, open the door. He can't keep himself cooped up like this for so long," Wu Ge ordered. Although Dammy only obeyed Lin Ke's commands, it had recently noticed that Lin Ke's health had indeed declined. The long hours of work had significantly weakened Lin Ke's immunity. Biting its finger, Dammy thought for a moment and ultimately decided to open the laboratory door for Lin Ke's health. As soon as the door opened, Wu Ge rushed in and pulled Lin Ke out. "Wu Ge, what are you doing?" "I'm working on something." Lin Ke shot Wu Ge a mildly reproachful glance, trying to slip back into the lab. But Wu Ge firmly blocked the entrance, shouting to Dammy, "Dammy, quickly close the laboratory door. If Lin Ke doesn't take a break, you shouldn't open it." "Dammy, do you dare?" Lin Ke was left in a mix of laughter and frustration by Wu Ge's antics. "Master, for the sake of your health, you should take a proper break," Rice said, blinking innocently with big eyes. "Lin Ke, look at how terrible you smell. You're even crazier than the scientists I used to protect on missions," Wu Ge remarked disdainfully, noticing the foul odor emanating from Lin Ke. Lin Ke had been so focused on his research in the lab that he completely ignored the stench he was giving off. It wasn't until Wu Gu pointed it out that he became aware of it. The concentrated odor, enhanced by his focus on the potion, hit Lin Ke's nose like a wave of disgust. He gagged and quickly dove into the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, the foul smell was finally washed away. Lin Ke collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep within seconds. He slept for a full day. Upon waking, Lin Ke returned to the lab, merged the immersive helmet with the virtual world starter, and stepped out. Rice, I've organized my paper during this time. Please help me submit it to Nature. Lin Ke was confident that this paper would not only attract significant attention in the academic community, but might even win a Nobel Prize. After finishing the academic task, Lin Ke immediately grabbed the immersive helmet and headed to Super God Company. Gather everyone for a meeting. Soon after, everyone entered the conference room, curious about what Lin Ke was about to announce. Lin Ke rarely called meetings, so when he did, it was usually for something important. This is the immersive helmet I've developed recently. We urgently need talent in game framework development. I'll offer a reward of 50,000 for each recommendation. Lin Ke raised the helmet and addressed the crowd. Is this helmet a gaming device? The employees asked curiously. Lin Ke often appeared and disappeared like a dragon. But when he did show up, he brought something shocking. However, since such devices were mostly found in novels, there was some skepticism. Yes, this is a gaming device. Currently, it has no game elements, just an initial world. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Ke brought 3 helmets for the employees to test out the new product. Chu Yan was the first to grab a helmet and put it on. How is it? What do you see? The nearby employees asked eagerly. I haven't entered yet. It's initializing. Before Chu Yan could finish her sentence, she was pulled into the interface. And when the new world unfolded before her, her mouth dropped open in surprise. What did you see? The others pressed again. Am I dreaming? This is too real. Chu Yan's expression seemed to convey the magic of the helmet to those around her. Everyone rushed to try the helmet, and once they wore it, they were utterly astonished. This novel perspective was something they had never experienced before. After the employees took turns trying on the immersive helmets, they reluctantly took them off. Once this helmet hits the market, our company will definitely dominate the entire gaming industry, one employee exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. With the likes of Frost and Vine. We'll easily leave them in the dust, another chimed in. The discussion intensified, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. However, Fang Chi's expression remained calm, which caught Lin Ke's attention. Fang Chi, do you have something to say? Lin Ke asked him. Lin, I believe that finding talent to develop games is secondary. What's most important right now is to produce the immersive helmets. We don't need to compete with game developers. We can collaborate with them as a platform provider. After all, our experience in game development is still not on par with some of those companies. In this way, we can save a lot on labor costs. Fang Chi wasn't entirely on board with the idea of others independently developing games. Lin Ke nodded in appreciation and said, I've thought about finding partners to create a platform, but I just haven't found the right candidates yet. It seems like trying to develop games on our own might be a bit premature. Here's what we'll do. Chu Yan, you start preparing for the press conference. Let us get the news out there first. Lin Ke announced the end of the meeting, and the company personnel returned to their tasks. Fang Chi, your bonus this month is increased by 50,000. Lin Ke stopped Fang Chi and patted him on the shoulder. Hearing that Lin Ke had given him such a generous bonus because of his input, Fang Chi quickly thanked him. Thank you, Lin. Why so formal? We're alumni. I should actually be calling you senior. Keep up the good work. There will be plenty more bonuses in the future, Lin Ke said before leaving the company. Fang Chi stood there, a mix of emotions swirling inside him. Ever since he joined the company, Lin Ke had taken great care of him, providing not only a generous salary but also numerous raises. His once difficult family situation had changed drastically since he joined the company, all thanks to Lin Ke. Lin Ke, I will definitely follow in your footsteps for the rest of my life, Fang Chi vowed silently as he watched Lin Ke's figure disappear. After leaving the company, Lin Ke took the designs he had reviewed to the patent office. Lin, you're here again? The head of the patent office greeted him with a beaming smile. Since Lin Ke arrived, the number of patents in their office had surged, earning the head recognition from superiors. Seeing Lin Ke was like seeing family. Yes, I'm here to apply for a patent, Lin Ke replied as he handed over the designs. Great, I'll get it reviewed right away. The patent office had set up a special channel just for Lin Ke. Whenever he applied for a patent, it would be prioritized. However, the difficulty of this particular patent was so high that the reviewers struggled to understand it for quite some time. It was only after Lin Ke provided guidance and explained the principles that the reviewers were able to partially grasp it and approve Lin Ke's patent application. After the patent application was approved, Lin Ke left the patent office. What kind of patent did Lin Ke apply for this time? The director asked, smiling as he took a sip of tea. It's something called an immersive helmet, replied the examiner nearby. Immersive helmet? What on earth is that? The director looked bewildered and set down his teacup. I don't quite understand it either. The concepts are far too advanced. However, I tried on the helmet myself, and it was truly amazing. The examiner recalled the incredible sensation he experienced while wearing the immersive helmet and was still in shock. Never mind. Lin Ke is just a genius. Who knows how his brain works? It's normal for us not to understand, as long as we ensure the patent is legitimate. That's all that matters, the director said with a wry smile. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Nature magazine overseas, an email containing Lin Ke's paper arrived. A blonde, blue-eyed editor stirred his fragrant cup of coffee with a small spoon. Upon seeing the sender's name, a smirk crept across his face. A paper from Xia country? The technical quality of their papers has been so low recently, this one surely won't surprise me either. Without even opening the email, he had already made his judgment. However, out of professional courtesy, he decided to take a look. Research on an immersive helmet? What kind of nonsense is this? The editor glanced at the title, chuckled, and was even more convinced that this paper was likely fabricated. But the deeper he read, the more surprised he became. Oh my God, is this real? Although he didn't understand everything, he knew that Nature is one of the top academic journals in the world, and as an editor, his knowledge and experience were substantial. Upon reading Lin Ke's paper, he immediately realized it was something special. Shocked, he quickly called over his colleagues. Jack, come over and take a look at this paper. The editor shouted from his office. John, you're yelling like a startled baboon at home. Let me see what has got our little darling so amazed, Jack said, chewing gum as he leaned closer to John's computer screen. When he saw Lin Ke's paper, his reaction was astonishingly similar to John's. When did Xia country have someone this talented? This is easily the greatest invention of the century, Jack exclaimed. With Jack's shout, all eyes in the office turned to them. Curious colleagues gathered around, eager to see what paper had astonished the two. After reading Lin Ke's paper, they erupted in excitement. They all exclaimed that the papers they had received recently were garbage. Even the punctuation in this paper was superior. If the theories presented are true, this paper deserves to be published in the core area of several issues of Nature magazine, Jack remarked. I'm going to bring in the most authoritative experts in neurology and biology to be our reviewers, John exclaimed excitedly as he dashed out. Meanwhile, far on the other side of the world, Lin Ke was unaware that the paper he had submitted had caused such a stir in Nature magazine. He was still overwhelmed with the immersive headset project, having just arranged for production at the factory, and now he had to rush to the press conference. Mr. Lin, all the major media outlets are here. We're just waiting for you, Chuyin said, smoothing out the wrinkles in Lin Ke's suit. All right, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ke adjusted his collar and walked confidently onto the stage. It must be said that Lin Ke's tall stature made him look remarkably impressive in a suit. As the saying goes, a person with knowledge exudes elegance, and Lin Ke's presence on stage immediately captivated the reporters who had been waiting eagerly. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the camera flashes kept going off nonstop. Today, I welcome everyone to the launch event of the new product from SuperGod Corporation. We are excited to present to you this immersive gaming headset. This product employs advanced principles of neurology and biology, allowing players to experience a truly immersive sensation in the game. Please take a look. Lin Ke showcased the headset's scenes through a holographic display. The crowd gasped at the lifelike visuals. Wow, this is incredibly realistic. You can even see the dew on the leaves, exclaimed one reporter. Mr. Lin, can we try the headset ourselves? Another reporter raised his hand. Of course, no problem. Chuyin, please have the staff distribute the headsets, Lin Ke replied with a smile. As the immersive headsets were handed out, the reporters eagerly put them on, and their astonished voices filled the room. This is true virtual reality. It's so much better than the VR headsets currently on the market, one reporter exclaimed, lost in the gaming world and reluctant to come back. After the press conference, Lin Ke generously gifted each of them an immersive headset. The reporters left the event beaming with joy, praising Lin Ke's new product highly. Sure enough, after the press conference news aired on television, major media outlets rushed to report on it. The public reaction was overwhelming, and Lin Ke found himself once again at the center of attention. Many gamers were pleading with him to hurry up and release games for the headset, as there were no immersive games available yet, and the number of pre-orders exceeded 30 million in just one day. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable in the gaming industry before. Immediately develop games for the immersive headset. Even if you have to work around the clock without eating or sleeping, I want results in the shortest time possible. Numerous gaming companies held urgent internal meetings after seeing Lin Ke's immersive headset launch. Everyone was aware that entering the immersive headset platform would mean securing a significant share of the gaming market. Game developers and scriptwriters in the gaming industry have it tough. They work tirelessly, day and night, under intense pressure just to secure the rights to develop games for immersive headsets. Many executives are personally overseeing the projects, which shows how much importance is placed on this immersive headset initiative. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman at Supergod Company, Lin Ke finds his inbox flooded with game design proposals from various companies. Given such a promising platform, you actually want to make a turn-based game? Have you lost your mind? Lin Ke rolled his eyes as he glanced through the emails. Turn-based games are in decline, mostly appealing to nostalgic older gamers. But they're becoming increasingly niche. Unless he was crazy, there was no way Lin Ke would grant the development rights to this company. He sighed. In the past few days, he had received nearly 100 game design proposals, none of which satisfied him. They all seemed like scams, with people only interested in money. And no one genuinely cared about creating a good game. It's truly disappointing. If this continues, I might as well start my own team. Lin Ke closed his email and stood up. Mr. Lin, there's someone here to see you. They say they are the owner of Shueyang Games. His secretary gently knocked on the door and entered. Having played games himself, Lin Ke knew of Shueyang Games. It was a leading company in Yang City, known for its blockbuster titles and excellent reputation. Although based in Yang City, the company had won several international awards. Lin Ke was thrilled to hear that the owner of Shueyang had come to see him. Let him in. Before long, a polite young man walked into Lin Ke's office. Lin Ke was somewhat surprised to see how young he looked. You are Shueyang? I didn't expect you to be so young. This is quite a surprise. Lin Ke said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you're joking. You're actually a couple of years younger than me. Shueyang replied, a bit shyly. He wasn't very comfortable with face-to-face interactions. Most of the business in his company was handled by his subordinates. However, he felt it was crucial to personally approach Lin Ke for the immersive headset market. Haha, are you here to discuss the development rights? Lin Ke asked. Just to be clear, while I admire you, this is the first game for the immersive headset, and it's important for our reputation. You need to present a sincere project. Shueyang nodded repeatedly, opened his briefcase, and pulled out a notebook to hand to Lin Ke. Mr. Lin, please take a look. These are the games our company is preparing to develop for the immersive headset. One is a cultivation adventure game, and the other is an FPS shooting game, similar to PUBG, but with many added elements. Lin Ke opened the notebook and carefully read through Shueyang's game design proposal, keeping a neutral expression. In contrast, Shueyang felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Lin Ke might reject their proposal.